When you search high and low, you find what you're looking for without much effort. Shan Donlu thought it was impossible to find the person who paid Tian Xiaohua to drug her, but unexpectedly, he appeared right in front of her. Noticing Shan Donlu's gaze, Old Yang looked at Su Xing with a questioning expression. Who is this young kid? She was about to explain that Su Xing was just a relative's child to brush it off, but unexpectedly, Shan Donlu spoke first. She kept her face cold, staring straight at Old Yang and the young man named Lu Ping, speaking clearly and deliberately. I am Shan Donlu, daughter of Shan Heping from Shishui Village, Wu County. The faint smile on Old Yang's face immediately froze. He looked at Shan Donlu in shock. You are. Shan Donlu met Old Yang's gaze directly and pointed at Lu Hua. I came to ask you why you let my mother be harmed by him. Why did you want to hurt my mother? Yes, Shan Donlu wanted to catch him off guard and trick him. After all, Old Yang seemed to have a high status. The evidence they had was not enough to accuse him, unless he admitted it himself. And she was lucky. Her beautiful companion was the Secretary General, someone who moved around in front of the mayor. She had to make good use of this chance. Although it was a bit unethical, given her current situation, she had no choice but to take advantage of the situation. But secretly, she also hoped that Old Yang had nothing to do with this matter, that it was just Lu Hua acting alone. If that were true, it would be easier to settle the trouble. However, when Old Yang heard her accusation, his face changed drastically and his eyes showed panic and helplessness. Seeing his reaction, Shan Donlu's expression grew colder. The matter of her mother was clearly connected to Old Yang. Once the arrow is shot, it cannot be stopped. She had to force him to admit his guilt. She grabbed Su Xing's hand and asked again, in front of Uncle Su, "Tell me, why did you want to hurt my mother?" Su Xing was speechless. He thought she was too clever. She was even using him now. Old Yang took a step back. He never expected Shan Donlu to come directly, and so quickly. Even if he considered the worst, she had come with Secretary Su. Wouldn't that mean everything he did was now exposed? Old Yang never thought Shan Donlu could find them by chance. Now, it was just him pretending to be powerful to deceive him. Su Xing was very sharp. From the moment Shan Donlu spoke, he sensed something was wrong. He said nothing, and just watched the situation unfold. This led Old Yang to mistakenly believe that his actions had been fully exposed. Feeling defeated, Old Yang sighed softly and was about to speak, but Lu Hua suddenly made a move. Lu Hua suddenly held a small knife in his hand. When Yang Lao tried to speak, he directly slashed heavily at Yang Lao's neck, then quickly cut his own throat. Both collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The whole scene lasted only a few seconds, catching everyone off guard. Su Xing only had time to cover Shan Donlu's eyes. But Shan Donlu tore his hand away and hurriedly ran toward Yang Lao, desperately covering his bleeding wound. Old Yang, tell me, why did you want to hurt my mother?" Yang Lao's throat was cut, and he couldn't speak. He could only look at Shan Donlu with regret in his eyes, his mouth moving silently. Shan Donlu didn't understand what he was trying to say. Su Xing was a step slower but saw everything. Old Yang said to be careful of the children. They want the child. Sorry, this wasn't my intention. I was forced. When Yang Lao heard Su Xing repeat what he wanted to say, a look of gratitude flashed in his eyes, but his eyes quickly lost their light. No, don't die. Tell me who those people are. The moment Shan Donlu arrived, she had already used her blood to secretly feed Yang Lao spiritual spring water, but it was useless. Lu Hua's strike was too fierce, the wound too deep. Before the spiritual spring water could take effect, Yang Lao had already passed away. Lu Hua was even more ruthless to Yang Lao and himself. Almost at the moment he fell, he also died. Su Xing examined both of them, a thoughtful look in his eyes, finally resting on Shan Donlu. But Shan Donlu didn't pay attention to him. She stared at Yang Lao, who had died, in shock and fear for a long time. She was shocked that Yang Lao had died so suddenly and unexpectedly. She was afraid because it was clear there was someone behind Yang Lao. Those people could control him, and their status must be high. Seeing Lu Hua's ruthless act of killing, and then taking his own life, Shin Donlu felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't understand how their old Shin family had gotten involved with such people. In her previous life, she hadn't even found a clue about this. And, according to Yang Lao, this time they harmed her mother for the child. Why did they want the child in her mother's belly? Suddenly, Shin Donlu remembered the child she had never heard of or seen in her previous life. Could it be that the child was also taken away by those people? Su Xing looked at Shin Donlu's dazed expression, thinking she was frightened. He suppressed his thoughts and picked her up. I'll take you to wash up. I'll have someone handle this place. Little girl, do you want to call your family to come pick you up? Shin Donlu snapped back to her senses, saw her hands covered in blood, and froze for a moment. Then she struggled to get up. Thank you, Uncle Su. Could you ask someone to call my little aunt over? Please don't tell my mother about this first. It might scare her. Su Xing nodded and asked a guard to go call someone. Soon, Shun Jiao arrived. Seeing Shen Dan Luo covered in blood, she was so frightened her heart pounded. Dan Bao, what happened? Why is there so much blood? She hurried to check on Shun Dan Luo. Shin Dan Luo quickly stopped her. Auntie, it's not my blood. It's someone else's. Hearing this, Shun Jiao relaxed. That's good. I was so scared when I saw you like that. She paused, then asked, whose blood is it? Shin Dan Luo looked at her. Little auntie, I found the person who hurt my mother.
What?
Shun Jiao's eyes widened. Where is he? I'll go beat him up. Next to them, Su Xing cleared his throat, thinking, what a bold little aunt. Shun Dan Luo looked tired.
He's dead.
Shun Jiao froze.
What?
How did he die? Did you kill him? Shin Dan Luo remained silent. Su Xing also stayed quiet. He coughed lightly again, trying to make himself more noticeable. But Shun Jiao only glared at him. Stop bothering us. Can't you see we're talking about something important? If you're coughing, go see a doctor.
Su Xing sai silenti.
Shin Dan Luo nudged her little aunt. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. Uncle Su is an official. Shun Jiao looked surprised. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me earlier? Her expression changed quickly. She smiled shyly and gently.
Sorry, unso Su.
I was just worried about my niece. I didn't mean to be rude earlier.
Su Xing not dead.
It's okay. You're just used to it. He tilted his head toward Shun Dan Luo. Would you like your little aunt to take you home first? Shun Dan Luo shook her head. No, I still want to see Uncle Director. Once I'm ready, Uncle Su, can you take me to see him? Su Xing looked at her with a complex expression and nodded.
All right.
Once you're cleaned up, I'll take you. Thank you, Uncle Su, Shun Dan Luo said to Shin Jiao. Little Annie, what should I do about these bloodstains on my clothes? My mother will see them when I go home. That's easy. Leave it to me. Shin Jiao hurriedly ran off. Soon, she returned carrying a stove and a large iron pot. She led Shin Dan Luo to the communal bathroom near the official's ward. Less than half an hour later, Shin Dan Luo came out completely clean. Her clothes looked brand new, as if they had just been made. Su Xing looked at Shin Jiao in surprise, not expecting this brave girl to have such skills. Shin Jiao was not in a good mood right now. Just now, while helping her little niece tidy up, she had heard the full story. Thinking about how a group of dangerous people were after her sister-in-law's baby, she felt both angry and scared. She wished she could smash those villains and immediately hide her sister-in-law at home. When she noticed Su Xing's gaze, she didn't feel like pretending to be gentle and kind anymore. She just looked up at him and asked, Comrade Su, do you need something? No, it's nothing. Su Xing withdrew his gaze. Let's go. I'll take you to see Director Tan. However, on the way, they saw Director Tan, who was leaning on a cane, coming towards them. Su Xing quickly stepped forward. Director Tan, what are you going to do?
Huh?
It's Su Xing. Tan paused when he saw Su Xing, then sighed. I heard from the guards that old Yang was killed. I want to go see what happened. Su Xing helped him. You don't need to go. I was there when it happened. Tan was shocked.
What?
How could old Yang be killed while you were there? Su Xing shook his head. He was killed by someone who was supposed to take care of him. I didn't expect him to suddenly attack.
Tan frowned deeply.
What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Su Xing then looked down at Shen Danluo. Tan only then noticed that 2 others were following Su Xing. He looked down and asked, Hey, aren't you that little Shen girl?
Shan Danluo nodded.
Yes, I am Shen Danluo. Uncle Director, I have something very important to tell you. Tan was surprised. He looked at Su Xing, who shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Tan then said, All right, let's go to my hospital room to talk. The 4 of them returned to the hospital room. Shen Danluo first confirmed Su Xing's identity. Uncle Director, is this Uncle Su Kai's older brother? Su Xing heard this and felt amused. It seemed they still doubted his identity. Seeing his expression, Shen Danluo quickly explained, Uncle Su, please don't be angry. I was just worried about Uncle Su Kai. Shan Jiao, protective of her family, said, Comrade Su, my Dan Bao is just being cautious to help. Don't be so sarcastic. If someone suddenly came and said he was his brother and that person might be harmed, would you believe him? When Shen Jiao said this, both Su Xing and Tan's faces darkened. What do you mean? Shen Jiao pointed at Su Xing. Is he the brother of Su and Gang?
Director Tan nodded.
Absolutely. I've watched them grow up. All right, what happened to Su Kai? He frowned suspiciously. Didn't he go on a mission? How come you're saying he's in trouble? Shen Danluo and Shen Jiao exchanged a glance. Jiao spoke directly. Director Tan, don't you know? Su Kai and Qin Huijing from our village both got into trouble. Earlier, my niece and my 4th brother went to the police station to ask about it. They heard that both of them disappeared at the same time. And only they went missing. Director Tan suddenly sat up straight. That's impossible. If they were in trouble, why didn't anyone notify me? Su Xing looked at his niece and nephew. Is there something you're not telling me? Shen Danluo and Shen Jiao both thought, this man is really sharp. So Shen Jiao also told him about Da Huang and Xiao Huang. After hearing this, Director Tan's face darkened visibly, but Su Xing's expression was not as grim as before. Shen Danluo looked suspicious. Uncle Su, aren't you worried about Uncle Su Gong? Su Xing shook his head. That guy has 9 lives. If he had noticed something was wrong earlier, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. His disappearance is probably his own trick. Shen Danluo was almost furious at his calmness. That's your brother. How can you judge safety based on guesses? And Lao Qin is still floating in the sea. Jiao also gave Su Xing a disapproving look. This guy has no brotherly love. But Director Tan disagreed. Even if he found out early, that doesn't guarantee safety. No, I need to contact someone nearby to organize a rescue. Shen Danluo and Shen Jiao both exclaimed happily yes. That's the way to do it. Then the niece and nephew both shot a look of disdain at Su Xing. Meanwhile, in a fishing village by the sea, Su Kai was running desperately. These guys won't stop until they kill me. What did I do to provoke them? He looked out at the endless sea, worry and guilt flashing in his eyes. I wonder if that brat can survive. Su Xing heard this and gently tapped her forehead. It's better for kids to stay simple. Being too clever can be harmful. Oh, right. She was very emotional today and forgot to hide her cleverness. Shen Danlu blinked with big, innocent eyes. Harmful? What does uncle mean? I'm just a kid, I don't understand. Shan Jiao scolded him. Our Shen family is naturally smart. Danlu, you follow us, so you're smart too. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't talk nonsense about harm, okay? Su Xing glanced at her. One was pretending to be naive, the other was genuinely naive. Ha, quite funny. He didn't say anything and turned to leave. Both Director Tan and Su Xing left to handle their tasks, but Shen Danlu and Shen Jiao couldn't leave yet because they still had to deal with old Yang's matter and record an official statement. So, they waited in the hospital room. While no one was around, Shen Jiao asked Shen Danlu, What's the situation with Officer Su's brother? What position does he hold? Hearing this, Shen Donlu looked at her sister-in-law with sympathy. Do you really want to know? Shen Jiao looked uncomfortable under her gaze. Come on, he can't be a high-ranking official, right? He looks so young, probably about the same age as Officer Su, right? Shen Donlu quickly clarified, Sister-in-law, I heard someone call Uncle Su the Secretary General. It seems he's a very important official. Shen Jiao exclaimed, Secretary General? Wow, was she really that fierce just now? Boo-hoo, she seemed pretty fierce. What should she do? Half an hour later, Su Xing returned. As soon as he entered, he felt that Shen Jiao was giving him a very flattering look. Just as he had this thought, he saw her smiling eagerly at him. Comrade Su is back. Are you thirsty or tired? Want me to give you a shoulder massage? Gentle and warm, like a soft breeze. Su Xing. Looking at her eager smile, he really wanted to say it's too late. I already remember how proud and confrontational you looked. But thinking about other matters, he held back and turned aside, opening the door. Shen Jiao then noticed someone standing behind Su Xing. Her smile froze. She was so embarrassed. Shen Donlu also saw the person outside the door, Secretary Zhu, with red eyes. She was surprised and said, Uncle Secretary Zhu? Shen Jiao had never seen Secretary Zhu before, but since he came with Su Xing, he must be someone important. And her niece called him Secretary Zhu. So she quietly moved to Shen Donlu's side, pretending to be a wooden figure with no expression. Su Xing glanced at Shen Jiao, who was acting very dramatic, then called Zhu Shuji inside. Uncle, when old Yang passed away, I and this little girl from the Shen family were there. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Shen Danluo immediately stood up and asked, Zhu Shuji, do you know old Yang? The serious expression on Shen Jiao's face also became more focused as she looked at Zhu Shuji, as if trying to see if he was friend or foe. Seeing the doubt in the eyes of the Shen family niece and nephew, Zhu Shuji sighed and looked a bit guilty. I really didn't know old Yang would do such things to Comrade Su. If I had known the situation earlier, I would have explained everything sooner. Honestly, old Yang was my former leader. The last time I went to Shishui village, it was old Yang who asked me to go. He told me to deliver some condolence money and check on your family. Shen Danluo was surprised. Did he send you to my house? Yes, Zhu Shuji nodded. Now that things had reached this point, he had nothing to hide and directly explained old Yang's unusual behavior. At first, I thought old Yang was trying to help you, so I even suggested he help your mother find a job in the city. But he rejected that idea. He also asked me to send you back to Shishui village quickly, as if hoping you would stay there and not come out. Shen Jiao sensed something was wrong. Isn't that contradictory? Su Xing looked at her and thought, this girl is quite sharp. Then he turned to Shen Danluo. Do you remember what old Yang said before he died? Thinking of old Yang's final moments, Shen Danluo instinctively held Shen Jiao's hand tightly. Seeing her niece's emotional state was off, Shen Jiao immediately forgot her plan to flatter him and glared fiercely. Why bring that up now? My niece is still young. Su Xing was speechless. This girl's quick change of mood was truly remarkable. Shen Danluo recovered her composure. She wasn't afraid of death. She was just worried that with the current strength of the Shen family, they couldn't fight against those behind old Yang. She looked up at Su Xing and thought that they needed to bring more people onto the boat. She tugged at Shen Jiao's hand, signaling she was fine. Then she looked at Su Xing. Uncle Su, do you mean that old Yang didn't initially want to harm my mother and my younger siblings? Su Xing nodded and said, I guess old Yang may have been pressured long ago, but he couldn't find a good way to act. He actually doesn't want to do anything himself, so he hoped your mother would stay in Shishui village. That way, he wouldn't have to take action, and it would be easier for him to explain to those behind him. But I didn't expect your mother to be staying in the city hospital all this time. Also, he continued, I checked the hospital records just now. Old Yang was admitted suddenly yesterday afternoon, quite unexpectedly. They haven't found the exact cause of his illness yet. I suspect he didn't know your mother was in the city hospital before. Someone probably informed him yesterday and forced him to do as they said. Secretary Zhu nodded in agreement and said, yes, because I suspect old Yang's motives were changing. I kept it from him. I told him that comrade Su had already returned to Shishui village. He thought Su was already home and didn't know he was still in the hospital. Su Xing gently pressed his fingers, deep in thought. Then the question is, since your uncle has kept Su's situation secret, who revealed it? Based on the timeline, yesterday was a key moment, he said, turning to Shun Jiao Jiao. Did anything unusual happen in the hospital? Were there any suspicious people watching you? Shun Jiao Jiao thought carefully. No, everything was normal yesterday. I didn't notice anything strange. At that moment, Shun Dan Luo raised her little paw. Yesterday, the new party secretary came to inspect our village. Isn't he suspicious? Anyway, Secretary Lin has bad intentions toward Grandpa Wang. Whether or not this matter is related to him, let's blacken his name first. As soon as Shun Dan Luo finished speaking, Su Xing recited Lin's information as if he had it memorized. Lin Wei, the new secretary of Wang Daking Commune, 41 years old, former secretary of Shiping Commune, transferred to Wang Daking. I've looked at his resume and I didn't find anything unusual, unless his resume is fake. Thinking about old Yang's situation, Su Xing felt that whether Lin Wei has issues or not, it's better to investigate thoroughly. But internal investigations don't need to be explained to them. Secretary Zhu didn't think too much. Hearing Su Xing, he nodded. If you say there's no problem, then there probably isn't. He then explained to Shun Dan Luo and Shun Jiao Jiao, my niece has a good memory. She remembers everything clearly. Shun Danlu's mouth twitched in disappointment. She couldn't catch Secretary Lin, and she felt so let down. And is Secretary Lin really problem-free? Why doesn't she believe that? Feeling frustrated, Shun Danlu suddenly remembered what Secretary Zhu said. Her eyes widened in amazement. Her memory is so good. How come she doesn't have a memory like that? Jiao Jiao also felt jealous and envious. She wishes she could remember everything too. Su Xing glanced at the two jealous Shan family relatives and shook his head silently. How could they still be thinking about this at such a time? Their hearts are really bold. He looked at Secretary Zhu and continued, but just because he has no problem doesn't mean the people he brought are all good. As far as I know, after Uncle left, there were big changes in the Wang Daking commune, so some people might have sneaked in. He paused and looked at Shun Danlu and Shun Jiao Jiao, seeing the older and younger listening eagerly, as if they wanted to grab some popcorn and watch. He quickly started to dismiss them. Go back first. I will tell Comrade Su about the situation and ask Director Tan to investigate thoroughly. Shun Danlu and Shun Jiao Jiao. They clearly wanted to chase them away. She understands. Sigh, their relationship isn't close enough yet. They're not even allowed to hear the full story, even though it concerns their family. Despite their inner complaints, Shun Danlu and Shun Jiao Jiao obediently got up and left. At the door, Shun Danlu remembered her plan to gather people and paused to say to them, Uncles, come over for dinner tonight. Thank you for helping our family. Jiao Jiao immediately agreed. Yes. We promised to have dinner tonight. I'll cook something delicious for you. Shun Danlu. No need for that. Su Xing, not understanding the situation, looked forward to it. Then, we'll humbly accept your invitation. Secretary Zhu remembered Shun Laotai and Chen Elqing's cooking skills and was very much looking forward to Shun Jiao Jiao's cooking. I won't refuse then. But my old leader just left, so I've been eating vegetarian lately. Jiao Jiao nodded, no problem. Shun Danlu. You'll regret this. You definitely will. Shun Danlu was speechless, but Jiao Jiao was different. She was so excited because someone was looking forward to her cooking. As soon as they returned to the ward, she eagerly went to ask her third sister-in-law to take over the cooking. Shukyu Shui. She looked at Shun Danlu with confusion. What's going on? Why does your younger sister want to cook now? Her cooking skills are so bad that even her own mother dislikes them. She loves to experiment, but her new dishes are so strange that they're almost unappetizing, terrifying really. Su Qiushui even wanted to go eat at the cafeteria. Shan Danluo also looked upset. We agreed to have dinner tonight with Uncle Su Xing and Uncle Zhu, but then my little aunt said she wanted to make something delicious for them. Both uncles were very happy and said they were looking forward to it. Then my little aunt. She sounded excited, like she had found a kindred spirit, discussing dishes all the way, full of energy. She really wanted to tell her little aunt, wake up. But afraid of her aunt's revenge, she had to hold back. After hearing Shan Danluo's words, mother and daughter exchanged a worried look, both feeling down. Feeling discouraged, Shan Danluo took her mother's hand. Mom, are you feeling okay? Su Qiushui hesitated. She sensed something familiar. Her daughter was about to reveal something big again. She hugged her belly and took a deep breath. Just say what you want to say. Shan Danluo didn't want to scare her mother, but she worried that someone behind the scenes might target others. If her mother wasn't alert, she might be in danger someday. After thinking for a while, she decided to tell her mother about it, but avoided graphic details. When Su Qiushui heard that the other side was after her unborn child, she was shocked and frightened, full of doubt. What do they want with my baby? Shan Danluo shook her head. She still couldn't figure it out. What could they want from a newborn? She couldn't come up with a reason. Su Qiushui hugged her belly and suddenly remembered Shan Heping. She frowned. Could it be like your second uncle, wanting to exchange the baby for someone else? She shook her head again. No, that doesn't make sense. Our family is here. Who would they want to exchange the baby with? That's unreasonable. Mother and daughter tried hard to understand the motives of those behind the scenes, but couldn't. In the end, they concluded that those people were perverted. Such twisted minds were beyond their guesses. Don't worry, Dan Bao. Now that we know their goal, we can figure out how to protect ourselves. Su Qiushui patted Shan Danluo's head. Mother's Dan Bao is truly a lucky child. I often feel like my life is a gift from heaven, floating happily. Seeing you makes me feel at ease. Shan Danluo's heart skipped a beat. Her mother's life wasn't something she had fought for from heaven. Until those behind-the-scenes figures were found, she couldn't leave her mother. Just as she was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Shan Laoxi's had peeked in from outside. Danluo, come out for a moment. When Shan Danluo left the house, old fourth Shen immediately pulled her aside. Dan Bao, it's not easy to come to the city. We need to make money quickly. Did your uncle leave any goods for us? Shan Danluo immediately perked up. Yes, making money. Work hard. Earn lots. Use the money to deal with those troublemakers, so they stop bothering the Shun family. She looked at the sky outside. It was still early. There was still time to visit 3 black markets. They wouldn't stay in the city for long, so she had to find a way to earn money quickly. She sent her mother to her third aunt and little aunt, then went out with old fourth Shen to earn money. The generous Shen family left the matters of Yang Lao and others to the clever people like Suda Piaoliang to figure out. Anyway, the Shen family hadn't done anything wrong, so they weren't afraid of an investigation. If they really found something they didn't know, they would thank them. Su Xing was still in Tan Bureau's hospital room, discussing matters with Bureau Chief Tan and Secretary Zhu. He stood by the window and saw Shan Danluo walking past with a man, talking and laughing. He felt a bit speechless. He thought, this clever girl has such strong resilience. She's already out and about so quickly. However, his gaze flicked over old fourth Shin beside her, and his beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. A Xing, what are you looking at? Secretary Zhu noticed his unusual expression and came over to ask. Su Xing pointed at old fourth Shen beside Shan Danluo and asked, do you know who that man is, Annie? Secretary Zhu had only met old fourth Shen once, so his impression wasn't deep. But he remembered Su Kai mentioning that old fourth Shen often went to the hospital recently. Also, Shan Danluo looked somewhat like him, so he guessed that should be old fourth Shen from the Shin family, Danluo's fourth uncle. Why, have you seen him? Su Xing shook his head. No, I haven't seen him, but he looks a lot like someone I know. Secretary Zhu wasn't concerned.
People can look alike.
There are many similar faces in the world, so it's not strange. That's true. Su Xing said this, but his gaze on Old Fourth Shan lingered. He couldn't take his eyes away because the man looked so much like someone he knew. He thought for a moment and decided to go ask that little ant from the Shan family about this man's identity. He interrupted their small meeting and went out to find Shin Jiao Jiao. When he learned they were at the large kitchen, he hurried over. To his surprise, Chan Liqing knew her sister-in-law's cooking skills. If it was just for their family to eat, it wouldn't matter much. It wouldn't be embarrassing. Today, I am hosting a meal for a distinguished guest who has helped my family. Should I let my younger sister take charge? Is this a friendly gathering or a confrontation? But I don't dare to offend Shin Jiao Jiao, afraid she might get angry. I can only go see my eldest sister-in-law. Su Qiushui saw Shin Jiao Jiao eager to be the chef and felt a strong urge to discourage her. However, she didn't want to crush her sister-in-law's enthusiasm, so she thought of a different approach. Jiao Jiao, I heard Dan Luo say that Comrade Su looks very handsome. Shin Jiao Jiao thought for a moment, he's average. At this moment, Su Xing just arrived and overheard his name. He instinctively stopped, listening to Shin Jiao Jiao casually say average. For the first time in his life, he doubted his own appearance. No, he doubted Shin Jiao Jiao's taste in men. Su Qiushui didn't realize the main person was nearby and continued asking Shin Jiao Jiao. But I heard Dan Luo say that Comrade Su is quite good-looking and he's not too old. He works in the city in an office job. Jiao Jiao, weren't you looking for a city job in an office? Do you like him? Su Xing's ears perked up unconsciously. Then he heard a woman dismissively say, I didn't like him. Big sister-in-law, don't scare me. That kind of person isn't a good match. And Shin Jiao Jiao, unaware that the main person was listening, casually said, he's not handsome, he's a girl. Only Su and Gang looks good, but he's too muscular. I think I can't beat him, so he's just okay.
Su Xing, who?
Su Qiushui. That wow, both brothers have been dismissed by her. Su Qiushui initially just wanted to find a new angle, but she didn't expect her sister-in-law to say such things. She became suspicious. Aside from looks, isn't everything else pretty good? Why isn't Comrade Su a good match? Shin Jiao Jiao confidently replied, he's too smart. Makes me look stupid. That's a no-go.
Su Xing. Su Qiushui.
Shin Jiao Jiao added, and his status is too high, Secretary General. I can't even scold him. Marrying someone like that would be too frustrating. Absolutely not.
Su Xing. Su Qiushui.
Her sister-in-law's standards for a husband remained pure and unique. She really didn't know how her mother raised her. She struggled to ask, then what kind of person do you want to find? Shin Jiao Jiao raised her head and thought carefully, I want someone good-looking, with an average job and no parents.
Su Qiushui.
Su Xing. Su Qiushui struggled to get to the main point. In that case, you shouldn't cook. You're a young lady. Cooking for young men might cause misunderstandings. Shin Jiao Jiao, hearing this, was so scared she threw the vegetables back into the bowl. Oh my, thank goodness sister-in-law reminded me. I won't do it. I definitely won't cook. Su Qiushui and Chen Liqing sighed in relief. Su Xing turned to leave. Ha, Shin Jiao Jiao, I've got you now. Shin Donlu took Shin Lao Si to pick up goods at the abandoned elementary school. This time, she deliberately brought more supplies, so his fourth uncle could pick them up himself in the next few days. After they finished loading, they dressed up and went to the black market. They had 3 smooth trips in a row. This time, Shin Lao Si intentionally carried a little extra grain. After 3 trips, he sold everything for 450 yuan, and he was so happy his hair seemed to float. But by evening, that happiness disappeared. On the way home for dinner, the handsome police officer Su always looked at him. His gaze was full of curiosity and suspicion. Shin Lao Si felt nervous, wondering if his black market activities had been discovered. He was so uneasy, thinking, should I admit everything now? He heard that confessing voluntarily could reduce his sentence. He wanted to take all the blame himself so as not to harm Donlu, his niece, or his wife. But he looked so good today, especially with his big braided hairstyle. The customers didn't recognize him. Where did he slip up? And he really didn't want to go in. He still had a daughter, a son, a second brother, mother, wife, Donlu, and Onbao to take care of. So many people depended on him. He couldn't go to jail. Shan Laosi felt overwhelmed. He was almost worn out by Su Xing's gaze. Shen Donlu finally noticed the strange look in Su Xing's eyes and asked suspiciously, "Uncle Su, why are you looking at my fourth uncle?"
Shan Laosi shivered.
The moment of fate had arrived. He decided to confess and accept his punishment. "Family, see you in 10 years. He gathered his courage, ready to act pitiful and seek sympathy, when the handsome police officer, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I think he looks a lot like a friend of mine." I couldn't help but look a few more times.
Sorry about that. Shen Laosi.
I couldn't help it. Shen Donlu saw her fourth uncle about to get angry, so she quickly kicked with her short legs and then happily looked at Uncle Su. "Uncle Su, who do you think my fourth uncle looks like?" Before Shen Laosi could speak, he was already suppressed. Why is it always him who gets hurt? Su Xing's mouth twitched as he pretended not to notice the little antics of the uncle and niece. He picked up his teacup and took a sip before speaking to them. "Do you know if your old Shin family has any relatives in Jiang Province, Su City?" Shen Donlu instinctively looked at her mother. Su Qiushui thought for a moment and shook her head. "I've been married into the Shin family for so many years, but I haven't heard my mother-in-law mention any relatives outside. The Shin family members mostly live in Shishui village." Then she looked at Shan Laosi. "Old Si, what do you think?"
Shen Laosi nodded.
"Yes, my mother said she originally had a few brothers, but during the 1930s and 1940s, they went out to fight the Japanese invaders. But before they could become soldiers, they disappeared. Later, only my mother was left at home, so she had to take in a son-in-law, and she found someone." The Shin family's history was something Su Xing had heard from Su Kai and Secretary Zhu before.
He knew a bit, but...
After thinking for a moment, he still said, "I have a friend who is a few years older than Comrade Shun and Chi. They have very similar features, and that friend was orphaned young and raised by others. That's why I couldn't help but look at Comrade Shun a few more times." Shen Donlu was puzzled. "Really? Do they look that much alike?"
Su Xing nodded.
From the side, "I even thought it was my friend." Su Qiushui also exclaimed, "People can look similar, but this resemblance is quite surprising." Secretary Zhu, who was hearing about this for the second time today, also started to imagine possibilities. Maybe it's descendants left behind by Shin Dinyang's brothers? Back then, with the chaos of war, news could be wrong. Maybe some of them are still alive. Shan Laosi was shocked and exclaimed happily, "So, there are still other brothers and sisters of our Shin family out there?" Just then, Shin Jiao brought in dishes and overheard Shan Laosi's words. She immediately rushed over. "Brothers and sisters out there? Did my mother really have children outside?" Shen Donlu.
Shui. Shen Laosi.
Secretary Zhu.
Su Xing.
The ward fell into a terrifying silence. Shen Jiao looked around. "Why aren't you guys saying anything?"
Shen Laosi chuckled.
Shin Jiao, you're getting cheeky. Just wait until your mother deals with you. Shin Jiao was not afraid at all. She was her mother's precious little girl, and her mother wasn't willing to discipline her. Then she looked at her older sister-in-law with a curious expression, eager to hear the news. Su Qiushui was a bit speechless from her gaze. Jiao, we're talking about whether our mother might still be alive and possibly left behind descendants outside. Shen Jiao asked, "Really no illegitimate children?" "Sister-in-law, don't lie to me." Su Qiushui replied, "There really aren't any." Sighing, Shen Jiao looked disappointed. Her mother hadn't been unfaithful to that terrible old man. She thought, "Mom, you're weak. You got cheated on by that old man. You should have fought back and made him regret it." Seeing her expression, Su Xing was surprised. "What does that look mean? Do you actually hope your mother had children outside?" That girl's thoughts were quite dangerous. Shen Danluo was used to her little sister-in-law's free-spirited attitude, so she calmly changed the subject. "Uncle Su, can we meet that uncle?" Maybe he's really a relative of our Shan family. My grandmother would be very happy to see him. Su Xing shook his head. He's not in good health now and shouldn't travel. But if you have time and don't mind the trouble, I can take you to Sioux City myself. Considering the Shun family situation, he added thoughtfully, I'll cover the travel expenses. Shun Lao Si was curious. What's wrong with that person's health?
Su Xing sighed.
He was pulled out of the river on a cold winter morning by his foster parents. He caught a cold that damaged his lungs, and for reasons unknown, he lost feeling in his legs from a young age. He spends half his time in bed now. His lung condition has worsened, so he can't smell flowers or dust, and he can't go outside. The Shun family was very compassionate. Hearing this, they all felt their hearts tighten. Shun Jiao Jiao was especially angry. Who could be so cruel as to throw a little kid into the river in winter? Shun Lao Si also felt uncomfortable. I think my second brother has already had enough hardship, but this person doesn't seem to be doing much better. He really hoped this person wasn't from the Shan family, or his mother would be heartbroken. Shun Dan Luo and Su Qiushui exchanged glances, both recalling the sea god doctor from Creekwater Village. Shun Dan Luo asked Su Xing, Uncle Su, is that uncle very close to you?
Su Xing nodded that.
Yes, both a teacher and a friend. I stayed in Sioux City when I was young. Brother Ming is my neighbor and was the one who first taught me. Secretary Zhu remembered. Is that the friend you visit for 5 days every year? Su Xing nodded and said, yes. We need to visit every year. Without a close friendship, it wouldn't be possible. Some people haven't seen their parents in years. Su Da's importance in Shindanlua's heart is clear. Whether or not this person has any relation to the late old Shin family ancestors, she must find a way to help. Relationships built on kindness are stronger than simple interests. Su Xing glanced at Shan Dan Luo, feeling that maybe he was overthinking. He sensed that her clever eyes seemed full of scheming. Just as he was thinking this, someone patted his shoulder heavily. Turning around, he saw old Shin Fourth smiling foolishly at him. Next time, take me along too. I haven't been out of Jean City yet. Su Xing. I am supposed to take you to meet people, not to show you the world. Su Xing felt that the old Shin family's way of thinking was a bit unusual. Then I'll go too. Shun Jiao Jiao was originally quite excited. Going out these days was not easy, so she wanted to take the chance. But when she turned to look at Su Xing, she immediately shook her head. Forget it, I'm not going, clearly showing her dislike. Su Xing. Humph. Once the dishes on the table were served, Su Xing sincerely praised, are these made by Comrade Shin? They look and smell fantastic. When Secretary Zhu heard that his grandnephew was praising, he couldn't help but join in. Yes, Comrade Shin's cooking skills are quite impressive. The Shin family members all looked at Shun Jiao Jiao in unison. Shun Jiao Jiao. Shun Jiao Jiao was too proud to lie. She felt a bit embarrassed about changing her story. She mumbled, these dishes were all made by my third sister-in-law. Secretary Zhu felt a little awkward and wanted to smooth things over. But Su Xing spoke first, raising an attractive eyebrow and refusing to back down. Hey, wasn't Comrade Shin saying she would cook for us herself? Why isn't she doing it now? Are you looking down on me, Su Xing, or on my aunt? Shun Jiao Jiao. Why is this clever big brother talking so sharply? Secretary Zhu. Just say what you want to say. Why drag me into it? By the way, today's grandnephew's behavior was a bit unusual. It didn't matter who cooked the food, as long as it was tasty, that was enough. He used to not fuss over such small matters. Especially not fussing over a female comrade. That was even less likely. The entire Su family, 3 generations, were bachelors completely uninterested in women, almost like monks in a temple. His great-nephew is even more outstanding, always following the 3 No's principle, not to pay attention, not to get close, and not to touch young women.
But now,
something's going on. The Shun family members and Secretary Zhu glance at each other, both looking curious. Shun Jiao Jiao glares at Su Xing, feeling quite annoyed, as if she thinks he's targeting her. But well, She did say she would cook, and not doing it is her fault. Shirin run her temper and first admits, my third sister-in-law cooks better than me. When hosting guests, of course, she should do it. Su Xing is determined to make Shin Jiao Jiao cook, so he pushes hard, but I came because of your invitation. I was expecting your cooking skills. Comrade Shin said she's very good at cooking, right? I really look forward to it. He also tries to get her on his side, turning to his own uncle, Andy. Aren't you looking forward to it too? Secretary Zhu happily watches the scene and nods immediately. Of course. Comrade Shin's cooking must be excellent. I've been looking forward to it. Shan Jiao Jiao can't resist the praise and almost puffs up her chest. You're really looking forward to it? She blinks at Su Qiushui, her big eyes clearly showing, Secretary Zhu has a wife, right? If I cook for him, it should be fine, right? Maybe I should show off a little? Shui. She looks at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Well, she's already eaten, and if others want to eat poison, she won't stop them. Plus, judging by Secretary Su's attitude, it's obvious he's having a quarrel with her little sister-in-law, so she'll just let it be. She smiles slightly since Comrade Su and Secretary Zhu are Sotsudar little sister. You should go ahead and show your skills. All right. Don't worry, I'll be quick. I'm going to make a new invention, little green tofu salad. Shin Jiao Jiao happily heads off. Shun Danluo, Shin's 4th sister, and Shin Liqing all stare at Su Qiushui, mother, sister-in-law. Are you trying to cause trouble? Su Xing glances at the remaining members of the Shin family, feeling something's off. Su Qiushui calmly says, Comrade Su, Secretary Zhu, will start eating. Jiao Jiao will be back soon. It really was quick. In just 10 minutes, a dish of white and green mixed tofu salad appeared on the table. Shun Jiao Jiao even placed it in front of Su Xing and Secretary Zhu. Here, I specially made this for you. Try my cooking. Su Xing looks at it, white and green, very refreshing and nice to look at, with a good presentation. He raises an eyebrow and praises, looks pretty good. Secretary Zhu also nods. Yes, it looks delicious. Of course, Shin Jiao Jiao crosses her arms. Go ahead and taste it. Su Xing was very happy with the result, feeling he had finally outsmarted Shin Jiao Jiao and scored a point. He quickly and neatly took a bite with his chopsticks.
Then,
his face turned green. Out of politeness, he couldn't spit it out, so he swallowed hard. It was difficult, and after finally swallowing, he felt even worse, so he drank water desperately. Secretary Zhu was the same, almost being sent away. After they both managed to calm down, Su Xing pointed at the greenish thing and asked, What is this? Shouldn't it be green onions? Green onions? No way, that's bland and tasteless. I found a new ingredient. It's sour, spicy, numbing, and a little bitter. Very strong. Shin Jiao Jiao looked at the 2 pale faces and asked suspiciously, Is it not tasty? She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. It's very delicious. Maybe you're not used to it yet. Once you get used to it, you'll like it. Come on, eat more. Don't waste it. Su Xing. Secretary Zhu. Does this person have a problem with her tongue? Cough. Old Shin's family watched the show and laughed so hard their stomach hurt. Su Qiushui came out to keep the scene under control. Jiao Jiao has a very special taste. Just get used to it. Su Xing. Now he finally understood why Comrade Su said those things to Shin Jiao Jiao this afternoon. Turns out the Shin family didn't want to eat Shin Jiao Jiao's cooking, but he kept pushing forward. Looking at the big piece of green bean curd in his lunchbox, Su Xing regretted it so much his insides turned green. Fortunately, Shin San's cooking skills were truly good. After eating Shin San's dishes, the terrible taste was finally suppressed, saving his taste buds. Secretary Zhu was moved to tears. From now on, he must not eat food made by unfamiliar female colleagues, or he might be sent away at any moment. In the director's office, the director gathered a group of on-duty doctors. Later, come with me and try to persuade Comrade Su. Don't let this get out of hand. If it weren't for a sudden death of a leader at the hospital this afternoon, he would have already talked to that patient. Someone hesitated, that family is quite fierce, known for fighting. Since this involves a life, they probably won't let it go easily. The director glared. A life? Wasn't she fine? Someone died at our hospital this afternoon. If this gets out and people think our staff are harming patients, don't you understand the impact this could have on us? We must suppress it and not let it escalate. What if they don't listen? The director snorted coldly. They still need treatment at our hospital. They can't ignore our instructions.
But, Noble, let's go.
The director waved his hand. While everyone is still resting, go clarify things. Get your momentum up. The director hurriedly went to Su Chioshui's hospital room with his team. When he pushed open the door and saw the scene inside, he immediately backed down. He saw Su Xing and Secretary Zhu eating inside the room. The director was confused. Secretary Su? Director Zhu? What are you two doing here? Secretary Zhu was transferred to the city and became deputy director of a certain department, a position with real power. A few days ago, when he took office, there was a big meeting, and the director also attended. He still remembers it clearly. Although he is the head of a hospital, because of the special national situation, he only manages hospital administration and can be replaced at any time. Secretary Zhu's department just happens to be involved with a hospital, so he can't help but feel nervous. As for Secretary Su, he's even more important. He's a favorite of the mayor. Neither of these two can be offended easily. But why do they seem so close to old Shan's family? And they're eating together? The director started to think about leaving. You guys eat first, But Su Xing stopped him. Director Chen, stay a moment. They were almost done eating, but when they saw someone coming with bad intentions, Su Xing and Secretary Zhu put down their lunchboxes and turned to look at Director Chen, noticing a group of people approaching aggressively behind him. They understood what was happening.
Su Xing chúc cờ lai ti.
Director Chen, visiting for rounds at this time? Bringing so many people. You must be working hard. Realizing they saw through him, Director Chen's forehead sweat started to appear. Haha, yes. I heard Comrade Su was startled, so I came to check on her. Startled? Su Xing raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Nurse Tion Xiaohua giving medicine to Sister Su? The Shan family members all widened their eyes. Oh wow, Sister Su? Su is so clever, he's even handing out gifts to them. Shan Jiao looked at Su Xing with admiration, feeling that her little green tofu dish wasn't a waste after all. As soon as Sister Su appeared, Director Chen's face changed. Secretary Su and Sister Su are relatives?
Su Xing sợ mai si lên ti.
Secretary Zhu also snorted coldly. Director Chen, you came just in time. I was about to find you to discuss this matter. What does that mean? Does this mean he's delivering himself to them? Director Chen regretted it to death. He wished he had investigated the situation first before coming. If he had known that Old Shan's family was so formidable because someone behind the scenes was supporting them, he wouldn't have run into this trouble. Director Chen wiped the sweat from his face. There's nothing to discuss. Whatever needs to be done, we will handle it. Our hospital will never protect any criminal. Su Xing looked at him with a half-smile, saying nothing. Chen Yuanji was very angry inside. He knew it was impossible not to give something in return. Of course, the hospital's poor hiring practices also play a role. To show our apology, I will apply to waive the costs for Comrade Su's hospital stay. If that doesn't work, I will pay personally. Su Xing then looked at Su Chioshui. What do you think, Sister Su? He realized that the decision-maker in the Shan family was her, so if something needed to be decided, talking to her was best.
Su Chioshui smiled slightly.
She had also planned to find the director, expecting a lot of back and forth. She was prepared to put on a big act if he was difficult. But unexpectedly, her daughter's dinner invitation turned into a happy surprise, saving her trouble and even earning extra income. Thinking of this, Su Chioshui affectionately patted her daughter's head and then looked at Su Xing. We were planning to leave the hospital in the next few days anyway. We're really worried about staying here. We're afraid someone might drug us or attack us again. Director Chen, who had been eyeing her with suspicion, nearly choked with anger but couldn't act on it. It was very uncomfortable. Then Su Chioshui continued, You see, I have a big belly and my nephew also had surgery on his stomach. It's impossible to take a bus home. We're worried about how to get back. Su Xing was very clever and immediately understood that Su Qiushui wanted the hospital to send a car to take them home. Since the situation had already been pushed this far, and they weren't afraid of pushing it further, he looked at Director Chen. Director Chen, what do you think? Director Chen was at a loss for words. He was about to cry. Is there really a need to ask? Of course, the hospital will send a car to take you home. Just tell us when you plan to leave, and I'll arrange everything. Su Qiushui expressed her gratitude. Director Chen, you're such a kind person. We won't stand on ceremony. Come on, everyone, let's thank Director Chen. Hearing this, the Shan family members, regardless of age, all stood up and bowed at a 45-degree angle toward Director Chen. Thank you, Director Chen. Director Chen was stunned. Su Xing and Secretary Zhu both had their mouths twitching. They had only bowed at a 45-degree angle at the funeral. Was the Shan family trying to see him off? Ha, they really hold grudges. Director Chen was so angry he left in a huff. Su Xing and Secretary Zhu couldn't stay much longer either. As soon as the others left, they also got up to leave. As soon as the outsiders left, Shan Danluo crossed her arms and said, "Humph, the director is very bad. But since he paid for everything and almost made us angry enough to die, I won't curse him." Su Qiushui patted her head and looked at Shan Laozi, Shan Jiao and others. You all saw it. In front of Comrade Su and Secretary Zhu, Director Chen didn't dare say a word. If they weren't here today, can you imagine what Director Chen's face would look like? Shan Laozi, Shan Jiao, and Chen Liqing nodded together. Even Shin Sanhua and Bao nodded eagerly, with Bao even humming. Whether they understood or not, they all made their presence known. Su Qiushui also patted his head and continued, "You all know the current situation of our Shan family. Someone wants to hurt us, and they will do anything to do so. So, you must stay alert and improve yourselves quickly. Whether in literature or martial arts, you can't fall behind. We may not have power or influence now, but we should gather all possible resources to protect ourselves." Shan Jiao looked thoughtful. Big sister-in-law and Danluo want to bring Su Decoming into our fold? Shan Danluo nodded. Yes, Uncle Su is very capable. Plus, Uncle Su is not only powerful and influential, but also smart. We need someone like him. Shan Jiao looked deeply distressed. Maybe I should sacrifice myself to bring him home. If he becomes one of us, he'll help us, right? The Shan family members. Su Xing, who hadn't gone far, kept sneezing repeatedly, feeling a chill down his back. Su Qiushui's face darkened slightly. Shan Jiao was startled and immediately sat up straight, raising her hand and chest. Yes. After doing these actions unconsciously, she looked confused at her suddenly powerful sister-in-law, feeling a bit scared. She thought, wow, this sister-in-law is so unfamiliar. It's the first time she's seen her like this, and she's a bit intimidating, like a head teacher. Seeing this, Shan Danluo, Shan Laozi, and others, who saw some excitement, immediately brought chairs and sat down in a row. Their obvious intention to watch the show made Shan Jiao glare at them with big eyes. The next second, her home's suddenly serious sister-in-law, acting like a head teacher, said in a stern tone, "Today, I have 2 things to criticize you for." Shan Jiao looked confused. What? Old Master Shin was the first to raise his hand in agreement. That's right. When outsiders talk about our family, saying things about my wife having a wild child, it's good that Comrade Su and Secretary Zhu are not gossipy people. If it were someone with a big mouth, try saying that, and tomorrow our family's reputation would be ruined. Seeing her father criticize her, Shin Sanhua immediately sided with her father and raised her hand. I agree. And bowing followed suit. Humph. Chen Liqing looked around at everyone and quietly raised her hand as well. Almost everyone voted in favor. Initially, Shan Jiao was a bit stubborn, but she quickly became obedient. She pitifully looked at Shan Danluo. Danluo, do you think the same? Of course, Danluo couldn't oppose her mother. Moreover, her little aunt was indeed too carefree. Even if surrounded by good people, such words shouldn't be spoken carelessly, because everyone can make mistakes and sometimes words get out unintentionally. Furthermore, their family situation was unusual, so they had to be more careful. Her mother was right, and her little aunt needed to be disciplined, to tighten her grip. She nodded seriously. Little aunt's words are dangerous. There are bad people watching our family. If she says the wrong thing, it could put us in danger. Mother said that causing trouble could lead to serious consequences. Little aunt, if your words get out, mother might get into trouble. Shun Jiao shivered. She was only focused on getting revenge on that old man and didn't think much. Now that she thought about it carefully, if someone with bad intentions overheard her words and spread them, her mother would be in trouble. She immediately regretted it. I understand. I didn't think this through. I will be more careful with my words in the future. Old Master Shan crossed his arms and tilted his leg, looking like a tough guy. All right, since you admit your mistake and seem to be sincere, I'll reluctantly believe you this time. The two younger ones saw this and imitated him, crossing their arms and tilting their legs.
Shan Sanhua said, See.
I'll reluctantly believe you this time. Shan Chang'an snorted, humph. After snorting, he looked at Shan Danluo with wide eyes, as if saying, Why aren't you following along? Shan Danluo was silent. Since her younger brother had become more difficult to soothe lately, she could only follow their example and then looked at her little aunt. I'll believe you this time. Shan Chang'an was satisfied and glared at Shan Jiao. Humph, be good. Shan Jiao was silent. Su Qiushui watched these four mischievous children and almost lost her composure. Just when she was about to break down, she quickly shifted to the next topic. And also, there is the issue with Comrade Su, said Su Qiushui, looking at Shan Jiao. You mentioned this afternoon that you don't think he's a good match, right? Have you changed your mind now? Shan Jiao scratched her head. No, I haven't. Su Qiushui's face darkened slightly. If that's the case, then you can't have the idea of fighting to be a family in the future. Our Shan family doesn't need to sell a girl to seek honor. Old Fourth Shan nodded in full agreement. Yes, our Shan family doesn't need to sell a girl for honor. You can choose your own partner in the future. Shan Danluo also nodded seriously. That's right, little uncle must want you to like your partner. Don't marry someone just for others or for any other reason. Otherwise, Danluo will be sad. In this life, I hope little aunt can marry the one she loves and live happily and peacefully. This time, Shan Jiao hesitated a bit. But isn't our family in need of someone like him to help? It's great if she can marry someone she likes, but compared to an unknown stranger, she prefers her family. She just hopes her family stays safe and wants to do her part for the family. Anyway, she doesn't have anyone she likes right now. Men, sleeping with whoever they want, who cares? Plus, Suda is so smart and useful, and she doesn't find him annoying to be around. Seeing her stubbornness, Shan Danluo ran over and took her hand. Little aunt, don't forget, we now have the divine doctor. Uncle Su is very good friends with him. If we ask Grandpa Wang to treat his friend, then Uncle Su will owe us a favor. Hearing this, Shan Jiao's eyes lit up. She rubbed her head and said, How did I not think of that? But just because Uncle Su is so smart, will he always help the Shan family? Favors are eventually paid back. Shan Jiao smiled and promised Su Qiushui and Shan Danluo that she wouldn't try to steal anyone anymore, but secretly, she was making other plans. She wouldn't fight openly. Maybe she could trick him instead? Anyway, she was determined to keep Uncle Su firmly on the Shan family's side. The Shan family members thought Shan Jiao had given up on this idea. After a quick meeting and tidying up, they all went to rest. Early the next morning, old Fourth Shan hurried out. He wanted to sell more grain while they were still in the city and save some money. Shan Jiao also left early but returned within an hour, carrying a big basket of various cotton fabrics. Su Qiushui and Chen Liqing were stunned. These days, fabric was hard to buy. It was bought by the head count, and even with tickets, there were limits. But at the root, supply couldn't meet demand. Especially in summer, breathable and comfortable cotton fabric was quickly sold out as soon as it was available at the supply and marketing cooperative. Shan Danluo was even more surprised. She remembered that she had handed over all her aunt's money for her second uncle's medical treatment, and it was stored in her space. Little housekeeper Shan Danluo was confused and asked, "Little aunt, where did you get the money to buy fabric?" Shan Jiao looked at the door of the room, which was tightly closed, and whispered mysteriously, "I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone. I wasn't helping classmates by working temporary jobs at the textile factory in the city. Before going home, I made a few outfits for the factory manager's partner. She liked them very much and left me some leftover fabric to cover the cost of the clothes. This fabric is enough for each of you to make a new outfit." Shan Jiao crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. "What do you think? Am I impressive?" "Very impressive." Shan Danluo's eyes lit up. Of course, she had forgotten that her little aunt was very skilled at making clothes. She immediately signaled to her mother. Su Qiushui understood instantly, grabbing Shan Jiao's hand. "Jiao, do you want to make some money?" Seeing the mother and daughter exchange looks, wanting to leave quickly, but not having time, Chen Liqing said. Seeing Chen Liqing's frustrated and awkward expression, Su Qiushui chuckled and patted her. "All right, don't always try to sneak out. You can listen to this too." Since the eldest sister-in-law said so, Chen Liqing stopped hiding and sat honestly. Shan Jiao looked around, then finally looked at her eldest sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by what you just said?" Su Qiushui chuckled. "I asked if you want to make some money." "Yes, of course I want to." Shan Jiao nodded vigorously, but after nodding, she immediately drooped her head. "But right now, private business isn't allowed." "Who said you can't do private business? We can start by supplying the supply and marketing cooperative. You're quick and good at making clothes, so you could try it out already." In the past, Shen's family atmosphere made Su Qiushui feel unmotivated. She just wanted to take care of her small family. But now it's different. When the whole family works together, they should manage their life well. The fourth brother's black market dealings are enough for him to handle alone. The little sister-in-law doesn't need to get involved. Plus, the little sister-in-law has her own skills, so she should use her talents. There's no need to carry a basket and do unqualified work. Shan fourth. However, Shan Jiao didn't feel very happy after hearing this. "I've tried before. The supply and marketing cooperative sets very low prices, and they're not very willing to accept private-made clothes." Su Qiushui smiled and patted her head. "Things are different now. Jiao, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, there's always a place to sell." Shan Jiao didn't believe her easily. She was worried that her eldest sister-in-law was overconfident, so she had to reveal her own doubts. "Elder sister-in-law, I asked at the local supply and marketing cooperative last year. They didn't accept my clothes because they said I didn't do a good job. That's because they lack vision." "And who said I wanted to sell to the local supply and marketing cooperative? The closer to the countryside, the lower the price they offer. The villagers don't have much money to buy ready-made clothes, and even if they do, they usually make their own. So, selling to our local cooperative, naturally, it won't sell well." Shan Jiao wasn't naive either. "Then should I sell in the city? Either in the city or the county. Anyway, in the second half of the year, I and your third sister-in-law will be in the county. It's also easy to go to the city from there." Shan Jiao was confused. "Why are you all in the county?" Su Qiushui and Chen Liqing looked at each other. Shan Danlu asked curiously, "Hey, Mom, didn't you tell Jiao that you and third aunt will be working in the county in the second half of the year?" Shan Jiao was shocked. "What? Elder sister-in-law and third aunt are going to work in the county?" Shan Danlu nodded. "Yes, Mom is going to be a primary school teacher and third aunt will work as a chef at the state-run restaurant." Shan Jiao was speechless. Su Qiushui and Chen Liqing looked at her with guilty faces. "Well, so many things happened. I forgot to tell you. Jiao, don't be mad at your eldest sister-in-law. Speaking of which, I haven't told Lao Si yet." "Danlu, did you tell him?" Hearing this, Shen Jiao's face immediately brightened. Lao Si didn't know, so she wouldn't be the last to find out, haha. Shen Donlu shook her head. No, I haven't told him. But I told the villagers that when Mom went back, she met Mrs. Su gossiping about our family. We couldn't stand it, so we scolded her. Later, she and the villagers said we didn't work hard enough and wanted her to support us. I also told them that Mom and third aunt would be working in the county, and I mentioned that Officer Su invited Uncle C to be a police officer. Shen Jiao was shocked. What? Officer Su invited Uncle C to be a police officer? Shen Donlu nodded. Yes, but Uncle C refused, saying he wanted to stay and take care of the family. Shen Jiao felt a deep sense of envy. The family had plans and futures, but she, a high school student, still had no clear way to earn money. Her older brothers, who only studied for 2 years, seemed more successful than her. Why was that? She took a deep breath. Elder sister-in-law, you're so smart. If you say it will definitely happen, then it will. I'm going to start making clothes right now. Wait, Su Qiushui held her back. Don't rush to leave. Let's discuss everything first, so you know what's going on. The supply and marketing cooperative I mentioned earlier is just one way, an open, honest way, to make money and use it openly. Shen Jiao was confused. And the other way? No matter the time period, there's always a gap between the rich and the poor. The other way is to focus on quality products, selling only to those who can afford them. Shen Danluo widened her eyes. Wow, her mother's view on business was so advanced. She was curious about how her grandparents, who she had never met, had taught her parents. Shen Jiao and Shen Liqing also looked surprised.
How do we sell that?
That's not your concern right now. Just focus on doing your part. For now, only handle the goods the supply and marketing cooperative collects. Later, your second brother will take you to Haishur to visit the department store and check things out. Once you understand, then you can start. Shen Jiao's heart was pounding. She felt her sister-in-law wasn't just trying to make a little money. But Shen Jiao wasn't afraid. In fact, she was very excited. Maybe everyone in the Shen family had a brave spirit. When faced with danger, they didn't back down. They instinctively wanted to challenge it. She nodded excitedly. Okay. But after a second, she had to face reality. What about the fabric? I can't keep getting fabric to process. Without fabric, I can't make clothes in large quantities. And the quality route your sister-in-law mentioned probably can't use processed fabric for everything, right? Shen Danluo quietly pinched Su Qiushui's hand. Su Qiushui understood and smiled. I'll figure that out. You just focus on doing your part. Seeing her sister-in-law so confident, Shen Jiao admired her even more. In her heart, her sister-in-law was now just a little weaker than her mother, just a tiny bit, like the size of a fingernail. Mother, you need to work harder. You're about to be surpassed by your sister-in-law, you know? Old Lady Shen. Su Qiushui filled Shen Jiao with confidence and sent her to Shen Sanju's ward to make clothes. Because there were many patients in both surgery and internal medicine, Sanju's room had 6 patients. But the room was large, so even with many patients, it wasn't crowded. There was space for companions too. When there are many people, there are many eyes. With so many eyes, someone might notice the clothes Shen Jiao was making. Most of the patients in Sanju's ward were from the city or county and had the ability to spend money. They didn't lack clothes to wear now. Wouldn't it be better for Shen Jiao to experience the joy of earning money early? Jiao is someone who can sew with a needle. Before she was 10, she started making her own clothes, and they looked very nice. Because of this, the girls in the village who are about her age like to play with her. The better they play together, the more they can ask Jiao to help make clothes for them. According to Shen Danluo, it's like the heavens favor her. She has good taste, quick hands, and can finish a dress in half the time others need, and it looks better too. If she were in another time, she would definitely be a fashion trendsetter. But it's okay. Even though she can't do it now, she'll catch up in the future. When the people in the room leave, Su Qiushui pulls her daughter aside. Can you get fabric in your white room? Shen Danluo blinks her big eyes. Yes, Mom. It's strange. There was no fabric before, but just now, when I thought about wanting fabric, it appeared. Even though her space is basic, she can find common items she needs. These are just basic materials, so of course she has them. She quickly exchanges a piece of colorful cotton cloth from her space and shows it to her mother. Su Qiushui touches the fabric happily. This is good material. It will look very nice when made into clothes, perfect for a high-end style. She imagines herself wearing several elegant outfits, all very detailed and impressive, looking expensive. She shakes her head, feeling strange. Our old Su family can't afford clothes like that. Seeing her mother suddenly lost in thought, Shan Danluo waves her hand. Mom, what's wrong? Su Qiushui rubs her head. Nothing. Just some strange images suddenly popped into my mind. Shan Danluo blinks. Mom, didn't you say you forgot some things? Maybe what you forgot is coming back. Forgot some things?
Su Qiushui lokstotfel.
Maybe. Mom, you can ask Grandpa Wang to look at it when you go back. Maybe he can help you fix it, Shan Danluo suggests, remembering Grandpa Wang's drawings of herbs and tools. She quickly takes them out and shows them to her mother. Mom, Grandpa Wang said second uncle needs surgery. He'll need these things, Shan Danluo explains. Su Qiushui looks at the papers and tools, worried. With the current situation, where can we get these? Medicines are controlled items. There are Western medicines, Chinese medicines, and these tools. We need a special craftsman to make them. Skilled people like that are hard to find now, she says. After thinking for a moment, she pushes the stack of papers back.
Daughter, keep these for now.
I'll think of a way later. Okay. Shan Danluo finished packing and looked at her mother. Mom, there's something strange. Grandpa Wang secretly left a message on paper, but I don't know who it's for. Su Qiushui was surprised. Left a message? Why didn't I see it just now? Shan Danluo chuckled. I secretly cut it out. Who knows if these words might cause trouble for our family.
Su Qiushui laughed.
You're so clever. Hee. Shan Danluo smiled playfully. Do you want to see it, Mom? Su Qiushui shook her head. No, I won't look. My eyes have been bothering me lately, and I don't want to see too many words. When Shan Danluo heard this, she immediately forgot about the secretly cut-out words. Mom, how come your eyes hurt? Just a little sore and dry. Nothing serious. Su Qiushui waved her hand casually. Shan Danluo was a bit worried and wanted to suggest calling a doctor. But just then, someone knocked on the door. Is Comrade Su here?
I'm Huang Feng.
Mom, it's Officer Huang. Shan Danluo's eyes lit up. Does this mean Brother Huai Jing and the others have news? Su Qiushui was also anxious. Quick, go open the door. Shan Danluo hurriedly ran to open the door. Uncle Officer Huang, please come in. Big Huang stepped inside quickly. Comrade Su, little Danluo, our team leader, has found them. Shan Danluo was excited. What about Brother Huai Jing? Big Huang looked a bit serious. Not yet. The team leader said they were ambushed at that time. Someone in their group helped with a dark move, and they were tied onto a boat. Huai Jing managed to break free from the ropes quickly, but unfortunately, he was spotted. He shoved a small knife into the team leader's hand and pushed him off the boat, then went back to fight those people. The boat was moving so fast that they couldn't catch up. The team leader had to return to the shore. After meeting with the reinforcements yesterday, he went out to sea again, but only found some wreckage. Big Huang's tone grew heavier. That boat was blown up. Huai Jing. Maybe. No way. Shan Danluo said firmly. Brother Huai Jing must be fine. Let Uncle Su continue searching. Huai Jing is a great swimmer, super good. If he's not there, he probably swam somewhere else. Big Huang didn't want to burst her hope and nodded. That's what the team leader said too. He'll keep searching until he finds him. Meanwhile, Qin Huai Jing, who everyone was worried about, was quietly climbing onto an island. Right now, he felt both speechless and amused. He emerged from the water and, with great effort, summoned a large fish that could understand his words. He asked it to take him to a crowded place. However, the fish ended up leading him to this place. Looking at the children in the middle of the island, holding knives, sticks, and guns, practicing fiercely. One wrong move, and they are whipped harshly. Qin Huaijing couldn't tell if his luck was good or bad. This is clearly in secret training camp, possibly the hideout of those who kidnap children. Qin Huaijing observed for a long time and finally decided to accept the situation. He retreated back to the cliff he had passed when climbing onto the island earlier. Below that cliff is a group of sharks, making it the weakest but also the most protected part of the island. No one guards it, but there is a natural barrier of sharks. Anyone who enters will be attacked. He pretended to be a fish to safely get ashore. Feeling safe around him, Qin Huaijing waved his hand and released many snakes, which quickly covered the uneven cliff face. The leader was a small green snake group that was both very strong and clever. Qin Huaijing told the small green snakes, "Go, find out what's happening on the island." The small green snakes hissed and dispersed with their group. Just as the snakes left, Qin Huaijing was about to slip into his space to wait for news, but he caught a glimpse of something flashing under the right cliff. His heart tightened. Without knowing whether it was a person or an animal, or if the other had seen him, he dared not enter his space easily. Thinking quickly, he called out 2 highly venomous snakes and wrapped them around his wrist, then skillfully moved to a hiding spot. Just as he hid, a head peeked out from below the cliff where he saw the flash earlier. Qin Huaijing looked carefully and realized it was a small child. A child wrapped only in a few leaves, about his age. The child was very thin, with bones showing through his skin. His hands and feet were covered in wounds, but his eyes were bright and clear. He carefully observed his surroundings, then quietly approached the cliff wall holding a sea fish. After passing by, he waved behind him, and immediately 2 other children, dressed similarly and about the same age, appeared. The 2 children carefully held something in their hands and slowly climbed along the cliff face. They had to be very careful because the part of the cliff they were on was almost vertical, with sharks gathering below. Falling would mean being eaten by sharks. Plus, the wind was strong along the cliff edge, and one careless move could cause them to fall. Qin Huaijing came from the other side. If it weren't for a coincidence, he might not have noticed what was happening here. Children appeared in this place, and they were about the same age as those from the training ground.
Why?
He thought for a moment and decided to follow them. Qin Huaijing first sent a small snake ahead to scout. Once he confirmed it was safe, he released a hook and a rope, then quickly slid down the cliff where the children were walking. The cliff was very narrow, only as wide as 2 feet, so Qin Huaijing had to be very careful to avoid falling. After taking a few steps, he noticed small, curved holes on the side of the cliff. He could put his fingers into these holes to help control his body. These holes looked like they were made by humans. This made Qin Huaijing even more curious. After receiving a safety signal from the small snake, he sped up to follow. Finally, he reached a narrow cave entrance. The opening was dark and it was hard to see inside. He sent the small snake further in to explore. Once he received a safe signal, he slowly moved inside. The inside of the cave was very similar to a fish's mouth, narrow at the entrance, but very spacious inside. Because it was near the sea, the cave was damp and cold due to sea wind and water erosion. Qin Huaijing shivered and put on 2 more layers of clothes before walking further inside. Deep inside the cave, he found another opening. It was well lit and much drier than the first one. At this moment, 6 or 7 children were gathered near the opening, crying softly around a man who was unconscious. The children were of different sizes. The smallest was about the same size as in Bao. The 3 largest children were the ones Qin Huaijing saw earlier. They were trying to feed water into the man's mouth. But the man's teeth were clenched tightly, and he couldn't swallow anything. "Is Uncle going to wake up?" "He hasn't woken up for days," one child sobbed. The leader of the children angrily said, "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle is just badly hurt and needs rest. Once he recovers, he will wake up." "But Stone, Uncle's wound is infected, and he's so hot. I'm afraid he'll never wake up again," another child cried. Stone's face looked tense as he watched the man with worry in his eyes. After a long silence, he said, "I'll go to the island to find medicine." The other children were so frightened they fell silent. Two children who had gone outside shook their heads desperately. No, Stone, you can't go. There are bad people on the island. We've all been eliminated. If they see you, they will hurt you. Stone shook his head. But Uncle needs help. Without Uncle, we would have died long ago. The two children looked at each other and said, "Let's go. Stone, you're the bravest here. You stay and protect them and we'll go find medicine." Stone's eyes were red and swollen. "Because I'm the bravest, I should go. If you go, the chance of bringing back medicine is even smaller. If I don't come back." "Don't go, Brother Stone," the other little ones cried, scared. "Please don't go, Brother Stone." Stone hugged them. "I have to go. Without Uncle, there's no us. We need to save Uncle. Brother Stone, we want Uncle too, and we want Brother Stone to come back." Inside the cave, everything was very sad and gloomy. Qin Huaijing watched from the dark corner for a long time, then cleared his throat. "I have medicine. Do you want some?" The sudden appearance of a stranger made the children in the cave feel very nervous. Stone shouted, "Protect Uncle." A group of children who had been crying immediately formed a line, standing in front of the unconscious man to protect him. Qin Huaijing noticed that the way these children acted was the same as the children training on the island. Thinking about what he had overheard, these children were probably also captured and trained, but then eliminated. He cleared his throat again, stepped out of the shadows, and showed his face. "You don't need to be afraid. I'm not a bad person." But seeing his face, the children, including Stone, became even more tense. Their faces showed hostility, and some looked hopeless. Some children started crying while defending themselves. "Brother Stone, we've been found," one of them whispered. "We're useless." "We're sorry, Uncle," another cried. "I don't want to die, and I don't want Uncle to die. I don't want my brothers to die," a third one sobbed. "Stop crying," Stone shouted loudly. "If we have to, we'll fight him. We won't die for nothing." "Yeah, let's fight." "Fight. Beat the bad guy." Qin Huaijing was speechless. "Hey, don't I look like a good person?" He just said a few words when the boy called Stone suddenly grabbed a big stone and rushed at him like a flying projectile. They immediately started fighting. The boy called Stone was very skilled, using simple but effective moves. Qin Huaijing didn't want to hurt him, so he was a bit at a loss. He had no choice but to use his ultimate weapon. Stone sensed that his opponent wasn't using all his strength and hesitated. Suddenly, he heard the screams of the other children. "Snakes. So many snakes, Brother Stone. There are so many snakes." Stone was startled and, due to a careless mistake, was captured by Qin Huaijing. He was furious. "Let me go." Qin Huaijing snorted coldly. "If I were a bad person, would I let you go?" "Stone." Qin Huaijing raised his hand and whistled, then raised his voice and scolded, "Disperse." The snakes inside the cave instantly retreated like a tide. The children were stunned, and Stone was also stunned. "Wow, that was so impressive." Qin Huaijing looked at the dazed children and asked, "If I say I'm not a bad person, do you believe me?" The children. Stone snorted softly. "If you let me go, I'll believe you." Qin Huaijing tilted his head and glanced at him, then released his grip. As soon as Stone was free, he swung his fist at Qin Huaijing, but he stopped halfway, because a big snake was coiled on Qin Huaijing's shoulder. The snake's head was upright, hissing and flicking its tongue, with cold, piercing eyes staring at him. "Stone." He slowly retracted his hand. "I believe you." "Heh," Qin Huaijing said, reaching out to touch the snake's head. "Go play." The big snake obediently slid down and quickly swam into the dark cave. Stone swallowed hard. The other children also swallowed hard. "Oh my, that was so scary." Qin Huaijing looked at the stunned Stone and asked, "Do you want medicine or not?" Stone, who was originally quite afraid of this snake-playing kid, especially since he appeared suddenly, was a little less afraid now. After all, if this person really wanted to hurt them, he could have let those snakes bite them, right? Thinking of his unconscious uncle, Stone bravely said, "Yes." Qin Huaijing raised an eyebrow. "Then why don't you take me to see how he's doing?" Stone took a deep breath. Follow me. He turned around and led Qin Huijing toward the man. The children surrounding the man looked at them nervously. Brother Stone? Let him see. If he wanted to hurt us, he wouldn't need to show up. Stone admitted defeat. The other children looked at each other and obediently made way. Qin Huijing stepped closer and saw the man the children mentioned. He was extremely thin, with a face so gaunt it was sunken. From afar, he looked pale and thin, but up close, his face was flushed with abnormal redness, clearly caused by a high fever. Qin Huijing didn't delay. He immediately took out fever medicine, then pinched the man's jaw to open his mouth. Stone helped lift his head. Stone saw Qin Huijing easily get Uncle to speak, and his eyes lit up. He immediately followed Qin Huijing's instructions to lift Uncle's head higher. Qin Huijing dissolved the fever medicine into a small bamboo tube, which still contained half of the spiritual spring water. The man's breath was very weak, and without extra nourishment, the medicine might not work well. He then handed the bamboo tube to the man's mouth, feeding him small sips until he finished most of the water, then stopped. After drinking the water and medicine, the man's face looked a little better. The little kid nearby was very happy to see the man able to drink water. Uncle can drink now. Uncle won't die. With the medicine, Uncle can survive. Uncle is so strong, he will be fine. The children happily gathered around the man, each wanting him to see them first when he wakes up. Qin Huijing watched this scene carefully, then looked closely at the man. Maybe it was just his imagination, but even though the man was very thin, he looked somewhat familiar. At this moment, Qin Huijing saw a wooden tag hanging from the man's waist. As he looked, his eyes widened because he recognized the wooden tag. He had seen it before. Qin Huijing quickly snatched the wooden tag from the man's waist. Stone was very anxious. Why are you taking my things? Give it back to me. Qin Huijing dodged and pulled out the wooden tag hanging from his chest red string, placing it together with the one in his hand. Stone came over intending to take the wooden tag back, but seeing Qin Huijing's action and the other wooden tag in his hand, he was surprised. Hey, you also have Uncle's wooden tag? Did Uncle also save you? Qin Huijing was stunned. You mean this wooden tag was given to you by Uncle? Stone nodded. Yes. Uncle made it himself and gave it to me. Other children also nodded in agreement. Seeing Qin Huijing truly taking out medicine to save Uncle, the children's hostility disappeared. Now that they saw he also had an identical wooden tag, they felt even closer to him. They took out their own wooden tags and showed them to Qin Huijing. Look, I have one too. I have one too. Me too. Mine is the newest and best looking. The children held up their wooden tags like proud treasures, showing them to Qin Huijing one by one. Qin Huijing carefully looked at each one, noticing small differences on each wooden tag, but most looked very similar. However, these wooden tags were given to him by Sister Dan Luo, who said her father personally made them for her. Now, the wooden tags in the children's hands are also handmade by this man.
Could it be?
But that doesn't seem right. Sister Donlu's father has already sacrificed himself, hasn't he? Qin Huijing frowned. Did this uncle make these wooden tags for you? Stone nodded. Every time this uncle saves a child, he carves a wooden tag for them. He says that if we ever get a chance to escape, we should hang the tag around our necks to show. If there's no chance, these... He choked up a little. These are our identity tags. Identity tags. It's a habit among soldiers. As for showing them after escaping, maybe he hopes someone will see them? He hopes that the people who see the tags are Sister Donlu and the others? Qin Huijing suppressed a surprise and looked down at the man again. He saw that the man was covered in wounds, both old and new. One especially gruesome, jagged wound on his thigh was rotting, looking very frightening. Seeing Qin Huijing staring at the wound, Stone's eyes turned red. Uncle's wound was almost healed, but he fell into dirty water while saving me, and it got worse. Qin Huijing nodded. Don't cry. Uncle has an infection. We need to clean the dead tissue, or the wound will get worse.
Clean it?
Stone hesitated, along with a few children.
We don't know how. Can you do it?
Qin Huaijing hesitated. Even if I don't know, I have to learn. Luckily, I learned some first aid to take care of my grandparents. Also, when he entered, he carried a bamboo basket on his back, which made it easier to hide what he had. He took out a small knife from the basket. He felt that alcohol wasn't as good as spiritual spring water, so he pretended to take out another bamboo tube, sterilized it with spiritual spring water, and then cut away the rotting flesh from the man's thigh piece by piece. The other children were terrified but still stared with wide eyes, feeling both pity and guilt, yet no one backed away. Qin Huaijing thought to himself that this uncle didn't seem to be a bad person. After removing the rotten flesh, he cleaned the wound and applied medicine before bandaging it. Then he checked the other wounds. He found that the wounds between the man's hands and elbows were especially serious. Flesh was torn, and there were both new and old injuries layered together. Seeing Qin Huaijing keep staring at the man's hands and elbows, Stone's eyes turned red again. Uncle can't walk anymore. He relies on his hands to move. Qin Huaijing was shocked. What do you mean? Stone suppressed his tears. Uncle said a bullet got stuck in his waist and couldn't be taken out, so he can't stand up. Qin Huaijing was very surprised. He quickly and quietly lifted the man's worn-out clothes and gently turned him on his side. Sure enough, he found a wound just below the man's waist, and it had already healed. Then he found 4 other similar wounds on different parts of the man's body. All 4 wounds were on the front and showed cuts from blades. Clearly, these were injuries the man had left while trying to save himself, but the bullet behind his back was beyond his control. Qin Huaijing was extremely shocked. This man had been shot 5 times, with 1 bullet limiting his movement, and his thigh was badly bitten by a shark. How did he survive? He asked in disbelief. When you saw him, was he like this? Everyone nodded, and Qin Huaijing's heart was pounding. Did he tell you how he came to the island? Did he come down from above? Stone shook his head. Uncle didn't say how he got here, but he definitely didn't come down from above, because he doesn't know what's up there. There are bad people up there, or maybe we told him. The children all nodded. The youngest raised his hand and pointed to the man's thigh. I was the first to be rescued by Uncle. When Uncle saved me, there was still blood coming from that wound. The others also reported when they were rescued. Qin Huaijing counted. Every 10 days, 1 or 2 children were eliminated. The first child rescued was abandoned 2 months ago. He said that when he was rescued, the man's wound was still bleeding. This meant the man's injury was recent. And Sister Danlua's father seemed to have died more than 2 months ago. Plus that wooden tag. Qin Huaijing's heart beat faster and faster. A terrifying yet exciting idea appeared in his mind. If his guess was correct, Grandma Shan and Sister Danlua would be very happy if they found out. No, he must bring Uncle back safely. Thinking of this, Qin Huaijing gave the man several sips of pure spiritual spring water. Seeing the unusual redness on his face fade almost completely, he felt a little relieved. Then he took out food from the bamboo basket to prepare a meal. Uncle was so thin and exhausted. He wanted to fatten him up, or Grandma Shan and Sister Danlua would feel sad when they saw him. The other children watched eagerly as Qin Huaijing took out rice and flour from the basket, their eyes wide, and they desperately swallowed their saliva. Stone frowned. Who exactly are you? Where are you from? Why are you carrying so many things? Qin Huaijing sincerely wanted to contact the man who seemed to be Danluo's father. Naturally, he didn't hide his identity to avoid unnecessary conflict. He straightforwardly said, "My name is Qin Huaijing. I went out to sea this time to help the Jin City police catch child abductors. During the arrest, something went wrong, but luckily I found this island and swam here. As for these, I stole them from the island's granary." Helping the police with their case? He didn't seem much older than them. Sure too, and the other 2 older children looked at each other, unsure whether to believe him. Sure too asked, "Where did you swim from?" "This island is watched by people. It's impossible to swim here." Qin Huaijing raised an eyebrow. "Who said there are always people watching? The shark group isn't watched at all. I swam over from there."
What?
Sure too, and the other children stared at him in shock. You swam past the shark group? How is that possible? Why not? Qin Huaijing said calmly. I'm naturally good with animals and luckily, the sharks didn't bite me. So I swam over. Sure too, and the children immediately remembered the snake group earlier and started swallowing nervously. Oh my, this brother is so scary and impressive. Not only does he play with snakes, but he also keeps sharks from biting him. Sure too's eyes lit up. Then can you take us out swimming? Qin Huaijing rolled his eyes. You're a bit slow. After swimming out, what then? No boat, no tools. Do you want to die at sea? Sure too hesitated, but didn't give up. Then let's steal a boat. I know where their boats are docked. I saw the places from afar when I was looking for food. Oh. Qin Huaijing asked, can you guys operate a boat? Sure too. Qin Huaijing shrugged. I can't either. A group of little kids rowing boats in the vast endless sea. Such a scene was too beautiful for him to imagine. Sure too immediately felt discouraged. He thought they had found a savior, but it turned out they were just as trapped on the island. The other children also looked a bit gloomy. Qin Huaijing saw this and slightly curved his lips. When there's a will, there's a way. For now, let's cook something to eat. He looked around the cave and found there were no utensils for hot food. He frowned. What do you usually eat? Sure too took out the sea fish he had brought back earlier. We eat this. The other two took out some shrimp and shells. And this. Qin Huaijing said, raw fish? And only a little? So many of you are eating it? Sure too nodded. Uncle said cooking with fire would produce smoke, which might attract attention. So we never fire cooked. We only eat raw fish and shrimp. After Uncle got sick, the seawater kept receding. We didn't dare go into the water, afraid of sharks. The fish and shrimp we catch are getting fewer. Today, we only caught one. Qin Huaijing looked at these thin, bony children and felt very sad. Such a small amount of food isn't enough, and Uncle's condition makes it impossible for him to eat this. If he had arrived a day or two later, or if he hadn't come to this island at all, Uncle and the children here might never have escaped. Thinking of this, Qin Huaijing felt a wave of fear. He took a deep breath and handed a small knife to Sure too. Can you slice fish?
Sure too nodded, yes.
Uncle taught me how. Then slice the fish into thin pieces. Wash the shrimp and that shell thing. Qin Huaijing pointed at the shell he couldn't name, and bring them to me. Sure too looked confused. What do you want to do? Qin Huaijing said, I want to make seafood porridge. The children's eyes widened in surprise. Porridge? Seafood porridge? Was that really what they thought? While they were stunned, Qin Huaijing turned to his bamboo basket, pretending to search inside, but actually pulling out 2 large enamel bowls, a big aluminum lunchbox, and 3 bottles of alcohol from his space. He started tinkering with the alcohol bottles, planning to make a simple alcohol stove. Seeing the children staring at him, he said, We can't light a fire, so we'll use alcohol to cook. As long as we don't use wood or firewood, there won't be much smoke. It would take a lot of alcohol, but haha, his little green friends had already found the island's resource stash. Tonight, he could go loot and share the wealth. Sure too, and the children's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it was true. An hour later, the seafood porridge was ready. The children, smelling the aroma, drooled eagerly. But even though they were starving, they all insisted that Uncle should eat first. Qin Huaijing once again thought how lucky he was to have saved the right person. Uncle has injuries and can't eat this. You eat first. I'll cook something else for Uncle. He prepared a simple white rice porridge made with spiritual spring water, which was much more nutritious than this. Just as he was about to serve the food, he suddenly felt an intense, sharp gaze on his back, making his spine tingle. He quickly turned around and faced a pair of striking yet fierce eyes. The man who had just been feverish and unresponsive suddenly woke up. He was now supporting himself with his hands and coldly staring at him. Qin Huaijing was surprised. He thought this uncle would sleep for at least 2 more hours. His will to survive was really strong. The man looked at Qin Huaijing with a very cold and fierce expression.
Who are you?
Noticing the man's hostility, Qin Huijing hesitated for a second, then smiled. Uncle, I am Qin Huijing from the Streamside village. You look very much like my friend, Sister Luo. The man was stunned. His sharp and hostile look deepened. You say you come from Streamside village? Seeing that Qin Huijing was close to other children, his expression softened a bit. He spoke calmly, come closer, let's talk. Qin Huijing was not foolish. He immediately saw that the uncle's hostility grew even more when he heard his family name. I won't go over. Uncle, I feel like you're suspicious of me.
Why?
The man's eyes turned cold. Shirtu, take the children outside. Shirtu didn't understand why the atmosphere suddenly became so tense, but he obediently followed his uncle's instructions, leading the others outside the cave. Qin Huijing didn't stop him and simply watched calmly. Shirtu was the last to leave the cave, and he looked inside with some worry. Uncle, this brother isn't a bad person. He saved you, and he also helped treat your wound. The man looked down at himself, his fierce expression unchanged. Shirtu thought for a moment and then said, Uncle, he has a wooden badge like ours. The man was stunned. His gaze shot at Qin Huijing like cold lightning. What wooden badge? Qin Huijing obediently took out the wooden badge and stepped into a brighter spot, so he could see clearly. When the man saw the badge, he suddenly erupted. He supported himself with his hands, leapt into the air, and grabbed something in midair, then lunged straight at Qin Huijing. Before Qin Huijing could react, he was grabbed by the neck and pushed to the ground. The man snatched the wooden badge and held Qin Huijing's neck tightly with one hand, his eyes bloodshot. You dare to hurt my family? Qin Huijing was stunned. He realized this man was indeed Shan Heping, the father of Dan Luo, who had sacrificed 2 months ago. He also understood that his own situation was not simple. He held Shan Heping's hands tightly and struggled to speak. Uncle Shan, my name is Qin Huijing. My grandfather is Qin Zheng, who lives in the cattle shed with Grandpa Hai. Grandpa Hai is Grandpa Hiliancheng. Secretary Yan asked him to help hide Grandpa Hai's whereabouts before the incident. Shan Heping was stunned. The hand that was choking him loosened a little. Are you General Qin's grandson? Cough, cough, cough. Qin Huijing coughed several times, finally catching his breath. He nodded quickly. Yes, Uncle Shan, I am really not your enemy. I came to the island by accident, and meeting you was also an accident. Shan Heping looked at him for several seconds before finally releasing his grip on his neck.
Sorry.
After saying that, he supported himself with one hand, turned to the side, then used both hands to sit up on the ground. Qin Huijing saw how hard he was working and didn't lie down. He sighed silently, said nothing, and ran to the side to pick up a large rock, placing it behind him. Uncle, leaning against this will be more comfortable. Shan Heping looked at his hands. You are very strong. You could have pushed me away just now. Qin Huijing shook his head. I could push you away, but that would hurt you. You are Grandma Shin's son, Danlua's father, and Aunt Sue's husband. I can't hurt you. Shan Heping was surprised. You get along well with them? Yes, Qin Huijing nodded seriously. Before I left, Grandma Shin said I was old Shin's child. After saying that, he reached into a bamboo basket, took out some items, and helped Shan Heping treat his wound. Once finished, he put on a serious face and scolded him. Uncle Shan, don't move around in the future. Rest well, and take care of your injury. I will take care of you for Dan Luo. When the time comes, I will take you home. Go home? Shan Heping's eyes slightly reddened, and his voice was faint with a hint of choking. I'm afraid I can't go back. Qin Huijing was confident.
No, uncle.
I can save you. Even if I can't cure you, Grandpa Hai is here. He's a divine doctor.
He will heal you.
No, you don't understand. Shan Heping shook his head. His thin but handsome face showed a very serious expression. If I go back now, I will bring disaster to them. Uncle, have you really gotten into trouble? Qin Huijing frowned. But even if you don't go back, the Shun family has endless problems. Shan Heping was surprised. What do you mean? Qin Huijing took out a special lunchbox with porridge he prepared for Shan Heping. Uncle, eat first. I'll tell you while you eat. A lot has happened to the Shan family recently, and I can't finish telling you all at once. Then he carried out 2 large porcelain bowls of seafood porridge for the people outside on the rocks. The children on the rocks waited anxiously. When they saw Qin Huijing leave normally, they finally relaxed and gathered around eagerly. What happened? What did Uncle say to you? Uncle, how is he doing? Shan Heping heard inside and raised his voice. I'm fine. You all eat first. The children, including Stone, heard this and happily started eating. Qin Huijing brought his own portion and sat next to Shan Heping. Shan Heping looked at the seafood porridge in his hand and then at the steaming rice box he held. He carefully examined the surprisingly beautiful little boy in front of him and said, You are very impressive. Qin Huijing smiled. Dian Luo's sister is also very impressive. The Shan family members are all very capable. Uncle, you are also very impressive. Shan Heping was suspicious. His daughter is impressive? The Shan family is impressive? Where does this come from? Noticing his doubt, Qin Huijing directly explained. Uncle Shan Si divorced his wife because she stole all his money, and her family's brother is a perverted murderer. Dian Luo's sister and Grandma Shan and Uncle Shan Si went to ask for money and accidentally revealed this. Shan Heping. Also, Grandma Shan divorced Jiang Huisheng because he lied about marrying old lady Shan. The former Uncle Shan Si still calls him cousin, so he also helped the Li family cheat Uncle Shan Si. Grandma Shan just divorced him on the spot. Shan Heping. Oh, and there's more. Shan Heping raised his hand. Wait a moment. Let me breathe first. He took 3 deep breaths, feeling mentally prepared enough. With difficulty, he said, Go on. Qin Huijing looked at him. The second uncle used to be fake. The real second uncle was swapped by Jiang Huisheng with his old lover when he was young. The second uncle suffered a lot there and only recently found his way back. Shan Heping. Fortunately, Shan Heping was a soldier trained in the army, so he was quicker to stay calm than most people. After calming down, he quickly realized something was wrong. My dad. Jiang Huisheng has a problem. Qin Huijing looked at him. Yes, I and Dian Luo's sister both think so. Jiang Huisheng was previously detained at the county police station. Dan Luo and I planned to catch him, but unexpectedly saw him cut off Wang Zhuang's tongue. Wang Zhuang is the man he married and was his lover. Jiang Huisheng obviously has some secrets. Shan Heping stared at him. What do you and Dan Luo plan to do? Qin Huijing. Catch him and bite him. Shan Heping. I need to go home. If I don't, it feels like my daughter will fly away. Shan Heping took a deep breath, buried his head in a bowl of porridge and finished eating. Afterward, he handed the lunchbox to Qin Huijing and said, Sorry to trouble you. I need to rest and regain my strength. Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Qin Huijing thought, It seems like he unintentionally sparked Uncle Shan's fighting spirit. He also wanted to ask who they were referring to when Shan Heping mentioned they, and wondered how Uncle Shan ended up in such a situation. Shan Heping was very weak. Given his condition, he couldn't really wake up. Probably, he was worried about the children here, so when he sensed someone was nearby, he forced himself to stay awake. Now that the alarm was off and he had hope in his heart, he almost fell asleep with his eyes closed. Qin Huijing looked at him for a while, then took a piece of clothing to cushion his head. He went outside to eat his own portion. After finishing, he waved at the stone figure holding a large enamel cup and beckoned, Come here. Tell me what's going on upstairs. The basic terrain and personnel distribution had already been checked by Xiaolu. Besides the children, there were over 100 adults on the island, both men and women, all under strict guard. The island's terrain was easy to defend but hard to attack. Even if Su Gong'an and the others came, they probably couldn't get in. They might be destroyed before they even got close. Because all 3 sides of the island had watchtowers, and there were gun emplacements on top. So, the only way was to destroy it from inside. And he was inside now. If he didn't do something, he would really feel he hadn't made the trip worthwhile. Stone had trusted him from the start. Now that he saw their guardian uncle also trusted him, he naturally told everything he knew. We were all kidnapped from different places. Then someone brought us here for various training. Every 10 days, there's an assessment. If we don't meet the standards, we get eliminated. Qin Huijing frowned. What exactly do you mean by not meeting the standards? Your ages vary, and practicing martial arts takes time. Eliminating people this way doesn't seem fair. Stone shook his head. It's not about that. It's about our thoughts. If someone's thoughts aren't aligned after 3 months here, they get eliminated. Qin Huijing's brow furrowed. Does this mean there's a specific idea they're trying to instill? Stone nodded.
Yes.
Within 3 months, if you're not loyal to them, you'll be eliminated. Qin Huijing's heart tightened. So, you mean all the children left upstairs have been brainwashed? There are over 400 children.
The stone nodded sadly.
Besides the newcomers, the other children no longer look the same.
They're very scary now.
In other words, including adults, they have over 500 enemies because those children are now part of the enemies. Qin Huijing felt a bit relieved that he met Shirtu and the others first. If he had encountered those children first, he probably would have been in trouble. But with so many people, his weak fighting ability made it impossible to handle. The most effective method Qin Huijing could think of was using snake venom, so he called back all the poisonous snakes. Shan Heping was awakened by the crying sounds of children. Ugh, so scary. Brother Huijing, can't you go outside and deal with it? No, snakes don't like bright places. Don't worry, they won't bite you. Ugh, but they keep staring at us. It's so frightening. If you don't look at them, it won't bother you. The more excited you are, the higher your body temperature, and the more they like to stare. If you look at them, they won't stare at Uncle. Shan Heping. He cleared his throat, leaned on a nearby rock, and sat down. When he turned his head, he saw a green snake tilting its head to look at him. Behind that snake, there were countless others, almost covering the entire cave. Shan Heping. He bravely turned his head to look at the boy sitting among the snake group. What are you doing? What's going on with these snakes? Qin Huijing looked up. Uncle, you're awake. Don't be afraid. I will drive the snakes away. They won't bite. I'm collecting snake venom to make poison for tonight. Shan Heping. He honestly asked, did Dan Luo do this kind of thing? Qin Huijing shook his head. No way. Sister Dan Luo is very afraid of snakes. Shan Heping let out a sigh of relief. But before he could finish, Qin Huijing said again, Sister Dan Luo only likes fighting and scolding, especially using a broom to hit people. She's quite fierce. Now everyone in the village, men and women, old and young, are afraid of her. Shan Heping. His daughter is obviously gentle and loves to be spoiled. Who is this little village bully who can fight and scold? On a dark, windy night, when people are killing and setting fires. Around 3 a.m., Qin Huijing quietly approached the nearest cannon to Shark Bend. With a quick thought, countless snakes immediately slithered up the watchtower. The guards on the tower were exhausted and a bit dazed. When they saw the snakes swarm, it was already too late. They wanted to fire their guns to warn others, but suddenly, their guns disappeared. The guard was so frightened that he lost his soul and spirit. He wanted to shout loudly, but as he opened his mouth, a thick snake slithered in and prevented him from making a sound. Next, countless snakes wrapped around him, turning him into a snake person. After struggling for a few seconds, he stopped making any noise. Qin Huijing stood below the watchtower. After confirming the man's situation, he immediately followed the same method and took down the other 2 watchtowers. An hour later, he arrived at the island's training base. The guards there looked just as exhausted and sluggish as those at the previous 3 watchtowers. They had no energy or alertness like during the day. Qin Huijing thought to himself that Uncle Shan's words were indeed true. He had planned to act around midnight, but after Uncle Shan heard his plan, he advised him to wait 3 more hours, saying it would be more effective. Seeing the current situation along the way, Qin Huijing couldn't help but feel that experience really makes a difference. However, because there were many people here, he couldn't use the skill of attacking with a swarm of snakes. These people were not ordinary. A few snakes might handle 1 or 2 or even a dozen, but dealing with hundreds of such people would be like sending food to them. These little snake helpers had been with him for a long time and had developed some feelings. He didn't want to see them sacrificed, so he decided to let them deliver poison instead. Qin Huijing moved his mind, and countless small green snakes appeared around him. Each tiny snake had a cloth wrapped around its head.
Go, wash in the water they drink.
The little snakes responded and went. One by one, the snakes silently slipped past the tired guards, swimming into the base and into the water storage tanks used for drinking water. They swam and swam inside, and the poison from the cloth slowly seeped into the water. Meanwhile, Qin Huijing had already used the safest route discovered by the little green snakes to sneak into the warehouse, quietly collecting everything inside. Whether it was medicine, grain, or other miscellaneous items, he took it all. While collecting, he unexpectedly found the ammunition depot. The people here had combined some ammunition and daily necessities like grain, which was very clever.
Qin Huijing was amused.
He decided to take most of the ammunition, leaving some kerosene and explosives as fire starters, and evenly distributed them into each warehouse. Since he didn't need to get close to the items to take them, as long as he had control over the snakes or animals inside, it was enough. And he had plenty of snake helpers. Therefore, the guards watching the warehouses didn't realize that their storage had already been emptied. After collecting the items, Qin Huijing waited a moment to ensure that all the other snake subordinates near the water reservoir had safely evacuated. Then he moved to the back of the warehouse to carry out the most important step, setting the fire. At this time, a few guards in front were very tired, so they gathered around the grain warehouse to smoke and refresh themselves. While smoking, someone sniffed and said, "Doesn't the smoke seem pretty strong today? It smells quite heavy." Others also took deep breaths and said, "Yes, it does smell strong. Strange, I don't remember it smelling like this yesterday." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind them, and a wave of heat almost blew them away. They turned around and saw their faces turn pale. "It's bad." The warehouse exploded. As soon as they said that, another warehouse nearby was engulfed in flames, followed by 3, 4, 5 more. Before they could react, a whole row of warehouses was surrounded by fire. They were so scared their legs went weak. "Help! Fire!
Fire!"
Others quickly responded, shouting, "It's on fire! Hurry and come help!" The explosion was so loud that everyone nearby could hear it. Adults and children alike rushed over to help put out the fire. By then, Qin Huijing had changed into a child's training uniform and smoothly blended into the crowd. With so many people and chaos, no one paid attention to him. He quietly slipped inside the base and stole ammunition. Yes, he stole ammunition. To be safe, he didn't touch the guns or anything else. But can guns without bullets still be called guns? He also took some important-looking documents. After finishing all this, he smeared dirt on his face and eagerly went to fetch water for his friends. Running around to extinguish the fire made everyone thirsty. So, each exhausted firefighter drank the water Qin Huijing brought. The warehouses stored all their food supplies and medicines, making them very important. Almost everyone participated in fighting the fire. This also meant that nearly everyone drank the water that the little green ones had swum through. The temperature at the fire scene was very high, and they kept running, so their blood was flowing fast. Many people soon started feeling unwell. Finally, someone realized something was wrong.
No.
The water is poisonous. Don't drink it. A few who hadn't yet drunk the water saw their fallen comrades and immediately warned cautiously, "Watch out. Enemy attack. Enemy attack." Just after shouting, they suddenly heard strange sounds behind them. They turned around and saw a swarm of snakes rushing toward them. Ah, snakes. Snakes.
Ah.
On the sea surface, inside a large patrol ship, Su Kai was awakened by someone shaking him. "Captain Su, just now another ship reported an explosion on an island 20 nautical miles away from us. The captain asks if you want to go see it?" Su Kai jolted upright and said, "Let's go." The patrol ship changed course and sped toward the island at the fastest possible speed at night. An hour and a half later, the patrol ship successfully approached the island. Earlier, Qin Huijing had used too much fire accelerant when setting the fire. Even after more than an hour, the fire was still burning and had spread to the base rest area. Because of this, the whole island was still very noticeable even in the fading daylight. However, the captain of the patrol ship ordered the ship to stop. Su Kai was confused.
Why?
This island is suspicious, the captain said, handing him binoculars. Look, it has a watchtower. Su Kai took the binoculars and saw that, indeed, there was a watchtower in that direction. The captain instructed the helmsman, bring the ship outside the safe distance and circle the island. Yes. Then the captain told the liaison officer, contact the higher authorities. We've found a suspicious island. Request fire support. Yes. The patrol ship quickly circled the island and soon found 3 watchtowers. Su Kai looked suspiciously. Captain, don't you think it's strange? Normally, our ship should be within their line of sight, but they haven't reacted at all. The captain nodded. It's suspicious, but before support arrives, I don't support taking reckless action. Su Kai felt a bit anxious. He had a feeling that Qin Huijing, that kid, was definitely on that island. On the island, Stones and a few children were anxiously waiting for Qin Huijing to return. They also noticed the patrol ship suddenly approaching, and then quickly moving away. Stone turned and ran into a cave. Uncle, I just saw a big ship. It's different from the ships that usually come ashore. A big ship? Shan Heping quickly sat up. What kind of big ship? Stone, tell me. Stone hurriedly described the shape of the ship. Shan Heping had a guess and excitedly held Stone's hand. Stone, does the ship have our national flag flying on it? Yes. Stone slapped his forehead. That's why I felt something was different. It turns out that ship was flying a big national flag. So impressive. So mighty. That is our country's patrol boat. Shan Heping's face showed a smile. Then he took the paper and pen left by Qin Huijing. He quickly wrote a series of words and codes on the paper. After finishing, he handed it to Shirtu. Go upstairs and check the situation. If your brother Huijing's plan works and he finds the communication room, follow my instructions to adjust the machine inside. I've written all the details on the paper. Try it. Shirtu nodded. I'll go right now.
Wait.
Shan Heping called him back. If it really is a patrol boat, don't mention my existence to your brother Huijing first. Shirtu was a bit surprised, but obediently didn't ask more. He turned and left the cave. This was Shida's first time climbing up from the cave below, and also his first attempt to return to that frightening base after being thrown down. He was very nervous at first, but as he got closer and saw the ruined base with broken walls and ruins, his nervousness turned into confusion. He opened his mouth, staring in disbelief at the half-burned base and the people on the ground foaming at the mouth. Those who once caused him terrifying memories were now falling to the ground one by one, fragile like lambs ready for slaughter. Shida's worldview was shattered like never before. Was all this done by just his brother Huijing alone? How could he be so powerful? No wonder, when Huijing set out early in the morning, he wanted to go help, but Huijing rejected him coldly. Huijing really is so strong that he doesn't need him. Shida's little heart was pounding. He also wanted to become as strong as Huijing. Shirtu, what are you doing here? Qin Huijing, who came out after hearing the reports from the little snakes, saw Shirtu standing foolishly in front of the firelight. He suspiciously kicked him. After kicking, he felt a bit embarrassed to look at Shirtu. Well, after being with Sister Danluo for a long time, he had been influenced. He used to never do such things. But Shirtu didn't mind at all. He even thought Qin Huijing's actions were very close and friendly. He had already decided that from now on, Qin Huijing would be his big brother. Yes. Shirtu handed the few sheets of paper to Qin Huijing. Brother Huijing, Uncle Shin asked me to give this to you. Qin Huijing took the papers and turned to run inside. On the patrol boat, Su Kai was arguing with the captain because he wanted to go alone on a small boat to the island, but the captain refused. They were still arguing. The liaison officer shouted from the other side, Captain Su, stop arguing. The island has sent a communication request. Should we connect? The captain glared at Su Kai.
Connect.
The liaison immediately tuned to the appropriate communication band, and a clear, crisp voice came through. Hello, my name is Qin Huijing. Are you the patrol boat from Flower Country? Su Kai was stunned when he heard this. The captain also looked surprised. Captain Su, is the child you're looking for named Qin Huijing?
Yes.
Su Kai pushed past him and hurried over to the liaison. Huijing, it's me. I'm your uncle, Su Kai. You little rascal, I knew you were safe. Qin Huijing was also surprised. He didn't expect to hear Su En's voice. He quickly responded.
Uncle Su, I'm fine.
I'm on the island. There are many kidnapped children here, and a training base. Come up quickly. Su Kai was confused. Children a training base? What does that mean? Is the heavens sending him to take credit again? Seeing him silent for a while, the captain pushed him aside. Hello, Comrade Qin. I am the captain of the patrol boat. We found 3 gun emplacements on the island, and it's hard to get close. Oh, it's okay. The people on the gun emplacements are already unconscious. The captain. And everyone here has already been controlled. Don't worry, you can come up now. The captain. Su Kai immediately understood what was happening and burst into laughter. You little guy, you're amazing. The captain looked confused. Do you believe him? He's still just a kid.
Wookie smiled mysteriously.
You think that because you don't know what he's capable of. Half an hour later, Su Kai led his team onto the island. First, they checked a few gun emplacements. Inside, the people were foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground. Su Kai's team looked at each other in surprise. Did that kid do this? Probably, Su Kai chuckled. Otherwise, do you think I would just pick any kid for a mission? Just then, a group of little kids ran toward them. Are you Uncle Su Kai? Brother Huijing asked us to come pick you up. Su Kai immediately stepped forward. That's me. A small kid tilted his head and looked at him for a second, confirming that he matched the description of Qin Lauda from his family. He waved his tiny hand. Follow me. Then he waved again. Qin family army, follow us. The little kids responded loudly, yes, and then turned in neat formation to follow.
Wookie.
The people following Su Kai. A group of adults looked at each other in silence and followed after them, speechless. When they finally reached the base and saw hundreds of adults and children lying on the ground, unable to get up, even though they were mentally prepared, Su Kai and his team were still shocked. Especially Su Kai, who thought there would be only a few dozen people, including children and adults. He never expected there to be not just dozens, but hundreds of people here. Suddenly, he regretted having praised Qin Huijing so openly in front of these people earlier. Su Kai told the others to go work and contact the patrol boats to report what had happened. Then, taking advantage of no one paying attention, he grabbed a stone and asked, "Did you all do this?" Stone hesitated a moment and said, "I wanted to do it, but old Qin didn't give us the chance." All of this was done by old Qin alone. Isn't he amazing? Su Kai was speechless. Yes, he's so amazing, he could almost fly. His face darkened. From now on, when you're outside, just say that all this was done by your group together, and you just got lucky by stumbling upon it. Never say it was just your leader who did it. Stone blinked, confused.
Why?
Because if you say that, it might cause trouble for your leader, Su Kai explained. Stone frowned. Really? I should ask my uncle first. Your uncle? Su Kai looked suspicious. What uncle? Stone remembered his uncle's orders and quickly covered his mouth, refusing to speak. At this moment, Qin Huijing was busy restoring the data room and armory. He kept these things because they were evidence, but storing them was just to keep the proof of their crimes. Now that Su Kai and his team had arrived, it was perfect for them to take everything. As for the items in the warehouses, he simply accepted them. The warehouses had been burned down, so they wouldn't notice anything missing. When he received a message from Little Snake, he immediately went outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Su Kai pulling Stone aside and talking. He called out, "Uncle Su?" Su Kai heard this, released Stone, and dismissed him, then turned to look at Qin Huijing. Faced with Su Kai's complicated expression, Qin Huijing tilted his head.
Unso su?
Su Kai sighed, stepped forward, and patted his head. You're quite capable, kid. But after today, don't say you did all this alone. I've already told your little follower. A tall tree attracts the wind. Being outstanding is good, but being too outstanding can be a problem. This kid was too capable, yet he had such a background that Su Kai was worried he couldn't protect him. Qin Huijing nodded. I understand, Uncle Su. He had been planning to say so, but hadn't gotten the chance yet. Seeing how obedient, sensible, and resourceful Qin Huijing was, Su Kai felt very reassured. Tell me everything about what happened carefully. Qin Huijing then recounted what happened after he arrived on the island. Finally, he paused and asked, Uncle Su, can we trust the people you brought?
Wukifrovned.
They were sent by Director Tan to find us. I don't know them well. Whether they are trustworthy depends on what matters. In other words, they can be trusted but not completely. Qin Huijing understood. Uncle Su, I will take you to meet someone first. He then led Su Kai to Shark Bend. Looking at the large group of sharks below the cliff, Su Kai's face turned pale. Why are we here? Qin Huijing said seriously, Stone and the others are kids who failed the test because they refused to be brainwashed and assimilated. After they are eliminated, they are thrown into this shark-filled bend and fed to the sharks. Su Kai's expression darkened. He cursed these people as worse than animals. But then he was curious. How did they survive? Not on their own. Qin Huijing showed respect. An uncle saved them. An uncle? Su Kai remembered the person Stone refused to talk about earlier, full of curiosity. Who was that person? Uncle Su, come with me. Qin Huijing slid down the rope. Seeing this, Su Kai followed. After some trouble, they arrived at a cave where Shan Heping was. Seeing Shan Heping's face, Su Kai was stunned. Why does he look so much like the Shin family members? Shan Heping frowned as he looked at Qin Huijing. Didn't I tell you that my situation is better kept from outsiders? Uncle Shin, this is Uncle Su Kai from the W County Police, Qin Huijing said, pulling Su Kai closer. Uncle Su is trustworthy. The Shin family's matters are being handled with Uncle Su's help. I think you can try to trust him. Your situation is special. I alone can't get you out without causing a disturbance. In short, Uncle Shin, he's just my tool. Please don't cause trouble. Shan Heping. Su Kai looked at Shan Heping, then at Qin Huijing. You call him Uncle Shin?
Who exactly is he?
Qin Huijing looked at Shan Heping, letting him decide. Shan Heping hesitated for 2 seconds, then looked at Su Kai.
Hello, Gomatsu.
I am Shan Heping.
Wuki.
Burp, who do you say you are? Burp. Su Kai was startled and hiccuped. He looked at the man lying half-sitting on the ground, thin and battered, feeling shocked. Shan Heping looked at him calmly and once again firmly stated, I am Shan Heping. Su Kai. But hasn't Shan Heping already sacrificed himself? And it's been over 2 months since then.
Could it be?
A faint cold light appeared on Shan Heping's face. Please forgive me for not being able to say much about this. In short, I am Shan Heping. I am not dead, but I have indeed sacrificed myself. Su Kai was not stupid. He immediately realized there was something suspicious about Shan Heping's sacrifice. He furrowed his brows and looked at the man in front of him for a long time. No matter how he looked at it, this man had the distinctive features of the Shin family. When he said he was Shan Heping, Su Kai believed him about 70%. Just one person, especially a soldier coming back to life, and there was something strange about it. Qin Huijing walked over. Uncle Su, Uncle Shin really is Sister Danluo's father. Trust me, if Sister Danluo finds out that Uncle Su saved her father, she will definitely repay you someday. Su Kai raised his hand and gave her a light slap. Shut up. What do you think of your Uncle Su? Do I need a little girl like her to thank me? He looked down at Shan Heping. According to your meaning, you probably can't reveal yourself now. How do you want me to help you? Shan Heping looked at him. Comrade Su, I want to go home. Can you please send me back? Su Kai was confused. In your situation, Aren't you worried about causing trouble for your family if you go back? Before he finished, Qin Huijing said, Does Sister Danluo's family worry about trouble? Besides, even if there is trouble, they're not afraid. Sister Danluo and Grandma Shen are so powerful. Hearing this, Su Kai chuckled. That's true. With Sister Danluo and the old Shen family's luck and strength, anyone who crosses them is doomed. Shan Heping. Exactly, Qin Huijing said proudly. And I will protect Uncle Shen and Sister Danluo well. Don't worry, Uncle Su. Su Kai rolled his eyes. I'm very confident. I trust you completely. You two are both formidable. What is there to worry about? What he was really worried about were the troublemakers. Shan Heping. He had to go home quickly. Sister Danluo still didn't know that her ghostly father was eager to return after hearing her fierce reputation. Right now, she was having a wild time with her younger aunt and fourth uncle. Actually, she was tormenting Jiang Huixing and Jiang Lauer, the two wicked-hearted men, to the point of flying. They had been wondering why Su Onping promised to take Jiang Huixing and Jiang Lauer to the city hospital, but had never shown up. Later, they found out it wasn't because Su Onping was untrustworthy. The people had actually been brought here a long time ago, but because two of them showed unusual symptoms, the doctors suspected they might be contagious and moved them to the infectious disease ward. The infectious ward is in a completely different direction from here, so no one noticed them. It was only yesterday when old Shin Fourth, trying to be convenient, entered through the hospital's back door and saw Jiang's second old standing by the window sunbathing that he realized what was happening. Now, finally, old Shin's family can take revenge freely. The guards and the big yellow and small yellow dogs are familiar with each other. The big yellow and small yellow dogs greeted the people, and old Shin Fourth, always thoughtful, slipped a pack of cigarettes to one of them. Both dogs just ignored it. Then, old Shin Fourth, Shin Jiao Jiao, and Shin Danluo took turns tormenting those two sneaky people all day, 5 times a day, with various tricks. They poisoned, wrapped them in sacks, dressed as ghosts at night to scare them, tied them up, covered their mouths, and injected needles. They used all kinds of methods to torment the people, almost driving them crazy. When Su Xing arrived, he saw Shin Jiao Jiao and Shin Danluo, the niece and nephew, walking around the back of the building with mischievous smiles. He glanced behind the building and then looked at the two of them. What did you do? He asked. Nothing much. The niece and nephew blinked innocently. We just went for a walk behind the building. Oh, so they want to cause trouble behind the scenes. Su Xing raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He looked down at Shin Danluo. I found your little friend. He's on his way back with Su Kai. Really? Shin Danluo's eyes lit up, and her face was full of surprise. Did you find brother Huijing? Yes, Su Xing nodded. They'll arrive tomorrow afternoon, but they won't come to Jin City. It's not on their way. They'll go straight back to Shishui village. Old Yang's investigation results haven't come out yet. If you don't have anything else, you should go back first. We'll notify you once we get the results. Okay. Shin Danluo happily said. Thank you, Uncle Su. I'll go tell my mother right now. Shin Jiao Jiao also wanted to follow but hesitated because of her own plans. She stopped Su Xing, who was about to leave. Wait a moment, she called. Su Xing turned his head, raising his beautiful eyebrows slightly. Is something wrong? Shin Jiao Jiao turned around and ran off quickly. Wait here for a moment. We have something for you.
Su Xing, US?
5 minutes later, Shin Jiao Jiao ran down the stairs again, directly stuffing a small cloth bag into Su Xing's hand. Thank you for your help. This is a gift from our family. I need to go back and help my sister-in-law pack her luggage.
Goodbye, Komatsu.
Without waiting for Su Xing to respond, she dashed off like the wind. Su Xing. He shook the item in his hand gently, soft and cloth-like. Su Xing frowned, feeling that giving away something like a woman's accessory didn't seem right. He was thinking about whether to return it when a caregiver, who looked like a nurse, ran over from where Shin Danluo and her group had just turned. Hurry. That father and son with the surname Jiang got into trouble again. This time they were splashed with paint. It looks quite funny. Come quickly and join the fun. Su Xing's eyes flickered slightly. He grabbed the caregiver and asked, "Do you know who was splashed with paint?" The caregiver had been in the hospital for a long time and had served leaders before. Seeing Su Xing, he immediately knew he was not an ordinary person and dared not hide anything. He replied directly, "A father and son with the surname Jiang, sent from Wu County. They don't know who they offended. These past few days, they've been tormented every day, almost going crazy." Su Xing's mouth twitched. Wu County, the Jiang father and son, and the mischievous smiles of the niece and nephew just now. He was sure that this was definitely the work of Shen Jiao and Shen Danluo, those little kids. Su Xing released his hold, letting the caregiver go. He looked down at the cloth bag in his other hand. Thinking of Shen Jiao's boldness and Shen Danluo's cleverness, he silently tucked the cloth bag into his own bag, then turned around and walked away, his steps slightly quicker. Because the director, who had previously been humiliated at Old Shin's house, wanted them to leave early, as soon as he heard Su Qiushui and Shin Sanju were to be discharged, he immediately waved his hand and arranged a car. However, Old Shin's family had many members and a lot of belongings. Plus, Shen Jiao had recently taken some business orders and was excited, trying to persuade the factory director's wife to get a lot of fabric to process. One car couldn't fit everyone. Seeing this, Old Shin's fourth son happily clapped the director on the shoulder and said, "Director, you're really a great person. I almost don't want to leave you. Since one car isn't enough, maybe I'll stay 2 more days to chat with you?" The director,
"No, you get out."
"Just leave quickly." He immediately borrowed another car from the neighboring unit, making 2 cars in total, eager to send them away as soon as possible. Thanks to the director's efforts, Old Shin's family returned to Shishui village around the same time in the afternoon. When the villagers saw the 2 cars entering the village, they gathered around to watch the excitement. When they saw that the people inside the cars were actually Old Shin's family members, everyone in the village was stunned. "Wow, Old Shin Fourth, your family has become rich. Last time you came back riding a tractor, and now you're riding a car directly." "That's right." Just as Old Fourth Shen was about to lift his tail, he saw Shin Donlu glancing at him sideways. He immediately remembered the last lesson he received. He obediently went to hug his son and dared not say anything else. Su Qiushui also got off the car. She had been resting in the hospital for many days, and with the nourishment of spiritual spring water, she was in excellent condition. Her belly was bigger, and her face had become rounder. Seeing her rosy complexion, the old Su family members who had secretly called her a short-lived ghost looked embarrassed. Shen Donlu also saw them, but since she was in a good mood today, she chose not to argue with them. While everyone was carrying luggage, old Madame Shen heard villagers passing by and came out to greet them. When Shen Donlu saw her, she ran over quickly, shouting as she ran, "Grandma, I miss you so much." Old Madame Shen's face softened at her words. She picked up Shen Donlu and said, "Oh, my good granddaughter, I miss you too." The old and young hugged affectionately, as if they were one person. The villagers watching nearby felt jealous. They wondered why their granddaughter wasn't as good at showing affection. When they went home, they decided to learn from her. The girls from Shishui village? Old Madame Shen carried Shen Donlu over and saw Su Qiushui holding her pregnant belly, surrounded by many women she had fought with before. She quickly stepped in to protect Su Qiushui, saying, "Are you okay?" Su Qiushui smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine, mother." "You still need to be careful." Old Madame Shen put down Shen Donlu and firmly supported Su Qiushui. Seeing this, Shen Donlu imitated and went to help her mother. "Mother, I'll help you too." Su Qiushui chuckled. "There's no need. I can manage. There's still a lot of luggage to carry." Old Madame Shen waved her hand. "Isn't Old Fourth here?" Then she helped Su Qiushui walk home. Old Fourth Shen. Old Fourth Shen doubted his life. This sweet scene of 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren also made many mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law feel jealous. Everyone was confused. Why was old Madame Shen, who used to dislike her eldest daughter-in-law so much, now so kind? She seemed to love her more than her own daughter. Someone saw Shin Jiao, who was carrying luggage nearby, and said ambiguously, "Oh, you're Shin Old's daughter, right? Are you Jiao? Your mother doesn't look at you at all, only helping your sister-in-law. Are you worried she'll outshine you?" Shan Jiao looked up and asked, "Oh, do you have more to say?" The person thought Shin Jiao was also unhappy inside, which made her very happy. She immediately said, "It must be your older sister-in-law going to work in the county. Your mother wants to flatter her. Do you think your mother is stupid? With your older sister-in-law's character, can she really keep her position? I think you all shouldn't let her go to work. If she goes out to work, she will leave sooner or later." Shan Jiao slapped her instantly. After the slap, she grabbed the woman's hair and pushed her to the ground with her knee. Shin Sanhua was helping her father carry luggage at first. When she saw her little sister-in-law fighting with someone, she immediately stopped helping and hurried back home. The woman wanted to shout for help, but Shin Jiao pulled her hair and said, "Keep yelling, and I will pull all your hair out." The woman was speechless and dared not shout anymore. Shan Jiao looked at the stunned villagers and asked, "Whose family is this woman from?" "Old Wu's family." Shan Jiao frowned. "Which old Wu's family?" She had been studying and working outside for years. Besides her childhood friends, she didn't know many of the new wives in the village. "She is Wu Dashan's new wife." "TSK," Shan Jiao sneered. "Wu Dashan is a good man. Why did he marry such a wife? Go find him and tell him I want to teach his wife a lesson." Shan Jiao was always fierce in the village, especially because she had a group of obedient sisters. When she questioned someone, they dared not refuse. The person immediately went to Wu's house to find him. When Wu Dashan's wife heard about the trouble, she panicked. "Wu, don't call. Don't call. I won't say anything anymore, okay?"
"Ha, fine.
"I'm fair. After I finish this beating, as long as you don't act up again, I won't hit you anymore. Is that okay?" The woman was confused. "No, how can you do that?" Shan Jiao sneered coldly. "If that's not fair enough, then what are you talking about?" She turned the woman over and started slapping her fiercely. Before she finished, Shun Danluo's voice came from behind. "Little auntie, move aside. Let me beat her to death." Hearing this, Shan Jiao immediately stepped back, and a broom followed to sweep across Wu Dashan's wife's face.
"Ah.
"Help. I'm scared now. I won't say anything bad anymore." But Shun Danluo wouldn't stop. She thought she had learned her lesson last time. Who knew there were still people who didn't understand her mother's kindness? She was determined to beat her until no one in the village dared to gossip about her mother. Wu Dashan's wife kept screaming, but she couldn't escape Shin Danluo's broom. Shun Jiao felt very itchy, and at this moment, Shin Sanhua, dragging a big broom, hurried over, panting heavily. "Little sister-in-law, here." Shin Jiao's eyes lit up as she took the broom and joined in the scolding. She kept hitting Wu Dashan's wife until she was crying and begging for mercy, wishing she could faint from the pain. The fierce look of Shin Danluo and Shin Jiao scared the villagers who had already been frightened once. They quickly ran away. Everyone thought from now on they shouldn't watch the lively scenes at the Shin family. The Shin family was like a pack of fierce tigers. It was obvious that watching them would be dangerous and exhausting. They decided it was better to stay far away from the Shin family in the future. Wu Dashan arrived late. When he came, most villagers had already run off, and even the person who sent the message didn't dare to follow. Even Shun Laosi thought his wife was not very brave and quickly packed up all the luggage. Then he took his son and daughter home. Chun Liqing was worried at first, but when she saw her niece and nephew fighting so fiercely, she went home to cook dinner. Since no one was watching, Shin Danluo and Shin Jiao felt they had no strength to fight. They wondered why Wu Dashan still hadn't come. They didn't expect that Wu Dashan actually didn't want to come at all. He was originally angry when he heard his new wife was beaten. But after hearing the story from the messenger, he immediately stopped being angry and thought she deserved it. If his parents hadn't urged him, he wouldn't have come at all. When he arrived at the village entrance, only 3 people were left. He was a bit stunned. What was going on? Where were the spectators? Wu Dashan's wife saw Wu Dashan and immediately ran towards him, almost like fleeing for her life. Dashan, save me. They want to kill me. Wu Dashan glared, with wide eyes. Shut up. He grabbed her by the collar and said to Shin Jiao Jiao and Shin Danluo, who were chasing after him, sorry about today. I will take her back and teach her a lesson. Shin Jiao Jiao had known Wu Dashan since she was young. She knew he was a good person, but it was a pity he married such a wife. She quickly said, Brother Wu, if your wife is not virtuous, it will bring trouble to 3 generations. Wu Dashan tightened his grip on her collar and nodded. He looked down at Shin Danluo and said, Xiao Danluo, sorry. Shin Danluo was still angry and, after fighting earlier, her small chest was heaving. When she saw him looking at her, she widened her eyes and looked very determined. Uncle Wu, since you helped us last time, let's just forget about it today. But I want to know, why did she say bad things about my mother? Wu Dashan looked at his wife with a stern face.
She asked you. Speak.
Wu Dashan's wife burst into tears and cried out, Who told you to praise her for being beautiful and capable? Shin Jiao Jiao and Shin Danluo both glared at Wu Dashan, feeling that trouble was brewing. Wu Dashan. No, I was just speaking casually. I didn't mean anything else. Shin Danluo snorted softly. Don't mention my mother again in the future.
Got it.
Wu Dashan awkwardly pulled his wife away and left. Shin Jiao Jiao watched their backs and shook her head. If he doesn't like her, why did he marry her? And he still praises other women in front of his wife. Men are just so careless. Shin Danluo frowned. Little sister-in-law, I don't feel good about this. Shin Jiaojiao nodded too. Yeah, I don't feel good about it either. Her older sister-in-law was already very good-looking, and many people in the village liked her. Now that her older brother had left and her sister-in-law was going to work in the county, many might be eyeing her sister-in-law. But what Shin Jiaojiao and Shin Danluo didn't expect was that someone was indeed watching the old Shin family. They carried a big broom home, and before they arrived, they heard shouting from the direction of the Shun house. Shin Danluo perked up her ears and listened, immediately alert. Little sister-in-law, it's grandma scolding someone. Hurry, let's go. Shin Jiaojiao also became alert. She carried her broom and hurried toward the door. When Shin Danluo reached the door, she saw her grandma holding a broom, chasing someone away. Without hesitation, she rushed over and started sweeping wildly. Who dares to bully my grandma? I'll beat her to death. After sweeping, the scene suddenly fell silent. Her grandma was holding the broom, looking at her hesitantly. Shin Danluo blinked and asked, Grandma? She didn't bully Grandma. Shin Lao Taihao looked a bit embarrassed. Danluo, you misunderstood. Shin Danluo, huh? Shin Jiaojiao also wanted to hit someone, but when she saw the person's face, she stopped. However, it was too late for Danluo to stop her. After she finished, she pulled her aside and said, This is Grandma's cousin's wife. You should call her cousin's wife instead. Shin Danluo. Shin Danluo was unusually confused. She suspiciously looked at her grandma. Grandma, why did you just scold your cousin's wife? And you even chased her away with a broom, which made me misunderstand. Shin Jiaojiao also looked suspicious. Yeah, Mom, why did you hit your cousin's wife? Shin Lao Taihao was angry and annoyed. Adults matters, kids should stay out of it. The woman who was swept by Shin Danluo's broom, Granny Xiu, covered her face where she was hit and angrily said to Shin Jiaojiao, I came to talk about your mother's marriage. You're just in time. Hurry and persuade your mother. It's hard to find a good son-in-law. Shin Danluo. Shin Jiaojiao. Shin Danlu raised her broom again. If anyone dared to fight her for her milk, they would get a beating. Shan Jiaojiao quickly stopped her and smiled as she looked at Mrs. Su, who was covering her face. Auntie, which matchmaker did you want to tell my mother about? Mrs. Su, hearing this, became excited despite Shen Lao Tai's stern face and glare. She immediately said, It's my cousin from my family, the youngest and most handsome of the Jin family. Jiao Jiao, you've seen him when you were little, right? Isn't he a good match for your mother? Your cousin from your family? Shen Jiao Jiao's smile disappeared instantly. Is that the Jean old third who has lost 3 wives and has 4 lazy men at home? Mrs. Su, hearing Shun Jiao talk about her brother, immediately looked upset. Jiao, since you call me auntie, my cousin is still your elder. How can you speak like that? Shun Jiao's expression changed quickly. She swung her broom and scolded as she hit. How do I speak? You'd better ask how your wicked heart was formed. Do you think I don't know about Jean old third killing 3 wives? Do you think I don't know that the Jean family relies on women to support their lazy men? Why are you pushing such a person in front of my mother? What are your intentions? Mrs. Su was stunned by the hit, but still remembered her original purpose. Don't hit her. Jiao, are you stupid? I'm doing this for your mother. Without a man at home, it's not good. My little nephew just finished high school and can take over your sister-in-law's job. That way, the wealth stays in the family. Your sister-in-law is an outsider after all. Wow, you're even thinking about my sister-in-law's job? Do you have no shame? Shun Jiao was so angry, she snapped her broom loudly. Mrs. Su, feeling the pain all over her body from the beating, was also furious. She cursed Shun Jiao, you uneducated, unfilial girl. Daring to hit your elders. No wonder no one dared to arrange a marriage for you all these years. This hit Shun Jiao's sore spot. She was initially considering family ties and just wanted to teach her a lesson. Now, she thought, forget it. She'd beat her to death. Her anger surged, and her attack doubled in strength. She beat Mrs. Su so badly that she was howling. Unable to do anything, Mrs. Su shouted loudly for help. Shinmei, are you coming to stop your daughter? Old Lady Shin chuckled and picked up her broom, swinging it. Stop her? I'll do it myself. Then she swept the broom across Mrs. Su's face. You dog with a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. I gave you some face by calling you sister-in-law, but you're so arrogant now. You even scold my daughter, and you're thinking about my daughter-in-law's job. I'll beat you to death. Mrs. Su. Shin Danluo waved the broom and cheered loudly. Grandma. Well done. Hit her hard. Mrs. Su. Everyone in this family is crazy. Shin Danluo, feeling unsatisfied after shouting, thought, this wife is so mean. She introduces her to trash, pokes at her aunt's sore spot, and even wants to take her mother's job. Just one beating won't teach her a lesson? Remember, villagers who work outside all year are tough and can take a beating. They forget pain after a few days. Before, that Mrs. Su was beaten so badly by her and her grandma, but in just a few days, she recovered and even talked badly about the old Shin family. They must give her and the Jean family a deep lesson so they never dare to think about her grandma or the old Shin family again. Shin Danluo's eyes flicked. She turned and ran into the yard, then into the kitchen. She scooped half a basin of warm water, took out half a bag of sugar and a bag of itchy powder from her space, mixed everything, and then ran out with a stomp. Grandma, little aunt, move aside. Old Lady Shen and Shin Jiao quickly dodged when they heard her. Mrs. Su couldn't dodge in time and was splashed all over with warm water. In summer, she wore light clothes, so when they got wet, they stuck to her. Even though she was quite old, Mrs. Su still felt embarrassed and screamed and cursed loudly. You cheap, worthless woman. I'll beat you to death. She raised her hand to slap Shindanluo, but Shindanluo directly threw the wooden basin at her feet. Ow! Mrs. Su clutched her foot and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Heavens! The old Shin family is killing people. When Shun Jianjun heard that the Shin family had returned, he came over to check. But as he turned the corner, he saw a wife sitting on the ground, crying and calling for her mother. Wow! The old Shin family is causing trouble again. Shun Jianjun instinctively tried to leave, but the sharp-eyed Mrs. Su saw him. Captain Shen, don't go. The Shin family is killing people. Shun Jianjun. He felt helpless and turned his face away, asking sternly, what's going on here? The Shun family members. Why are you here to join in now? Old Lady Shin didn't want her marriage news to get out either. Shin Danluo had the same idea. Her eyes flicked, and she was the first to raise her hand. Uncle Captain, she stole money. Old Mrs. Su. Although Shun Jiao Jiao showed no expression on her face, she felt very confused inside. Only Grandma Shen instinctively looked at her granddaughter first. Seeing her wink at her, Grandma Shen immediately understood that her eldest son was using his skills to help her. That's great. At a critical moment, her reliable eldest son came through. So Grandma Shen's face darkened, and she put on a look of disappointment and sadness. Captain, this is my relative from my family. She's come all this way, and I was quite happy to treat her well. I didn't expect her to steal money from our family, and not only that, she even wanted to scold Dan Luo and me. We couldn't hold back and ended up fighting. Old Mrs. Su. You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. I was clearly here to. The money is still on you. You can't deny it. Grandma Shen cut her off, took a big step forward, and searched her. Soon, she found 2 10-yuan bills in her pocket. She handed them directly to Shun Jianjun. Captain, look. Are these our Shin family's money? Shun Jianjun looked at the bills with the familiar Shin character. He had seen them before, so his face darkened as he stared at old Mrs. Su. Which team are you from? How dare you come to our Shishui village to steal? Old Mrs. Su looked confused. She clearly hadn't stolen any money, but the money was found in her pocket. What was going on? Shun Jianjun then asked Grandma Shen, what do you think we should do about this? Forget it, Captain. We're family after all, Grandma Shen said, staring at the bewildered old Mrs. Su. But our family ties are over now. Don't come to my Shin family again, or next time, you'll get beaten every time. Old Mrs. Su shrank back. The Shin family was too scary for her. She wouldn't even come if they asked her. Shun Jianjun glared at her. Hurry up and get out. Do you want me to personally send you back to your team? You're so old. Don't you feel ashamed? Old Mrs. Su's face turned red. She staggered and ran away. Not far from the village's edge, 3 scruffy men came over to greet her. Cousin, how are you? It turned out that old Mrs. Su didn't come alone today. She was also with Jean Laosan's 3 sons, Jean De, Jean Er, and Jean San. Seeing the 3 of them, old Mrs. Su felt a bit more confident. What else can I do? Didn't you see how I look? She said angrily, cursing everyone from the old Shin family. She especially scolded Shin Jiao Jiao, and she didn't forget about the 20 yuan she found in her pocket earlier. 20 yuan? Jean De San's eyes lit up. You can easily come up with 20 yuan just to falsely accuse Auntie Biao. It shows that old Shin's family isn't short of money. Of course they aren't short of money. Wife Su said irritably. When I left the village, I heard people talking. They said that when old Shun's eldest daughter-in-law and her family returned, someone specifically sent a car to pick them up. Plus, Shun Lao Da's pension must have come through. If their family is short of money, it's surprising. Jean De San exchanged looks with the others. Jean De said, Second brother, go back and take Auntie Biao home. Also, call 4th brother over. Wife Su looked confused. Aren't you coming back with us? Nothing's settled yet. Why stay here?
Vindai luke tengre.
Auntie Biao kindly tried to matchmake, but they hit you. That's too much. We need to teach them a lesson and vent for Auntie Biao. Hearing this, wife Su was pleased. She couldn't beat them. Could her nephews? She believed they could. Wife Su looked at Jean De San and the others. Auntie Biao has always loved you guys. All right, I'm going back now. Be careful. Don't cause trouble. A lesson will do.
Jinda nodded.
Don't worry, Auntie Biao. We brothers know what we're doing. After wife Su and Jean Er left, Jean Da's face darkened immediately. We need to find out about old Shun's family. We'll act tonight. Jean San looked puzzled. Only Shan Lao Si can fight in their family. The others are women or injured. We 3 are enough. Why bring old Si here?
Jinda sneered.
Didn't Shen Jiao Jiao say that our family is full of lazy men relying on women? Since she doesn't agree with her mother and our dad's marriage, let her also come to support us at the Jean family. She's Shun family's precious girl. With her here, we won't lack money. Our family only has old Si, who's unmarried. Today, we'll take advantage of him. Jean San chuckled happily. Yes, we should teach that brat a good lesson. Old Shan's house.
Achoo.
Shan Jiao Jiao sneezed repeatedly, feeling like her nose was about to fly off. What's going on? Who's scolding me? Old Shan slapped her on the back of her head. Shut up. You don't act like a daughter at all. Did you have a baby? If not, who do you belong to? Shan Jiao Jiao stuck out her tongue.
Sorry, Mom.
Old Shan sneered. Ha, sorry? Then tell me, why did you just ask that old matchmaker whose family she's from?
Ha.
Do you want to marry her family instead of ours? Shan Jiao Jiao shrank her neck. If I meet a good person, I can marry. Old Shan grabbed a feather duster. What did you say? Shan Jiao Jiao, relying on her mother's favor, boldly said, Mom, you're only 50. Finding a good person and remarrying isn't unusual, right? Old Lady Shan. She wasn't done enjoying her single life yet, and now her daughter wanted her to remarry? Her mother. She raised a feather duster to hit her, but Shan Jiao Jiao saw this and turned to run. Mom, I really mean it.
Please think about it.
Old Lady Shan was furious. Stop right there. Mother and daughter started chasing and hitting each other in the yard. Old Fourth Shan was sitting nearby with Old Second Shan, watching and laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Today, Shan Jiao Jiao is being chased and hit by her mom. Haha, this is so funny. But just as he was feeling happy for a second, someone patted his shoulder. Turning around, Old Fourth Shan saw his young niece holding her chest and frowning at him. This familiar action, this familiar feeling, made Old Fourth Shan shiver. Dan Luo, you don't think you're feeling that way again, do you? Dan Luo nodded, a little uncomfortable. Fourth uncle, we should be careful tonight. I don't feel very well. Hearing this, Old Fourth Shan immediately became serious. His niece's intuition was very sharp, and he had to pay attention.
But
Old Fourth Shan scratched his head. Dan Luo, can you sense what might happen? I don't know what to do if it comes suddenly. Dan Luo frowned. I can't explain it clearly, but I only felt this way after that bad person left. I'm wondering if it's related to that bad person. Old Second Shan looked suspicious. That's unlikely. That old woman was beaten up badly. Why would she have the courage to come back and cause trouble? At this moment, Old Second Shan, who had been silent, took out a small notebook and a pencil, quickly writing a few words, then laid it in front of Dan Luo and Old Fourth Shan. They both leaned over to look. The note only had 2 words, Gene family. Old Fourth Shan was puzzled. Gene family? What does that mean? Dan Luo reacted quickly. Second uncle, do you mean the Gene family might target us? Old Second Shan nodded and wrote another note. 20, greed. Are you saying that the Gene family might be greedy about that 20 yuan? As soon as Dan Luo finished speaking, the uncomfortable feeling and rapid heartbeat she had just experienced disappeared instantly.
Wow.
Dan Luo's eyes widened. Is that really the reason? Does that mean she caused trouble for her family? Seeing her frowning face, Old Second Shan wrote again. Early, late.
Dan Luo nodded.
Yes, second uncle is right. They already have greed. If they have bad intentions, they will eventually come after us. Shan Dan Luo looked at second uncle Shan with amazement. Second uncle, you're so impressive. You're amazing. Next to her, fourth uncle Shan looked around nervously. It just a few words, how did they start talking about this? But that wasn't the main point. Fourth uncle Shan frowned and interrupted Shan Danluo's praise. So, you mean old Gene and his gang are planning to attack our family? Yes, Shan Danluo nodded quickly. That bad feeling I had just disappeared after I saw second uncle at Jin's house. It must be that bad guy trying to harm us. Fourth uncle Shan looked at the few words on the paper and thought, is that enough to say? But then he remembered that his second brother, who hadn't gone to school much, could analyze the situation well. That showed how smart and clever he was, which was why he could talk with the quick-witted Danluo. He sighed. Why can't people's wisdom be shared? He stood up. All right, I'll go to the village and take a look. Even if old Jin's family really wants to do something to us, they need to plan first. Actually, fourth uncle Shan thought it was unlikely. How could someone be so evil? But he was soon proven wrong. After just a quick walk around, he saw two unfamiliar men wandering near his house. They looked just like the ones he saw at the black market. Fourth Uncle Shan then went to visit third Uncle Shan's house, took a quick look around, and quietly returned to the old Shan house. When he got home and closed the yard gate, he rushed over to Shan Danluo and second Uncle Shan. "Someone's checking us out." Hearing this, Shan Danluo immediately waved her little hand. "Gather, everyone. We have a serious enemy." Hearing that, old Madame Shen and Shin Jiao Jiao, who were resting in the main hall with Su Qiushui and Bao Sanhua, all came over. Old Madame Shen took the best spot first, her golden throne in front of Shin Danluo. She then helped Su Qiushui sit down. Since her daughter had offended her today, she wasn't allowed to sit. So Shin Jiao Jiao had to sadly squat with the two children, looking worried. She asked Shin Danluo softly, "Danluo, what's going on?" Shin Danluo looked serious and said, "Grandma, Mom, Annie, someone wants to hurt us." Old Madame Shen immediately became angry. "Who?" "I and second uncle think it's old Jin's family. Just now, fourth uncle went out and saw strangers wandering near our house." Old Madame Shen was furious and slapped her thigh. "Goodness, this old troublemaker didn't come alone. She has helpers. If her words are not enough, she'll resort to force." Shin Jiao Jiao quickly stood up. "Come on, let them come. I'll make sure they never come back." Su Qiushui moved calmly and steadily. "Good. This is a perfect chance to scare the others by killing a chicken. Otherwise, there will always be pesky flies around, which is annoying." Shin Sanhua nodded. "Let's do it." And Bao also nodded. "Yeah, let's go." The Shin family members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with cold smiles. Late at night, outside the Shin family's courtyard, Jinda and his three companions quietly approached. "Fourth brother, we've found out that Shin Jiao Jiao lives in the outer room of the west wing, the closest to the gate. When you go in, rush in and hold her down. The others will handle the rest." Jin Si nodded, a greedy smile on his face. "I heard that this Shin family's daughter is the village flower of Creekwater Village and has always boasted about marrying into the city. If I can take her today, I'll be more impressive than my brothers. Brothers, don't blame me."
Jinda sneered.
Women are just toys. Once the lights are out, they're all the same. Just be quick and direct. Focus on getting the job done. Once you have her, do whatever you want. Got it, big brother? I know what I'm doing. I'll finish it as fast as possible." Jinda nodded with satisfaction. "Then let's go." "Okay." The four men, experienced and confident, reached outside the Shun family courtyard. Two of them climbed over the wall, while the other two opened the gate from the inside, letting Jin San and Jin Si in. Jinda whispered with a smile, still as easy as before. Jin Sen pushed him. "Hurry up and go." "Understood." Jin Si rushed toward Shen Jiao Jiao's room. But halfway there, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. The pain was unbearable, and he screamed out loud. "Ah!" Seeing this, Jinda and Jin San quickly tried to rush over to cover his mouth, but before they could get close, a sharp weapon pierced their feet.
"Ah! Ah! Ah!"
Their screams of pain echoed loudly through the Shun house. The lights in the west wing, the main hall, and the main house all turned on. The well-dressed Shin family members came out one after another, holding sticks or brooms, looking imposing and intimidating. Jinda realized they had been caught. He shouted loudly, "Run! Run now!" But they couldn't move. Their feet were pierced by something, and the pain made it hard to even walk. Looking down, they saw the ground was covered with sharpened bamboo nails. The pointed bamboo nails were extremely sharp. Their tattered straw shoes couldn't protect them at all, and their feet were pierced through. Shan Lao Si rushed over and swept the nails on the ground into the corner of the wall.
"Go."
Old Madame Shen was the first to act. Without saying a word, she began to strike, fiercely sweeping a specially prepared bamboo broom at Jinda and Jin Er. The broom knocked both of them to the ground, causing them to cry out in pain and beg for mercy. "There's a way to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to, but you insist on rushing in. I won't let you go back alive." Shin Jiao Jiao held a stick, smiling fiercely, and directly attacked Jin Si as he rushed into her room. The knocking sounds in the dark night were very frightening. Jin-san was terrified and grateful that no one was paying attention to him. Just as he thought this, old fourth Shin came over smiling, carrying a stick. Jin-san, that please, don't come any closer. The 4 Jin brothers were all beaten badly. Even the 2 little ones grabbed small sticks and took advantage of the chaos to hit the others a few times. The whole family fought together, making the scene very lively. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the gate. "Grandma Shin, Sister Dan Luo, you're tired. Let me take over." As the voice finished, countless snakes poured into the yard from outside, heading straight for the 4 people. Jin Da and the others. Shun Dan Luo was so scared, she took 3 steps back, then her eyes widened in surprise. Brother Huaijing is back. Old Madam Shen was also very happy. Qinhua is back. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Why is it earlier? The 2 grandchildren looked at the gate together, then froze in place. After a few seconds of silence, old Madam Shen rubbed her eyes repeatedly, making sure she wasn't seeing things. She looked at her granddaughter with a confused face. "Dan Luo, I think I saw your father. His skills have improved again? Or is something big about to happen? Dan Luo, I want to die." While Shen Dan Luo was stunned, Qin Huaijing quickly made the snakes knock out Jin Da and the others, then drove the snakes away. Once he was sure no one else was around, he happily ran toward Shen Dan Luo and old Madam Shen, smiling brightly and feeling a little proud. "Grandma Shen, Sister Dan Luo, look who I brought back." Surprised? Unexpected? Shen Dan Luo. Surprised? No way.
Ah.
Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were bringing my father back? Are you trying to trap me? The sudden return of her father, who was thought to be dead, didn't bring Shen Dan Luo any happiness. Instead, she was just shocked and frightened. Old Madam Shen also looked stunned. Seeing Qin Huaijing's smiling face, she was completely dazed. What does this mean? Qin Huaijing's smile froze. Why is her reaction different from what he expected? Grandmother Shen and Shen Danlu did not react. Shen Jiao Jiao and Shen Lao Si reacted very strongly. They widened their eyes and shouted together. "Big brother? Is that you? You're not dead?" Qin Huijing looked at them and thought, yes, this is the normal reaction people should have. Shan Heping leaned on Su Kai's shoulder, watching the family inside the yard, with a complicated expression, nodding slightly. His family, just as Su Kai and Huijing said, had become incredibly fierce. Seeing him nod, Shen Lao Si and Shen Jiao Jiao happily ran over, excitedly circling Shan Heping and Su Kai. "Big brother, are you okay? Big brother, are you really okay?" Shen Jiao Jiao's eyes turned red. "It's so good that you're safe, big brother." Shen Lao Si, feeling useless, started crying. "Wah, I knew big brother was so strong, he wouldn't get hurt." As he cried, Shen Jiao Jiao also wanted to cry. Su Kai was speechless seeing this. Why were the ones supposed to be most excited not reacting, while these 2 silly ones were stealing the show?
Sure.
He quickly signaled them to be quiet. "We can't let outsiders find out. First, find a place to hide your big brother."
Huh.
Shen Lao Si didn't understand why it couldn't be known, but he obediently shut up. Hearing Su Kai, he hurriedly stopped talking, wiping his tears and sniffling. "Wah, then let's go back to big brother's house. No one dares go there. Wah, sister-in-law is at home." Shen Jiao Jiao nodded vigorously. Yes, sister-in-law will be so happy to hear big brother is safe." Seeing his wife and daughter so quickly, Shen Heping was very excited. But since he hadn't seen his mother and daughter in a long time, he felt nervous and a bit disappointed. He pressed Su Kai's shoulder and called out to Shen grandmother and Shen Danlu mom. "Danlu?" But Shen grandmother was so startled by his call that she took 2 big steps back, looking as if she had seen a ghost. "Shen Heping." He carefully said, "Mom, don't be afraid. It's me, Heping.
I'm Fine.
I've come back." Shen grandmother. She looked up at the eldest son on Su Kai's back, then down at her granddaughter, feeling completely confused. Didn't her granddaughter say her son had become a ghost? Why could everyone see him? No. Why was Su Onbong the one carrying him back? Shan Donlu silently shrank behind Qin Huijing, muttering, "Come on. Think of a way. Think of a way. I can't figure out what to do." This strange reaction from the granddaughter and grandson left the Shan family and Su Kai and Huijing all stunned. Shan Heping felt a bit lonely. Suddenly, he slightly raised his ears. After 2 breaths, he patted Su Kai's shoulder. "Someone is coming." Hearing this, Su Kai immediately headed confidently toward Shan Donlu's house. Seeing the situation, Shan Jiao quickly followed to open the door for them. Just after closing the door and walking back to her yard, Shan Jianjun and Yan Mingli came rushing out from the alley bend, looking anxious as they headed straight to old Shan's house. What happened?
Who was crying so loudly just now?
Shan Jianjun's words stopped abruptly when he saw the 4 people lying on the ground. Behind him, Yan Mingli and other villagers gasped in shock at the bloody scene. Wow. Old Shan's family is causing trouble again. And it's a big issue. Why did these 4 guys pick the wrong family to mess with? They've angered a fierce old tiger. Old Shan's family. Isn't this inviting death? Everyone sighed about these troublemakers. Shan Jianjun also felt a headache coming on. He looked at Shan Tai and asked, "Old Madam Shan, what's going on with these 4? But Shan Tai ignored him completely, grabbing Shan Danluo and dragging her back to the house without a word. "Shan Jianjun? What's happening? Can't you tell me anything?" Yan Mingli also looked suspiciously at Shan Laosi. "Old Madam Shan, what's wrong?" Shan Laosi. "What can I say? My older brother, who just came back to life, was so frightened he fainted. But Mother's reaction was really strange. Normally, she should be happy and excited to see her brother, right? Why does she look like she saw a ghost?" Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. So Shan Laosi pointed at the 4 people on the ground, angry and scared at the same time. "What else? We were scared by these 4 fools. They climbed over our wall in the middle of the night, trying to steal and harm us. Captain, we need to call the police." Shan Jiao also said angrily, "Yes, Captain. If it weren't for the fact that our family's old, young, and small, and that there are many bad people eyeing us, we would have taken precautions long ago. Now, who knows if we've been caught?" Precautions? Everyone looked carefully after hearing this. They saw the bloodied feet of the 4, almost like sieves, and immediately felt a sharp pain in their soles, stepping back in unison.
Wow.
This Shan family is really ruthless. Shan Jianjun also felt a sting in his feet, but held firm, not retreating, and showed a fierce, commanding look as the team leader.
What?
Climbing over the wall? How bold. Coming to harm people in our creek water village. We must call the police. He was about to call the police from the police station when Qin Huijing stopped him. "Uncle Shinsi, Captain, no need to call the police. Uncle Su Kai brought me back today. He hasn't gone far yet. I'll go call him," Qin Huijing said, and hurriedly ran out. Yan Mingli was suspicious and asked, "When did this child come back?" "Just now." Shan Laosi looked a bit distracted. "He arrived a little earlier than you all, probably just returned to the village. When he heard noise at my house, he ran over." Yan Mingli glanced at him, but said nothing more. Soon, Su Kai was called back by Qin Huijing. Seeing the scene in Shan Laosi's yard, he immediately started pretending to investigate. He was pretending because Jean Desai and the others had already arrived when they climbed over the wall. They planned to act, but before they could, they heard screams from inside. Luckily, they witnessed a dramatic scene where Shan's entire family fought off the troublemakers, which nearly made Shan Heping question his life. Because Su Kai had already suspected, he quickly found evidence that Jean Desai and the others had climbed the wall. These 4 are repeat offenders. I suspect they've done this before. Luckily, Shan's family is strong, or the consequences could be terrible. First, they are detained at your team office. Tomorrow, I'll bring people over for questioning and also check their home. As for the bamboo nails in Shan Laosi's corner, Su Kai took a few and handed them to Shan Jianjun and Yan Mingli. "These are good. You should learn from them, see where you need to improve security, and sprinkle some of these. Shun Jianjun. Yan Mingli. You're right, you're always right. Thanks to Su Kai's actions, Jean Desai and the others were quickly taken away and detained at the team office, waiting for his colleagues to come for further questioning tomorrow. Everyone dispersed. The Shun family members all sighed in relief. And Bao tugged at Shun Lauer's pants, looking around excitedly.
Ah.
Shun Laosi saw this and chuckled. Haha, your sister and your dad forgot about you. Why didn't you say more? If you say a few more words, I'll send you back to find your parents, okay? And Bao widened her eyes. Uncle C is mean. Shun Laosi. Ha 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 ha, Shin Jiao Jiao led the laughter, and Bao is so clever. Say it again. And Bao pouted. Uncle C is mean. Shun Laosi, who got what he wanted. Meanwhile, in old Shin's room, Shun Laotai and Shin Donlu sat facing each other. Shun Laotai squinted and stared at Shin Donlu. You told me your dad's ghost is watching over our house every day, right? Shin Donlu. Boo-woo, she's having a really tough time. What should she do? Suddenly, Shin Donlu had a bright idea. She blinked her eyes pitifully and said, Grandma, I'm so scared. Shun Laotai was stunned. What are you afraid of? Grandma, wasn't the person standing at the door just my dad? Talking about Grandma Shun, I just want to hit her. Yes, everyone saw it. That was your father, your living father. Grandma Shun was so angry she was about to explode. If he's not dead, how can he be a ghost? That girl always tricks her big brother. She's got such courage.
But.
Shin Danluo trembled, feeling scared and helpless. If that's my father, then who is the person standing in the corner, who looks just like my father now?
What?
Grandma Shin was completely shocked. There's someone in my house? Yes. Shun Danluo looked scared and pointed at the corner by the door. He's just standing there, looking exactly like my father.
What?
Grandma Shin quickly grabbed a pillow to hide her face, trembling with fear. Where? I didn't see anyone. Shin Danluo blinked her big eyes, tears in them. Sniff, Grandma, I'm so scared. If he's not my father, then who is he? Why is he helping our family, if he's not my father? Grandma Shun was stunned. Yes, with so many strange things happening at home lately and her granddaughter's talent for hiding things, unless there was a ghost helping, how could they have managed? Grandma Shin quietly grabbed Shin Danluo's hand and pulled her close, holding a pillow between them. Can you still see him? Uh-huh. Shin Danluo nodded quickly. He hasn't left. Grandma, if he's not my father, then who is he? Grandma Shin also wanted to ask who he was. Was her eldest son tricking her all this time just to cause trouble? She shivered and took a deep breath. Maybe you should ask him. Shin Danluo looked pitiful. Since my father appeared, I've asked him, but he won't tell me. Grandma Shin suddenly remembered how her granddaughter had hidden behind Qin Huijing earlier. Could it be that she wasn't scared but actually terrified? Thinking of this, Grandma Shun felt heartbroken. She was an adult. Just listening to this was enough to scare her to death. This little girl knew that the ghost wasn't her father, but still played with him every day. Wouldn't that scare her to death? Grandma Shun hugged Shin Danluo tightly. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Grandma's here. Shin Danluo immediately clung to her grandma, acting cute. Sniff, Grandma, I'm so scared. Grandma Shun was so worried, she quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Look, he's been helping our family, so he's definitely not a bad ghost.
Hee.
Shun Danluo secretly gave herself a mental high five. Look at how clever she was, creating an anonymous ghost, so she wouldn't be caught later. While she was thinking, she heard her grandma say, Did you just say he looks like your father? Shin Danluo quickly nodded. Yes. He looks exactly like him. That's why I thought he was my father. Aunt Shin patted her thigh and said, Now I know who he is. Shin Danluo. Huh? Aunt Shin firmly said, Then you must be the great-grandpa. Shin Danluo. Huh? Aunt Shin looked nostalgic. You don't know how much your father looks like your great-grandpa. They're like copies of each other. When your grandma sees your father, she thinks of your great-grandpa. Your great-grandpa fought the Japanese when he was young. Maybe he died in the river, which connects to our creek village. The day you fell into the water, your great-grandpa was with you and came back with you. Aunt Shin spoke as if it were true. If it weren't for Shin Danluo making it up herself, she might have believed it. She got so emotional she said, "Yes, that must be it. I didn't expect your great-grandpa to still be around after all these years. Boo-hoo, I need to burn clothes and paper money for him. I'll burn more than before. What I burned for your dad was all wasted." She pushed Shin Danluo to the ground and ran out to find Shin Jiao Jiao, telling her to make clothes for her daughter. Shin Danluo looked confused. Gosh, her grandma's imagination was just too strong. Shin Danluo was stunned by her grandma's vivid imagination and couldn't focus for a long time. So, she was safe now, right? She escaped danger, right? That great-grandpa was definitely dead, right? Please don't let him come back to life, or something. If it happens again, she won't be able to explain it. While Shin Danluo was lost in thought, Shun Laozi stormed in, angry, carrying in Bao. "Danluo, control your brother."
Huh?
Shin Danluo looked confused at her fourth uncle and her brother. "What's wrong with Bao?" Shun Laozi was furious. "Ask him yourself." Shin Danluo looked at Bao.
Anbao?
And Bao's eyes widened. "Fourth uncle is mean." Shin Danluo. "And Bao, you can talk now?" And Bao. "Fourth uncle is mean." Shin Danluo. "Can you say anything else?" And Bao. "Fourth uncle is mean." Shin Danluo. Shin Laozi was so angry. "Look at this. Is he talking? Is he insulting me? And only me? What's wrong with him?" And Bao kicked his short legs. "Fourth uncle is mean." Shin Laozi. He was so mad, he wanted to explode. Shin Danluo quickly grabbed Bao and ran away. "Fourth uncle, let's go home and find mom and dad." Shin Laozi was annoyed. "What are you grabbing? I can still hit him, right?" Shin Danluo chuckled softly. "I'm just worried I might upset you." Old Fourth Shin nodded happily. "That's more like it. Then no one can coax my younger brother to talk more. Fourth uncle, you're better than my little sister. Anbao can say 3 words at once." Old Fourth Shin shouted angrily. "You all better come back here." Shin Danluo giggled as she took Anbao and ran away. Only a fool would go back now. But as soon as she arrived home, she stopped smiling. Looking at the brightly lit house, she hesitated. She had waited 2 lifetimes for her father. She thought she would never see him again. When he appeared, she was both very happy and very sad. In her past life, she often wished her father would come back. When her mother died, when her brothers and sisters were sold, when she wandered searching for them, and when she received news of her family's death, she always hoped her father would appear to help her, even just to give her a hug. But he never did. He never showed up. Honestly, her hopes for her father turned into deep resentment. Sometimes she wondered if things would have been different if her father had protected her and not sacrificed himself. Would their family have avoided such a tragic ending? Though these thoughts were irrational, her father didn't want bad things to happen. She couldn't control her feelings. Shin Danluo didn't know how to feel about seeing him now. She wanted to stay calm and talk later. But just as she had this thought, her mother interrupted her. Su Qiushue heard the noise, waited a moment, then got up to look at the door. Seeing her daughter and son standing there, looking stunned, she felt both anger and amusement. "Why are you standing there like fools? Come inside quickly and meet your father." Seeing her mother's eyes red from crying and her face showing excited joy she couldn't hide, Shin Danluo didn't want to ruin the mood. She held her brother's hand and went inside. Shan Heping was half lying on the bed. When he saw his daughter and son come in, he couldn't hide his happiness. "Danbao, Anbao, come here, come to your father." Shin Danluo held Anbao's hand and walked over. "Dad, Anbao, this is Dad. Call him Dad." Anbao said nothing. Shan Heping smiled. "It's okay. You can call me Dad later." "Your mother said Anbao can speak now. I believe Anbao will get better and better." Shin Danluo nodded. Hearing this, Shan Heping felt that his daughter had become distant from him. In the past, whenever she saw her, her daughter would rush over first, happily calling her father in a sweet and sticky way. Now she was more distant and cold. He felt a bit sad and reached out to pat little Donlu's head. Donlu, are you upset that I haven't come back for so long? I was busy with something. What's wrong with your leg, Dad? Shan Donlu's mood was a bit bad. She didn't want to listen to his excuses for the child and interrupted directly. Did your leg get hurt? Shan Heping was surprised. It's just a back injury, nothing serious. Don't worry. I'm not worried. Grandpa Wang will heal you. Since you're hurt, you should rest early. Shan Donlu looked at her mother. Mom, I'll take my brother to sleep in the next room. Su Qiushui also saw that her daughter's mood was not quite right and didn't stop her. All right, go ahead. Wait, Shan Heping grabbed Shan Donlu's hand. Donlu, are you angry with me? Shan Donlu didn't say anything. She didn't want to lie. She was indeed angry, but she also didn't want to hurt her father's feelings because he had no choice. Seeing her like this, Shan Heping understood immediately. He quickly lowered his voice to comfort her.
Donlu, I'm sorry.
No matter why you're angry, I want to say sorry. Please don't be mad at me. Shan Donlu felt her heart tighten and her eyes became very sore. In the end, she softened her tone. Dad, you haven't come home for a long time. Donlu is really scared. Shan Heping's eyes turned red. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Dad is back now. I will protect you, your mother, and your brother. From now on, let me handle dangerous things. As he spoke, he remembered what he saw at night and hesitated for a moment before saying, little girls are still soft and cute. Using a broom to hit people isn't good. Let me handle this kind of thing in the future. And that bamboo nail? Su Qiushui asked him. What about the bamboo nail? Shan Heping frowned. That bamboo nail was a bit too harsh. It doesn't seem like something the Shan family would come up with. Did someone give you guys ideas? Shan Donlu glared at him. Silly dad. Shan Heping hadn't yet understood what her daughter's look meant when he heard his wife softly snort. Sorry, I was the one who thought of the bamboo nail idea. Shan Heping. Su Qiushui took her daughter's and son's hands. You dislike that my daughter isn't soft and cute, and you think I'm too harsh, right? Tonight, you sleep alone. Shan Heping. Shan Heping was left waiting all night. He tossed and turned, criticizing and reflecting on himself. He planned to carefully review his behavior when he saw his wife and daughter. However, the next morning, neither the wife nor the daughter came. The person who helped him wash up and brought food was old fourth Shan Heping. He looked gloomily at the open door, but seeing no one, he turned to his younger brother. Where are your eldest sister-in-law and Dan Luo? Hey, old fourth Shan smiled strangely. Big brother, why did you offend your sister-in-law and Dan Luo? They left early for the neighbors. Originally, Mom and Jiao Jiao said they wanted to visit you, but after talking to Dan Luo for a few words, they didn't come anymore. They looked pretty mad. Shan Heping. Sigh. Shan Heping sighed and recounted the foolish things he did last night. Hearing this, old fourth Shan was so angry he almost hit him, but he held back. Big brother, you're really good at talking without thinking. If someone could protect them, who would want to fight every day? Who wouldn't want a simple, easy life? But reality doesn't allow it. Shan Heping froze. Old fourth, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I'm back now, and I can protect them. I can protect all of you. Nonsense. Old fourth Shan was so angry his chest hurt. With your current state, who can you protect? I'm not even talking about whether you can protect them now. Just look at how Dan Luo isn't soft and gentle enough. Old fourth Shan sneered coldly. If Dan Luo and the eldest sister-in-law were as soft and gentle as you say, they'd be long gone. Don't mention them. Probably our whole family would be gone. Do you know Dan Luo was almost drowned when Big Flower pushed her into the river? Do you know the eldest sister-in-law was almost killed by Lu Hohot and Big Flower? Shan Heping's face darkened, his eyes full of murderous intent. Old fourth, what do you mean by that? Say it clearly. Old fourth Shan was startled by his sudden change of expression. What? What's wrong? Didn't you come back with Huai Jing and Suan? Didn't they tell you everything? Shan Heping shook his head. All I know is that you and Mom are divorced. Jiang Huaisheng is very suspicious. Because there were many people and many things to say, Huaijing didn't tell me the details. To be precise, Huaijing and comrades Su Kai only kept repeating how powerful the Shan family was, over and over in front of him, which caused him quite a psychological shadow. Plus, when he saw the family fighting fiercely when he returned home, he was so stunned that his mind went blank. That's why he said foolish things last night. Later, he reflected on himself. Without experiencing others' hardships, he shouldn't advise others to be kind. During this time, he hadn't been home. He didn't ask what his wife and daughter had gone through, didn't clarify what caused their big change, and instead kept blaming them blindly. That was truly the height of foolishness. Old Fourth Shan listened and felt mostly calmer. He said that his eldest brother wouldn't act like such a kind-hearted fool. You should know that the fiercest person in the Shan family is actually his eldest brother. He often says that men need to be tough to hold their status. So he always acts more strictly than others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become such an important official at a young age based on his own ability. Over the years, it seems he only made concessions to marry the eldest sister-in-law, especially when it came to the house, where he let Jiang Huaisheng, that old brute, have his way. But he was still pretty angry. Even if Huaijing didn't explain clearly, you know about my mother and me. You should also understand that our family has been going through a tough time lately. Shan Heping nodded. My mistake. I'm sorry, fourth brother. You've worked hard these days. Old Fourth Shan was easy to comfort, especially since his big brother from the Shan family was the best at calming him down. Instantly, he relaxed and said, It's just been a little tough. Seeing this, Shan Heping immediately patted the edge of the bed.
Fourth brother, sit down.
Tell me everything that's happened in the family recently, in detail. Don't leave out a single word.
Got it.
Old Fourth Shan happily sat down. He's been used to running around the black market lately, and since he's been reading every day, he's gotten more and more clever with his words. He told the story vividly. His words made Shan Heping's face darken more and more. As he listened, Old Fourth Shan's sweat started to pour. Big brother, are you turning into a villain?
No.
Shan Heping's voice was very calm and soft, but it made Old Fourth Shan shiver. Oh my, when he was a kid, his big brother once raised a small cat. He loved it very much, treated it like a treasure. His second brother tried to take it several times but was refused. But the second brother was scheming. One day, while their big brother and mother were out working, he threw the cat into a water jar and drowned it. When the big brother came back, he was furious and wanted to beat the second brother. At that time, Jiang Huaisheng, that old brute, fiercely protected him and insisted that the big brother shouldn't hold a grudge against the second brother. The big brother just said casually no. That same night, the second brother was thrown into the water jar where the cat had drowned. It was winter, so the second brother was freezing cold. But it didn't end there. Whenever there was a chance, the big brother would throw him into the water jar again. No matter how Jiang Huaisheng tried to stop him, the big brother promised in front of him, but still kept doing it. Even when Jiang Huaisheng smashed the big water jar, he just moved to throw him into the small creek in the backyard. This time it was no longer day or night. Any chance he got, he threw him in. He threw him 100 times until he stopped. This was a clear lesson in revenge 100-fold. It deeply shocked the second brother and Jiang Huaisheng, that old brute. Old Shan Four swallowed hard and said, Big brother, killing someone means you have to pay with your life. It's better to just fight. Are you stupid? I've finally come back. I won't risk my life for those troublemakers. Old Shan Four sighed in relief. Right. Our lives are more valuable than theirs. Shan Heping took some porridge from the nearby table and drank casually, asking, Where did Big Flower go? Old Shan Four. Still doubting, I thought we weren't going to cause trouble, but I guess I was wrong. Big brother.
Speak.
Old Shan Four scratched his head. I heard Dan Luo say she sent them back to their grandma's house. Shan Heping raised an eyebrow. I remember Lu Guohua is from Lu Jia village? And Jiang Huaisheng's friend is also from there? Old Shan Four. Yes. Shan Heping looked at his leg. Old 4, help me find Huijing's kid and bring him here. Old Shan 4. Big brother, they've already been sent away. Let it go. What are you thinking? I just need to talk to him about something. Shan Heping smiled. Will you go or not? Old Shan 4 shivered. I'll go right now. Old Shan 4 felt energized and, since it was still early and no one was around, he quickly ran to the cattle shed. Hai Lao was cleaning the cattle shed and saw him coming, getting excited. Are you here to pick me up? Can I go see my daughter now? But Old Shan 4 ignored him and headed straight to Qin Lao. Old Qin, where is Huijing? I need to talk to him.
Hai Lao.
Qin Lao looked around. He was just here, but now I don't know where he went. Old Shan 4 searched around the cattle shed. Hai Lao followed him, eyes wide with hope. Look at me. Look at me. Hurry and look at me. But Old Shan 4 was busy reporting to his big brother and didn't pay attention to Hai Lao, finding him annoying. Old Wang, don't block me. I'm busy today.
I'll come talk to you when I have time. Hai Lao.
I just want to talk to you. I need to see my daughter. But he couldn't say that out loud, so he just scowled angrily and stared at Old Shan 4. Old Shan 4 ignored him. Seeing that Huijing wasn't in the cattle shed, he ran around. Seeing Old Wang still following him, he scratched his head. Oh, is the work in the cattle shed too tiring? Then, Old Qin and Old Wang, you don't need to do it. When I'm free, I'll come help you clean up. After saying that, he quickly ran off. Hai Lao was furious, this brat. Qin Lao looked at him suspiciously. Why are you chasing after him today? The shrimp grumbled. What's the big deal? I just want to talk to him. Old Qin. Has he gone crazy? He's so angry. Old 4th Shan wandered around Shishui village, almost running his legs out, but in the end, he found Qin Huijing at Old Shan's house, which made him very annoyed. If he had known that kid was coming, why bother looking? Qin Huijing had just arrived. After he left, he thought about Sister Dan Luo's father coming back, who was badly hurt. Before, the bamboo tube water at Old Shan's house probably wasn't enough, so he packed some to bring over. Just as he was taking off the bamboo tube, Old 4th Shan rushed in like he was chasing him, grabbed him, and ran away. Qin Huijing was stunned. Fourth uncle, where are you taking me? Old 4th Shan didn't look back. Next door. Seeing the two run off, Shin Dan Luo and Su Qiushui, who were sitting in the yard helping Shin Jiao Jiao with cloth, looked at each other. Mom, what is Dad looking for brother Huijing for? Su Qiushui shook her head. Mom doesn't know either. I was with you all night and didn't see Dad. How would I know? Shin Dan Luo's eyes rolled. Mom, can I go listen? What's there to listen to? Old Shin, who had just finished feeding the chickens and collecting eggs, sat down heavily when he heard the girls. Big brother is probably looking for Huijing to help get revenge. Knowing his temper, he wouldn't just sit by if he knew you two had suffered. Shin Dan Luo. Huh? Su Qiushui looked just as confused. Wasn't their child's father a kind-hearted man last night? How did he turn different after being locked in the small black room for a night? Old Shin said, I just remembered while I was collecting eggs, Big brother isn't a kind-hearted person. He's the type who, when fighting someone, would add hooks to tear the flesh apart. Shan Dan Luo and Su Qiushui exchanged surprised looks, both in disbelief. Even Shan Jiao Jiao said, How could that be? I always thought Big brother was very easygoing. Old Shan waved his hand. That changed after he joined the army. When he was young, he was fierce. Once, because of a cat, he almost killed that fake second son. Seeing their shocked expressions, Old Shan proudly explained. Before he was 15, he was the boss of the village. Otherwise, why would the team leader and the secretary listen to him so willingly? They grew up fighting alongside him, and he led a group of young men to dominate 10 miles around. They almost went out to explore the world. Old Shin patted Dan Luo's little head as he spoke. It was your grandpa Shin Lu who said your father is a talented young man and shouldn't be wasting time like this. So he found a way to get him to join the army. That spot almost got taken by that sneaky person. Everyone thought it was because your grandpa Shin Lu didn't agree, but actually most of the reason was that your father was tricked into wanting to join the army by your grandpa Shin Lu. One night, He was sitting by that sneaky person's bedside, sharpening his knife while sitting there. The noise scared that person nearly to tears. That's why he stopped trying to take the spot. Your father then went to serve in the army. After 2 years, he changed a lot. He became much better at pretending. Old Madam Shan sighed. It was only because your father was in the army when the fourth brother got married. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been tricked by that sneaky person. Shun Jiao Jiao. No, this isn't how I remember my older brother. Shen Ben Luo. No, this isn't how I remember my dad.
Shuyushzua.
No, this isn't how I remember my husband. Just as Shen Dan Luo and the others were doubting their memories after her grandma's words, Qin Huaijing also started to doubt his ears. Uncle Shen, what did you say you want me to do? Shan Heping smiled. I want you to go to Lu Jia village and send a nest of snakes to grow up with Shen Dehua. Every night, let your snakes take her out for a walk. It doesn't have to be far, just the small river will do. Qin Huaijing. Sending a nest of snakes to grow up with Shen Dehua means every day she has to be bothered by those snakes, and she might even be thrown into the river. In the river. Qin Huaijing understood. Uncle Shen wants to help Dan Luo's sister get revenge? Shan Heping rubbed his head, not revenge. Uncle is teaching her how to be a good person. She's still young, so we should give her a chance to change. Admitting mistakes and improving is very important. But before she can change, she needs to realize her mistakes. Don't you think so? Qin Huaijing. Uncle Shan is so mean. His methods are so harsh. But he likes it. Why didn't I think of that before? Qin Huaijing suddenly felt weak, but he's still young and can improve in the future. As soon as Qin Huaijing stepped outside, Shen Dan Luo, who was waiting at the door, pulled him aside. Brother Huaijing, what did my dad say to you? Qin Huaijing thought for a moment. Uncle Shen didn't seem to say that he couldn't tell Dan Luo's sister about this, so he told her everything Shan Heping had instructed. Shen Dan Luo's mouth formed an O shape, and she took a long time to close it. Oh my goodness, my grandma was right. My dad is so sneaky. He's so good at pretending. She and her family used to think her father was a kind and just man who cared for the country and treated others kindly, but it turns out he's actually very cunning and ruthless. No wonder her mother looked suspicious when she saw her father earlier. She probably never expected her father to have such a glorious past, such a scheming mind, and such ruthless methods. When her father heard about their past experiences, he immediately took revenge, and it was 100 times worse than before. Shin Donlu felt very warm inside. Her protective and vengeful father is the best father for her. So she asked about something she had been worried about all night. Brother Huaijing, where did you find my father? Qin Huaijing hesitated a bit. Uncle Shin didn't tell me I could say. Uncle Shin didn't tell you? Shin Donlu narrowed her eyes. Brother Huaijing, come with me. She pulled Qin Huaijing into the old Shin family house, then took him to the main hall. She took out a small notebook and pencil that Shen Lauer and Shen Laotai used to practice calligraphy, and pushed them into his hands. If he didn't tell you to say, then you write. My father didn't say you couldn't write, right? Qin Huaijing replied, no, he didn't. Shen Donlu patted the table confidently, then hurry up and write. If you don't, I'll cut ties with you. Qin Huaijing obediently sat down. Breaking off the friendship was impossible. After all, Uncle Shen only said not to speak, not that he couldn't write. So the two kids carefully examined Shan Heping's words, filling in the gaps and rewriting what Qin Huaijing saw after meeting Shan Heping. Su Qiushui, Shen Laotai, Shen Jiao Jiao, Shen Lauer, Manhwa, and Bao all gathered around. When they learned that if Qin Huaijing hadn't been lucky enough to find Shan Heping's island and happened to have medicine, Shan Heping might have died, everyone couldn't help but cry. Shen Jiao Jiao sobbed. Wah, Big Brother almost really died. Why didn't he say anything? Shen Laotai was both upset and angry. He's always been like this, bottling up his pain, always trying to protect everyone. But how could he not tell us about something so serious? Su Qiushui was also angry, yes. He even lied to me for so many years. No honesty. If he does this again, I'll leave him. Shen Laotai. Shen Jiao Jiao. Shen Donlu. Qin Huaijing. Seeing everyone look at him in shock, Su Qiushui cleared his throat. Of course, I'm still somewhat satisfied with him now. Huaijing, keep writing. Shen Laotai sighed in relief. Oh my, if I'd known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have revealed my eldest son's secret.
I almost had a heart attack.
Qin Huaijing also told the story of Shan Heping, who was injured but still saved the children. Everyone from the old Shan family felt very proud. Old Madam Shan patted her thigh and said, "Yes, this is my good son from the Shan family. My brothers all fought the Japanese to save our surname, and I know they don't regret it. The eldest did a great job. He didn't bring shame to our Shan family." Shen Danluo held her mother's hand and said, "Mom, I want to go see Dad." Su Qiushui wiped her tears and nodded. "Go, we all go. We can't let the hero come home without someone to care for him." Old Madam Shen and Shen Jiao Jiao also said together, "Yes, yes, we can't let the hero come home without someone to care for him." Just then, Shen Laosi, who had been checking on the family next door, said, "Does that mean he's not human?" Seeing Shen Laosi, Shen Donluo's eyes lit up, and she ran toward him happily, calling Uncle C. "Uncle C." Shen Laosi snorted softly. "What do you want?" Shen Danluo grabbed his hand and shook it. "Uncle C, aren't you good at woodworking? Can you make 2 crutches for my dad?" According to Brother Huaijing's earlier description, her dad's hands could still exert strength and were much stronger than normal. If he had crutches, he wouldn't have to stay in bed all the time. Knowing her dad's pride, after coming home, he definitely wouldn't want to crawl around in front of her mom and them. Shen Laosi, with a proud face, said, "Oh, weren't you just not willing to talk to me before? Your faces change so quickly." Old Madam Shen came forward with a heavy palm and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get to work.
Be quick.
We want your eldest brother to use them today." Shen Laosi was stunned, thinking, why am I always the one being exploited? Shouldn't they be pampering him with good tea and good food at times like this? But there was no good tea or good food. With old Madam Shen's heavy palm, Shen Laosi, tears in his eyes, went to make the crutches. Seeing that it was not his business, Qin Huaijing left directly for Liujia village. Old Madam Shen took the others to the next door. Shan Heping had been waiting eagerly, hoping his wife and daughter wouldn't be so cruel as to ignore him completely. But instead, a big group of people arrived. His mood lifted happily, but when he saw Shen Er, his joy disappeared. Yesterday, when the Shen family cleaned up Jin to see, Shen Er didn't come out, so this was Qin Heping's first time seeing Shen Er. Looking at Shen Er's scarred face and his crippled leg, Qin Heping's smile gradually faded until it disappeared entirely. Shen Danluo and Su Qiushui were seeing his gloomy face for the first time, and they both forgot to enter the house. Shen Jiao Jiao was so scared she leaned against the door, only daring to show a little of her head. Shan Heping also hesitated, seeing him stare at them with a dark expression, and felt a bit afraid. Old Madam Shen saw this and quickly pulled Shan Heping aside, saying to Shan Heping, "Big brother, this is your younger brother, the real second son of our Shan family, Shan Heping." Shan Heping nodded and said to Shan Heping, "Second brother, come here." Shan Heping hesitated for a moment, but, encouraged by old Madam Shen's look, walked over. Shan Heping extended his right hand and said, "Second brother, welcome home. From now on, I will protect you." Shan Heping's eyes instantly turned red, and silently in his heart he called out, "Big brother." Old Madam Shen couldn't hold back her tears and hugged Shan Heping and Shan Heping tightly. "Good, good, good. This is how brothers in our Shan family should be. Our family has finally reunited." Su Qiushui and Shen Jiao Jiao also had tears in their eyes, and together they gathered around the 3 little ones. "Mom, it's good that our family is together. Don't cry." "Yes, yes, it's a good thing." "No crying. I won't cry." Old Madam Shen wiped her tears and looked at everyone in the house, feeling very satisfied. Although some were injured or disabled, as long as the family was together, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. She firmly declared, "Our Shan family will get better and better." Shan Danluo was the first to agree. Yes, our Shan family will get better and better. Let those who want to harm us eat dirt. Shan Jiao Jiao and Shan Sanhua immediately followed. Yes, let them eat dirt.
Anbao, Hema.
Eat dirt. Shan Heping. Forget it, he held back. Luckily, his wife didn't curse. Just as he had this thought, he heard his delicate wife snort coldly. Eating dirt is too easy for them. They should be forced to live in a dung pit every day. Shan Heping. Even his wife had fallen into anger, and Shan Heping instantly gave up. While the family was chatting, there was a knock on the door outside, making everyone tense. Shan Heping looked around and was about to choose someone reliable and clever to open the door when his daughter spoke first. Mom, I'll go see who it is. If it's someone we shouldn't see, I'll loudly remind you. Then he heard his wife cheerfully and in perfect harmony say, Got it. Next, his daughter rushed out, acting skillful and swift, as if she had practiced this many times. Shan Heping's eyes grew complicated and guilty. He wanted to cherish his grown-up daughter, but in a short time, life had sharpened him like a blade. He felt he had failed as a father. Old Madam, Shan waved her hand. Let's go, everyone go outside. Don't stay here crowded. The others left to adapt to the situation. Su Qiushue, pregnant and uncomfortable, didn't go. She turned to meet her husband's gaze. He was her partner, and because Shan Heping's eyes showed no concealment, Su Qiushue saw his guilt and sighed softly. No need to feel guilty. Things have come to this, and maybe it's not such a bad thing. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can't withstand wind and rain. Our daughter can handle herself, and no one dares to bully her. Isn't that good? Shan Heping sighed deeply. Wife, I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Shukyushwinari.
Yes, you really failed. You protected us too well before, and now we almost lost our ability to handle crises. Shan Heping was stunned, but after this incident, he understood that his wife was right. He couldn't promise he would never face trouble again. If that's the case, it's better to let his wife and children become strong on their own. With strong power, all plots and schemes are just paper tigers. Seeing his expression, Su Qiushue continued, but luckily, we all woke up in time. We must thank our daughter for that. Without her, you might not have come back, and I might not be here. Shan Heping held Su Qiushue's hand with tenderness in his eyes. Fourth brother told me, Wife, you've suffered. I'm not the one who suffered. Our daughter has been the one working hard. She's been taking care of me and the family. She's so small, but she's been living through tough times. Yesterday, your words hurt her. Later, you need to apologize to her properly, understand? I understand. Shan Heping felt very guilty. I will sincerely apologize to her later. While they were talking, Shan Danluo pushed open the door, bringing in Bao inside. Dad, Mom. Su Qiushue saw that old Madame Shan and others behind her had left and asked in confusion, Your grandma and aunt and second uncle, where are they? Shan Danluo pulled in Bao to a small corner inside, gave him 2 candies and a toy to play with, then closed the curtain before turning back. Just now, Uncle Captain came to call us to work. The summer planting has started, and our family has all returned. If we don't go to work, Uncle Captain will have a hard time explaining to others. So, Grandma and my little aunt and second uncle went out. Shan Danlu felt a little sad. Mom, Auntie, and the others have been working hard lately. Captain Uncle said they need to catch up, so they can't even come home for lunch. Su Qiushue suddenly remembered this and worried. We should give them some extra food. Shan Danlu immediately smiled happily. Mom, let's eat chicken.
And rabbit too.
Su Qiushue was surprised. She looked at her husband instinctively, then at her daughter. Seeing her daughter wink at her, Su Qiushue smiled knowingly, realizing her daughter wanted to scare her husband. She played along and looked curious. Do you still have chicken and rabbit? Shan Danlu giggled. I bought them from the black market. I've never taken them out before. When they ask, I say I found them behind the mountain. Anyway, I'm super lucky. Su Qiushue also smiled. All right, but we can't eat those at noon. They're too obvious. Shan Danlu didn't give up. How about we send buns with meat to them for lunch? No one will notice.
Shukyushwi smiled sweetly.
Good idea. Make the buns bigger, add some stir-fried green beans and chili, and make some mung bean soup to cool down. I'll go get some ice cubes later. You take out the chicken and rabbit first, I'll handle them. Shan Heping. He looked at his wife and then at his daughter, feeling a bit confused. His wife asking their daughter for rabbits and chickens? What's going on? While he was still puzzled, he saw his daughter wave her little hand, and suddenly, a colorful wild chicken and a fluffy fat rabbit appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Shan Heping. Shan Donlu. Dad, surprise or shock? Hee, if I didn't scare you, I lose. Shan Heping was truly shocked. His daughter could bring things to life. No, change objects into living creatures. This defied all scientific logic and really shook his worldview. He tried to keep his voice steady. What's going on here? Shan Donlu mischievously waved her fingers. Dad, you're not good enough. Mom was more calm when she saw it for the first time. While saying that, she kept summoning more things, showing no signs of stopping, as if she was determined to scare her father to death. Shan Heping. He felt it was too much. He had just barely escaped danger, and now his daughter seemed to want to send him off again. Seeing her husband's face turn green, Su Qiushui chuckled softly. Although her daughter was mischievous, Shan Heping deserved it. He had been pretending to be a black sesame bun for so long, and now he was shocked. It was only fair. She even thought he was scared enough, but she wanted him to be more frightened. All right, you two have a good talk. I'm going to tidy up and cook. Su Qiushui stood up. She wanted to bend down to pick up the wild chicken and rabbit, but her belly was too big, making the movement difficult. She glared at her green-faced husband and then turned to the curtain and called out, Anbao, today we're eating chicken and rabbit. Do you want to help Mom? Hearing this, Shan Danluo quickly tidied up the extra items, withdrew her hand, and stood to the side, watching her mother through the curtain. In less than 3 seconds, Anbao rushed out, heading straight for the wild chicken and rabbit. He opened his small hands, waddled on his short legs, and grunted as he carried out a chicken, then came back to carry out a rabbit. He was very enthusiastic about eating meat. Shan Heping on the bed was stunned again, more scared than surprised. Was this really his son, who usually was like a wooden doll, never spoke, and refused to move? Maybe everything frightening in the house should be told to him now, while he couldn't jump up. Seeing her husband more stunned, Su Qiushui happily flicked her big braid and went out to direct the greedy Anbao to work. Shan Danluo almost burst out laughing. Haha, her dad looked so silly and cute now, just like her Uncle C. Shan Heping glanced at his daughter, trying not to laugh, and sighed, If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in. It's bad for your health. Ha 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 ha. Shan Danluo laughed very loudly, without any hesitation. Shan Heping.
Sigh.
After finally laughing enough, Shan Danluo pouted, took her enamel cup, and poured a glass of milk for her dad.
Poor dad, she thought she should show some respect.
Shan Heping took the cup, looked at the white milk inside, and didn't dare to drink. Where exactly did this milk come from? Shan Danluo rolled her eyes. Dad, you're so timid. Anbao drinks a cup every day, and he loves it. I haven't seen him have any problems. Hearing this, Shan Heping immediately took a big sip, noticing that the taste was normal and he felt fine. He relaxed but also became more suspicious. He finished the milk quickly, calming his mind. Daughter, come here. Tell me what's going on. Shan Danluo naturally used the same explanation as her mother for her dad. That day I was pushed into the river by Jiang Dahuai. When I woke up, I saw a white room. Only I could see it. Others couldn't. Inside, strange things that I wanted often appeared. Also, ever since I could see the White House, I feel like I've become smarter. Shan Donlu blinked her eyes and confidently teased her fox father, without feeling guilty at all. But Shan Heping was not concerned about whether his daughter was clever or not. He only worried if this matter might harm her. His brows furrowed as he asked, How is your body? Do you feel unwell? Shan Donlu shook her head. No, except that I've become smarter and a bit stronger. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. This made Shan Heping, as an old father, worry even more. Are you really feeling fine? Think carefully again, daughter. Shan Donlu patiently replied, Yes, I am definitely fine.
Don't worry about me.
But Shan Heping couldn't be completely at ease. Such a strange ability appearing in his daughter made him very uneasy. He had no other way but to carefully remind her, this is very strange, and having such a powerful ability can be dangerous. You must be careful not to let others find out. Yes, I am now very clever. Shan Donlu repeatedly emphasized that she was a smart girl, then added to boost her father's good impression of her, because you're my dad, I only told you. Shan Heping felt warm inside. Good daughter. Thank you for trusting me. I will keep this secret and protect you. Shan Donlu looked for an opportunity to speak again. Dad, because the White Room can produce food, my mom and I tricked Uncle C into selling food at the black market. We said it was food brought by your comrade. Remember to help us cover for it later. Shan Heping. He silently patted his daughter's forehead. Daughter, are you worried about revealing the secret, so you told me early? Shan Donlu chuckled. No, that's because I'm filial. Is she dragging her dad into trouble out of filial piety? Shan Heping was defeated by his daughter's cleverness. Even though she was no longer as adorable as before, she was still his beloved daughter. He had to spoil her. He affectionately rubbed her head. Filial daughter, is there anything else that should scare me? Just say it all. After you're done, don't be angry. I already know I was wrong. Shan Donlu snorted softly, puffing out her chest without blushing or panting, and boasted, I'm not that petty. I'm now clever and generous. Even adults aren't as good as me. Shan Heping chuckled. Yes, my daughter is the smartest and most capable. Seeing that her fox father perfectly received her signal, Shan Donlu was satisfied. Then she flipped her small hand, and the pocket watch belonging to Jiang Huaixing appeared to her palm. Father, look at this. Do you recognize it? Shan Heping reached out to take it. At first, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just his daughter trying to scare him. But as he looked closer, his face grew cold and serious. Daughter, where did this pocket watch come from? Shan Donlu blinked. It's from that bad old man Jiang Huaixing. Dad, do you know this watch? Shan Heping's face showed a cold expression. I don't recognize this watch, but I can probably guess who its owner is. Shan Donlu's eyes widened. Dad, do you know who this watch belongs to? If I'm right, the owner of this watch is connected to your serious injury this time. Shan Heping was lost in thought, so he instinctively spoke without thinking. Only after did he realize that the person in front of him was his 7-year-old daughter. He didn't want to tell her too much, so he was about to change the subject. Suddenly, his daughter sat up straight, her big eyes full of anger. Dad, did someone hurt you? That's why you sneaked back without telling anyone? Do you think the person who wants to hurt you is very powerful? Could it be that her father in a past life died just like this, on an unknown island, without anyone knowing, no burial, no memorial, making her wait and resent for a lifetime? Shan Donlu's heart was full of hatred. If she knew who hurt her father, she would break their limbs and throw them on the island to experience what her father endured, and all the hardships her family suffered. Shan Donlu believed that if her father hadn't been involved in trouble, with his power, old Jiang and the others wouldn't dare act so boldly. It was her father's accident that caused all the tragedies in her past life. The person who hurt her father was the spark that ignited all the suffering. Without revenge, she would be unworthy of being human. Shan Heping looked at his furious daughter and was surprised by how smart she was. Every question hit the mark. Normally, a 7-year-old wouldn't understand so much, so her strange ability must really give her some intelligence. He reached out and ruffled her hair.
Daughter, don't be angry.
Dad will seek justice for himself and our family. Shan Donlu snapped out of her anger and looked seriously at her father. Dad, that bad old man said this watch was for him and that fake second uncle to use as a backup. Shan Heping's face darkened. He said that? Yes, Shan Donlu nodded. It's true. Even Grandma heard it. Shan Heping looked thoughtful. It seems Jiang Huaixing is more complicated than I thought. He used to be quite good at acting. Shan Donluo nodded in agreement. Her mother said that her father used to be very clever, mischievous, and quick-witted. Jiang Huixing was surprised that her smart father hadn't noticed anything unusual. He wasn't even as impressive as a little gold figure. By the way, Dad, there's something strange. Someone wants to steal the baby inside Mother's belly.
What?
Because it involved his wife and children, Shan Heping's calm and composed demeanor immediately disappeared, replaced by a fierce anger. Shen Danluo shivered. Oh, Mother, you're right. Our real dad is really scary. Seeing his daughter frightened, Shan Heping quickly calmed down and tried to speak gently. Don't be afraid, girl. Tell me what happened from the beginning. Shen Danluo nodded honestly and carefully explained how Tian Xiuyu was given a large dose of labor-inducing medicine and how Old Yang was murdered. Shan Heping leaned back on the chair, listening with a cold look in his eyes. It was like 1,000 icy glaciers freezing into his gaze, making anyone who saw it shiver. Anyway, Shen Danluo really felt scared. She timidly said, Dad, I've finished talking. Shen Heping's voice was a little flat. I understand. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Shen Danluo looked at her father's legs. Although he still seemed a bit timid, she boldly said, Dad, since you can't walk, how will you investigate? Shan Heping. His daughter's straightforward words hit him deep in his heart, making Shan Heping feel very complicated. Even the murderous rage inside him was somewhat suppressed. But only a little. He didn't care what others wanted to do to him, but he would never allow anyone to hurt his family. The dragon's reverse scale. Touch it, and you will die. Shan Heping smiled and looked at his daughter. The sea god healer is very skilled. He can fix the injuries on me. Girl, since there's no one around now, can you help me find the sea god healer? For some reason, Shen Danluo felt uneasy. Although her father's smile was very handsome, it made her feel nervous inside. So nervous that she forgot to ask what connection her father had with the sea god healer. She hurried straight to the barn, grabbing Old He by the arm and leaving quickly. Old He? He was a little surprised and excited. Where are you taking me? Shen Danluo didn't look back. To my house. Old He was overjoyed. He was eager to see his daughter. Today, he had tidied himself up quite well. His daughter wouldn't be too upset to see him. But as it turned out, his daughter didn't seem to care much because she didn't recognize him at all. Su Qiushui saw Shen Danlu hurriedly rush out in a panic, then soon brought back an old man with white hair and beard. She understood what was happening and quickly went to close the door tightly. Then she turned around with a polite smile and said, Are you Old Wang? Hello, I am Danlu's mother, Su Qiushui. The old man felt a cold chill inside, as if he had jumped into an icy lake in the cold month, so cold it reached his heart. He almost wanted to cry. He had been looking forward to this reunion with his daughter for so long, but now she didn't even recognize him. Shen Danlu and Su Qiushui saw the old man's face fall as soon as he entered the door, looking as if they had lost someone important. Both mother and daughter found this quite strange. Shen Danlu reached out her small hand and poked the old man's knee, saying, Grandpa Wang, what's wrong? Nothing, the old man replied quickly. If his daughter didn't recognize him, so be it. As long as he was alive, that was enough. He quickly composed himself. You asked me to see your mother, right? I'll go see her now. The old man was very conscientious, super conscientious, but just as he was about to reach out his hand, Shen Danlu pulled him away. Hey, where are you trying to take me? Seeing his daughter getting farther and farther away, the old man was so angry he wanted to lift Shen Danlu up and give her a good scolding. But unfortunately, his daughter was watching him, so he could only obediently be dragged along, feeling very frustrated. Then, holding her little Danlu, she suddenly threw another surprise at him. I'm taking you to meet my dad. He's quite anxious. The old man was instantly stunned. Wasn't his father dead? Why would a dead person be anxious? He couldn't even treat dead people. What? Huh? The old man looked at the man lying on the bed, feeling completely confused. The first thought that popped into his mind was, why does my daughter's family have a wild man? The second thought was that this wild man looked quite similar to his granddaughter. Wait a minute. The old man lowered his head to look at Shan Danlu and asked blankly, "Who is this person?" Shan Danlu sighed. Grandpa Wang was really hard of hearing and didn't realize it. He kept saying he was in good health.
Sigh.
She patiently explained, "I told you earlier, this is my father." The old man was still confused. "Your father isn't dead?" Shan Danlu spread her hands.
My father isn't dead.
"You see, he's alive and breathing." The old man. "Granddaughter, is it appropriate to describe your father like that?" Shan Heping also said. He rubbed his forehead and took the opportunity to speak. "Old Wang, I am Shan Heping. I am not dead." Confirming that this person was indeed a resurrected Shan Heping, his son-in-law. The old man's mood was complicated. Knowing that her son-in-law sacrificed himself, he felt sad for his daughter, who had no one to rely on, and there was no man at home to support them. Now that her son-in-law has returned, he feels even more sorry for his daughter because she has clearly become someone else's support. Seeing her face turn pale and looking like she almost lost her life, and still having to care for her pregnant daughter, he felt frustrated. Humph. Old Hai has always been a stern father-in-law, increasingly displeased with her son-in-law, thinking no one is good enough for his daughter. Now he is even more annoyed. His eyes seemed to carry sharp knives. Shan Heping looked at him with suspicion, unable to figure out what he might have done to offend this sea doctor. Shan Danluo also found it strange. "Grandpa Wang, why are you looking at my dad like that? Do you have a grudge against him? That doesn't seem right. My dad even protected you." She stared at Old Hai with big eyes, clearly accusing him. Humph. Only she can bully her dad. Old Hai. He felt a bit awkward. Yes, now that he thought about it, he seemed a little ungrateful. Old Hai cleared his throat, but still didn't rush to examine her son-in-law. He looked at Shan Heping with a scrutinizing gaze. "We don't know each other, so why are you protecting me? Is it because of his daughter?" Old Hai appeared serious on the outside, but was actually quite excited inside. Although her son-in-law was not very likable, sharing secrets with someone was still a very good feeling. However, Old Hai was destined to be thoroughly disappointed today. Hearing this, Shan Heping looked at his daughter immediately. Shan Danluo understood right away that her dad wanted her to go out. Sigh. Her dad still couldn't accept how amazing she had become now. She had to get him used to it sooner. Shan Danluo pretended not to see and refused to go out. Old Hai looked at the two of them. "What's wrong? Danluo, is there something you can't hear? Before you came back, it was this girl taking care of the house. Last time someone came to test us in the barn, it was Danluo who thought of a way to chase them away." The words granddaughter rolled around in Old Hai's mouth, but he swallowed them and changed to, "I think this girl is more capable than you." Shan Danluo immediately praised Old Hai. "Grandpa Wang, you're the best." Shan Heping. Thinking of what his wife had said earlier, Shan Heping realized he had fallen into his old habits. Without hesitation, he spoke directly. "Old Hai, it was General Cin Liang who ordered me to protect you."
What?
Old Hai suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief. "It can't be him?" Old Hai's intense reaction startled Shan Danluo. "Grandpa Wang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this general?"
Wrong. Completely wrong.
The shrimp was pacing back and forth inside the house, filled with disbelief and a touch of anger. How could it be him? It can't be him. Shan Danlu was almost dizzy from his words. She quickly ran over, grabbed his leg, and held him in place. "Grandpa Wang, please just tell me what you want to say." The old man lowered his head, his eyes shining with tears. "Little one, haven't I told you? The person who fought me the hardest back then was someone I once saved myself. That's Cin Liang. Although it was his younger relatives who attacked me, the Cin family is strict about their manners. If it weren't for his direct order, his family wouldn't dare to treat me like that.
But now,
I just can't understand." The old man couldn't figure it out. The person who once hurt him was now the one saving him? Shan Danlu was also very surprised. She guessed, maybe that general grandfather was just protecting you and deliberately let his family go first? If it had been someone else, you might not be alive now. The old man was stunned. Could it be? Had he misunderstood that old fool all these years? Shin Donlu asked again, and the person who changed your name to Hai Wang, was that also that general grandfather? The old man's face darkened. He turned to glare at Shan Heping.
Was it him?
Shan Heping nodded.
Probably.
Old General Tsin said that no one knew about what happened in Creek Water Village except him. I am the second. The old man was furious. He rolled up his sleeves. You should ask him why he changed my name like that. Shan Heping's eyes dimmed slightly. Sorry, old General Tsin has passed away. The old man froze.
How could that be?
I treated his illness, and he should have lived to 70 or 80. Shan Heping sighed. The Tsin family situation has been tough these years. To protect the younger generation, old General Tsin sent them into the army. But in the past 2 years, the family faced many setbacks. After continuous troubles, old General Tsin was exhausted. He was bedridden for months. 3 months ago, he suddenly came to me and asked me to take care of you. Not long after, he passed away. Hearing this, the old man felt terrible. He had resented that person for so many years, thinking he was an enemy. But now he knew the truth, he was actually helping him. Yet they had already passed away. Tears welled up in his eyes. He pointed to the sky and cursed angrily. Tsin Liang, you're so untrustworthy. If you knew I was here, why didn't you come find me? I could have saved you. You've betrayed me. Shin Donlu and Shan Heping both had tears in their eyes. The reason old General Tsin didn't come to see Hai Lao was simple. He didn't want to expose Hai Lao. General Tsin carried many wounds when he left this world, but he still remembered to ask someone to take care of Hai Lao. This kindness is very heavy. After a long time, Hai Lao's emotions finally calmed down. He looked at Shan Heping with red eyes. Did he ever say why he did this? He brought me here and changed my identity. He must know the truth. Did he tell you anything about it? Hai Lao paused, speaking with difficulty. Did he mention my wife and children? Shan Heping's tone was serious. Your wife, 2 sons, and your eldest daughter all escaped to Port City. Old Tsin said that when your family had an accident that year, except for your youngest daughter, everyone was badly injured and couldn't move easily. So, your wife asked your youngest daughter to notify you to escape with them, but she disappeared afterward. Old Tsin had no choice but to send them away first and secretly look for your daughter. But after all these years, there's been no news. Before he died, Old Tsin asked me to tell you he's sorry. Hai Lao shook his head with tears in his eyes. No, he didn't do anything wrong to me. My little girl is fine. She's right here with me. It's he who's wronged Old Tsin. Over the years, he's cursed Old Tsin countless times in secret. It's he who's wronged Old Tsin. Hai Lao forced down his feelings of regret and guilt, looking at the 2 people in front of him. He really wanted to tell them that Su Qiushui was his little girl, but his daughter had amnesia, the cause unknown, and she was pregnant and about to give birth. With his current identity, if he suddenly revealed that he was her father, what would happen to his daughter? After careful consideration, Hai Lao decided not to say anything for now. He would wait until his daughter finished giving birth and recovered from her confinement. His daughter was right there with him. He was no longer in a hurry. Hai Lao, you better think about who your enemies are. Not long after Old Tsin told me to hide you, I felt someone was watching me. So, I used a secret code we brothers understood to give clear instructions to Yan Mingli to hide you. Shan Heping paused, then continued. Shortly after that, I got into trouble. Someone set a trap to catch me. I was lucky to escape, but I was seriously injured and stranded on a deserted island. I almost couldn't come back. I suspect it's related to your situation. Hai Lao was stunned. He hadn't expected that Shan Heping's trouble was truly caused by him. He almost caused his daughter to become a widow. Hai Lao was terrified. To prevent similar events from happening again, he tried hard, racking his brains, but in the end, he couldn't find any solution. Ebby looked down sadly and said, I don't know. I'm a doctor. I've only ever helped people, never harmed anyone. I don't have any enemies. Does Old Tsin not know who the other person is either? Talking about this, Shan Heping frowned. Old Tsin looked at him with a very complicated expression before he died, so complicated that even Shan Heping couldn't understand it. Or perhaps, when Old Sin first saw him 6 years ago, his look was also very complicated. 6 years ago. Shan Heping squinted slightly. Ebi, I remember you came to Shishui village 5 years ago, right? Ebi nodded. Yes, I was originally sent to a very remote fishing village near Fusher. Over 5 years ago, someone suddenly transferred me to Shishui village, and for some reason, all my good friends came along too.
Ebi paused, surprised.
Could it be that Lao Qin and the others were also sent here by Old Sin on purpose? That was definitely Old Sin's doing, but not only that. Shan Heping's guess became clearer. Old Sin probably sent Ebi to Shishui village after meeting him. The reason for waiting so long at night was because such a move was very risky and difficult, so it took so much time. But why did Old Sin risk so much to send Ebi to Shishui village? He knew about the small fishing village near Fusher, which was isolated by continuous mountains, making transportation difficult. The village was almost cut off from the outside world, and being there was even safer for Ebi than being here. Yet, Old Sin still took such a big risk and sent Ebi there, even asking Shan Heping to take care of him before he died. The reason wasn't clear, but Shan Heping had a strong intuition that Old Sin's actions were related to him. But why did Old Sin not mention this at all? Even Shan Heping, who was clever, couldn't figure out Old Sin's true intention. Shin Donlu stepped closer to her father. Dad, I feel like you're thinking about something very important. Tell me, quickly. Shan Heping looked at his daughter's eager eyes and thought for a moment before sharing his guess. When Ebi heard this, he was stunned. Was his transfer to Shishui village related to his cheap son-in-law? But why exactly? After hearing this, Shin Donlu also thought her father's guess might be right, but she couldn't understand why either. Suddenly, she remembered something. Dad, have you ever met Grandpa Qin in the pigsty? Shan Heping shook his head. Since I joined the army, I rarely had the chance to go home. Every time I did, I spent all my time with you guys. Shan Donlu. Hee, I clearly went with my mother, but Anbao and I are often chased out of the house. Shin Donlu held back from exposing her father. It's so strange. Grandpa Qin said he has never seen anyone from our Shin family, but when he saw me for the first time, he felt very familiar, like he had seen me somewhere before. Dad, are you sure you've never met Grandpa Qin? Shan Heping definitely shook his head. I've really never met him. He frowned and added, maybe he saw someone very similar to us outside before? Old Hai kept staring at Shan Heping, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Come to think of it, your face looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. As he spoke, Old Hai suddenly covered most of Shan Heping's face with his hand. Yes, it's you. Old Hai excitedly patted his thigh and stood up. I just remembered, many years ago, I performed surgery on someone. That person was a bit younger than you, but you look very much alike. I only saw him once. Back then, most of his face was ruined. Old Qin said he was their benefactor and asked me to save him, so I used our family's secret skills to reconstruct his face. Wow. Shan Donlu's eyes widened. Brother Huaijing told me that you helped someone with a completely ruined face, and after the surgery, that person looked different. Was that him? Who is he? Why does he look so much like Dad? When did you save him? That was many years ago. Let me think carefully. Old Hai tapped his head. Right, I remember Old Qin said it was the year the Japanese invaders came. Old Qin and his group were ambushed and surrounded by the enemy, almost wiped out. It was that young man who led a group of young guys to break through. Hearing this, Old Hai's tone grew serious. They broke through, but all those young men were lost. Only the leader, that young man, survived. But he was badly injured. If I hadn't sent him here in time, he would have died. Shan Heping's mood was heavy, but also a little excited. Old Hai, do you know his name? Old Hai thought for a moment. That person was badly injured on the head and lost his memory. I don't know his surname. He doesn't remember either. But I remember Old Qin said his name was Tion or Tien. Yes, Tien. Shan Heping grabbed Old Hai's hand, full of surprise and joy. Old Hai, Shan Tion. His name is Shan Tion. He's my great-uncle. The person you saved is my great-uncle. Old Hai was stunned. What a coincidence. Yes, it's such a coincidence. Old Hai, General Tsin, have you also met my eldest uncle? Old Hai nodded. Of course. He was part of the same team as Old Qin, and they were rescued by that young man. They spent a few days together, so he must have seen him. So, that's why Old Tsin's eyes looked so complicated when he saw me. My mother said I look almost exactly like my eldest uncle. Old Tsin must have guessed our relation. Shan Heping was very happy. He had thought his eldest uncle had died young, but it turned out he was still alive. This made him very joyful. Old Hai was also happy. Wow, we actually have such a connection. That's really a lucky coincidence. Shin Donlu watched the two happy people and felt a surge of frustration. Another one is alive. Although she was glad her great-uncle was alive, how could it be related to her grandma? Shin Donlu felt like she might go bald from stress at such a young age. Shan Heping was so happy he didn't notice his daughter's face turning green with worry. He cheerfully said to her, Donlu, when you deliver food to your grandma at noon, tell her to come back early. Make sure she hears this good news as soon as possible. Shin Donlu, at help. After giving his daughter instructions, Shan Heping took Old Hai's hand and asked, Old Hai, do you know where my eldest uncle is now? Old Hai shook his head. Back then, during the chaos of war, I was moving around with the troops. Your eldest uncle had serious injuries besides his face. I couldn't bring injured soldiers with me, so I left your uncle behind in the rear. But don't worry, he's definitely still alive. After the victory, Old Tsin told me he saw your uncle. He also joined the army and seems to have achieved great merit. Old Hai paused. Since Old Tsin thinks you are related to your uncle, why hasn't he told you anything? Hearing this, Shan Heping's smile faded a little. Yes, if he suspected their connection and was acting this way, why hadn't he said a word? Could something have gone wrong with his uncle? Or was Old Tsin subtly hinting at something to him or Old Hai? Shan Heping thought Old Tsin might be using him to indirectly give hints to Old Hai. He knew nothing about this, and Old Hai also had a General Qin who had met his uncle. As long as he kept appearing in front of them to protect Old Hai, they would surely remember something. Knowing Old Tsin's character, always repaying kindness with gratitude, once he learned the truth, he would definitely tell Old Hai. But he chose not to say anything. The most likely possibility is that the other person also has a favor owed to him. He feels torn and can only reveal the situation to them directly, letting them see for themselves. In other words, the person behind wanting to harm Hai Lao is probably connected to the Dabo side. Thinking of this, Shan Heping felt unsure whether to be happy or worried. Noticing her father's strange expression, Shin Danluo waved her small hand in front of him. Dad, what's wrong? Shan Heping looked at Hai Lao, who was also looking over, and shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just happy, and my back is a little sore. Hearing this, Shin Danluo quickly pulled Hai Lao aside. Grandpa Wang, stop talking and check my dad quickly. Hai Lao glanced at both of them, but said nothing. He bent down to examine Shan Heping's injury, following Shin Danluo's pull. Your injury. Hai Lao took a deep breath. You're really lucky. If it were someone else, they might not have survived. Seeing her daughter's eyes turn red, Shan Heping hurriedly covered the wound. Hai Lao, what about the bullet in my back? Need surgery, but I don't have the tools, Hai Lao said, his eyes flickering. And even if I had the tools, I couldn't do it alone. I need an assistant. You all need to find me someone to help. Shan Heping frowned. But I can't reveal my return for now. That's just what he wanted. Hai Lao cleared his throat. Then we can look at the old Shin family. The old Shin family? Shan Heping's brow furrowed even more. There's no one in our family skilled in this. Shin Danluo raised her paw. What about brother, Huai Jing? He's brave, or Uncle Suan Gong. He's used to blood, so he definitely wouldn't be afraid. Hai Lao pushed her away. Go aside. Huai Jing is only 10 years old, and that Uncle Suan Gong is a grown man with rough hands. How can he help? Hearing this, Shen Danluo backed away defensively, looking both cautious and fierce. You're not just interested in me because I'm smart, are you? I tell you, that's impossible. Hai Lao was angry.
Get lost.
Do you think I'm confused? Asking a little kid for help. Then who else is there? My grandma has poor eyesight, my mother is pregnant, and Sister Sanhua is just a little girl too. Shin Danluo counted on her fingers.
So, it can only be my little sister-in-law.
She's really good at making clothes, so she can probably learn to sew wounds quickly. Shan Heping was silent. Is she really my biological sister? Hai Lao also remained silent. That definitely isn't. Then the little cotton-padded jacket was thrown out. Shan Danluo. Did I say something wrong? Shan Danluo scratched her head and sat down next to her mother at the kitchen door. At this moment, Su Qiushui was sitting there, peeling a rabbit while instructing Anbao to pluck feathers from a wild chicken. Damao had already been cooked, so now Anbao was carefully plucking the tiny feathers. Surprisingly, Anbao's small hands moved quickly and skillfully, pulling out each feather one by one. Shan Danluo was stunned. If others saw this, who would still say her brother was silly? Who? She really wanted to take Anbao, who was plucking the chicken, out for a walk. Then she turned her head and saw her mother smoothly removing the rabbit skin, then picking up a small knife and, like a skilled butcher, easily dissecting the rabbit. Yes, dissecting. To Shan Danluo, her mother's way of handling the rabbit looked just like a surgeon performing an operation. While others used a big knife to cut meat, her mother used a small knife to carefully dismantle the rabbit, separating bones from meat. Shan Danluo swallowed hard. Mother, you're so good at cutting meat. Su Qiushui paused, looked at the small knife in her hand, then at the rabbit meat in the bamboo basket, and said, I'm also quite surprised. I just pick up the knife and start doing it. It feels like I was born knowing how. Nowadays, it's rare to eat meat. Even when there was meat at home before, she never got to cook it herself. Because old Lady Shin was stingy, afraid her daughter-in-law would waste good meat, so she always did it herself. So Su Qiushui never realized she was good at this. But how could that be natural talent? Frowning slightly, Su Qiushui said, It's just like the oil seller who gets better with practice. Maybe I learned it from someone before? It was very strange. Shan Danluo looked at her mother, then at the small door leading into their house, her big eyes full of doubt. Mother, would a doctor ask someone who has never studied medicine to help with surgery? Su Qiushui shook her head. Of course not. Surgery involves blood. Normal people would be amazed just to see the open wounds, let alone do the assisting work easily. Interns helping in surgery have to learn for many years. Shan Danluo rubbed her chin thoughtfully. But it's strange. Grandpa Wang said father needs surgery, but he can't do it alone and needs a helper. He also said he wanted to find someone from our house. I suggested asking Uncle Su and Brother Huaijing to help, but he didn't agree. Mother, does Grandpa Wang think our family is more capable than those two? Su Qiushui sincerely said, Our family members are just good at arguing. As for Huaijing, he's still young, and I won't mention him. Suan Gang is definitely better than us. He has military experience and several years working in public security. He can handle basic first aid and wound care without problems. If we need to find someone, we can only choose someone like him. When better options are available, we would prefer someone from our family. Su Qiushui turned his head and met his daughter's gaze. They both said in unison, There's a ghost. Shin Danlu was suspicious. But what kind of ghost is it? Grandpa Wang is a bit strange, but he doesn't seem like he wants to harm us. Su Qiushui shook his head. I haven't figured that out either. When Lao Hai came out of the house, he felt his daughter and granddaughter looking at him strangely, which made him a little nervous. What are you looking at me for? Of course, they were just wondering what he was planning. Well, Su Qiushui said with a gentle smile that showed no flaws, Danlu just told me that Grandpa Wang wants to find someone from our old Shin family to help with your surgery. Do you have anyone in mind? So that's the matter. He had thought his little scheme was uncovered by these clever girls. Lao Hai relaxed and pretended casually, It depends on who is suitable. When your family is all here, I'll come over again to assess everyone. We'll see who is skillful and calm, and then choose. I'll give some training, and it should be fine. Oh, I see. When my mother and sister come back, I'll tell them. The mother and daughter exchanged glances. Su Qiushui quietly withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and politely said, "Lao Hai, you can stay and eat. Today we're having rabbit meat with steamed buns." Rabbit meat? Lao Hai instinctively put on a stern look as a father. "Child, rabbits are cold in nature. Your body is weak and cold, so you can't eat this. Normal pregnant women can eat a little rabbit meat without issue. Some say eating rabbit meat causes children to have cleft lips, but that's just superstition. Rabbit meat is nutritious and can be eaten in moderation. However, because rabbit meat is inherently cold, pregnant women with weak stomachs and cold constitutions should avoid it." His eyes revealed a hint of urgency, which surprised Su Qiushui. Shan Donlu also found it strange and suspiciously looked at Lao Hai. "Grandpa Wang, you can tell just by looking that my mother has a cold constitution. You're amazing. Ebby." "Oh no, I almost revealed the secret," he confidently said. "Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on observing, listening, asking, and feeling. From your mother's physical features, I can still tell some things. That's why people call me a miracle doctor." Fearing he might slip up, Ebby quickly changed the subject. "Since we're talking about your mother's health, I mentioned before that I would help ensure her smooth delivery. Today, I will show you her condition." Su Qiushui exchanged a glance with her daughter and smiled as she extended her hand. "Then, thank you, Elder Wang." Ebby closed his eyes and carefully took his daughter's pulse, taking it very seriously. As he continued, a smile appeared on his face. "Good, good. You're carrying twins, and you're nourishing them well. I don't see any major problems." However, he wondered why his daughter had a serious injury on her head, and Ebby looked into Su Qiushui's eyes thoughtfully. Su Qiushui quietly held Shan Donluo's hand. She hadn't forgotten her previous condition. All the improvements were thanks to the water sent by the child from Huaijing. That child truly was their family's savior. Shan Donluo also thought of this and felt grateful to Lord Qin. After Ebby finished checking her mother's pulse and confirmed she was fine, she immediately pulled him. "Since my mother is okay, Elder Wang, can you check my third brother's condition?" Ebby was still thinking about the old injury on his daughter's head when Shan Donluo pulled him away without noticing. Hearing her granddaughter's words, he looked confused.
"What?
There's another one? Why does your family have so many patients?" When he saw Shan Sanju's condition, Ebby was speechless. The old Shan family seemed to be a hospital for the sick. Meanwhile, in the neighboring courtyard, Su Qiushui frowned as she watched Ebby sit down. For some reason, the scene where her daughter pulled Ebby away earlier felt very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. "You're recovering quite well, little one. Your physique seems strong." Ebby finished checking Shan Sanju and nodded. "No need to worry too much. Just rest and take care of yourself." Shan Sanju's face was scrunched up. "Grandpa Wang, will I be able to eat meat in the future?" Ebby looked a bit amused. "Huh, craving meat, huh?" Shan Sanju nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Without meat, life would be so boring. Most people who undergo this kind of surgery have to control their diet. You should know your digestive system was injured, so it's easy to get indigestion," Ebby explained seriously. "However, I don't know why your recovery is much better than most people. If you listen carefully and take good care of yourself, eating meat shouldn't be a problem in the future." "Really? Grandpa Wang, are you not lying to me?" Old Hai nodded. "It's true." Shan Sanju's eyes lit up instantly, like a light turning on, and his face became lively. "Okay, I will take good care of myself." Shan Donluo. Is this the power of a foodie? No wonder Sanju has been so listless since he came back. He was worried he wouldn't be able to eat meat in the future. Shan Donluo was speechless. Why are all the boys in her family such food lovers? After checking Shan Sanju, they went to the yard. Old Hai suddenly grabbed Shan Donluo. "Little girl, be honest with Grandpa. Do you have something good at home that can cure illnesses?" Sanju's recovery was too quick, which didn't seem normal. And his daughter's situation was strange too. Her old head wound had worsened, and her eyes should have had problems a few days ago, but today she looked fine. As for Shan Heping, he was badly injured, but even with a strong body, he shouldn't be in such good spirits today. almost unaffected. Others couldn't understand, but old Hai, who had been practicing medicine for decades, knew better. When he treated Shen Lao before, he thought Shen Lao's old injuries would make him suffer every day. But Shen Lao was not as miserable as he expected. He had thought it was because Shen Lao was very patient, but now he realized that wasn't the case. Lately, the old folks in the barn, including himself, seemed much healthier. Old Hai grew more suspicious, but Shen Danluo was very frustrated. She had underestimated the skill of the divine doctor. She had seen such a doctor before in her past life and present. She blinked her big eyes. "Grandpa Wang, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Old Hai tapped her forehead. "Stop pretending. You little clever girl, what can you not understand? Do you think Grandpa wants to steal your family's good stuff?" He snorted softly. "If it weren't for your father, your mother, and your second uncle needing help, I wouldn't even mention it. I've never needed to use underhanded methods in my practice." Shen Danluo was stunned. Her father and second uncle needed surgery, which she understood required spiritual spring water. But what about her mother? She hurriedly grabbed old Hai. "What's wrong with my mother?" Elderly Ebi points with his finger. "Your mother was seriously injured on her head, which affected her life. Although she survived, there is still blood clotting in her brain. Recently, she may have been too emotional or experienced something, causing the blood clot to shift and press on some nerves." Elderly Ebi sighs. "Did your mother say she has been feeling unwell lately?" Shen Danlu immediately remembers her mother often complained about her eyes while in the hospital. "My mother said her eyes haven't been feeling right recently, and she often sees things blurry." "That's it," Elderly Ebi says seriously. "Based on your mother's condition, she shouldn't be able to see now, but she still can. There must be some special reason. Little one, trust me, I won't harm your mother. I don't want anything from you. I just want to prepare a medicine for her to help her recover from her old illness after she gives birth." Shen Danlu frowns, feeling that Elderly Ebi is being overly kind to her mother. "Grandpa Wang, why do I feel like you're especially concerned about my mother?" Elderly Ebi pauses, then gently pats her head. "Because your mother looks very much like my lost daughter. Maybe I love her because I love her. This girl is so close to her daughter, with no secrets. If she knew the truth, she would definitely tell someone. Her daughter's current condition can't handle too much stress." Elderly Ebi thinks carefully and decides to find time to talk to Shan Heping. Looking around, Shan Heping seems to be the only one who keeps his mouth shut. Shen Danlu, underestimated for her secrecy, suspects there might be more to it. But now isn't the time to investigate. Grandpa Wang said that Brother Huaijing's spiritual spring water is good for her parents and uncle, but since it belongs to Brother Huaijing, she can't decide for him. She blinks her big eyes. "Grandpa Wang, I don't know. The food and drink at home aren't under my control. I'm just a kid. I'll ask Grandma for you." Elderly Ebi.
Haha.
This girl is really cautious. He shakes his head. But what can he do? She's his granddaughter, so he can only spoil her. "All right, tell me if you get any news." "Okay." Shen Danlu happily pulls Elderly Ebi back to the next room. When they arrive, the first basket of steamed buns is already ready. And Bao had already moved a small stool to sit there, staring eagerly. When he saw his sister come in, he immediately exclaimed, "Ah." Then he happily ran to fetch a small basin of water.
"Ah."
"Wash your hands." Only after washing her hands can she eat. Shen Danlu laughs. "Got it." She finished washing, poured out the water, placed the basin away, and sat down at the table. Hai Lao went to the bathroom after entering, so he didn't notice anything and was about to walk toward the table. And Bao frowned and glared at him, shouting, "Ah.
"Ah."
Wash your hands. It's time to eat."
Hai Lao.
What kind of silent message is this? Hai Lao looked confused. "What do you want to tell Grandpa?"
An Bao. "Ah. Ah."
Wash hands, eat now. Hai Lao then looked at Shen Danluo, wondering why his little granddaughter couldn't speak properly. Shen Danluo, the mischievous sister, loved to watch the fun and turned her head, pretending not to see. Su Qiushui, her mother, always took the lead in teaching, so she also acted like she didn't see. Hai Lao was worried and looked at Bao with concern. Child, I can't understand you.
Bao,
So stupid. Hai Lao was even more confused. Can we speak normally?
Bao,
Wash hands. After finishing, seeing that Grandpa still didn't understand, she sighed, and turned to fetch water, looking small and pitiful.
Hai Lao.
Shan Luo and Su Qiushui looked at each other and burst out laughing. Haha. Shan Luo said, "It seems we have to push her every day." Su Qiushui agreed. Yes, today she added 2 more words.
Hai Lao.
These mother and daughter are really just like each other, both mischievous. Seeing the little one bring back the basin of water and place it in front of him, Hai Lao finally understood that his little granddaughter wanted him to wash his hands. He also noticed that she was different from ordinary children. He sighed deeply, thinking, oh no, it looks like another patient has appeared, a special symptom little patient. After lunch, Hai Lao, shocked by the many sick people in old Shin's family and looking complicated, was sent back to the cow shed. He also shared some diced rabbit meat buns with the grandparents inside. Shan Luo carried a bamboo basket, walking with short legs, feeling heavy-hearted as she headed to the fields. How could she not feel heavy? Just now, Grandpa, who was turned into a ghostly figure, had come back to life. She hadn't decided how to tell her grandma yet, but she had to return before her father, and everyone announced that Grandpa was still alive. Otherwise, Shan Luo felt this time would really be the end. When she reached the edge of the village fields, about to arrive at the farmland, she still couldn't think of what to say, her little face scrunching up like a wild chrysanthemum in worry. At that moment, she heard Qin Huijing's voice, Dan Luo, little sister? Shan Luo turned her head and saw Qin Huijing standing at the fork ahead. Her eyes lit up immediately. Brother Huijing, you're back? Qin Huijing walked over, took the bamboo basket off her back, and held it in his hand. Are you going to deliver food to Grandma Shan and the others? I'll help carry it. Sure. Shan Luo smiled happily. Thank you, Brother Huijing. As she spoke, she lifted the cloth curtain on the bamboo basket and took out a big steamed bun, placing it into Qin Huijing's hand. Brother Huijing, eat the bun. Qin Huijing initially thought it was an ordinary mixed flour bun, so he casually took a bite. But after just one bite, he was stunned. Is there meat inside? Yes, Shan Luo nodded. Rabbit meat diced bun with green beans and chili. I was lucky to find a rabbit. Is it tasty? Qin Huijing. Tasty. But the rabbit meat was clearly something he sold to his younger brother in the city. Why would Dan Luo find such a bun by luck? Because this batch of rabbit meat was a reward for his loyal younger brother. He specifically chose the rabbits that had been given spiritual spring water during the experiment. He knew the difference in taste when he ate them himself. Thinking of this, Qin Huijing subtly glanced at Shan Luo. As he looked closer, he realized something was off. Shan Luo's height was the same as his younger brother's, and upon further inspection of her features, she looked more and more like him. More and more like. Qin Huijing was shocked. Could it be? No way. Could it really be what he thought? Shan Luo didn't know her secret was about to be exposed. She was just thinking that 3 clever people could outsmart Zhuge Liang. Since she and Qin Huijing were both so smart, combining their strengths, they would surely come up with a good plan to fool her grandma. So Shan Luo cleared her throat. Brother Huijing, I have a question to ask you. Qin Huijing snapped back to attention, wiping the confused and surprised look from his face. He took a big bite of the rabbit bun and mumbled, go ahead. It's like this, I have a friend who tricked someone. Qin Huijing paused silently, still chewing. Could it be that Dan Luo was finally feeling guilty and about to confess? He was the older brother. He shouldn't be petty. Since Dan Luo was willing to confess voluntarily, he decided to forgive her. But then he heard her continue, actually, this lie was about to be exposed, but the other person came up with a strange idea and managed to cover for my friend's lie. Qin Huijing. He had never done such a thing, so what Dan Luo said wasn't about him. In the end, he had been mistaken. And Dan Luo, how many people had she tricked? Qin Huijing angrily bit into his bun. Shan Danluo, a little shorty, didn't notice the change in Qin Huijing's expression. She kept walking and talking. That idea also went wrong. Brother Huijing, how do you think my friend can fix this situation? I also want to know how you plan to cover up the fact that you tricked me. Although Qin Huijing was a little upset about being deceived, he instinctively didn't want Sister Danluo to be troubled. He chewed his bun while thinking. Finally, after finishing the bun, he said, "Since that person came up with the idea, when there's a problem, your friend can just return the problem to that person. Isn't that simple?" Return the problem to that person? Shan Danluo's eyes lit up. Oh, I didn't think of that. Brother Huijing, you're so clever. Here, have some candy. Happy. Shan Danluo took out a handful of white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them to Qin Huijing. Qin Huijing held the candies, which were worth at least 20 cents, and felt happy again. Even though Sister Danluo tricked him, she had always been very kind to him. If she didn't tell him something, she probably had her reasons. He would wait until she wanted to tell him. The two happily ran toward Grandma Shan and the others' field. When Shan Danluo saw her grandmother, she pulled her aside to a quiet place and took the initiative to speak first. "Grandma, you tricked me." Grandma Shan looked confused. "When did I trick you?" Shan Danluo pouted and played her trick perfectly. "Grandma, you said that Ghost was my great-grandpa, right?" Grandma Shan nodded. "Yes, that's right. I even burned a lot of paper money for him yesterday and several sets of clothes. By the way, did he wear them?
Do they fit?
Are you satisfied?" He didn't wear them. But that's not the real problem now. Shan Danluo said helplessly, almost leading her grandma astray. "The real problem is that that person isn't my great-grandpa." Shan Danluo said fiercely. "Grandma, you lied to me?" Grandma Shan was puzzled. "He's not your great-grandpa. Then who is he? Besides, how do you know he's not your great-grandpa? Didn't you say he wouldn't tell you his identity?" Here comes the key point. Shan Danluo's expression immediately shifted from anger to excitement, with a hint of uncontrollable happiness. Her acting was very skillful, very convincing. Grandma Shan's heart was stirred by her changing expressions. She was anxious and restless, like she was being fried in oil, urging her, "What exactly is going on? Just tell me." "Grandma." Shan Danluo took a deep breath, her small face very excited, because Grandpa Wang said that the great-grandpa isn't dead. He saved the great-grandpa. "Grandma Shan, I'm not dead. I'm not dead." These two words kept repeating in Grandma Shan's mind. After a long while, she finally managed to speak. "Danluo, what did you just say? You mean your great-grandfather is still alive?"
Yep.
Shan Danluo said seriously. "You can ask my dad if you don't believe me. Is her big brother really alive?" Grandma Shan was stunned, feeling both happy and confused. Her own brother coming back to life made her unable to stay calm. She had to go and check for herself. "Go to the foot of the mountain and tell your second and fourth uncles. Ask your fourth uncle to wait a moment so I can ask him to take a leave. No, I mean tell your fourth uncle to finish his work quickly and come help me." Grandma Shan said this and then ran off quickly, walking fast and soon disappearing from sight. Shan Danluo stuck out her tongue, feeling proud inside. "Haha, I think I passed this test, right?" From afar, Qin Huijing watched silently. So the person Danluo was talking about was Grandma Shan? Without comparison, there's no harm. Qin Huijing realized that Shan Danluo didn't even spare her own grandma. Suddenly, he felt more balanced inside. Shan Danluo had no idea that her little secret was being uncovered layer by Xiao Qin. She was very happy to shift the blame onto her grandma. Then she turned around to deliver lunch to her second and fourth uncles, and also to share the good news. But just as she turned, she was stopped by someone wrapped from head to toe, looking like a beekeeper, not even leaving their hands free. Shan Danluo was startled.
Who are you?
"You aunt," Shan Jiao said irritably, pulling off the cloth covering her face, revealing her sweaty, pretty face. "What did your grandma go to do?" "Something at home. Grandma went back first. Shan Danluo looked at her stylish little aunt and was stunned. Little aunt, why are you wrapped up like that? Shan Jiao Jiao, fanning herself, said annoyed, sun protection. I'm not like you and your mom, who are out in the sun all the time and not afraid of getting dark. As she spoke, a person identical in appearance, but taller by more than half a head, a little beekeeper, rushed over. Shan Danluo's eyes widened. Third flower sister? Third flower nodded. She looked exhausted from the heat, her face redder than Shan Jiao Jiao's. Danluo, it's so hot. Do you have anything cold to eat? Yes, I brought you some chilled mung bean soup, Shan Danluo said helplessly. If it's hot, why are you all dressed like that? Why are you wrapping your hands and feet? As she finished speaking, Shan Jiao Jiao and Shan Sanhua both trembled. There are water leeches in the rice field. So scary. Shan Danluo immediately shivered too. Wow, that's really frightening. Water leeches, earthworms, snakes, those soft, squishy things are so scary. Both Shan Jiao Jiao and Shan Sanhua nodded in agreement. Yes, it's really scary. That's why we wrapped ourselves up like this. If a water leech bit us. Thinking of that scene, the two children instantly trembled like leaves in the wind. Qin Huaijing, who was squatting by the field edge distributing green bean soup to them, said. He resigned himself and added plenty of spiritual spring water to the green bean soup. Otherwise, he was really worried these two would get too hot. After drinking the flavored green bean soup, Shan Jiao Jiao and Shan Sanhua felt energized and started eating large steamed buns. They initially thought it was just an ordinary mixed grain bun, but to their surprise, each bite was filled with meat. One big and one small, their eyes widened in amazement. It was delicious. They wolfed down the buns eagerly. Even though they were careful and tried to cover the spicy flavor, the aroma was still quite strong and somehow leaked out. In this area, the only lush pear trees grew along the nearby field ridges, and behind them was a small ditch with flowing creek water. The cool breeze made this the coolest spot around. So many people gather here to enjoy lunch and cool off. Soon, some curious eyes peeked over to look. An old woman with triangular eyes spoke bluntly. What delicious food do you have at your place? I have some sticky rice cakes. Want to swap? Shan Danluo was waiting for her younger sister and Sanhua to finish eating before delivering lunch to her Uncle C and Uncle Air. She initially thought they were all working together, so they ate together, but unexpectedly, they were in two different places. It was hard to split them outside, so she had to wait until they finished before bringing the food. Hearing this woman's question, Shan Danluo felt suspicious. Was there anyone in Creek Water Village bold enough to ask her family for a swap? She turned her head and looked over, noticing many unfamiliar faces, especially the old woman with triangular eyes who was peeking and asking to swap food. She seemed unfamiliar with Creek Water Village. Shan Jiao Jiao also looked up and saw that many of these people were from the neighboring Tian Jia village. The woman with triangular eyes was connected to their old Shan family, and there was some history, actually some conflict. The old woman's son was Tian Gang, who used to be the village head of their brigade. He had even fought with her older brother over the eldest sister-in-law. In the end, her brother outsmarted him and married the sister-in-law. Since then, Tian Gang had often caused trouble for the Shan family. If it weren't for Tian Gang's bad luck, falling into a ditch and breaking his leg, losing his position as squad leader, and letting Shan Jianjun take his place, the Shan family wouldn't be doing so well now. Thinking of this, Shan Jiao Jiao chuckled to herself. Tian Gang's mother really has poor eyesight. She's so busy begging that she doesn't even realize she's dealing with enemies. Only she is an adult here, so Shan Jiao Jiao naturally can't let the children interact with these people. She quickly drank a sip of mung bean soup, cleared her throat, and said, Sorry, our family doesn't like eating large pancakes. We prefer vegetable buns with spicy fried green beans. If you want to eat, maybe your family can make some for us later. Hearing this, the others didn't like the idea and looked displeased. Tian Gang's mother snorted coldly. Why are you being so stingy? We're not asking for free food. What's wrong with trading some food? The weather was hot and dry. Shan Jiao Jiao, already feeling hot and irritable, tore off her straw hat with a fake smile and said, Tion family's wife, are you sure you want to eat at my Shin family's house? Aren't you afraid your son will turn against you? The atmosphere immediately cooled down. Tion's wife suddenly realized something was wrong. Her eyes narrowed sharply like a venomous snake, and she sneered at the people from Shishui village nearby, saying sarcastically, Are you Shan Heping's girl? She glanced at Qin Huijing sitting beside Shindanluo, and with a strange tone, said to the people nearby, I remember this person used to live in the cow shed. I think your village has become too proud, associating with people from the cow shed. Shindanluo and Qin Huijing's faces visibly darkened. The people from Shishui village nearby saw this and immediately ran to hide under a different large pear tree, clearly trying to distance themselves from the wife. Tion's wife. Others from Tianjia village also looked confused. What's going on here? The people from Tianjia village were puzzled when suddenly, a big and three small figures stood up sharply, glaring coldly at them. Although they were women and children, everyone felt a strange sense of unease. Tion's wife was also startled, but thinking about her useless son still obsessing over Su Qiushui, the troublemaker, she felt furious. She stiffened her neck and shouted loudly, What are you trying to do?
Fight?
Or what? Did I say something wrong? He's just from the cow shed. Your Shin family members walking with him. That's a problem. I can report you all. Shun Jiao got angry. She rolled up her sleeves to hit this rude wife, but Shindanluo quickly stopped her. Shun Jiao was annoyed and said, Danluo, why don't you hit her? Shindanluo smiled, her smile especially sweet. She looked at Granny Tion and asked, Are you the grandmother of the Tion family? Granny Tion thought she was scared. She raised her chin and snorted coldly, Scared? It's no use. If you call Su Qiushui, that shameless woman, to come and bow to me and apologize, I might forgive your old Shin family. Shindanluo's smile grew even sweeter. She pulled Qin Huijing over and asked Grandma Tion, Do you know who he is? Granny Tion rolled her eyes and sneered. Humph, who else could he be? Just a little Qin from the pig pen. Oh, so you know his identity. Shindanluo's face suddenly turned cold. Since you know who he is, you must also know he is a hero of our team, helping the police solve cases. The police chief even calls him little comrade. Yet you call him a little beast. It seems your status is even higher than the police chief's uncle. With this big accusation, the villagers around Granny Tion, who were already hesitant, immediately changed their faces and, like the people from Shishui village before, quickly ran away. Granny Tion was left isolated under the big tree, furious. You fools, come back to me. Only fools would go back. It's all this woman's fault. Don't drag them into it. The villagers of Tion village looked at the sky, the water fields, but refused to look at her. This made Granny Tion so angry she was about to explode. Seeing all her potential allies gone, Shindanluo turned to Shin Jiao and said, Little sister-in-law, now you can hit her. After saying that, she was the first to rush forward and kicked Granny Tion's lower leg. Ow! Granny Tion yelped and fell down. Shin Jiao. She lost again. Shindanluo, small but strong, caused Granny Tion to feel her leg might break. Still, she kept insulting her. Mom, this heartless little brat hit me. You all better catch her and lock her in the pig pen. Shindanluo took off her straw sandals and rode on her, slapping her twice. You're the heartless one. I'll beat you to death, you bad girl. I told you to stop cursing Brother Huijing. I told you to shut up. My mom is pregnant, and you want her to kneel for you? You're just a heartless little brat, a big. When Granny Tion realized Shindanluo's identity, she grabbed her hand viciously and stared at her with hatred. Little brat, are you the daughter of that Su Qiushui? As expected, that nasty woman's children are all lowlifes. Shun Jiao rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward, grabbing Granny Tion's hair and slapping her viciously across the face. Mrs. Tion was beaten so hard she cried out loudly. But Mrs. Tion was tough and refused to back down, continuing to curse, Your old Shin family are all animals and fools. You lowly women, All just flirtatious troublemakers. And that Su Chioshui. If she gives birth, I curse her to have a boy without a bottom. Shin Sanhwa looked around, grabbed a handful of mud, and shoved it into her mouth. Mrs. Tion. The world went quiet. The villagers from Tion village were trembling at the fierce scene of the two young ones. Is it really this intense?
Someone asked.
The villagers from Shishui village shook their heads. No, trust me, this is just the appetizer. The villagers from Tion village looked confused.
What?
This is just the appetizer? The experienced villagers from Shishui village explained the deeds of the Shin family to them. Hearing this, the villagers from Tion village were glad they ran away quickly. The villagers from Shishui village also felt a bit sympathetic. Anyway, don't provoke their family. Anyone you offend, you're actually provoking a group of fierce women. The villagers from Tion village swallowed hard, thinking, wow, the Shin family is really scary. After scaring the Tion villagers, the Shishui villagers started discussing again. By the way, this time they didn't use brooms or scissors. What do you think they'll do to deal with Mrs. Tion? Someone guessed. Pull out her hair? Pull her teeth? Or just break her mouth? Everyone was about to cry. Is this normal talk? Really? At this moment, Shin Danluo was coldly staring at Mrs. Tion, thinking about how to punish her to feel better. This woman dared to curse her mother, dared to curse her brother and sister. She had to punish her severely to live up to her fierce reputation. She had already used poison needles, but the Tion family was far from the Shishui village. She couldn't see the punishment's effect firsthand, which made her uncomfortable. And without using a broom or whip, it felt like she hadn't punished her at all. So frustrating. Qin Huaijing came over, holding a small knife. Danluo, leeches like blood. Shin Danluo. Shin Jiao and Shin Sanhua also trembled.
Wow, so terrifying. But
Shin Danluo sneered, do it. Before Mrs. Tion could react, Qin Huaijing made a small cut on her calf. To make the leeches like her more, he secretly sprinkled some spiritual spring water on her. Then, the three of them worked together to push Mrs. Tion into the nearby water field that hadn't been planted yet. Mrs. Tion was not afraid at all. She turned around and kept scolding, saying harsh words as fiercely as she could, until countless dark, slimy water leeches swarmed toward her.
Ah!
Mrs. Tion was overwhelmed. Seeing the live water leech swarm in the Creek village and the Tion family village, the villagers suddenly felt uneasy too. That was too cruel. Almost everyone in Creek village was sobbing. Should they be glad that old Shin's family didn't do such harsh things to their villagers? The villagers from Tion village were so frightened they all ran to Shin Jianjun, demanding a change of place. Shin Jianjun. When he found out that this matter involved old Shin's family, Shin Jianjun was speechless. He decided to find a remote place for old Shin's family to stay so that no more incidents would happen. Surely no one would cause trouble again, right? Shin Jianjun felt very tired. Was old Shin's family trying to spread a fierce reputation across the neighborhood? Yan Mingli was more cautious than him. After asking about the situation and learning that the conflict was caused by Tion Gang's mother, Yan Mingli frowned. Old Shin, Tion Gang's wife, went away a few days ago. Shin Jianjun was surprised. What? Yan Mingli looked serious and said, someone told me that Tion Gang had a fight with his wife a while ago. Not long after, his wife disappeared. They said she accidentally fell into the water and drowned. At the time, she was pregnant. When people found her, they heard her mother scolding Tion Gang, mentioning Peace's wife. Shin Jianjun's face darkened. Are you saying Tion Gang still cares about Peace's wife? Yan Mingli didn't nod or shake his head, just said, you know about that incident back then. Tion Gang teamed up with Peace's family to try to force her to marry him. If Peace hadn't been on vacation and returned home, she might have been forced to death. I still remember how crazy Tion Gang was about marrying Peace's wife. Later, he married someone who looked like her. If you ask me, he still cares. Now that Peace is gone, he probably has other thoughts. Shin Jianjun also felt something was wrong. Yes, I remember. Tion Gang's wife grew up by the water, could swim and fish since she was a child, and she was pregnant. How could she be so careless? Thinking of this, Shun Jianjun's expression turned serious. Maybe we should wait for Su Gong'an to come back and ask him to investigate? Yan Mingli nodded. Yes, investigate. Better safe than sorry. Shun Danhua didn't know that she had scolded Mrs. Tian, which caused Shun Jianjun and Yan Mingli to suspect her. She happily ran to old Forshan carrying a bamboo basket. Uncle For, Mother said you should help with her work first. She's going home now. Old Forshan almost lost his temper after hearing this. He shook with anger and pointed at the wooden tools on the ridge, expressing his frustration. Do you have no conscience? I've been planting rice until my waist hurts, and I still can't rest at noon. I have to help. I have to help others make things. And your mother wants to throw her work onto me. Is she treating me like a beast? Shin Danluo looked at him silently, thinking her uncle was quite miserable. Seeing her sympathetic face, old Forshan felt a bit happier. He lowered his voice and tested her. Danluo, look, I'm still helping your father make a crutch. I don't have time or strength to help your mother with her work. Why don't you go help her? When Shun Danluo heard this, she immediately jumped back 3 feet. No, I won't. There are water leeches in the rice field. I refuse to go down. She could cut rice, but she absolutely wouldn't go into the water. Although she enjoyed teasing her mother earlier, the thought of her being covered in water leeches made her feel terrible. No, she would never go into the water again. Old Forshan was surprised. Was her reaction too strong? It was just planting rice, not life or death. While he was thinking, he saw his second brother being helped back by someone. Old Forshan was startled and quickly ran over. Second brother, what happened? The man helping him smiled warmly. Oh, so this is your second brother. I wondered why he looked unfamiliar. He just fell in the field up front. I helped him back. It's nothing serious, just a few scrapes. Thank you so much. Old Forshan sighed in relief. Just as he was about to thank the man, he looked closer at his face and frowned. Tion Gang? Yes, old Forshan, you remember me? Tion Gang smiled honestly. It's been many years since we last saw each other. He reached out with a friendly gesture. But this didn't work on old Forshan. He believed in repaying kindness with gratitude. And he knew he had to be careful with this person. He definitely couldn't trust him. Old Forshan clearly remembered how disgusting this former team leader was to their family. As the main worker of the Shin family, those 2 years had been very hard. He would never forget the suffering. He quickly pulled Shan Heping behind him, eyes full of suspicion. You didn't come here just to be friendly, did you? What are you planning? Shun Danluo followed behind old Forshan, but because her legs were short, she ran a bit slower. When she arrived, she saw her usually cheerful Uncle Forth with a guarded look, staring at a man. She couldn't help but ask Uncle Forth, who is this man? Tion Gang looked down and saw Shin Danluo. His eyes lit up. You are. Old Forshan quickly pulled Shin Danluo behind him, as if trying to hide her. But his second brother's build was similar to his, so he couldn't block Shin Danluo. This made old Forshan very angry. What are you doing? What do you want? Stay away from our Shin family. Tion Gang sighed in disappointment, looking a bit sad. Old Forshan, those things are in the past. I mean no harm to your Shin family now. Can't we just make peace?
Get lost.
Old Forshan shivered at his words, feeling like something strange was watching him. Tion Gang, stay away from us, or I'll beat you every time I see you. After shouting, he turned around, helped up second brother Shin, and urged Shin Danluo, hurry up and leave. Why are you sticking around? Shin Danluo squinted.
Tion Gang?
That name sounded familiar. Oh, the son of that woman from the Tion family she had just scolded. His name was Tion Gang. Could he be the same person? She quietly turned her head and saw the man called Tion Gang still standing there, watching them. When he saw her glance and look away, his eyes immediately brightened, and he gave her a very friendly smile. It was both kind and gentle, a deliberately flattering gesture. Shin Danluo turned her head, full of suspicion. When they returned to old Forshan's place, she asked Uncle Forth, Who was that man just now? Did he bully you before? Should I help you teach him a lesson? Old Fourth Shan snorted. Yes, he did. But if you want to know why, ask your parents. That's their business. I can't say. Shan Donluo's eyes instantly narrowed. Uncle Fourth, earlier, Brother Huaijing, my little sister-in-law, and Sister Sanhua beat up a woman from the Tion family. She kept cursing my mother, and even cursed my unborn baby. Her son is called Tion Gang. Could it be him? Old Fourth Shan's eyes widened when he heard that. What? You fought with that crazy old woman from the Tion family? Beat her up?
Good job.
He huffed angrily. She used to bully your grandma a lot when she was powerful. Your grandma didn't like the eldest sister-in-law, and a big part of that was because of her. He looked curious and excited. Tell Uncle Fourth how you and the others managed to teach that crazy woman a lesson. Shan Donluo then explained everything. After listening, old Shan imagined the scene and felt really uncomfortable. Why did he ask? Second Shan quietly pulled back his foot from the water field, feeling a bit nervous about the water.
Sigh.
Donluo Shan, scared by her two uncles, carried her bamboo basket and headed back, planning to ask Qin Huijing to find out about the man named Tion Gang, so he wouldn't cause trouble for her parents. But just as she reached halfway, someone stopped her. Are you Sister Sue's daughter? Hello, I am your Uncle Tion. Donluo Shan he. Donluo Shan blinked her big eyes, looking innocent and adorable. I remember you. You're that uncle from earlier. Uncle, what do you want from me? Tion Gang smiled kindly and warmly. Actually, I have some news to tell your mother. I wanted to ask your fourth uncle for help, but he misunderstood me, so I thought I'd ask you instead. Would you help me? Donluo Shan smiled sweetly, but inside she was annoyed. That nasty frog is trying to imitate her dad's way of speaking. Even the tone, expressions, and gestures, it's like he's trying to discuss someone. The angrier she got, the brighter and more enthusiastic her smile became. Sure. Uncle, what do you want me to do? Seeing her good attitude, Tion Gang's smile deepened. Well, your grandparents are coming to Jin City to see your mother. They should arrive tomorrow. Donluo Shan's heart sank. Her mother had mentioned those grandparents who never contacted her. Why are they coming all of a sudden? And if they're coming, why notify such a stranger first? Is this guy crazy? She blinked and asked, Grandparents? What are those? Tion Gang instinctively replied, They're not things. He paused, squinting at Donluo Shan, noticing her face full of curiosity, and had to suppress his doubts to patiently explain, They are your mother's parents. Oh, so they're my mom's parents. Donluo Shan pretended to be curious. Uncle, are you familiar with my mom's parents? How do you know they're coming? Tion Gang smiled and said, Because I used to be the team leader. Your grandparents didn't know the situation, so they contacted me first. You can ask your mom. If it's not convenient at home, I can help pick up your grandparents. Donluo Shan thought, This dead toad is trying every way to get close to her mom. If I let you succeed, I won't be called Donluo Shan anymore. She smiled warmly and said, Okay, thank you, Uncle. I will ask my mother. Tion Gang's eyes lit up. Good. Uncle will wait at the village entrance this evening for your news. Then he added, Your grandfather and grandmother had some disagreements with your grandma's family before. If your mother isn't comfortable hosting, just tell her she can let them stay at my house. Oh, so if they stay there long enough, people outside might start gossiping that you and my mother are getting close, right? What a scoundrel. Shan Donluo nodded with a smile. All right, thank you, Uncle. You're such a kind person. I'll go now. Yes. Tion Gang thought he had gained Shan Donluo's favor and was very happy. He said affectionately, Be careful on your way, Donluo. I'll wait for your news. His tone sounded like her father's, which made Shan Donluo almost want to. She turned around with a cold expression like ice. Space. Activate long-distance treasure hunting function. After activating the treasure hunting, she bought some nerve-paralyzing poison and also retrieved the spiritual spring water she had stored earlier. A cold smile appeared on Shan Donluo's face. Don't even think about getting close to her mother. If it weren't for the trouble with that scoundrel, she might have just pushed him into becoming A. But the other two legs would be useless, or he wouldn't learn his lesson and keep causing trouble. Tion Gang didn't know that Shan Heping's revenge was about to begin. Now that her goal was achieved, he was very happy, humming a tune as he headed back to his task field. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, then his knees went weak, and he inexplicably fell into the water field. Tion Gang fell face first into the muddy water, stunned. Even more surprising was that as he sat up, countless water leeches swarmed toward him.
Tiangong. Ah.
The people on the neighboring field heard his screams and straightened up, feeling like vomiting. They quickly shouted, "Help! Someone's been bitten by water leeches." No, wait, someone has turned into a water leech person. Hidden on a small path, Shan Luo clapped her hands and walked away swiftly. After she left, villagers nearby heard the commotion and rushed over. Some kind-hearted ones saw Tion Gang just shouting and not moving, afraid he might be bitten to death by the leeches. They endured their disgust and used a pole to pull him out. When they saw Tion Gang covered in leeches, they were almost scared too. "Oh no, what should we do? Hurry, save him. Quick, quick, go find Salt at the big team's place. It's on Tion Gang's account." When the others rushed over and saw Tion Gang's terrible condition, they were all stunned. A few who knew the situation quickly thought of Tion's wife. "What's going on here? I heard Tion Gang's mother was also bitten by water leeches, covered all over with them. They half a pound of blood, and after cleaning, she had small cuts all over. It looks pretty scary. Why is Tion Gang also like this now? Did they both disturb the water leech's nest? Why are water leeches so interested in them?" Someone said Tion Gang's mother was targeted because she offended Old Shan's family. A local from Tion's village immediately spoke up. "Old Shan's family is fierce, but they only cut a small wound, not even as big as a fingernail. How could that small amount of blood attract so many water leeches?" You didn't see it. When the leeches swarmed Tion Gang's mother, it was like they hit some evil spell. He pointed to the nearby water channel and gestured from his head down to his face. Long hair flowing, fitting for a water spirit. Everyone gasped in shock. Yes, the water leeches came in groups, which was very strange. Some started to suspect a conspiracy. I haven't seen them act like this before. I remember last year Tion's wife was also hurt, but she didn't get much worse. It's only this year that the water leeches went crazy. Could it be related to their daughter-in-law? Yeah, maybe Tion Gang's wife came back to take revenge? Everyone kept talking, and their suspicion of Tion Gang grew stronger. Tion Gang didn't realize he was being accused and was suffering. He was very angry now. Suddenly, his leg couldn't move, especially the leg that had been injured before. No feeling at all. How could he go meet Su Qiushui's parents now? How could he meet Su Qiushui's daughter? He thought he was finally going to have her, but then this happened. Tion Gang was furious and wanted to kill someone. What he didn't expect was that when he got home, he saw his mother, who looked almost exactly like him. The only difference was she could still stand and walk, though it was difficult because she was suddenly very weak from blood loss. Tion's wife could only take a few steps before gasping for breath. Tion Gang was shocked and confused. "Mother, what's wrong with you? What's wrong?" Tion's wife was trembling with anger and fear. "It's all your fault. Who told you to think about that Su girl? Look what her daughter has done to my mother." Tion Gang was stunned. "What do you mean, mother?" After listening to Mrs. Tion's story, Tion Gang suddenly sat up, his eyes full of anger and madness. "Mom, that girl lied to me. She recognized me early on. I am sure she did something to cause this. She dares to block my plans with Qiushui. I want to kill her. Coincidentally, Shan Luo also wants to hurt him now." On the way back, she learned from her younger sister about Tion Gang and her parents' conflicts. Shan Jiao is very vengeful. She doesn't think it's wrong to tell young girls about such things because she believes her niece Dan Luo is even smarter than her. She explained everything in detail and even encouraged Shan Luo to beat Mrs. Tion again next time. When she found out that this scoundrel had tried to take her mother's property years ago and almost drove her mother to death, Shen Danluo felt deep regret. She regretted not acting more strongly. She should have paralyzed that completely, so he couldn't move anywhere. On the way home, hearing people talk about how Tion Gang's wife mysteriously drowned recently and she was pregnant at the time, Shen Danluo wanted to hurt him even more. The Tion Gang she saw today showed no sign of grief over losing his wife or child. He only wanted to get close to her mother. People like that are no longer human, they are madmen. To achieve their goals, they have completely lost their humanity. Such threats must be eliminated. And those grandparents who suddenly appeared, her maternal grandparents she had never seen since birth, how could they suddenly come to see her mother? If Tion Gang brought them, it might be understandable, but she fears they might not be his people. Shen Danluo's shoulders drooped sadly.
She was so tired.
Why did she have so many worries? Qin Huaijing saw her weak and exhausted look and was very worried. Danluo, don't worry. After I talk to Uncle Shin, I'll help you keep an eye on that bad guy. If anyone dares to make Danluo unhappy or think about Aunt Sue, he will fill his room with snakes and scare him to death. Shin Danluo was very touched. Thank you, Brother Huaijing. Fortunately, she had a big brother to share her burdens. Qin Lao is really a good big brother. Brother Huaijing, I suspect that the big bad guy caused his wife and child's deaths. We need to tell Uncle Su Gong about this. Qin Huaijing nodded. Once Uncle Su Gong returns, I will tell him. Brother Huaijing, that bad guy said my mother's parents are coming. They are arriving tomorrow. They haven't appeared in all these years, and suddenly they show up. I feel like they're planning to do something bad. What do you think we should do? Qin Huaijing frowned. Then let them come. Tomorrow I will go to the city to stop them for you. Yes, Brother Huaijing, you're so kind. I'll treat you to some candy. Shen Danluo smiled happily and took a handful of milk candies from her pocket, handing them to him. Then the two children happily chewed their candies as they walked home. Halfway there, they saw Su Kai riding his bicycle over. Su Kong is like a reincarnation of Cao Cao. As soon as they mentioned him, he appeared. Shen Danluo quickly waved her hand, wanting to tell Su Kong about the big bad guy she just discovered. Uncle Su Kong, I have something to tell you. But as soon as Su Kai saw her and Qin Huaijing, he immediately turned his bike around and rode onto a different path, disappearing quickly. Shen Danluo? Qin Huaijing. Shen Danluo looked confused. Brother Huaijing, did I see it wrong just now? Isn't that Uncle Su Kong? Qin Huaijing shook his head, also looking puzzled. That was Uncle Su Kong. Shen Danluo scratched her head. But if that was Uncle Su Kong, why did he run away when he saw us? Qin Huaijing. That's what he wanted to know too. As for why Su Kai ran away, it was because after walking close to these two children, the heavens seemed to be forcing him to take credit. Earlier that morning, he just went to the large team where Jinda was to gather information and ask about the records. But he uncovered another big case. It turned out that the Jin family had been involved in such activities more than once. Decades ago, Jin Lao Sen had done similar things many times, and he married several wives this way. He didn't spend a single penny on these marriages and even forced the brides to bring dowries. Moreover, he chose families with little labor force, weak backgrounds, and no ability to resist, so he could always succeed. Later, he taught these cruel tricks to his sons. His sons fully inherited his wickedness and cunning. So, Jinda's family also married their wives in this way. They also harmed several women from nearby villages, sneaking into small woods to them, then asking for hush money afterward. In short, they used all kinds of threats and coercion, making those women suffer terribly. They even forced a poor female educated youth to death. The friend of the young educated girl was holding her farewell letter. She was timid and afraid of retaliation. When she learned that Jinda and a few others had been caught with solid evidence, making their release impossible, she finally dared to speak out. One incident after another was truly shocking. If Jinda and the others hadn't encountered old Shin's family and fallen into trouble, many other women might have suffered. When she heard about Jinda and the others being arrested and saw his wife crying bitterly, everyone was moved to tears. His colleagues are still gathering evidence to see if there are more victims. Su Kai didn't know what to say. Old Shin's family seemed like a machine for causing trouble. Anyone who opposed them could be involved in big cases. Especially Shin Danluo and Qin Huijing. Meeting them made him feel like he was gaining credit easily. While catching bad people was exciting and earning merit was satisfying, he was worried about having too many accomplishments. He retired after being injured while making achievements. Because of his strong family connections, the organization initially wanted him to become the county police chief. But he didn't want that role. He was impatient with handling trivial matters and preferred to be on the front line catching criminals and spies. So, his brother arranged for the fool Shi Anbong to fill the chief position. Though Shi Anbong was a bit annoying, arguing with him sometimes was quite fun. But if the case kept developing at this pace, he felt like he was in trouble. So starting today, he decided to stay away from those two little lucky stars. Su Kai was glad he ran fast and wasn't caught by those two little troublemakers. He arrived at the team headquarters, about to talk about Jinda and the others, when Shin Jianjun and Yan Mingli pulled him into a room. Comrade Su, today old Shin's family and Tianjia village's former team leader, Tion Gang, had a fight.
Wookie.
This is an ominous premonition. Comrade Su, later we thought about Tion Gang's wife dying mysteriously recently. Since Tion Gang has had unusual feelings toward Danluo's mother, we suspect her death might be related to this. We want you to investigate. Su Kai felt hopeless. Here comes another chance for him to take credit, as if the heavens were about to drop achievements on his head. QAQ meanwhile, Su Kai was both suffering and happy. Over here, Qin Huijing was reporting his results to Shan Heping with a serious face. Uncle Shan, I followed your instructions, but I find one thing a bit strange. Shan Heping raised an eyebrow. What is strange? Qin Huijing furrowed her brows tightly. Uncle Shan, I noticed that Lu's family treats Jiang Dahua and the others very well, especially well. They wear the newest clothes, eat the best food from Lu's family, and stay in the finest rooms. Isn't that strange? He was supposed to send them to cause trouble for Lu's family and get a bit of trouble himself, but today's situation was very different from what he expected. Shan Heping narrowed his eyes slightly. Their parents and grandparents have all been caught. Normally, children like that are a burden no matter where they are. Even the kindest people wouldn't do what you said. From what I know, Lu's family isn't very good. What you said is indeed very strange. He thought for a long time, then suddenly a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Huijing, has Uncle Su come back? Qin Huijing nodded. Yes, he has. Danhua and I saw him on our way back, but I don't know why. When he saw us, he turned around and ran. Shan Heping looked suspicious. Turned around and ran? Did you do something to scare him? Qin Huijing, that Uncle Shan, I've always been very well behaved. Shan Heping. Shouldn't you ask your little snake brothers first? He shook his head. Since Comrade Su is back, he must have gone to the main office. You should go there and tell him about the strange things you saw. Qin Huijing frowned. Uncle Shan, do you have a guess? Shan Heping didn't hide it from him. Lu Tsuehua is just Lu's family's adopted daughter. Why are they so good to the daughter's descendants? Maybe they have some ulterior motive, or they're being threatened. Or maybe they were supposed to do this all along. Qin Huijing thought for a few seconds, then his beautiful eyes widened. Uncle Shan, do you mean Lu's family might be connected to the splitters? Shan Heping was very pleased with his sharpness. We'll need to investigate further to know. I still haven't fully analyzed Jiang Huixing's true intentions behind his evil acts against the Shin family. If Lu's family is really linked to the splitters, then there's more to uncover. Qin Huijing nodded. All right, I'll go now. After Qin Huijing left, Shin Danhua pushed the door open and came in. As soon as she entered, she hurriedly moved a small table, grabbed paper and a pen, and did various chores, leaving Shan Heping stunned. Daughter, what are you doing? Shin Danhua crossed her arms. Father, today I helped you solve a big problem. Shan Heping frowned. Did someone find out I've returned? No, no, no. Shan Danhua shook her fingers seriously, with a stern look, speaking very confidently. Someone tried to cause trouble for you. I handled it for you. Since we are father and daughter, you don't need to thank me much. Just give me 10 or 20 yuan as a small gesture. Shan Heping. Sorry, daughter. I have no money right now. Shan Danluo. Oops. I forgot that my dad has been sacrificed, so he won't have any income for a long time. Seeing her daughter's sad face, Shan Heping couldn't help but laugh. Next time, I'll pay you back double.
Tell me what happened, okay?
Although she was a bit upset about not getting anything from her father, Shan Danluo carefully explained the situation with Tion Gang's family. Hearing this, Shan Heping's face turned cold immediately. That crazy man. It seems he still remembers his broken leg very clearly.
Shan Danluo.
Wow. She widened her eyes. Dad, did you really break that bad guy's leg?
Nice job.
Shan Heping. Seeing the excitement in her daughter's eyes, Shan Heping sighed helplessly. You're not allowed to tell your mother about this. Shan Danluo was confused. Why not? Mom definitely wouldn't be angry about it. Shan Heping shook his head. I'm not worried about her getting mad. It's because she really dislikes that person. So, don't mention him in front of her, especially now that she's pregnant. Shan Danluo nodded.
Got it.
I promise I won't say anything. Seeing her obedient and sensible daughter, Shan Heping's eyes were full of a smile. But when he thought of Tion Gang's family, a cold look appeared again. Shan Danluo. The dad, you always change your mood so suddenly it's kind of scary. She shrank her neck and pushed the paper and pen to her father. Dad, can you draw your parents? That bad guy Tion said my mom's parents are coming to see her. They'll arrive in Jin City tomorrow. Brother Huijing wants to help us stop them, but he doesn't know who they are. Shan Heping's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Tion Gang said Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang are coming? They still keep in touch? Shan Danluo stared at her father. Though he wasn't someone who lacked manners, he directly called her maternal grandparents by their names, showing how much he disliked her mother's parents. It also clearly indicated that those two had done something very upsetting to make her father so angry. Shan Danluo immediately decided to stand together against them. Dad, should we wait until they're caught before chasing them away? Shan Heping. He held back the urge to comment and looked down at his leg, then pulled his daughter closer. Danluo, there's something I've always doubted, but I have no proof. Just guesses can't be trusted. Now that they are coming, can you help me test them?
Shan Danluo was surprised.
Let them come? Aren't we supposed to chase them away? Shan Heping shook his head. If we don't let them come, how will we know what they really want? Plus, my suspicions need to be confirmed. Shan Danluo was suspicious. Dad, what exactly do you suspect? Shan Heping looked outside the door and lowered his voice. I suspect they are not your biological parents. Shan Danluo. Meanwhile, Shan Danluo was stunned by her dad's shocking revelation. On the other side, Su Kai, who was stopped by Qin Huaijing, was about to break apart. He scratched his ear. What did you just say? Say it again. Qin Huaijing looked suspicious. He had been providing clues, so why did Uncle Su look so distressed? Thinking this, Qin Huaijing carefully repeated himself. Uncle Shin suspects that the Lu family might be connected to enemies or spies. Uncle Su, you should check this out.
Wookie.
It's so hard to deal with days when heaven keeps throwing surprises at him. That night, Shan Heping also felt quite overwhelmed. It was his first time genuinely participating in the Shan family's family meeting. The organizer was naturally his daughter, who had transformed from a cute little kitten into a fierce little tiger. She waved her small hand passionately. Family members, we have a level 1 enemy attack. Someone wants to ruin our happy life again. Hearing this, Shan Laosi, Shin Jiao, and Shin Sanhua, who had been planting rice all day and looked exhausted, immediately perked up. Shan Laosi, full of anger, said, Who is it? Enough is enough. Danluo, just tell us who that person is. Fourth uncle, Go smash him. Shun Jiao Jiao also angrily agreed. Yes. I want to beat him so badly that even his parents won't recognize him. Shun San Hua obediently chimed in. Beat him. And Bao waved her little fists.
Yeah.
Beat him.
Shen Lao nodded in agreement.
Old Madam Shin was even more straightforward, already thinking about weapons. Speaking of which, our brooms are almost worn out.
Shukyu Ismail.
Mom, I made some new brooms today, with sharpened bamboo strips attached. I placed them behind the door. Use them tomorrow, and don't hold back. If they break, I'll tie new ones for you. Shan Heping supported his forehead with one hand, realizing he couldn't change things anymore. He didn't dare offend his wife or daughter, so he decided to go along with it. Once again, Shan Heping gave up on fixing the situation. Grandma Shin felt reassured that there were enough brooms, so she asked Shin Danluo, who is the enemy? Shin Danluo looked at her mother and said, my mother's parents. Everyone then looked at Su Qiushui. Su Qiushui hesitated and said, when I married into the Shin family, I already cut ties with them and said I would never have contact again. She touched her belly with a cold expression. Now they come here at this critical time, they must have bad intentions. You don't need to worry about me. If I need to fight, I will. I am not afraid of being called unfilial. Perhaps she learned her lesson from Jiang Huaixing, so the Shin family members no longer cared about social opinions. No matter who it was, they wouldn't let anyone make their lives unhappy. So, hearing Su Qiushui say this, no one thought it was wrong. Shun Jiao Jiao was the first to speak. Big sister-in-law, don't worry. We will protect you. Others also nodded, promising to protect Su Qiushui. Shin Danluo and Bao hugged her from both sides. Shin Danluo softly said, Mom, don't be afraid. Danluo will protect you. And Bao exclaimed, I'm here. I'm here. Shan Heping glared at the two little ones who had stolen his chance to show off. Your mom is under my protection. Shin Danluo made a funny face and retorted, Can you stand up and talk properly? Shan Heping sighed, I guess I can't keep her. And Bao turned to glance at her father, then lifted her chin and turned away disdainfully. Shan Heping was speechless, feeling a bit hurt. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw Shan Heping, usually the most capable, being overwhelmed by his children. It was very entertaining. Su Qiushui also laughed heartily. She felt very warm inside. Although she didn't have the love of her biological parents, now she had the Shin family, a good husband, and children. She truly felt happy. This happiness made up for the regret of lacking parental love. The Shin family was lively and harmonious, but the atmosphere at Tianjia village's Tianjia's house was not good. Tian Gang called his second younger brother into the room. Second brother, tomorrow help me go to the city and pick up 2 people.
Tian erfraunet.
Who are you picking up?
Suyus vies parents.
Tian Er immediately stood up. Are you crazy? Why contact her parents at this time? Are you afraid others will find out about the suspicious death of the eldest sister-in-law? Tian Gang glared at him coldly. What nonsense are you talking? My sister-in-law drowned because she was unlucky. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing how Big Brother is so obsessed, old Tian Kuang anxiously scratches his head. Big Brother, wake up. Even if sister-in-law is gone, Su Qiushui wouldn't look at you. If she wanted to marry you, she wouldn't have caused such a fuss back then. Tian Gang lifts his chin. You don't understand. This time her parents came to me first. They said they wanted to marry Su Qiushui to me. Old Tian Kuang is furious. Back then her parents also approached you first, didn't they? Her parents are not normal. Who would marry such a smart and beautiful girl to a farmer working in the fields? Big Brother, I advise you not to do anything stupid anymore. Tian Gang clenches his fists. Second brother, you're getting bolder. You even dare to scold your big brother. Do you think I can't teach you a lesson now just because I can't get out of bed? Old Tian Kuang steps back 3 steps. Big brother, I was the one who broke your leg back then.
Tian Gang.
His leg was actually broken by his own younger brother? Tian Gang cannot believe his ears. He had been recovering from his broken leg for a whole year, lost his position as squad leader, and because of conflicts with Shan Heping and others, he didn't even get the role of deputy squad leader after he healed. He used to be the boss in Tianjia village and Xinjia village. Nobody dared to disobey him. But because of his broken leg, everything was gone. He always thought it was just bad luck, but now he realizes it was his own brother who did it. Tion Gang looks at Tion Lao Air with a fierce gaze.
Why?
Why did you do this? Old Tion Kwang feels guilty. Because you offended Lao Dashin. I had no choice. Tion Gang never expected this reason. I am your real older brother. Who is he to you? You're helping him hurt me. Old Tion Kwang is also full of regret. He's the one who could ruin our Tion family. Big brother, when it comes to cunning, you're not as smart as Lao Dashin. When it comes to cruelty, you're not as ruthless as Lao Dashin. And yet, you still have the nerve to think about Lao Dashin's wife. If I didn't take action, our Tion family would suffer along with you. Tion Gang is furious and ashamed. You're nonsense. You ungrateful wolf. Am I a bad father? You're betraying your big brother for an outsider. Old Tion Kwang pleads sincerely. Big brother, I gave you a chance and warned you many times. But you became even worse. I really have no choice. If I don't stop you, you might lose your life. Big brother, Su Qiushui is not worth it. Please don't think about her anymore. Tion Gang's chest rose and fell rapidly. He suddenly covered his chest in pain. Seeing something was wrong. Tion's second brother hurriedly rushed forward. Big brother, what's wrong? Before he could finish speaking, a knife stabbed into Tion Gang's chest. He looked down in shock and met Tion Gang's fierce, sinister eyes. Big brother?
Tion Gang snared coldly.
You said I wasn't as ruthless as Shan Heping? Well, just watch and see how ruthless I can be. The knife was pulled out with a squelching sound, blood splattering everywhere. Tion's second brother's body went limp and collapsed. In the dim light, Tion Gang's blood-covered face looked as sinister as a ghost. In the corner, a small green snake flicked away quickly. Tion Gang looked at Tion's second brother lying by his bed, his eyes full of disbelief. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, a thrill spreading in his eyes. So, stabbing someone with a knife is more interesting than kicking them into the river. Tion's second brother's pupils shrank as he realized his big brother had gone mad. He struggled to call for help. Help! Tion Gang covered Tion's second brother's mouth to stop him from making noise, then gently licked the blood on the knife's tip. His eyes became more excited. He raised his hand to stab again, but suddenly, his wife's scream came from outside. Next, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. A tall, handsome man rushed in and kicked Tion Gang away. He quickly dragged Tion's second brother to another place. The man was Su Kai. He wanted to finish the Tion family's affairs quickly, so he visited the Tion village overnight. Unexpectedly, he saw Qin Huijing sneaking towards Tion Gang's house. He followed to check the situation and just happened to witness a murder. Oh my God! Seeing Su Kai in a police uniform, Tion Gang, who was finally regaining his senses, widened his eyes. You. Su Kai snorted coldly, strode forward, and grabbed Tion Gang. Tion Gang, I saw you kill someone with my own eyes. Your good days are over.
Tion Gang.
The next afternoon, at Jin City train station, Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang carried a small bundle and waited outside the station in the heat for 2 hours. They didn't see Tion Gang come to pick them up. Li Hongfang was so angry she rolled her eyes. Didn't Tion Gang say he would come to pick us up? Where is he? Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang both work at the Haisher meat processing factory. Because they usually get a lot of benefits, one is chubby and the other is broad and strong. Like the couple Zhang Lair, they are rare in this era. They waited outside the station for 2 hours and were stared at by passers-by the whole time. They kept silently cursing Tion Gang as a worthless person. Li Hongfang tugged at Su Qingshan's sleeve and whispered, "Do you think that girl has given birth? We can't fall behind." Su Qingshan shook his head. Definitely not. If she was going to give birth, Why would she come back to Shishui village now?
Liu Fang frowned.
But according to her pregnancy timeline, it seems like she might give birth in the next couple of days. Our informant said that girl wasn't well taken care of before, and she only recently recovered in the hospital. She'll probably give birth a bit later. Be careful when you do things, and don't let anything slip.
Liu Fang nodded.
Don't worry. I will handle it. Across from the train station, under a big tree, Shan Luo watched coldly. She looked at these two people from top to bottom several times, then disdainfully pursed her lips. No wonder my father suspects these two aren't my real parents. With their weak looks, how could they have a daughter as beautiful as me? Qin Huaijing, who was staring at them, frowned. Aren't they your real parents? Shan Luo waved her hand like a little lady. Just suspicion, only suspicion. But since they approached Tion Gang, that crazy murderer, and their appearance, I think my suspicion is probably right. She had planned to deal with them once they reached Shishui village. But unexpectedly, Tion Gang almost killed his own brother. When Qin De Lao came to tell them this at midnight, they were all shocked. Shan Luo immediately became alert. Tion Gang was already half paralyzed but could still kill. Who knew what kind of monsters her parents really were? But she wanted to see the truth for herself. She wasn't comfortable just trusting. So early in the morning, she brought Qin De Lao to the city. And sure enough, she wasn't disappointed. These two looked like troublemakers. Qin Huaijing frowned even more. Dan Luo, they might be coming for your younger brother and sister. Shan Luo's expression turned serious. Brother Huaijing, what did you find? Qin Huaijing nodded. That chubby man said someone told him about it, and also mentioned Aunt Sue's health. That chubby aunt has been worried they wouldn't make it in time for Aunt Sue to give birth. So, I suspect they are after your younger brother and sister. Shan Luo. They're here again to steal the children.
Who are these people?
Why are they so obsessed with her brother and sister? It's not enough that they tried to attack in the hospital. Now they've even brought in so-called fake parents who are cut off from her mother. She frowned slightly. My father said to close the door and catch the dog, and also find out their purpose. Now that we know their goal, should we still let them go to Shishui village? Qin Huaijing thought for a moment and said, I suggest we still let them go. Even if they are after your younger siblings, how can two outsiders hide from so many eyes? They might have someone helping them. Shan Luo frowned, so they found the troublemaker Tion. After thinking, she shook her head. No, Tion is not on good terms with our family. If he was helping them, his goal would be too obvious. So, there must be others involved. Qin Huaijing nodded. Shishui village is our territory. We must keep it clean. Shan Luo completely agreed. Ha, so you're trying to pin us down, huh? Come on, I'll pull out all your nails. She challenged. Let's see who's faster, your nails or my pull. Then let them go. Shan Luo snorted softly. But I don't feel good about just letting them go to Shishui village. Brother Huaijing, how about we teach them a little lesson? Originally, she planned to tease them lightly, but now she decided to go all out. Qin Huaijing had no objections. What should we do? Put them in a sack. I brought one. Snakes work too, no problem. Just as Shan Luo was about to speak, she suddenly saw someone who looked a bit familiar approaching. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled Qin Huaijing aside, then raised her voice with a tired look. Brother, Uncle Tion Gang said he's going to pick up Grandpa Su Qingshan and Grandma Li Hongfang. They're from Haisher City, very rich, and can buy us lots of candy. But he didn't tell us what Grandpa Su and Grandma Li look like. How are we supposed to find them? Qin Huaijing hesitated. Dan Luo, can you give a signal next time?
Don't surprise us like that.
He struggled to continue. Uncle Tion Gang said they might be a little fat. Really? Shan Luo looked confused and scratched her head. I thought they were skinny. Qin Huaijing sighed. Maybe I remembered wrong. Should we ask around? Shan Luo nodded obediently. Yes, yes. Let's start by greeting the grandparents over there. She pulled Qin Huaijing and ran away quickly. The people walking in the opposite direction gradually stopped, their eyes turning toward the train station entrance. Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang felt like they were about to melt from the heat, and worried they might miss Su Qiushui's delivery if they waited too long. Just as they decided to leave for Shishui village themselves, a young man ran over. "Hello, are you comrades Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang from Haisher?" The two were surprised and looked at the young man cautiously.
Who are you?
"I am a friend of Comrade Tion Gang. He had some trouble, so he asked me to come pick you up." Hearing that Tion Gang sent him, Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang relaxed. However, after being out in the heat for so long, Li Hongfang was annoyed and couldn't help but scold. "Why did you come so late? Didn't you see we were about to get heat stroke? You have no awareness at all. Why didn't you buy us 2 bottles of soda?" Li Hongfang's bossy attitude made many nearby people roll their eyes. Soda costs only 40 cents a bottle. 2 bottles are just over $1, which could buy a lot of candy for the kids at home. If she didn't want to buy it herself, she should let others do it. Does she think others owe her? People dressed up but acting so entitled. Everyone felt sorry for the young man helping his friends. The young man smiled kindly and said, Okay. But Comrades Su and Li, the soda shop is in an alley outside, a bit far, and it takes time to come back. Why don't you come with me?" When Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang heard he agreed so easily, they looked at each other and decided to ask for more. "Since it's so far, we should get an ice cream to cool down first." To their surprise, the young man agreed without hesitation and turned to lead the way. Li Hongfang regretted it and tugged at Su Qingshan's sleeve. "If I knew this fool was so easy to talk to, I should have asked him to buy some fruit or snacks for the road. You can't expect to get something for nothing." Su Qingshan nodded in agreement. "When we see him later, just call out. He'll definitely buy for us. If he doesn't, scold him." Watching the three walk away, the people who had been sighing earlier shook their heads. What a silly kid. Why doesn't he know how to refuse? But the naive young man, not knowing how to refuse, led the two away. Soon, the road became more and more remote, leading into a quiet alley. Although Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang had only visited Jin City a few years ago, they still had some impression. This path felt wrong. "Hey, wait a minute. Why is this road so off the beaten path? Did you take the wrong turn?" Li Hongfang called out to the young man. "Ah, it seems so. This place does look a bit off." The young man turned around, and suddenly 2 cold knives were pressed against Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang's necks. "Hand over all your valuables."
Su Qingshan. Liu Fan.
Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang's faces turned pale with fear. "Robbery, robbery." The young man sneered. "Shout if you want. Hurry up and shout. Let's see if my knife is faster, or if you can call for help first." Suddenly, the two fell silent, their big green eyes full of terror. Spare us, please." "Huh." The young man laughed coldly, no longer looking innocent. He waved a small knife near their necks. "I told you, if you want to live, hand over the valuables." The cold feeling made Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang shiver, their legs weak. We'll give it. Money isn't more important than life." They were very afraid of dying and quickly took out their money from their pockets, but they kept some back, only showing the bills on the outside. The real stash was still hidden. They were clever after all. But unfortunately, they met Baida, who was very experienced in robbing. Seeing the money in their hands, Baida grinned mischievously. "Haha, not very honest, huh?" He then whistled and called out, "Brothers, come out.
We've caught 2 fat sheep today.
They're slippery, so search them thoroughly." As soon as he finished, 5 or 6 men with darkened faces appeared from the alley ahead. Seeing this scene, Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang felt terrible. They had encountered a gang.
It was over for them.
And indeed it was. Not only did they take all the money bills they had hidden on them, but they also stripped off their new clothes, the ones they wore to look fancy. It was a total plunder. The two huddled together, crying and wailing, looking pitiful and helpless. Baida looked at these 2 pale, fragile people and felt annoyed. He turned and strode away, muttering disdainfully, "Just throw some old sacks over them to hide their faces, so the villagers won't be disgusted." Watching the robbery from a distance, Qin Huaijing leaned against the wall and asked anxiously, "Brother Huaijing, what happened?"
He was so worried.
Qin Huaijing jumped down from the wall, softly shushing her, then pulled her further away. Those two got robbed. Their clothes were all taken off. Shun Dan Luo burst into laughter upon hearing this. That's great. No wonder Bai Lauda, who had committed hundreds of train station robberies before being caught in the 1990s, was so skilled now. Well done. Qin Huajing looked at her with curious eyes full of doubt. Sister Danluo, did you already know he would bring people to rob those two? I didn't know for sure, but I guessed. Shen Danluo blinked and honestly lied, but I saw him looking at the train station entrance with a few people. He didn't seem like a good person. Qin Huajing thought. He also saw this person, but how come I didn't notice? Seeing how young Danluo could tell good from bad, and even use others to do harm, he thought he still had a lot to learn. He decided to ask Uncle Shin for advice when he got back. After thinking about this, Qin Huajing frowned. Although those people helped punish those two fat guys, robbing others is wrong. Sister Danluo, shouldn't we do something? Of course, Shen Danluo said, without hesitation. Brother Huajing, you must have already sent Little Green to investigate, right? Qin Huajing nodded, a little embarrassed. Just now, he used someone else's help to deal with Su Qingshan and the other, and now he sent Little Green to check on them. It felt a bit unfair. Shen Danluo smiled. Brother Huajing, you don't need to feel bad. Even though he robbed bad people today, he also robs good people sometimes. Robbery is wrong, and we're good kids. We should report it to the police. Actually, Boss Bai was quite interesting. If he met someone with bad character, he would take everything from them, sometimes even leaving them with nothing. But if the person was kind, he would only take a little, not to ruin their lives. Sometimes, if his subordinates brought back people in trouble, he would feel sorry for them and even become the one being robbed. So, many people hated him, but others admired him. She remembered that when Boss Bai was sentenced to death, many victims came out to plead for him. But at that time, chaos was everywhere. Boss Bai had committed many crimes and offended the authorities, so he was caught as a typical example. No one's plea helped, and he was simply executed with a peanut. From her memory, Boss Bai was just starting out now with not many crimes. So, he probably wouldn't be sentenced too harshly. It's better to serve the country early than to be executed later and cause trouble for his family. While she was thinking, Qin Huajing said, then I'll let Little Green bite him first, so he can't do any bad things for a few days. After we deal with the troublemakers, Su, and the other, we can report him to Uncle Su. That way, his mistakes will be smaller, and his future charges might be lighter.
Huh?
Did Lord Qin actually share the same idea as her? Shen Danluo was curious. Brother Huaijing, why do you want to do this? Qin Huaijing replied, because the person said before leaving not to let the villagers' eyes be dirted. I don't think he's completely a bad person, so I want to give him a second chance. Shen Danluo was surprised. Lord Qin is really good at judging people. No wonder he has a subspace, but is more successful than me. She felt a little jealous, but after that, she was happier that she and Lord Qin shared the same thoughts. That way, she could save herself a lot of trouble. So she smiled and nodded. I'll listen to Brother Huaijing. Qin Huaijing was very happy that Danluo valued his opinion. He also wanted to make her happy. Danluo, what should we do next? Shen Danluo understood his meaning and grinned mischievously. Of course, it's not over yet. Brother Huaijing, let's give them another show. Then, just as Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang struggled to pull apart a torn sack to cover themselves, hoping for help, suddenly 2 pieces of torn clothing fell from the sky. Su Qingshan? Li Hongfang? What's going on? Where did these clothes come from? They looked up in surprise. But besides the alley walls, they saw nothing else. They were suspiciously grabbing the clothes when suddenly, the quiet alley was filled with the sound of many footsteps. Su Qingshan sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Quick, put your clothes on first." They hurriedly scrambled to dress, but just as they pulled up their pants, a group of patrol officers wearing bright red cloth rushed in. Seeing their disheveled state, the patrol team leader was furious. All right, engaging in inappropriate behavior in broad daylight. Arrest them. Su Qingshan.
Liu Fan. No, no, no.
Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang were so scared they shook their heads wildly. Su Qingshan tremblingly shouted, "Comrades, we didn't do anything inappropriate. We were robbed." Yes, yes, Li Hongfang quickly added, "We were robbed. Comrades, we come from Haishur to see my daughter. Her name is Su Qiushui. She's a youth educated in the countryside." The patrol leader raised an eyebrow. "Robbed? Coming from Haishur to see your daughter? Where's your letter of introduction?" Su Qingshan was panicked and patted his thigh. "The letter is in my clothes pocket." The clothes were robbed. "Who are you fooling?" The patrol leader picked up the clothes from the ground and threw them at Su Qingshan's face. "Aren't the clothes right here?" The clothes were dirty and smelly, and it was unclear who had worn them. They also carried a fishy smell, almost making Su Qingshan from the fumes. "Sun Danluo. Humph, I'll make you smell worse." "No, it's not," Su Qingshan insisted, trying to stay calm and explain while resisting the nausea. "These clothes aren't ours. They suddenly fell from above us." The patrol team members all looked up. The team leader, angry, slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "What are you looking at? No one lives here. Who threw these clothes? Are they stupid? They're trying to trick us." "Yeah, this area was massacred by the enemies, so no one dares to live here." The patrol members also looked serious. "They're so bold, even daring to deceive the pigeon committee members."
Su Qingshan looked confused.
"No, I didn't. I didn't do anything." The patrol leader snorted coldly. "Nothing? With your size, we can't find more than a few people like you in the whole city. These clothes look like they were made to fit you. The pants are still on you. How can you say they're not yours?" Su Qingshan was stunned. "Yeah, how come these clothes fit perfectly?" Li Hongfang also looked confused. "No one lives nearby, so who threw these clothes? Or maybe they just happened to fit them. It couldn't be the robbers, right?" The more Li Hongfang thought about it, the more scared she became. Her back was sweating. Su Qingshan hadn't thought so much. He wanted to explain and save the situation, repeatedly insisting on what had just happened. "No, no, trust me. These clothes aren't ours. We were actually robbed by a young man and his group. The young man has a very pale face, a big mole at the corner of his mouth, and some hair. It's very obvious. You can find him if you look for him." Huh. Quite the storyteller. The patrol leader thought he was good at lying. He didn't want to listen to his excuses and waved his hand dismissively. Messing around with relationships and trying to deceive the patrol? That's a serious crime. Take them back.
Su Qingshan.
What kind of patrol is this? They're so stupid. He explained clearly that they were robbed, so why didn't they believe him? Not only did the patrol team ignore his words, but because the leader already had a bad impression of them, he decided to punish them severely, no warnings, just punishments. He ordered his subordinates to silence them, afraid they might deceive him again. This whole mess left Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang exhausted and miserable, almost to the point of giving up. On the next morning when the food was being served, the foul cloth stuffed in his mouth was finally taken out. Su Qingshan broke down crying and, in the fastest speech of his life, shouted, "Make a call. I need to call my daughter. She's a young worker from Wuxian Shishui village, and her husband is a hero. We are the families of heroes." He was afraid that if he hesitated even for a second, he might die there. Families of heroes? Indeed, the words families of heroes worked very well. The comrades delivering the food heard this and hurried to inform the patrol leader. The patrol leader was skeptical. He thought the fat man was lying again, but what if he really was a family member of a hero? After thinking for a moment, he decided it was best to verify. An hour later, the phone at Shishui Village's team office rang. Shun Jianjun answered the call.
Su Qiushui?
"We have a woman like that in our village. You say her parents came to visit her? That's impossible, impossible." Of course, it's because Sue's parents nearly caused her harm back then, so they've had no contact since then. That must be a fake. I tell you, those two are terrible. They'd do anything to hurt their own daughter. Sue has had 2 children now, and they've never appeared once. It's like they're dead. Why would they suddenly come so kindly? That's impossible. They're definitely imposters. Why imposters? Captain, you might not know, but Sue's husband, Lao Shen, has been facing a lot of trouble lately. Maybe someone sent them to harm him. You need to be very careful. All right, thank you, Captain. I'll also talk to Lao Shen about this. Thanks again, Captain. You've worked hard.
Bye.
Shun Jianjun hung up and looked suspiciously at Qin Huaijing and Shin Donlu across from him. Are those two really fake? Qin Huaijing nodded.
Yes.
Little Donlu pouted and said they're fake. They did bad things in the alley, and when they got caught, they shouted my mother's name. They're trying to drag her into trouble. Their quick lies even made Qin Huaijing envy. He nodded seriously. Yeah, they're not wearing clothes, and they look so ugly. Shun Jianjun discounted most of what Shin Donlu said, but Qin Huaijing was honest and didn't like to lie. So Shun Jianjun believed him. He said sincerely, "Don't worry, the patrol comrades said they will investigate carefully. You don't need to worry." Shin Donlu and Qin Huaijing both bowed at the same time. Thank you, Uncle Captain. Then they held hands and skipped away happily. Jianjun Shin turned his head and looked into Yan Mingli's teasing gaze. He was suspicious and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yan Mingli smiled and said, "I'm just wondering how easy you are to fool. I want to see if I can trick you into giving me some money next time." Jianjun Shun was silent for a long time before saying, "Are you saying that those two kids just tricked me again?" Yan Mingli raised an eyebrow and replied, "What do you think? It's not common to see such a chubby person these days, especially someone claiming to be the child of Comrade Su." Jianjun Shin cursed at, "I can't get off this thief ship of the Shin family, can I?" He felt like he was being fooled openly and secretly, and he was helpless. Yan Mingli sympathetically patted his shoulder and said, "Look on the bright side. They just don't want you to lie. They know you're honest and are worried about you. They're being thoughtful." Jianjun Shin's head ached again. Captain Shin's head hurt, and Su Qingshan's head hurt too. No, he was about to explode. "Captain, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me?" The patrol captain kicked him and said, "Even the team leader says you're fake. Do you think you can fool me?" Su Qingshan was kicked so hard, he almost vomited. He felt that if this continued, he might die here. No, he couldn't stay. He quickly shouted, "I need to make a call. I want to call my unit." The patrol captain snorted coldly, "No calls allowed. Even if you prove you're Su Qingshan, you won't escape the crime of messing around with women and men." Su Qingshan exclaimed, "What? Is this captain crazy?" He gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. "Then I'll contact Director Lin from your pigeon association." Above the beam, a small green snake slowly raised its head. Meanwhile, Qin Huaijing, who was walking home with Shin Donlu, suddenly stopped. Shin Donlu looked back curiously and asked, "Brother Huaijing, what's wrong?" Qin Huaijing hesitated for a moment. When he was sure no one was around, he approached Shin Donlu. "Donlu, if I tell you that I can see very far away using a snake's eyes, would you be afraid?" Shin Donlu exclaimed, "Big brother Qin, you have such a special ability." Shin Donlu was filled with envy. It's like having a 1,000-mile eye skill. Why doesn't she, as the master of the space, have it? But then she remembered that Qin Huaijing saw far away through the snake's eyes. She shivered and quickly lost her envy. She thought she wouldn't be able to handle such a power. Better to leave it to Big Brother Qin. Since it was for her benefit, she giggled and asked curiously, "Why can you see so far?" Qin Huaijing thought for a moment, then looked at her and tentatively asked, "Actually, this is a sudden ability I gained when I saved you that day."
Shen Danluo.
What does that mean? Are you trying to exchange secrets with me, Mr. Qin? Before you let me into the subspace, I wouldn't say a word. Shin Danluo pretended to be naive. Wow, that's amazing. It must be because Brother Huaijing is a good person who is rewarded for his kindness. Qin Huaijing. It seems Sister Danluo still doesn't fully trust him. He sighed regretfully and continued sincerely, "Actually, my ability to control snakes is different from others. I can influence them from far away, and if the snake is smart enough, I can establish a certain level of understanding, meaning I can see through its eyes. Shan Danluo swallowed nervously, both scared and excited. Wow, this is incredible. Are there many snakes like that? Qin Huaijing shook his head. So far, only the head of a small green snake. Then, Brother Huaijing, you have to work hard. Try to get more of these smart snakes. With such abilities, who would still need spies?
Ha.
Qin Huaijing glanced at her. Actually, I can communicate with several kinds of animals, even with Dubai. Shen Danluo. Don't push me. If you do, I might just scare you to death, believe it? Being able to communicate with animals isn't such a big deal. My space can still upgrade. There are many things inside that you've never seen. If I work harder, I might even be able to talk to aliens. Stimulated by Mr. Qin, Shan Danluo felt an even greater sense of urgency to upgrade. She completely ignored Qin's little secret-sharing scheme and clapped for him. Brother Huaijing, you're so amazing. No wonder I felt that Dubai was different from other dogs. But why did you suddenly bring this up? Qin Huaijing. Sister Danluo is so good at keeping secrets. She can even hold back. Compared to her, his own resolve is pretty weak. He often wants to share things with her. He should learn from her in the future. He cheered himself on silently, and then said to Shin Danluo, Danluo, Su Qingshan wants to call the unit, but the patrol captain uncle didn't agree. He said he wants to find Director Lin from the Pigeon Committee.
What?
Shin Danluo's eyes widened. He has connections with the Pigeon Committee? And he's a director? Brother Huaijing, are you sure? Qin Huaijing nodded. I'm sure. Shin Danluo's face looked very serious. The influence of the Pigeon Committee is very strong now, and ordinary people can't shake it. Even Su Gongan and the others can't handle this. If they get involved, it might cause them trouble. Shin Danluo never expected that. Just wanting to teach Su Qingshan and his friends a lesson, she would uncover such a connection. And it's a connection that can't be dealt with through normal means. If Director Lin really is helping someone behind the scenes, that person is incredibly powerful. Qin Huijing saw her frown seriously and said, Danluo, don't worry. I will help you. Yes. Shin Danluo nodded. I'm not afraid. When faced with trouble, she can handle it herself, especially now that she has strong support behind her. Huijing, can Xiaolu see what they're saying? Qin Huijing nodded, I'll try. At the Pigeon Committee in Jin City, the patrol captain approached Director Lin's office with suspicion. Director Lin, I caught 2 people yesterday who were involved in inappropriate relationships. They said they came from Haishur and wanted to see you. From Haishur? Director Lin raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Any other details? The patrol captain hesitated. They also said they were going to Wuxian Shishui village to find their daughter and claimed to be relatives of martyrs. But I called the village committee in Shishui, and they said that person was fake. So, I'm not sure if this is true. When he heard Shishui village, Director Lin immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was this guy an idiot? He had dragged himself all the way to the Pigeon Committee. His hand under the desk clenched tightly, then relaxed repeatedly. After a few moments, he took a deep breath and said, I remember there was someone like that. Bring him over, so I can see. The patrol captain was surprised and quickly politely called the person over. Director Lin waved his hand. You can leave now. The patrol captain glanced at Su Qingshan, nodded, and left. Director Lin looked at Su Qingshan and asked, What's going on? Didn't the person who sent you here tell you not to come unless it's absolutely necessary? Su Qingshan shrank back, looking aggrieved. I only came because it was an emergency. If I hadn't mentioned your name, your people would have accused me of something. What a useless person. Director Lin felt a sharp pain in his chest from anger. He seriously doubted whether these 2 idiots could handle the matter properly. But now that old Yang was out of the picture, the secret agents placed around him were gone too. They were pressing him that side, and they simply couldn't find anyone to handle this task at the moment. Director Lin, finally holding back his urge to scold, demanded, What exactly is going on? Explain it clearly to me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan immediately recounted his difficult experience after getting off the train. Director Lin frowned. A young man with a white face and a mole? How would he know Tion Gang's name? Su Qingshan shrank back. We got impatient waiting, said a few harsh words, and probably his accomplices overheard us.
Fool.
Startled, Su Qingshan forgot about the strange incident involving clothes falling from the sky. Director Lin thought for a moment and concluded that both Su Qingshan and his companion were unlucky targets. They probably haven't leaked any information yet, so their plan can still proceed. He then said, I received news that Tion Gang is in trouble. After you go there, don't go to Tion Gang's house to avoid getting involved in his affairs. Go directly to Xinshui village. Someone will meet you there. Meanwhile, Qin Huaijing repeated this message, but his face looked a bit troubled. Uncle Su said he wants to investigate Tion Gang's situation thoroughly before reporting it, and he asked me to keep it secret. How does he know so quickly? Shan Heping looked serious. There's only one possibility. Uncle Su has someone on his side. Both of them immediately thought of Wang Zhuang's situation. Qin Huaijing frowned. Has Uncle Su Kai not realized there are bad people around him? He's a bit slow. Just as Su Kai was about to ask Qin Huaijing for help, he said. He cleared his throat and said irritably, You two little kids, how dare you talk behind my back? Shan Heping. Qin Huaijing. Does Uncle Su Kai walk silently? It's so scary. The two kids looked at each other, wondering if Uncle Su Kai had overheard what they just said. Stop messing around. Su Kai handed them a chestnut hammer and said, Be honest with me. Is there something you're hiding from me? Shan Heping and Qin Huaijing both sighed in relief. If that's the case, Uncle Su Kai probably didn't hear anything else. Shan Heping gave Qin Huaijing a meaningful look, and Qin Huaijing understood. Uncle Su Kai, Qin, and I suspect there are bad people around you. Su Kai raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? Shan Heping quickly lied. Yesterday, Qin and I went to the city. We overheard something. He hasn't decided how to take credit yet, so he hasn't let anyone talk about it publicly. How could anyone in the city possibly know? Shan Danluo crossed her arms. Of course, it's because I was lucky.
Wookie.
He really couldn't argue with that. His luck was so good, even he couldn't believe it. Shan Danluo pulled Qin Huaijing's arm. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Huijing. Su Kai looked at Qin Huaijing with a gloomy face. Really? Qin Huaijing nodded, looking sincere just like Shan Danluo. Yes, we heard it ourselves. Although they just found out, the timing didn't matter. The way it happened didn't matter either. Su Kai's face darkened. Last time, because he was too busy, he didn't handle things in time. He didn't expect that troublemaker to cause more problems again. Thinking of this, Su Kai felt very lucky he hadn't yet sent someone to watch old Lu's family. Who knew what trouble this troublemaker might cause? He reached out and patted Qin Huaijing's shoulder, acting like he was suffering. You're right. Uncle's got bad people around him, so I can't trust others to handle things. Huijing, are you willing to help Uncle? Qin Huaijing. How did he end up getting tricked into this? He was quite speechless, but when he heard it involved watching old Lu's family, he immediately agreed without hesitation. After all, he didn't want to leave this to others, and for him, it was an easy task.
Great. Wookie Loghead loudly.
I like your straightforwardness. After leaving Shishui village, Su Kai's expression darkened. If anyone dares to ruin my plans, I will find you today. He quickly returned to the county police station and called for Da Huang. How many people know about Tion Gang? Da Huang thought for a moment. Only the team leader, me, and the guards. I was the one who locked him up in the middle of the night. The guard on duty was transferred away, so no one else knows about Tion Gang. I haven't even told the director. Su Kai trusted Da Huang completely. They had a deep friendship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially brought him back from the city. He said someone leaked the news about Tion Gang. Da Huang was stunned. Captain, I don't think I told anyone. I know it wasn't you, Su Kai frowned. Who was watching Tion Gang these past 2 days? Da Huang thought for a moment. It was the fat guy and the skinny guy. They're the most experienced and tight-lipped. Those two again? Su Kai remembered that when Wang Zhuang got into trouble that day, they were also the ones watching. Could it be a coincidence? He frowned. Da Huang, keep a close watch on those two recently.
Got it.
As it was getting dark, a car drove into Creek Water Village. The villagers looked at each other in confusion. Huh. Maybe someone from Old Shin's family is back again? No, that can't be. Isn't everyone from Old Shin's family at home? While everyone was talking, Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang got out of the car with their heads held high. They had a tough time coming to Jin City. And that team leader dared to lie openly. So frustrating. Luckily, this car helped them regain their lost dignity. Seeing their build, the villagers fell silent. They must be wealthy to be so well-fed. Rich people are often hard to approach. So, at the village entrance, everything was quiet. Su Qingshan was pleased to see the villagers' cautious respect. This was the dignity he deserved. He waved his hand confidently, like a leader inspecting his team. Hello, we're here to find Su Qiushui. We're their parents, please help us. What? Looking for Su Qiushui? Isn't she the eldest daughter-in-law of Old Shin's family?
Huh.
Old Shin's family? Why are they still here?
Run.
No one dares to look at Old Shin's busy household. One by one, the villagers ran away quickly. Shuqingshan. Liungfan. Both were stunned. What was going on? Su Qingshan felt very annoyed. Everyone had already left. Who should he ask for directions? He had never been to Old Shin's house. Just then, a pretty girl in a red dress suddenly ran out of the alley ahead. Su Qingshan's eyes lit up. The girl was really beautiful, nothing like a typical country girl. He quickly pulled Li Hongfang forward. Hello, little girl. We're here to visit relatives. We want to find Old Shin's house, the one who married a young educated girl. Do you know where it is? Old Shin's house that married a young educated girl? The girl in red, Shan Danluo, smiled brightly and sweetly.
Of course I know.
I'll take you there. And after walking for so long, why haven't we seen anyone? Su Qingshan also sensed something was wrong. He loudly called ahead, little sister. That girl in red. Have we already passed this way? Are you lost? The girl in red turned her head, giggling. No. This is the first time you've taken this path. For some reason, the sweet and charming voice just now sounded a bit creepy. Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang both swallowed nervously. Maybe you're a kid and don't know the way. Let's go back and ask someone. Go back. The girl in red smiled even more sweetly, but the poor lighting made her features blurry, looking a bit strange. No can do. You can't go back now, Su Qingshan. Liungfan. Why does this girl look so scary?
And what does she mean by that?
What does she mean they can't go back?
Huh?
Li Hongfang was so frightened she almost cried, grabbing Su Qingshan's arm. Why does this girl look so creepy? Su Qingshan's heart was pounding. I don't know either. Just then, a young boy carrying firewood walked from the other end of the road, walking straight past the girl in red without looking at her, heading toward the two of them. Seeing this, Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang were overjoyed, as if they'd found a savior. They quickly stopped the boy. Child, please tell us, how do we get to Old Shin's house where the educated youth live? The boy frowned. Why do you want to go to Old Shin's house? That's not the right direction at all. Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang were stunned, then angrily glared at the girl in red. You girl, if you don't know the way, just say so. Why are you leading us astray? You're wasting our time for nothing. The boy looked at both of them, then turned to look where they were staring, his face suddenly turning pale. There's no one there.
Who are you cursing at?
Shuqingshan? Liungfan? Both stared in confusion at the girl in red. Didn't you see the girl in red? The boy, upon hearing this, shook his head in fear. I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. You shouldn't stay here either. This place used to be full of dead people. No one lives here anymore. After saying this, he turned and ran away in fear. Hey, don't run. Su Qingshan tried to catch him, but the boy ran so fast, and with his heavy build, he couldn't catch up. After a few steps, the boy was gone. Li Hongfang's legs went weak. Clearly, The little girl in the red dress was standing in the middle of the road. So why did the boys say he saw nothing? What did they see? As she was thinking, the little girl's sweet voice floated over softly. "Grandma, come quickly, I'll take you to old Shin's house." The voice was unusually sweet, but also eerily strange. Li Hongfang suddenly remembered the two floating dresses, and a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. She tremblingly pointed at the girl in red, her green eyes full of fear.
Ghost.
It's a ghost. Su Qingshan was just returning to find her. When he heard her scream, he was startled and said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. There's no ghost. Are you tired of living? How dare you shout such things?" "No, no, no," Li Hongfang said, pointing at the girl in red with one hand and slapping him with the other. "She's a ghost, a vengeful spirit here to take lives." Su Qingshan shivered, frightened himself, and didn't dare to look directly. What scared him even more was that their voices were loud, but the girl in red seemed not to hear them at all. She was still giggling and calling out, "Come quickly, Grandpa and Grandma. Come quickly, I'll go home to eat after I send you off." Su Qingshan was utterly terrified. This was not something a normal person should behave like. Thinking about how the little boy earlier said he hadn't seen anything in red, Su Qingshan's whole body trembled uncontrollably.
Ghost, ghost.
Finally, the two reacted and ran away in panic, clutching their heads. "Hey, Grandma and Grandpa, where are you going? This way is faster." Their fear grew even more. They zigzagged through the alley, knocking on doors, but most of the doors were old and broken, some even locked with rusty iron bars. But they dared not stop, because the girl in red was still calling out for Grandma and Grandpa, her voice like a deadly hook. They couldn't risk stopping. But somehow, no matter how they circled around, they kept returning to the same place. And although they shouted loudly, no one came or responded. It was as if an invisible wall separated them from the outside world. Li Hongfang ran and cried, "Old Su, this is a ghost wall. You must think of a way." Su Qingshan also wanted to cry, "What can I do?" "Just push the door and hide inside." He saw an old, vine-covered wooden door that wasn't locked and quickly pulled Li Hongfang toward it. "Quick, hide inside and wait until the rooster crows, then it'll be safe." When Li Hongfang heard this, she quickly used her last bit of strength to catch up. After closing the big door, both of them sighed in relief. But before they could finish their breath, a strange, flickering voice came from behind them. "Mom, Dad, you finally came to see me. I've been waiting for you so long." Li Hongfang.
Shukingshan.
They turned around in fear and saw a woman with disheveled hair, dressed in white, floating in the air. Green ghostly flames flickered around her. "Chiu, Chiu, it's Chiu Shui. Old Su is Chiu Shui. She's come to take revenge on us." Li Hongfang's eyes widened with fear, her breath caught in her throat. She felt weak and collapsed to the ground, soaking the floor. Su Qingshan was also terrified, but he was braver than Li Hongfang. He turned to open the door. However, even though the door wasn't locked, it wouldn't open. Su Qingshan was sweating nervously and pounded on the door. At that moment, a cold hand gently touched his shoulder, and a creepy, sinister female voice came from behind him. "Dad, I suffered so much when I died. I'm so cold. The king have felt sorry for me and let me come back to see you. Dad, Mom, come with me." Su Qingshan finally broke down. "No, no, don't. Chiu Shui, we didn't mean to kill you." The ghostly woman in white suddenly leaned in close, her face pale and ghostly. "It was you who killed me. We didn't mean to. It was really an accident." Su Qingshan cried out in fear, shouting loudly. As he yelled, he couldn't hold back his feelings and started to sob. "Why didn't you listen to us and marry old man Wang? He's old, but he's kind and rich. If you married him, you'd be happy, and your brother could find a better partner. Why did you have to go against us? If you had married him quietly, we wouldn't have accidentally killed you out of anger." Su Qingshan regretted his words immediately and quickly covered his mouth. But it was too late. The cold, ghostly hand grabbed his neck instantly. "You want to die and let someone else live under my name? You call that an accident? Su Qingshan was terrified and could only continue to scream. We really had no choice. We couldn't let anyone find out you were dead. Your brother found a woman with a head injury when he went out. She woke up without remembering anything, so we had her go to the countryside for you. Qiu Shui, Mom and Dad didn't mean for this to happen. We raised you, so just see it as repaying us and let it go, okay? Repaying us? I am here to repay kindness. The king of knows you want to harm others, so he specifically sent me to thank you. Now I will take you away, and in the underworld, you will suffer less pain in the future. Su Qingshan. Why does the king of get involved in such matters? He feels helpless and says, we didn't harm anyone.
We just helped send away a child.
We didn't take any lives. Poor folks in the countryside are already struggling. The husband of that woman has died, and she can't raise so many children alone. I just helped her send one away, which eased her burden. The female ghost's voice floats softly. How do you know the child sent away can survive? Of course they can. Su Qingshan thinks the ghost girl has listened, so he desperately tries to save himself. They're not short of money. They paid us 500 yuan just to send away one child. Think about it, 500 yuan. In this day and age, can just anyone casually come up with 500 yuan? Would the children in such families live badly?
Oh?
The female ghost folds her fingers. I don't believe you. Tell me the name of that person so the king of can check.
I
don't know. The other side gave me a note. They initially paid me 200 yuan, saying they'd give us another 300 after the task was done. That 200 yuan is hidden under my bed at home. Qiu Shui, I swear I didn't lie to you. Huh. Whether you lied or not, ask the king of what he says. As she speaks, her cold, ghostly hand suddenly tightens into a grip.
Shuqingshan.
He has explained everything clearly, so why does he still want to die?
He doesn't want to die.
Even facing ghosts, he wants to stay alive. Su Qingshan tries to struggle, but fear controls his body. His hands are soft as noodles, unable to lift. Wailing, he feels he's going to die. This terrifying thought loops endlessly in his mind. After just a few breaths, he faints from fear and crashes to the ground with a loud thud. Next to him, Li Hongfang had already fainted when the white-clad female ghost floated over and pressed down on Su Qingshan's shoulder. Dead fatso, you're really easy to scare. The ghost woman in white, Shen Jiao, dismissively claps her hands and raises her voice to shout into the yard. Enough. Put me down already. My waist is about to break. As she finishes speaking, her body falls to the ground. Shun Lao Er, Shun Lao San, and Shun Lao Si come out from the grass on both sides of the yard, each holding a large black rope. Shun Lao Si pushes the black rope into Shun Lao Er's hand and rushes over, kicking Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang each with a foot. Phew! These two worthless things. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Xin Danluo and Qin Huaijing entered one after the other. Xin Danluo quickly rushed over and kicked Su Qingshan hard. You beast! You don't realize you're wrong for killing your own daughter and trying to steal my brother and sister. Bad guy. Just like Jiang Huaisheng, so evil. Old Shen Si nodded. Exactly. Shun Jiao rubbed her waist and came over, furious. Yes. I really wished I was a ghost just now so I could have killed them all. Old Shen Si asked Xin Danluo. What should we do now? Xin Danluo snorted softly. Of course. They need to learn their lesson first. We'll freeze them with a big bucket of ice, then let brother Huaijing put. Just as Xin Danluo was happily talking about her plan to punish the bad guys, a cold snort suddenly came from outside the door. Xin Danluo. What's going on? Why is someone here? Didn't Dad say that if he set up that special formation it would create a simple ghost wall so no one could get in? Xin Danluo was confused, and everyone else was too. The Xin family members looked around in confusion and turned to see Yan Mingli walking in from outside with his hands behind his back. Oh no, everyone was crying inside. Dad, Uncle Shen, big brother, you're unreliable. Yan Mingli walked in, looked at everything in the yard, and his expression was very complicated. Qin Huaijing, So you suddenly ask Shin Jianjun to gather the villagers tonight for a safety awareness meeting just to give them a place to pretend to be ghosts and deal with these two? As the first target to be questioned, Qin Huaijing silently lowered his head. Shin Danluo wanted to explain for her brother Huaijing, but Yan Mingli directly glared at her. Don't talk if you're lying. If you do, I won't believe you. Shin Danluo, who had yet to succeed in her plans, sighed. This is too hard to persuade. Better to stick with Uncle the Captain. Little did she know, Yan Mingli was also silently complaining inside. He thought, this old Shin family really knows how to cause trouble, always so busy every day. And so sneaky too. He lied to Shin Jianjun, saying that the police asked to hold a safety awareness meeting. Shin Jianjun naively went along with it. When the village loudspeakers blared at the village entrance, who could hear the shouts from the back? If he hadn't felt something was wrong and come to check, no one would have discovered what the Shin family was secretly doing. Hey, Secretary Yan, look, we didn't mean any harm, Shin Oldfor said with a silly smile. That's just why we suspected these two old folks suddenly came here. No harm? Yan Mingli stared at him. Do you think I believe that? I see you're not surprised at all when you hear what they said. Old Fourth Shun. He kept making eye contact with Shun Jiao Jiao. Shun Jiao Jiao blinked. That Secretary Yan Mingli glared at her. Don't speak. Go back and change your outfit first. If the villagers see you like this after the meeting, you'll have to go in with those two guys. Shun Jiao Jiao. That terrifying ghost just now, in a blink, turned into a ghost that could scare people to death. Shun Jiao Jiao silently slipped away. Seeing this, Old Fourth Shin turned around, carried Shin Air, and ran away. Yan Mingli, this fool. Old Third Shin. Should I follow or stay? Yan Mingli frustratedly waved his hand. Go, go, go. You too. Old Third Shin also turned and ran after hearing that. Shin Danluo and Qin Huaijing exchanged glances, then also turned to leave. Yan Mingli quickly grabbed their collars with both hands, running away. Stand still and behave. Shin Danluo. Qin Huaijing. The two kids turned around and obediently stood still. Hello, Uncle Yan. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Yan. Yan Mingli was annoyed. Stop acting cute. Oh, Shin Danluo looked pitifully at Yan Mingli. Uncle Yan, we really had no choice. You heard it too. They are bad guys. Enough, I didn't ask about that. Yan Mingli waved at Qin Huaijing. Go pack up your tools. What if those green flickering flames scare people? Qin Huaijing looked worriedly at Shin Danluo. Yan Mingli rolled his eyes. Get to work. This girl is so strong. Who can bully her? Qin Huaijing thought about it and, since he was right there, went to pack things up confidently. Before packing, he also hit Su Qingshan and Li Hongfang on the head with a stick to make sure they wouldn't wake up. Yan Mingli. He seriously suspected those two hits were meant for him to see. Shen Danluo silently gave Qin De Lao a thumbs up, then blinked big eyes at Yan Mingli. Uncle Yan, what do you want to say to Danluo? Yan Mingli looked down at her, silent for a few seconds before saying, Is your dad still alive? Has he come back? Shen Danluo.
Wow.
How did he know? Shen Danluo was shocked inside, but her face was full of confusion. Uncle Yan, I don't understand what you're talking about. Stop pretending. Yan Mingli snorted coldly. That illusion outside. Your dad taught you how to do it, right? I grew up in the same pants as him. How could I not know? Shin Danlu. The case is solved. The clown was actually her father. Feeling betrayed by her own father, Shin Danlu became so depressed, she didn't want to speak. Yan Mingli found her reaction amusing. Silly girl. Your father had already planned against me long ago. He didn't betray you, he was tricking me. Shin Danlu was surprised, huh? I know he's suspicious, so he came to check. The illusion outside was something we both learned. Only the two of us in Creekwater Village knew about it. Once he set it up, I would definitely notice, Yan Mingli said helplessly. Your father, that sly fox, deliberately brought me here to handle things for you. Shin Danlu was stunned. What? Don't you get it? Your mother went to the countryside as a youth. If her true background was exposed, that she wasn't really Su Qiushui, who was she? She caused chaos before and after her incident. If her original background was fine, then fine. But what if it wasn't? If someone kept digging into that, they'd have to give your mother a convincing identity. Shin Donlu suddenly understood. She had been worried about this too. Revealing her background was good, but it could cause trouble. She never expected her father had already arranged someone to handle potential problems. She sincerely said, "Uncle Yen, thank you. From now on, I won't secretly complain about you." Yen Mingli raised an eyebrow. "That's between me and your father. You don't need to thank me." Shin Donlu, I can't go to your house. If your father has any trouble, just tell me.
I'll help as much as I can.
Don't mention Uncle Squad Leader, he's so naive. He probably wouldn't realize when he's been tricked and let something slip. Shin Donlu, can I take back what I just said? She really wanted to complain a bit more. In the pig pen, old Hai was restless, pacing back and forth. Qin Lao, feeling dizzy, rubbed his head and asked, "Old Wang, what's bothering you now?" Qin Lao couldn't understand. Since visiting old Shin's house, old Hai had been either happily laughing or frowning and talking to himself, like a lovesick girl, acting overly dramatic every day. You wouldn't understand. Old Hai was annoyed. "I heard Donlu's mother's parents are here, and I'm worried." Huai Jing said those two aren't good people. "Donlu's mother is my patient, and her health is fragile. If something happens, my reputation as a divine doctor would be ruined." Qin Lao understood, so it's this. Just go check on her. Old Hai glared. "Why can't I go?" "It's just that I'm afraid of being discovered." "Can't find them." Old Qin waved his hand. "They're at the village square holding a meeting now. They won't be back in an hour or so. You should go take a quick look and come back soon." Hai Lao heard this and was very happy. "I'll go now." He immediately ran off quickly, light as a swallow, full of joy from head to toe. Old Qin frowned and looked concerned. "Are you going to see a patient? You look more like you're going to visit your daughter." Hai Lao carefully and happily ran to old Shin's house. As soon as he reached the door, he became nervous. He regretted not explaining things clearly to Dan Luo and the others earlier. Huai Jing said those two people were very bad and came with ill intentions. If the daughter suffered because of filial piety, what should they do? No. Today he must find a chance to expose them. Hai Lao took a deep breath, just about to knock on the door, when a woman in white with black hair covering her face suddenly rushed over. "Hai Lao." "Old Wang, don't call me that. Call me Jiao Jiao. Shin Jiao Jiao." "Hai Lao, what are you dressed like? I almost sent you away." Let's go inside first." Shin Jiao Jiao pulled Hai Lao into the yard. Old Madam Shen had been waiting at home. When she heard the noise, she immediately rushed over. Outside was dark and gloomy. Her attention was drawn to Shin Jiao Jiao, who was glowing white, so she didn't pay attention to Hai Lao and directly asked, "What's going on? What's happening?
Who are those two really?
Are they not your sister-in-law's parents?" Hai Lao. Shin Jiao Jiao proudly lifted her chin. "This young lady is coming to help."
There's no way I can't handle it.
"Mother, my brother was right. Those two villains really are not your sister-in-law's parents." Hai Lao. "What? They're really not?" Old Madam Shin was shocked. What kind of luck does the Shin family have? Why do they keep running into such bad trouble? More than that, Shin Jiao Jiao was furious when she remembered those two ruthless fat men. They even beat their own daughter to death.
What?
Old Madam Shin was furious. "These two are just like Jiang Huaisheng. Did you hit them? Did you beat them to death?" Shin Jiao Jiao was very disappointed. "I wanted to, but I didn't get the chance." Secretary Yen came. "What?" Old Madam Shin was shocked again. "Why did he come? Did he say anything?" "No." Shin Jiao Jiao scratched her head. "He just told me to come back and change my clothes." Old Lady Shin listened and felt relieved. "He definitely won't cause trouble for us. He's always had a good relationship with your older brother, so he'll surely help if he can. But I don't know what to do about your sister-in-law. Do you know who her real parents are?" Old Waistline suddenly straightened up. Yes, I am her father. Unfortunately, no one saw him." Shin Jiao Jiao sighed and shook her head.
They say she was found outside by their family.
She was injured on her head at the time, and when she woke up, she didn't remember who she was. They lied to her sister-in-law, saying she was from the Su family, and then made her take the name of the Su girl to go to the countryside. Old lady Shan also sighed. Your sister-in-law also had a hard life. She was just minding her own business when she was hit on the head and forgot who she was. No wonder, when she first went to the countryside, the two from the Su family came around. Soon after, Tion gang started paying attention to her, and they even talked about marriage. It's probably because the Su family didn't want her to go back, afraid she'd be recognized. They wanted to marry her off to the countryside, so she'd never leave. If your older brother hadn't come back at that time, your sister-in-law.
Sigh.
Shun Jiao also sighed. Yes, luckily she was lucky, or her life would have been ruined. Mom, I think her education isn't just high school level. I've rarely seen a high school graduate as capable as her. Maybe before she got into trouble, her family was quite powerful. Old lady Shun looked displeased. What's the use of being powerful? I say they're just foolish. They lost their daughter for so many years and didn't even try to find her. If it weren't for your older brother's luck, your delicate sister-in-law would have died several times over. Old lady Shen remembered Tion gang, who had been at odds with their Shin family for many years. She felt both scared and angry, but at least this trouble had caused her to disappear. Just as she was feeling emotional, she heard a faint voice from behind her daughter. I didn't mean to. I really had no choice. Old lady Shen.
Ghost. No.
I'm not. I'm Lao Wang. Don't call me that. Don't call me that. Hai Lao hurriedly jumped out from behind Shen Jiao. Old lady Shen saw him and was so angry she pounded her chest.
My goodness.
Lao Wang, what are you doing here? When did you come? Why do you sound like a ghost? You scared us to death. Hai Lao. If you didn't see a living person, would you think I'm a ghost?
No, Mom.
Shun Jiao reacted quickly, excitedly grabbing old lady Shen. That's not the point. The point is, Lao Wang just said he didn't mean to do it.
What does he mean by that?
Old lady Shen was a bit confused. Oh dear. Shun Jiao was very anxious, grabbing one person with each hand, rushing into the main hall, and staring directly at Hai Lao. Wang Lao, what exactly did you mean just now? What do you mean you didn't do it on purpose, and you also had no choice?
Why did you say such things?
What is your relationship with my eldest sister-in-law?
What?
Old lady Shen's mind was very muddled, like a repeating machine repeating what. But that didn't stop her from opening her eyes wide and glaring at Hai Lao. Hai Lao was stared at by these two pairs of identical big eyes, and honestly, he felt quite nervous. He cleared his throat and said very sincerely, Actually, I am the biological father of Su Qiushui. Old lady Shen. Shun Jiao. Old lady Shen couldn't sit still anymore. Her eldest daughter-in-law was the daughter of a famous doctor, and that doctor was even staying in the barn. This was terrible. Shun Jiao also swallowed hard, feeling that things had gotten out of hand. Wang Lao, are you joking? Of course not, Hai Lao said seriously. From the first time I came back to your house, I knew that Qiushui was my daughter. The words on her textbooks, I was the one who taught her. Old lady Shen suddenly understood. So that's why you agreed to treat our second son, and also said that my eldest daughter-in-law should come back? She remembered that her fourth son used to be cared for 3 meals a day, and she never saw this old man loosen up. But after visiting old Shen's house once, he suddenly changed his mind. And after that, he was very enthusiastic about coming to old Shen's house for treatment. No need for anyone to invite him, he just helped whoever needed it. She thought it was because her granddaughter had touched this old man's heart, and he was always sighing about how kind he was. But she never expected that it was because he found out his daughter was staying at old Shen's house, and he was deliberately trying to get close. Humph. Cultural people are so scheming. Hai Lao felt guilty under old lady Shen's glare. He cleared his throat and looked a bit embarrassed. I just wanted to see my daughter. I know you want to see your daughter, old lady Shen said angrily but also amused. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Why hide it? I already made my identity clear from the start, Hai Lao said, very aggrieved. I left signals for my daughter, but you all didn't respond at all. Your family didn't react, and I didn't dare to show my feelings openly. Later, when my daughter came back, I found she had hurt her head and lost her memory. It was even harder to tell her who I am, because speaking now might affect her health. I was hesitant about informing you first. When I heard Huai Jing say that her fake parents were not good people, I immediately ran to tell you the truth. But by then, you had already discovered everything. Anyway, after all this fuss, he hesitated for nothing. People who are educated tend to be slow and indecisive, hesitating and not saying anything clearly. If her eldest son hadn't already noticed something was wrong, and the family had set a trap to find out the truth, they might have welcomed those two troublemakers without suspicion. After all, those two were supposed to be her step-parents, and when they came, it wouldn't be right to turn them away. This could lead to all sorts of problems. Old Madame Shan was furious inside, criticizing silently. Then she doubted. What signals did you leave? Where did you leave them?
I didn't see anything.
I left signals on the papers with the tools and herbs I drew for you. Each one has a message, and combined, they form a letter. If my daughter hadn't lost her memory, she would understand it right away. But unfortunately, she has amnesia now, sigh. Old Madame Shan, I don't know if your eldest daughter-in-law recognizes the signals you left, but I'm sure she never saw them.
Hai Lao? Why?
Old Madame Shan, feeling both sympathetic and amused, said, because that night, Dan Luo cut those papers in half because she thought you were too wasteful.
Hai Lao.
So, he was tricked by his own granddaughter? Hai Lao was so frustrated. The letter he carefully wrote was simply cut apart by that sneaky granddaughter. Luckily, he had a lot of sweet dreams that night, only to realize it was all just a dream. He was angry. Then he heard a loud voice from outside. Grandma, I'm back. Your adorable granddaughter is back. No, it's the granddaughter who loves to tease her grandpa. The three of them all turned to look outside the main hall. Dan Luo happily ran in. Grandma, little auntie, what's wrong? Oh, and Grandpa Wong, you're here too? After greeting everyone, Dan Luo looked a bit confused. Why does this atmosphere feel off? Why does it seem like a courtroom trial? Dan Luo, come here. Let me introduce you to someone, Old Shin, who enjoys making a fuss, clearly states the identity of Hai Lao. This is your real grandfather. Dan Luo.
What?
She is stunned and looks at Hai Lao in disbelief. My grandfather? Yes. Jiao Jiao also joins in the fun. Wang Lao said he is your grandfather. Dan Luo cautiously steps back. That can't be true, right?
Hai Lao sir not?
I never joke. Your mother's surname is Hai. Her name is Su Yi, Hai Su Yi. She is the youngest daughter of my old Hai family. She has a red mole near her ear on her neck. Dan Luo. Wow, her mother really does have a red mole on her neck. She also writes characters I taught her. If she can do it, I can too. Hai Lao casually picks up some paper and a brush from the table, quickly writes a few strokes, and then hands the notebook to Dan Luo. Look for yourself. Dan Luo. Her handwriting really looks very similar. Hai Lao continues, your mother is also skilled with a knife. Remember how she cut the rabbit last time? She's been studying anatomy since she was 6. The chickens, ducks, and rabbits at home are her practice material. From the moment she picked up a pen, she was already good with a knife. Dan Luo. Wow. Turns out her mother is a hidden expert? She is shocked. Hai Lao is really her grandfather? Then, does that mean Sun Grandma is her grandmother? Did Sun Grandma come specifically to find her in her past life, perhaps knowing her true identity all along? Why didn't Sun Grandma tell her? And why did she disappear later? Dalmua's heart pounds with excitement and curiosity. She desperately wants to rush over and find out everything from Sun Grandma now. But Sun Grandma is currently somewhere in Gangcheng, looking for Grandpa Hai. How can she find her among so many people? Hai Lao sees Dan Luo so shocked she can't speak and thinks he's overwhelmed her with his presence. He begins to regret a little, realizing she's his granddaughter, and shouldn't be scared. He prepares to soften his tone. But then, his own granddaughter stabs him with a knife. Since you already knew, why didn't you tell us? You almost let the bad guys into our home.
Hai Lao.
This is intolerable. He quickly stands up. You still have the nerve to say that. If you hadn't cut up the secret message I gave your mother, maybe our family would have already reunited.
Huh.
Dan Luo quietly takes a small step back. Secret message? You're still pretending. Elderly man angrily puffed his cheeks and glared. The markings at the bottom of the drawings I made for your family tell me, did you cut them out yourselves? Dan Luo paused. So those were for her mother to see. She had thought they were some secret signal between people. To avoid trouble at home, she had to be careful. Though a little guilty, she refused to take the blame. Since Elderly was her real grandfather, she planned to use her charm to get what she wanted. First, by trickery. She blinked innocently, looking sweet and pure. How would I know if you don't tell me? I'm not a little bug inside your belly. Mother said not to waste paper, so I have to listen to her. In other words, go argue with my mother? Elderly. Such a clever girl. Once she was called her biological granddaughter. Elderly was at a loss. How could he argue with her when she didn't even remember him? Forget it, forget it. Your mother doesn't remember these things now. Elderly waved his hand and sat down dejectedly. Seeing him look so pitiful, Dan Luo felt a bit sorry for him, but that didn't stop her from planning her next move. I actually wanted to show this to my mother, but she said her eyes hurt and she didn't want to see. Grandfather Wang, you see, it's not my fault. It's just that you and my mother aren't fated. Elderly. If he had magic powers, he'd definitely silence this girl. She was stabbing him right in the heart. How can you say I have no fate with your mother? Elderly got up angrily again. We just happened to meet. She blinked innocently. I'm 7 years old now. If Brother Huaijing hadn't mentioned you, we wouldn't have met.
Ha. That was a sharp, precise stab.
Elderly staggered and sat back down. Yes, he had been here for over 5 years and had never seen his granddaughter. If it weren't for Huaijing mentioning him, he probably would never have the chance to meet her in his life. Thinking of this, Elderly felt deeply grateful to Qin Huaijing. He no longer blamed his granddaughter for cutting the signals he left because, without her efforts, he wouldn't have had the chance to come to old Shin's house. Seeing the timing was right, Dan Luo moved closer, reached out her soft little hand, and held his rough, calloused one, looking at him with admiration.
Grandpa?
I never thought my biological grandpa would be you. I'm really, really happy. Tears welled up in Elderly's eyes instantly. Oh, my good granddaughter. Grandpa is also very happy. He thought for a long time, recited for a long time, and believed he would spend his life alone. Unexpectedly, one day he saw his own daughter and held hands with his granddaughter, who called him Grandpa. His granddaughter liked him so much. Nothing made him happier than this. Since you are my grandpa, I have a secret I must tell you, Dan Luo said seriously. Old Hai was even more touched. Just after recognizing his granddaughter, she wanted to tell him a secret. Does this mean she never saw him as a stranger? Old Hai almost couldn't hold back his tears. He nodded repeatedly. All right, go ahead, I'm listening. Grandpa, the good thing you asked about before was given to me by Brother Huaijing. Since I am your granddaughter, I am telling you now. No one else knows. You must keep this secret for Brother Huaijing. Old Hai was deeply moved. He immediately swore, don't worry, I will never tell this secret. No one else will know except me. Old Mrs. Shen. Shen Jiao Jiao. Actually, there's no need. All our Shen family members already know, okay? Sigh, is this divine Dr. Wang too easy to fool? Dan Luo was a bit worried. Her grandpa was a little naive and trusting. He believed everything she said. Just then, Old Hai was feeling touched when he heard his own granddaughter sigh with concern. Grandpa, you must live longer. Be very careful. Don't let bad people hurt you. Old Hai. At such a touching moment, can he hear a kind word? Can he? His granddaughter was good at everything, but her words were too sharp. He didn't know who she had learned it from. He was feeling gloomy when suddenly a small figure rushed in hurriedly. It was Shan Sanhua, looking nervous and excited. She's given birth. She's given birth. Neza is born. Everyone. Shin Danluo looked puzzled. Sister Sanhua, what are you talking about?
Shin Sanhua was so excited she was bouncing.
She's giving birth. She's giving birth. Big Aunt is about to have Neza's baby. Big Uncle called the midwife to help. Shin Danluo. Why suddenly is she giving birth? Old Wang, didn't you say it would take several more days? Old Hai was also confused. I thought it would take several more days. He grabbed Shin Sanhua. Girl, why is Big Aunt giving birth so early? Did she bump into something or get hurt? Shin Sanhua shook her head. No, we were feeling for the baby. Auntie said the babies inside are Neza babies, and they're several days late. Her waist was hurting, so she told the babies to come out quickly. Then her belly started to hurt. Uncle said she's going to have a baby, so I came to call for help. Everyone. No wonder Sanhua ran over calling for Neza babies. Now I understand the story. Everyone in the room was shocked by the news Shin Sanhua brought. Old Shin, who has lots of experience with childbirth, stayed calmer. I think these two children know it hurts to be born. When their mother said her waist was hurting and told them to come out, they listened and came out. It's good. We're getting ready here. Lao Hai, go check your daughter's pulse. Yes. Lao Hai was nervous because his daughter was about to give birth. He almost tripped over the door threshold and fell, but Shen Jiao quickly helped him up. Mother, I'll take Lao Hai to the next room first. Don't let him check her pulse and fall down. Old Shin waved her hand dismissively. Go on. When she saw them leave, she muttered, I think it's pointless to go. His hands are shaking so much. What can he do? Then she looked down and saw her granddaughter also trembling. Her little legs were shaking so badly she hadn't moved even a meter. Old Shin sighed. She stepped forward, took Shin Danluo into her arms, and asked, What's wrong with you? Usually you're pretty brave. Shin Danluo's eyes were red and wide.
I'm scared, Grandma.
Will Mother be okay? She would never forget her mother's cold, lifeless face after giving birth. Since that day, she lost her mother and her family fell apart. She thought that after rebirth, she could save her mother and heal this pain. But just now, hearing her mother was about to give birth, the fear came back again. This fear felt like a mark carved into her soul. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't control it. Seeing her granddaughter so frightened, old Shin felt both pained and suspicious. She quickly encouraged her, Don't worry. Your mother will be fine. Your grandfather is a great doctor. How could anything happen to your mother? Just then, Qin Huaijing suddenly rushed in. Danluo's sister. His voice was anxious but clear, and it seemed to have a magical power that eased the sudden fear in Shen Danluo's heart. Her legs suddenly felt stronger. She looked up. Grandma, I'm not afraid anymore.
Let me go.
Brother Huaijing is calling me. Old Lady Shin didn't put her down. She directly hugged Shin Danlu and walked to Qin Huaijing. Huaijing, what's going on? Why are you calling so urgently? Qin Huaijing signaled them to speak softly. I just saw a shadow sneaking around the backyard wall of Danlu's house, pouring something.
What?
Shin Danlu and Old Lady Shen exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. It must be someone meeting with those two fat guys. Shin Danlu quickly slid down from Old Lady Shen's arms. Grandma, you prepare things first. My mother is about to give birth. Brother Huaijing, and I need to check on her. Good. Hurry up. Old Lady Shin trusted these two little ones' bravery. After agreeing, she quickly went back to prepare things, locked the door, and went next door to heat some water. Next door, Old Hai was helping Su Qiushui check her pulse, smiling like a silly 60-year-old. It's happening. Both mother and baby are very healthy. It should be soon.
Wow.
Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying made everyone confused. Is she giving birth? Did she just give birth?
So fast?
Is it too quick? Even a hen doesn't lay eggs this fast. Old Hai was also confused. I said, it shouldn't be this quick. Inside, Shan Jiao shouted, someone, come quickly. I'm still a young girl. I don't know what to do. Old Lady Shan exclaimed, Wan Lao, go heat some water quickly. Then she hurried inside. Within 5 minutes, another cry of a baby was heard. Old Hai was sweating while boiling water, feeling anxious. Is this a baby? Shan Donlu and Qin Huaijing came in from outside. Before they could speak, they heard her mother shout from inside, it's happening. Another little chubby girl is born. Shan Donlu asked, Brother Huaijing, how long have we been out? Qin Huaijing looked confused. It seems only about 10 minutes.
So,
her mother gave birth to 2 babies in less than half an hour? That's too unbelievable. Shan Donlu shook her head. She didn't want to think about these strange things. Right now, she should be happy that her little brother and sister were born. She rushed into the room, ignoring the blood and mess, and went straight to her mother. Seeing her mother with her eyes closed, Shan Donlu's heart skipped a beat. Mom? Mem? Su Qiushui opened her eyes. Donlu, the smell here is strong. Go to the inner room. I still need to clean up here. Shan Donlu let out a sigh of relief. She leaned in affectionately to nuzzle her mother's face. Mom, you're fine. That's great. Su Qiushui paused for a moment. Her daughter was always overly worried about her. She smiled softly and gently patted her daughter's head. Foolish girl, mother will be fine. Today's delivery went very smoothly, and I hardly felt any pain. Don't worry. Really? That's amazing. I'll go inside to see. Shan Danluo rushed into the room separated by a curtain, running to old Madam Shan. Grandma, what did my mother give birth to? Your mother gave birth to a brother and a sister for you and on Bao. They are twins, a boy and a girl. Old Madam Shan was overjoyed. Although the Shan family often had twins, this was the first set of twins in the main family, and they were Donluo's own siblings. She liked them even more. There's a phrase for this. Oh, yes, love the house and its people. Old Madam Shan washed the small, chubby bundle in her arms and then held it out to Shan Danluo, saying, Look, this is your sister. Seeing the pink bundle in her grandmother's arms, Shan Danluo's eyes turned red. Yes, this is her sister. Her sister had a tiny, slightly red mole at the corner of her eye, a mark that hadn't changed from past to present, making her especially adorable. Huan, I am your older sister. We meet again. In this life, I will protect you forever. Over there, Shan Jiao was lying by the bed, waving at her. Danluo, come quickly. Come see your little brother. Little brother? The one nobody knew about in her past life? Shan Danluo felt both nervous and excited. She took a deep breath and hurried over. But when she saw the tiny baby on the bed, her eyes widened in surprise. Her brother's features looked so much like someone she knew, especially that distinctive red mole between his eyebrows. No way, could it really be what she's thinking? Carefully, Shan Danluo peeled open the baby's tiny hand and saw a bright red birthmark in the shape of a flame on his palm. Her whole body felt off. Shan Jiao saw her expression and thought she was shocked by her brother's good looks. She immediately felt a kindred spirit. Danluo, don't you think your brother is too handsome? Your mother is really talented. Looking at your brother's delicate features, especially that tiny cinnabar on his forehead, I wonder how many young girls he'll charm in the future. Shan Danluo. Exactly. In her past life, she was almost chased to the ends of the earth by this baby's admirers. Yes, she had met him before. His name was Hu Xiaoyang. The day she met him was the second day she went to Beijing to find Grandma's son. At that time, she was exploring news alone in the capital city. As she walked, she somehow unexpectedly ran into him, and he then started to bother her. He kept inviting her to meals, wanted to take her on trips, and bought her all kinds of expensive gifts. His enthusiasm was overwhelming. Since then, he kept pestering her every day, always sticking close. He called her beautiful sister, praising her so much that she almost felt overwhelmed. The worst part was that because she looked so good, his many admirers, his pretty younger sisters, often followed him around. Seeing how kindly he treated her, those admirers grew jealous and even wanted to harm her. At that time, she couldn't find any news of Grandma's son, was being bothered by this guy, and faced the danger of being attacked. So, after only a few days in the city, she left in a hurry. After that, she dared not go back to the capital easily. She had people investigate Grandma's son's whereabouts. But after she left, Hua Xiaoyang disappeared completely and never looked for her again. Years later, she saw him in a recorded video of a legal education program. In the video, Hua Xiaoyang was dressed in prison clothes, standing in a serious courtroom, yet he looked relaxed and carefree. Even when the judge sentenced him to death, his face showed no change. Before being taken away by the guards, he suddenly looked up at the camera and smiled. That smile was as bright as summer flowers. At that time, she didn't understand why he smiled like that or who he was smiling at. She only felt that his smile, full of farewell, made her feel very sad. But now she seemed to understand. That smile was for her, wasn't it? Was it his way of saying goodbye to her? She thought this because the crimes he committed, patricide and matricide, were so serious. He must have known about his family background, and perhaps other things happened that led him to kill his parents. But no one knew the true reasons behind it. He fully admitted to the crimes, but he never revealed his motives, not even until his death. Throughout the case, his family never appeared, no lawyers, no relatives pleading for him. He faced everyone's disgust and hatred alone. Everyone thought he was crazy. Even because of his smile at the sentencing, the public believed he had no respect for the law and had completely lost his humanity. They all thought he should die, and as soon as possible. He was quickly sentenced to death. When she watched that show, more than a year had passed, and he had already been executed. She learned all this later through her investigation. At that time, how did he feel facing death? Shan Donlu gently held the soft little hand of the baby, feeling a little pain in her heart. Did he already know he was her brother and intentionally scare her out of the city? Why did he say nothing? Why did he choose such a secret and decisive way? Thinking about how she had treated this child badly in her past life, Shan Donlu felt heartbroken. Donlu, why are you crying? Shan Jiao was frightened by her sudden tears and quickly comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. Even though your brother looks good, you're still the prettiest girl in the Shan family. No one can compare to you. No, the brother is the prettiest. Shan Donlu wiped her tears and said seriously, the brother is the prettiest. Shan Jiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, whatever you say is right. Just don't cry anymore. Shan Donlu touched the baby's little face and whispered in her heart, Brother, I'm sorry. In my past life, I didn't recognize you. In this life, I will treat you very well. She kept staring at the little baby with affection. Seeing this, old Madame Shan thought she was just fond of her brother and didn't think much. She asked Shan Jiao to take the pink ball away and went out to help the eldest daughter-in-law clean up. But when she came back and saw her granddaughter still holding her brother's hand and staring blankly, she felt strange. Donlu, what are you daydreaming about?
Huh?
Old Madame Shan accidentally saw the small hand Shan Donlu was holding and was surprised, her eyes wide open. Wow, this kid actually has a birthmark inherited from our Shan family?
What?
What birthmark? Shan Jiao was playing with the pink ball in her hand, and upon hearing this, she hurried over to look. Sure enough, she saw a tiny flame-shaped birthmark like a brand on the palm of the little baby's hand, and she was stunned. Wow, so amazing. I didn't notice it before. Mother, do you think this birthmark is inherited from our Shan family? Why don't any of us siblings have it? Because it's not in every generation. Like your mother and me, only my eldest brother has one, and your great-grandfather also had one. None of the other brothers do. Going further back, it hasn't appeared for several generations. Old Madame Shan said, her eyes shining as she looked at the little baby. My father, your grandfather, said that people with this birthmark are destined to do great things. This little guy is definitely going to be as remarkable as his great-grandfather. Shan Jiao. Mother, listening to you, it sounds like only those without birthmarks are good people. Old Madame Shan immediately patted her head and said, "If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all." The mother and daughter started arguing again, while Shin Danluo frowned. Is he as impressive as the eldest grandfather? The eldest grandfather. Could it be that her brother, who chose to stay silent and accept death, did so to protect the eldest grandfather?
But why?
And why does the eldest grandfather go to great lengths to secretly take children from the old Shin family? It doesn't make sense. Based on what her grandmother said about the eldest grandfather, he should be an honest and responsible man. Even if he lost his memory, he wouldn't just let others do evil. Or maybe her grandmother's description of him is biased. Is there a big brother filter? Could her real grandfather actually be a bad person? That doesn't seem right either. Even if the grandfather was bad, why would he want her family's children? Shen Danluo couldn't figure it out, but one thing was certain. Her brother in the previous life had the surname Hua. The chance that someone else transferred him to another family is very small, so the person who kidnapped him was likely surnamed Hua. If the kidnapping was done by someone from the grandfather's side, then maybe that person is also surnamed Hua now? After all, he lost his memory and probably needed a new name. But whether this person surnamed Hua is connected to the grandfather or not, they need to find them first. Currently, the country is in chaos, and it's uncertain if that person surnamed Hua is even in Beijing. Looking for a family with that surname in such a big country is like finding a needle in a haystack. So, let's make a bold guess. Suppose those people are related to the grandfather. Based on General Tsin's reaction earlier, the grandfather is probably still in the military. Should I try to find him through the military? After all, a high-ranking officer surnamed Hua should have many acquaintances. But how should I bring it up? Shen Danluo looked at old Madame Shin, who was happily watching the baby, and thought maybe she could trick her grandmother. By the way, her grandmother still hasn't come up with a new identity for her ghost. Ever since she found out the grandfather was alive, her grandmother has become less diligent. That won't do. I must motivate her grandmother. Shan Danluo was thinking about how to involve her grandmother when her father, Shin Ping He, pushed aside the curtain and limped in, looking tired.
What are you all talking about? Such a lively scene.
We're talking about how remarkable your son will be in the future. Old Lady Shin pointed at the flame-shaped birthmark on the little baby's hand and smiled broadly. Look, this is the birthmark of our Shin family. Head on your son. Shan Heping's eyes lit up when he saw his son and daughter. He hurriedly moved closer to the bed, eager to look at the two babies. Which one is older? Which one is younger? Shun Jiao smiled. The one with a red dot on the forehead is the older brother, and the one with a tear at the corner of the eye is the younger sister. Big brother, these two babies are really growing well. I've never seen such a good-looking baby right after birth. She glanced at Shin Danlu and quickly added, they're only a little behind Danlu. Old Lady Shen and Shan Heping both looked at Shin Danlu, then silently looked away, expressionless. This silently showed what it means when words are unnecessary. Shin Danlu. What does that mean? What does it mean? You dislike me, right? You're upset with me, right? Shin Danlu raised an eyebrow. Mom, Dad, someone poured oil on the wall in our backyard. Poured oil? Shun Jiao looked confused. Why pour oil? Isn't oil cheap? Isn't it better to use money to buy meat to eat? Shun Danlu. Little sister-in-law, are you just being silly? Fortunately, the other two people she wanted to get back at weren't fools. Shan Heping immediately understood the person's intention. His good mood vanished, and his voice turned cold to the bone. Their next plan is probably to set a fire. The fire officer is in a hurry and might make mistakes. They can take the chance to kidnap the children during the chaos. Then they can pretend the fire officer couldn't save them or come up with some excuse to cover it up. Such a wicked plan. Old Lady Shin also immediately became anxious. I was just thinking, with so many people in our family, how could they trick us into losing the children? Turns out they came up with such a sneaky trick. That's so cruel. Danlu, have they caught the person who poured the oil?
Who was it?
Shun Danlu shook her head. No. When Huai Jing and I went out to look, the person had already run away. We didn't catch anyone, only found out that oil was poured on the wall. They must have been waiting for your mother to give birth, Shan Heping said with a complicated expression. But when they poured the oil, your mother was in the delivery room, and Manhwa went to call you. How did they not notice? Shin Donlu. Old Lady Shin. Shin Jiao Jiao.
Oh, right.
When the person poured the oil, the people inside the house were about to give birth. How could they be so clueless? Shin Jiao Jiao burst out laughing. That must be because Manhwa shouted that Neza was being born. They thought it was just a joke. Old Lady Shin smiled happily. Tomorrow I will give Manhwa a big chicken leg. She did a great job tonight. Shin Danluo also smiled warmly. Then I will share some candy with Sister Manhwa. Just as she finished speaking, a small figure ran over quickly, looking up at Shin Danluo. Minute.
Mine.
Shin Danluo was a bit speechless. Anbao, can you stop being so strange? You didn't make a sound when I was giving birth to your brothers and sisters. When we're watching the little ones, you're quiet too. But as soon as there's food, you come running out? Anbao's eyes suddenly widened.
Bad.
Shin Danluo was confused.
What?
Anbao said, me little brother, humph.
Huh?
Shin Danluo looked surprised. You learned a new word? But what does that mean? Anbao huffed and puffed, then moved closer to Shin Danluo. She grabbed her hand, which had been holding the little baby, and squeezed it tightly. She lifted her small face and pouted, me little brother, bad. Shin Danluo was speechless. Oh my goodness, is Anbao jealous? Shan Heping also seemed to realize what was happening. Wow, Anbao is jealous too? Anbao turned away proudly.
Humph, bad.
Very bad. Everyone laughed. Shin Jiao Jiao giggled loudly. Anbao is jealous. Look, we're playing with his little brothers and sisters and he's upset. Old Lady Shin also chuckled. Why don't I see you acting like this usually? When we call you, you ignore us. Shan Heping laughed, because what you can't have is always more tempting. Anbao is aware now, that's good. Maybe we should tease him more in the future. Who knows, maybe he'll stop being lazy, just to get attention. Anbao's eyes widened in anger.
Stinky Papa.
Shan Heping was shocked.
What?
He was both surprised and happy. Danluo, Mom. Jiao Jiao, did you hear that? Did Anbao just call me Dad? Old Lady Shin looked hesitant, her expression a little uncertain. Shin Jiao Jiao looked up at the ceiling. Shin Danluo was furious and couldn't stand it. Dad, Anbao was talking about Papa, the thing in the toilet, not you.
Anbao exclaimed, Ah.
Yes, that's right. Shan Heping's face instantly turned green. These two little troublemakers, no more, no more. Old Shin For instinctively looked up at the sky and asked, Am I asleep or awake right now? Next to him, Qin Huijing hurried over with a happy face. Uncle Shin 4, Uncle Shin 2, Aunt Sue has given birth. It's a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Old Shin 4 exclaimed. What's going on? He just went for a walk around the market to show his presence as the head of the Shin family, and suddenly the baby is born? Is the older sister-in-law giving birth to a child? Or is she laying eggs? While old Shin 4 was still shocked, someone patted his shoulder. He turned around and saw his second brother smiling and pointing inside the small courtyard, looking eager. Old Shin 4 immediately understood. Second brother, you want to see the baby? We shouldn't go in directly. I'll see if I can get them to bring the baby out. He then ran to the door and called, Mom, we're back. We heard the older sister-in-law gave birth. Could you bring the baby out so we can see? As he ran off, Shin Er was unable to hold the heavy sack and loosened his grip. The sack dropped with a loud bang, and he faintly heard a muffled sound. Qin Huijing approached suspiciously. Uncle Shin too. Is there a person inside? And why does it smell familiar? Shin Er nodded and made a gesture indicating he could open it. Qin Huijing was clever and quickly memorized the simple sign language. When Shin Er made the gesture, he understood immediately. Without hesitation, he squatted down and opened the sack. The person's head was visible, not blocked by the sack, and with a thud, the person fell to the ground, silent. Qin Huijing looked at the face in the firelight from the kitchen and was very surprised. Second brother Su? How is it him? Old Shin 4 just came out calling his second brother to come see the baby. Seeing Qin Huijing squatting on the ground looking at the person, he touched his nose and walked over. Well, when we were coming back, someone suddenly jumped out from around the corner. I thought it was a bad person, so I punched him. Turns out he's tough. He didn't fall from the punch. When I looked closer, I saw it was second brother Su. I was going to leave him there, but he woke up and could walk on his own. Then second brother insisted on bringing him back, so I had no choice but to drag him along. Qin Huijing looked complicated and then called out, Dian Luo, sister, we found the oil thrower. Come out and see. Old Shun 4 was confused.
Huh?
What oil thrower?
Who is that?
Qin Huijing shrugged. Let's wait until everyone is here. I don't know if what you did was good or bad. Let Uncle Shin and Dian Luo see first. Old Shin 4 sighed. I feel like you're trying to scare me, but I have no proof. He quietly moved behind old Shin. Then he saw his clever and lively niece, Shin Dan Luo, run out hurriedly, looking worried. Brother Huijing, did you find someone? Soon after, his older brother arrived, then his mother, and his fierce sister also came. Old Shin Si swallowed hard, feeling like his punch might have caused a big problem. Seeing everyone gathered, Qin Huijing said, on the way back, Uncle Shin Si knocked out second Bao Su. He smelled of oil, just like the smell on the outside wall. Everyone was silent. They had just been happy that the family was safe and not exposed, but then old Shin Si knocked someone out and carried him back. This caused trouble, and they wondered if Su Bao's accomplices might find out. Old Shin Si saw everyone staring at him and shrank even smaller, trying to hide himself. I didn't mean to do it. Shun Danluo sighed. Fortunately, Uncle Shin Si brought the person back. If his accomplices had found out, it would be harder to catch him. Old Shin Si. Qin Huijing cleared his throat. It was second Uncle Shun who brought him back. Shan Luo and Shan Heping looked at old Shin Si with sharp, angry eyes. Old Shin Si. Luckily, there was someone more likely to attract blame. That was Su Bao, lying unconscious on the ground.
Good job, Su Bao.
So, it was you little rascal, trying to hurt our Shin family? Your Su family really isn't good. Always thinking of causing trouble for us. Old Madam Shin was so angry she grabbed a broom nearby and swung it hard. The special broom was much more powerful than before, tearing clothes and leaving blood marks on her skin. But Su Bao was knocked out cold and didn't react at all. Old Madam Shin was tired and tried to lift the broom to leave. Shin Danluo saw this and hurriedly held her leg. Grandma, don't go. Old Madam Shin was angry. If I go smash the Su family's place, I'll say I'm just upset and want to hit something.
Can I do that?
Shin Danluo said, Grandma, if they get scared and don't fight back, what will we do? If we're going to cause trouble, let's do it big so they can't stay in Shishui village anymore. Heping nodded.
Dan Luo is right.
And we don't know if only the Su family is involved. If we want to clean this up, we have to do it thoroughly. Everyone was persuading her, and they all made good points. Old Madam Shin couldn't go out and smash things, so she sighed and dropped the broom. What should we do then? Naturally, they need to carry out their plan and find the people behind it. Old Lady Shen was suspicious. But he's fainted. How can we continue? Speed is everything. Shan Heping looked up at Shan Lao Si. You caused this trouble. Are you going to fix it yourself? Shan Lao Si. That can I say I don't want to? Shan Heping smiled. What do you think? Shan Lao Si shivered and immediately straightened up. We must fix this. 10 minutes later, Shin Danlu hurried into the drying yard. The meeting had just ended, but the members weren't in a rush to go home. They sat around chatting and cooling off. When they saw the small red figure rushing in, they started to feel restless and wanted to leave quickly, but it was too late. Because as soon as Shin Danlu entered, she shouted loudly, Third aunt, where are you? My mother is about to give birth. My grandma called you to help. Chan Liqing hurried over, gesturing quickly. She's about to give birth? I thought it was a few days away. Shin Danlu's eyes were red. I don't know who spilled oil on the wall behind my house. My mother went out for a walk after dinner and slipped. Boo-hoo. Third aunt, please come quickly. My mother's stomach hurts so badly. Hearing this, Chen Liqing was very worried. She grabbed Shan Donlu and hurriedly ran off. The members present looked at each other, whispering, could this Su Jiqing really? She's so pregnant and still fell? That's probably serious.
Sigh, Su Jiqing's luck is really bad.
She was about to go back to work after giving birth, but now this fall. Who knows what's really going on? Don't spread rumors. If her family hears, they'll be furious. Do you want to keep your hair? One person touched his head, scared to speak further, then picked up his small stool and said, I'd better go back first, so I don't get into trouble with those fierce women. After saying that, a few others left one after another. The people in the drying yard didn't notice and continued chatting, waiting to see what would happen with old Shin's family. Near the tool shed outside the drying yard, Qin Huaijing released the little snake, and one by one, the early leaving people followed. Chen Liqing hurriedly carried Shan Donlu to old Shin's house, sweating with worry. But as soon as she entered, why were everyone sitting around fanning themselves and cooling off? Wasn't the eldest sister-in-law about to give birth? Shouldn't everyone be anxious? This didn't look urgent at all. Chen Liqing felt confused. When Shan Donlu saw she was home, she reached out to pat her third aunt. Third aunt, put me down. Chen Liqing looked at this and then at that, looking confused as she put Donlu down. Shan Donlu quickly grabbed her hand. Third aunt, let's go and see my younger brother and sister first. Chen Liqing was puzzled. Then she saw two porcelain dolls that looked like glutinous rice balls. Even Chen Liqing, usually gentle and calm, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Were they just born? Why aren't they red at all? When her own children were born, they were dark red and very ugly. No, that's not the point. The main thing is, if they were born, why did Donlu shout at the drying yard? While Chen Liqing was thinking, old lady Shen came in. Third daughter-in-law, I have a task for you tonight. Hearing this, Chen Liqing immediately stood up straight and made a serious gesture to old lady Shen. Mother, whatever you need, just tell me. Old lady Shen said, we need to act early. Tonight, you stay here and keep your sister-in-law and the two children company. Later, when the door is closed, don't come out no matter what you hear. Your job is to protect your sister-in-law and the children. Chen Liqing nodded quickly and made another gesture. Mother, give me a broom. If someone comes in, I'll chase them out. Old lady Shen was very pleased. The third daughter-in-law was getting closer to them, just as it should be. She waved her hand.
Done.
Shan Donlu smiled warmly. Mother and the younger siblings are guarded by Auntie. Grandma, let's get started. Old lady Shen nodded. Let's do it. The two grandchildren held hands and ran out the door. After closing the small door, they called out to Shin Jiao Jiao sitting in the yard, wake up. Shin Jiao Jiao immediately threw down her fan and ran into the ready room next door, mimicking Su Qiushui's soft and expressive voice. Oh, it hurts so much. It's killing me. Save the baby. Mother-in-law, please save my child. Old lady Shen also acted dramatically, speaking nervously, excited, and scared. Oh no, the water broke, it's too late. We couldn't get her to the hospital in time. You have to give birth at home. Qiushui, you must hold on. Oh, dear mother-in-law, please help. Don't just stand there. Shan Jiao Jiao immediately responded in a rough voice. Hey, okay, girl, don't shout anymore. Save your strength to give birth. In the next second, she called out softly and helplessly, Mother, it hurts so much I don't want to give birth anymore. Old lady Shen acted very dramatically. Don't cry, don't shout. You've already had 2 children, and they're fine, right? Don't shout. Save your strength to give birth. Shan Jiao Jiao's voice suddenly turned rough. Yes, listen to your mother-in-law. Qiushui, we can't be too delicate. It'll be fine. Shan Dan Luo also stood at the door, crying sadly, Mom, hold on. Dan Luo is scared. Please don't have any trouble. Old Madam Shan shouted loudly, Dan Luo, don't worry. Your mother is fine. Qiushui, breathe in and out with Mom. That's right, good job. Almost ready to show. almost ready. Shen Danluo nervously called out, "Mom, keep going." In the yard, Shen Lao Er, Shen Lao San, and Shen Lao Si just watched silently. They acted so real. If they weren't right there watching, they might have believed it. Outside the old Shen house, a woman sneaked quietly, listening at the wall. If Shen Danluo and old Madame Shen saw her, they would recognize her immediately. She was Su Si, the wife who was scared away by Shen Danluo and her friends a few days ago after they tricked her into thinking something bad was happening. Inside, Shen Jiao Jiao and old Madame Shen were shouting loudly, working together. The woman listened carefully at the wall and could hear the sounds from inside. When she heard them say the baby was about to be born, Su Si hurriedly ran back. She reached the corner and grabbed old Su, who was standing guard there. "Big uncle, something's wrong. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Shen family is about to give birth. The baby is almost here. Where is Heir Bao? Did he talk to the couple? I hear Su Jiqing's mother is in the delivery room." Old Su was worried when he heard this. "I don't know where he went." Su Si was anxious. "What should we do? The baby will be born soon." Just then, loud crying of a baby came from inside. Su Si was so nervous, she patted her thigh. "Listen, the baby is here." Old Su was panicked, spinning around. "What do we do now? It's just the two of us. The baby is born, and we don't know where to send it." This was Heir Bao's job. "Why didn't you ask more questions?" she scolded. Su Si was so angry she wanted to curse. At such a critical moment, these two were so unreliable. While they were panicking, another person hiding in the dark was waiting anxiously. When they heard the second cry of the baby, they couldn't wait any longer. They quickly ran out of hiding and approached Su Si and old Su. "Why aren't you making a move? Do you still want to earn 100 yuan? Su Si's wife and old Su were initially frightened by the sudden rush of the person, but after hearing what he said, they froze. The man asked for 100 coins, which was the money they had agreed to give him. Could this person be the one who contacted Heir Bao? The man was masked, but Su Si's wife, who had good eyesight, felt he looked familiar. "You are you," she started to say. The man snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you still want to make money?" Hearing about money, Su Si's wife and old Su nodded quickly. "Yes.
Of course we want to."
The man said, "Good. Now go set a fire, create chaos, and connect with Su Qiushui's parents. Remember, get a boy. If there's no boy, then take a girl instead. After you have the child, go to the mountain hollow on the right side of the back hill, where someone is waiting. They will pay you." Hearing this, Su Si's wife and old Su clenched their teeth.
"All right, we'll do it."
The man immediately said, "Hurry up and act. I'll go keep watch." Then he ran off quickly. Su Si's wife and old Su exchanged a look. "Let's do it." 5 minutes later, a fire suddenly broke out on the wall of Shen Danluo's backyard. The flames were fierce and quickly spread into the yard. People inside shouted, "Fire!
Fire!
Come help!" The fire was blazing high, and someone saw it and ran over. Old Su also joined the firefighting team and entered Shen's house. After about 10 minutes, someone hiding in the dark saw old Su carrying something and slipping out of Shen's house in a hurry, heading towards the back mountain. Satisfied, the person turned and left. The person reached the designated spot, took out a flashlight, flashed it 3 times toward the back mountain, then hid the flashlight again and prepared to leave. But just as he turned his head, a large sack was thrown over him.
"Are you saying?"
Wu Dashan's wife looked at him in shock, her eyes wide, and opened her mouth to scream. Shen Jiao Jiao quickly shoved a dirty rag smeared with pig manure into her mouth and her hands and feet quickly. Wu Dashan's wife. Shen Jiao Jiao sneered, "This is a message from Dan Luo. Don't worry, your accomplice will also be questioned." Wu Dashan's wife. She glared at Shen Jiao Jiao angrily, her eyes full of rage and a desire to tear her apart. "Huh, still dare to glare at me? You have some nerve," Shen Jiao Jiao sneered. "Sanhua, bring the broom." "Yes." Shan Hua immediately handed over the broom. Wu Dashan's wife saw the broom in her hand, her face showing fear. "Are you scared?" Don't be afraid, Shan Jiao said happily. This is Shan family's new broom. You deserve it. She raised the broom and struck hard. It tore open her skin and flesh, causing Wu Dashan's wife to roll around in pain, crying, "Wu, please spare me. I won't dare anymore." But Shan Jiao was relentless. If it hadn't been for the Shan family's precautions, who knew how it would have ended? Such a wicked woman wouldn't show mercy. Shan Jiao hated her so much, she wished she could punish her severely. Thinking about how her cute, gentle niece and nephew were almost harmed by this evil woman, Shan Jiao's grip tightened. She kept hitting, one strike after another, until Wu Dashan's wife had no strength left to roll or beg for mercy. Shan Jianjun, who had been watching from the side, finally pretended to step forward and stop her, saying, "Enough, if you hit her anymore, she'll lose her clothes, and that wouldn't look good." Wu Dashan's wife had thought that Shan Jianjun was coming to save her when she saw him approaching, but she was shocked to find he was only worried about appearances. She became furious, crying out, "Whoa!" Shan Jiao kicked her and said, "Shut up. When you encouraged those two fools from Su to attack, the captain and secretary, Yen, saw everything. Do you think a few sobs will make us believe you?" Wu Dashan's wife. Shan Jianjun snorted coldly. "If I hadn't seen it myself today, I wouldn't believe our village could have such capable people, making easy money from hundreds of yuan in business." Wu Dashan's wife, "Are you secretly an enemy spy infiltrating our village?" Wu Dashan's wife shook her head in fear, crying, "Whoa!" Shan Jianjun waved his hand. "Take her away. She just makes me angry." He told the people coming to take her, "Find Wu Dashan and bring him to the village office. I want to ask if he knows anything about this." When Wu Dashan's wife heard this, she immediately looked completely defeated, as if all hope had gone from her. But no one felt sorry for her. She had ordered people to set fires and even steal babies. Such a person doesn't deserve any sympathy. Seeing the person being dragged away, Shan Jianjun looked worriedly toward the back mountain. "Your fourth uncle and Dan Luo. They should be okay, right? Should we go and check?" Shan Jiao shook her head. Huijing said he's fine. "If we go in too many, we'll only reveal ourselves." Hearing that Qin Huijing was the one who said this, Shan Jianjun immediately felt relieved. Qin Huijing is so capable that even the police asked him for help. With him around, there definitely won't be any problems. Of course, Qin Huijing wouldn't have any issues. The real problem was Yan Mingli. He realized that in this dark, dense forest, neither of the two children could walk quickly. It was really embarrassing. After 18 painful falls and trips, Yan Mingli even wanted to go back and let Shan Jianjun handle it. This rough work should be done by his silly second brother. Shan Dan Luo was starting to look a bit annoyed. "Uncle Yan, maybe you should wait here. I'm worried if you fall again, people might see us." Yan Mingli. He took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I won't fall again." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Yan Mingli. Shan Dan Luo. The body of a scholar is really soft. Walking ahead, Qin Huijing also looked a bit helpless. If they didn't need a witness with status, they wouldn't have brought Uncle Yan along. Look at that. Dan Luo's short legs walk more steadily than him. He turned around and helped Uncle Yan up. "Uncle Yan, hold my hand. Let's walk faster. Otherwise, we might not catch up." Yan Mingli silently held his hand, walking step by step like a 3-year-old learning to walk. Fortunately, this time, everything went smoothly. When they nearly reached the valley behind the back mountain, Qin Huijing immediately stopped. Yan Mingli and Shan Dan Luo also paused when they saw this. Suddenly, a few small snakes appeared on the path ahead. Qin Huijing stepped forward to touch them, then turned back with a serious face. "There are 6 people on the other side. 4 of them are hiding, and they seem quite capable." Yan Mingli looked at the small snakes and then at Qin Huijing, wisely choosing not to mention it. Instead, he asked, "Dan Luo, what kind of trouble has your family gotten into? Why is the other side making such a big fuss to the baby?" "We want to know that even more than you do," Shan Dan Luo frowned. "We thought there were only 2 or 3 people, but it turns out there are 6. This is trouble." Qin Huaijing was about to speak when suddenly they heard noises from the path they came on. His beautiful eyes immediately narrowed with suspicion, and he quickly rushed over there. But halfway there, he froze.
Unso su?
Su Kai, who was struggling with some branches, looked suspiciously and turned his head. Did I just hear the voice of that kid Qin Huaijing? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Huaijing's face appeared right in front of him.
Wookie.
Shan Danluo, who was chasing from behind, was also surprised and happy. Uncle Su Kai, what are you doing here? Su Kai was speechless. That was the question he wanted to ask too. I was following someone, but I lost him halfway. Now I'm looking for him. What are you two little kids doing on the mountain so late at night? Looking for someone? Shan Danluo immediately took charge. Just ask Brother Huaijing's little snake to help find them. Uncle Su Kai, we need your help. That familiar smell, familiar recipe.
No.
Su Kai couldn't help but think to himself, please don't come over. Of course, that was impossible. As a ready-made tool, Shan Danluo wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Su Kai genuinely didn't want to add more tasks to himself, but when he heard Shan Danluo say that a group of people planned to steal their old Shan family's children, all those messy thoughts were immediately pushed aside. Let's go and see what's going on first. Under the guidance of Qin Huaijing's little snake, the two adults and two children quietly approached the scene of the transaction. In a mountain hollow, two masked men coldly stared at the old man Su. Why are you the one here to trade? I thought it was supposed to be a young person? The old man Su trembled. It was supposed to be my son, but that little rascal ran off somewhere. It just so happened that Shan's eldest daughter-in-law was giving birth, so I had no choice but to go myself. He shook the bamboo basket he was holding and hurriedly urged, hurry up. This child finally fell asleep. If he wakes up and cries later, it will be hard to handle. You guys, give me the money quickly. The two men exchanged glances. Is this a boy or a girl? The old man Su quickly replied, a boy, of course. That person said, if it's a boy, hold the boy first. If no boy, then hold the girl. Seeing that the old man's words matched the situation, one of the men nodded, and the other stepped forward to take the child, holding him up in front of the man. A man looked down and saw a smooth, hairless baby's head. His view was not very clear, but he was sure it was a child. He nodded and picked up a bamboo basket, then turned to leave. Hey, why are you leaving? You haven't paid me yet. Old Mr. Su rushed over to grab the man, but was stopped by another man. The man said impatiently, what's the rush? I'll pay you. Old Mr. Su pulled at him, cursing, how can you do this? We agreed you'd pay first. Why are you holding the baby before paying? The man replied impatiently, don't worry, we're not lying. I'll definitely pay. Then hurry up and pay me. I want to go home, said old Mr. Su. Don't worry, I'll pay now, the man said, reaching into his pocket. But instead of money, he pulled out a sharp knife and stabbed toward old Mr. Su.
Ah!
A loud, painful cry echoed through the woods. The man holding the bamboo basket smirked coldly. Fools. Go silence the others and come back only after making sure no one talks. A few responses came from the woods, yes. The man quickened his pace and soon disappeared into the forest. At the same time, a small green snake swiftly slipped into the basket and hid at the bottom. But the man leaving didn't notice that old Mr. Su, who had just screamed, was not actually fallen. He was holding the man's shoulder, pretending to pay, but actually stabbing him with a knife. He then tore off the wig and beard to reveal his true face. It was old Fourth Shan. After removing his disguise, he pushed the man away. The man fell to the ground with a thud, stiff as a piece of wood, only his eyes moving. Old Fourth Shan bent down with a smile. Well, you were pretty brave just now, trying to kill me. Want to try again? The man stared at old Fourth Shan with disbelief in his eyes. See that look? Want to know who I am? Old Fourth Shan smiled warmly. I don't change my name or my family. I'm old Fourth Shan from the Shan family, Shan Heping. The man's eyes widened even more. He desperately wanted to speak or shout to warn the man who had just left, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a muscle. The man almost fell into despair, but he quickly remembered he was not alone. For others were hiding in the dark. These four were skilled fighters, and if they noticed something unusual, they would come over and surely notify the person who had just left. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a sweet, soft voice came from nearby, saying, "Fourth uncle, you were too careless. There are 4 more people in the shadows. If we hadn't noticed early, your life could be in danger." The man. He looked at her in shock and fear. What did she mean? Old Fourth Shan also looked surprised and confused.
Damn Luo, what do you mean by that?
It means you almost got killed, Su Kai said, dragging a man over and dropping him in front of Old Fourth Shan. This is the person who just tried to ambush you. Seeing the small bow and arrow tightly held in the man's hand, Old Fourth Shan took a step back in fear. Wow, these people are really playing dirty. They ambushed me. Luckily, I'm lucky to be alive. It's thanks to Comrade Su's quick action that you're safe, Yan Mingli said, dragging another man over. Su Kai waved his hands quickly. It's not me. It's the poison needle Huai Jing gave that worked. After saying that, he hurried to help Shun Dan Luo carry the person. By the way, Shun Dan Luo was impressive. Despite her young age, her skill with the poison needle was just as good as his. Truly a hero among youths. Maybe she should be trained further. Seeing this, Shun Dan Luo didn't stay put. She ran over quickly and saw the man Old Fourth Shan had knocked down. He was still wearing a mask, so she pulled it off. Yan Mingli saw this and stepped closer to see who he was. When he looked, he froze. How could it be him? Old Fourth Shan also came over and looked, and he was stunned too. How could it be him? Su Kai, who was dragging another man over, glanced at him and suddenly exclaimed, "How could it be him? Shen Dan Luo." She crossed her arms in anger. Who exactly is he? Don't you guys know his name? Yan Mingli and Old Fourth Shan shook their heads at the same time. We don't know his name. We only saw him once, last time with Secretary Lin. Shan Dan Luo was surprised and looked at Su Kai.
Unso Su?
Su Kai's expression was complicated. The person I've been tracking tonight is him.
Huh? Shen Dan Leo was shocked.
Uncle Su, why are you tracking him? Did he do something wrong?
Wookie Frog Ned.
I'm not sure either. My brother asked me to follow this person because his information seemed unusual. He wanted me to check on him quickly. When I arrived at the commune, I saw this person secretly heading toward Shishui village, so I followed to see what was happening. That's when I ran into you guys. If it weren't for the coincidence, he would suspect his brother had arranged this with the Shin family. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? His achievements kept coming to him, and Su Ngong was so worried he almost cried. Shin Danlu immediately praised Su de Piaoyang in her heart. Sending tools to the right people to Piaoyang, you did a great job. Earlier in the hospital, she wanted to shift the blame onto Secretary Lin, digging a big hole for him. But Su de Piaoyang said that Secretary Lin's information didn't seem suspicious. She thought she wouldn't be able to trap Secretary Lin anymore. Unexpectedly, Su de Piaoyang secretly investigated and actually found something wrong. Very good. Very commendable. Shin Danlu was internally giving Su de Piaoyang a big red flower. Huijing hurried over. Uncle Su, Sister Danlu, why are you guys talking? Weren't you going to chase that man just now?
Wookie.
Shin Danlu.
Oh, right.
Su Kai clapped his hands. In that case, Comrade Yen and Uncle Si, Danlu will stay here. Please inform others. Huijing and I will go after that man. Yan Mingli poked his ear, feeling his ear was fine, then nudged Shin Si. Did I hear wrong? Why did Su Ngong call you Uncle Si? Shin Si. You didn't hear wrong, but I don't know what to say. I can't exactly say Su Ngong has some issues upstairs, right? The two stared at each other silently. Meanwhile, Shin Danlu and Su Kai exchanged looks. Uncle Su, I want to go. If I'm lucky, I can help you. Su Kai. You're just too lucky. I'm worried you'll cause another big case. Seeing that Su Ngong didn't agree, Qin Huijing came over, took Shin Danlu's hand, and said, It's okay. I'll take you away. Let's go. Shin Donlu nodded. It was originally just the two of them following, and Su and Gong wasn't even involved. But as soon as he showed up, he wanted to take over her job. So unkind. Shin Donlu decided not to play along with him anymore, and the two little kids quickly ran off.
Okay.
These two little troublemakers. He had no choice but to hurriedly chase after them. Yan Mingli and Old Shin looked at each other in surprise. Yan Mingli took the lead and said, Old Four, go back and call someone. I'll stay here and watch. Old Shin, who was a moment too slow, sighed silently. Going back to call someone means I have to make another trip. Walking so many times through the woods all night, my feet are about to blister. But there was no other way. He initially thought only 1 or 2 people were needed, and they could just bring the others back. But unexpectedly, the other side had a big group. That wasn't the main point, though. The real issue was that Secretary Yan was too sneaky, and even took his words. Humph. Seeing the resentment from Old Shin, Yan Mingli rubbed his nose and thought, who asked me to have poor eyesight tonight?
Sorry about that.
Fortunately, Old Shin was easygoing. Although he was a bit annoyed about not having an easy job, he quickly adjusted after a few minutes. To prevent Yan Mingli from handling everything alone, he specially carried the last man over, tied all 5 of them tightly, so tight that even a strong person couldn't break free. Only then did he feel assured, and went back to the village to call for help. Yan Mingli felt a little guilty and thought, maybe I should treat Old Shin better in the future. Meanwhile, on Shin Danluo and Qin Huaijing's side, because Qin Huaijing was familiar with the forest and Xiao Green was ahead reporting news, even though they were late, they quickly caught up with the man. But when they caught up, the man had already slipped out of the woods and was walking along a winding small path. If he remembered correctly, the end of this path was a rough stone road. Shin Danluo took out binoculars and looked in that direction. Brother Huaijing, there's a black car parked on that road. Su Kai stared at her binoculars. The equipment is even better than mine. He reached out. Danluo, is that night vision? Is it your dad's?
Let me see.
Shin Danluo ignored him and put away the binoculars, then looked at Qin Huaijing. Qin Huaijing frowned. He has a car. We can't catch up on foot. We need to find a way to follow him. Hearing this, Shin Danluo took the binoculars, ran ahead, jumped onto a big stone, and tiptoed to look around. Then she ran back quickly. Brother Huaijing, no one's in the car. Let's stop him for a while. Qin Huaijing understood immediately. He moved his mind, and countless snakes on the treetops slithered toward the small path in front of the man, blocking his way. While the man struggled to drive away the snakes, Qin Huaijing turned around, lowered his bamboo basket from his back, and whispered, Uncle Su, come over here. Su Kai, who had been feeling useless all along, said, What are you trying to do? Shin Donlu blinked her big eyes and said, Our plan is simple. First, we go around to the front and wait. Then Uncle Su, you pretend to fall at the front of the car to distract him. Huaijing, and I will secretly get into the car. Uncle Su, you follow from behind afterward. Qin Huaijing nodded. Yes, I will have the little snake guide you. Su Kai hesitated. Your plan? I haven't even heard you say anything. How did it become a plan? Qin Huaijing didn't care about his thoughts. Seeing that everything was clear, he walked over, pulled him down to squat, and started applying something to his face, then put something on his head. Meanwhile, Shin Donlu looked around, then nodded happily. Yes, very good. She patted his shoulder and said, Now it's Uncle Su's turn. Let's go. The 2 children then held hands and ran into the woods to find the exit ahead. Su Kai felt something pressing on his shoulder after taking a few steps. He reached up to touch it, and his face turned green. It was 2 big braided pigtails. He was so angry he almost kicked them off. But to uncover the truth, he had to hold back. The masked man on the small path was stuck for a long time by a sudden swarm of snakes, feeling very annoyed. But he was pleased that even with all the bumps, the little girl in the basket didn't cry or make trouble, saving him a lot of trouble. Finally, when he managed to escape the snake swarm and got into the car, less than 3 minutes later, another problem occurred. A tall, big girl suddenly rushed out from the side of the road, almost hitting his car. The man thought it was bad luck and wanted to drive away immediately. But the road wasn't wide enough. The tall girl was lying in the middle of the road, blocking his way. He couldn't go around her on either side unless he ran over her. He hesitated for 2 seconds between driving over her and getting out of the car. In the end, he chose to get out and settle things peacefully. After all, there was someone more important inside the car, and making a scene would be bad. He opened the door and got out. The tall woman was of course pretending to be Su Gongin. She was lying on the ground, pretending to sob loudly. When she saw the man get out of the car, she cried even louder. "Oh no, we've hit someone. Help!" The man snorted coldly, thinking that this woman was tall and strong, with a rough voice like a man. Rural women really made him feel sick. He took out some money and threw it at her, saying, "A woman trying to be a road bully? Hurry up and take the money and get lost, or I'll take you to the police station for jail." Su Gongin, hearing this, whined and quickly grabbed the money, then turned around and ran left and right, trying to escape. The running posture made the man feel uncomfortable and annoyed. He snorted coldly, turned around, got back into the car, and started driving forward. In the back seat of the car, Shan Danluo and Qin Huijing sat facing each other. Both of them blinked their beautiful eyes and wore mischievous smiles. After leaving the village, the car sped along the main road. Soon after hitting the main road, Qin Huijing and Shan Danluo realized the scenery outside looked familiar. They were on the way to the city. Could this person's hideout be in Jin City? They exchanged a quick look. Qin Huijing immediately asked the small green snakes outside the car to give directions to Su Kai. Su Kai was pedaling his bicycle hard, chasing after them. As they approached a fork in the road, he didn't know which way to go. Suddenly, he saw a long line of dark, slippery things blocking the road ahead. He quickly stopped and looked carefully. "Are you the snakes of Qin Huijing? Which way did they go?" After speaking, Su Kai felt a bit speechless. Was he foolish? Why was he talking to snakes? What made him even more speechless was that the snakes seemed to understand him. They twisted and turned, finally forming a big arrow pointing straight toward the city road.
Wookie!
He swallowed hard, then kicked his bike into high gear and sped away quickly. The car traveled for over 2 hours, arriving in Jin City. The man parked the car at the Pigeon Association's entrance, honking 3 times. Soon, a man with a briefcase came out and sat in the front passenger seat. Seeing the man's appearance, Qin Huijing frowned slightly and silently noted in Shan Danluo's palm, "It's Director Lin." Shan Danluo nodded quickly, withdrew her hand, and quietly listened to the conversation in the front seat. Director Lin asked as soon as he got in the car, "Is everything smooth? Did you get the child?" The man driving nodded. "Yes, everything went well." He pointed to the bamboo basket tied in the back seat. "The child is inside." Director Lin sighed in relief. "Good. That way, we can catch up. They're already waiting. I hope the next part of the plan goes smoothly, without any more problems. Go to the dock. I arranged a boat for you." He's also coming personally, waiting at the confluence of the 2 rivers. Hand over the child to him, and then leave immediately. Don't have any more contact afterward. The man nodded, understood. Shan Danluo's heart tightened. Could this man be the Hor family member who stole her younger brother in her past life? The car slowly started again, heading toward the dock. Jin City wasn't big, and the dock was nearby. It only took about 10 minutes to reach the place. Shan Danluo and Qin Huijing quickly hid in the front seats of the car after they got out. During the night, the light was dim. When the man went to open the back door, Shan Danluo and the others had just hidden themselves. The man didn't notice anything unusual, though he thought the doll in the bamboo basket was a bit too well-behaved. They had been traveling for 3 or 4 hours without a sound, and he was about to lift the cloth to check when Director Lin hurriedly called out, "Hurry up, get on the boat quickly. He's waiting for us." The man withdrew his hand from lifting the cloth and turned to follow Director Lin. Shan Danluo and Qin Huijing both let out a sigh of relief and quickly got out of the car. However, after getting out, they started to worry. Director Lin had arranged for a small boat with a thatched roof. If they got on it, they would be easily spotted. If the people on the boat warned others, it would be bad. This was the worst-case scenario they had guessed, but it showed how careful the other side was. Shan Danluo took out her binoculars to look. Brother Huijing, there's a big ship in the middle of the river ahead. The person they want to meet must be on that ship. Maybe we can find a way to sneak onto it and catch that bad guy directly? Qin Huijing looked at her. I can swim over, but you probably can't. Maybe you should wait here? Shan Danluo. She looked at her short legs and small hands, feeling instantly frustrated. Then I'll go first, Qin Huijing said, then rushed out like the wind from behind the car, quickly disappearing from sight. Shan Danluo watched eagerly, wishing she could go catch that troublemaker herself. She immediately searched her space for useful tools. Wow, a super powerful binoculars with night vision. Amazing, that's exactly what I need. Shan Danluo bought one right away. To avoid being noticed, she even spent extra money to get a vintage-looking version. Just as she was about to lift it to check the effect, her shoulder was gently tapped. Startled, Shan Danluo almost threw a punch. When she turned her head and saw the face, she was surprised. Su Depiao? Su Xing. Realizing she had misspoken, Shan Danluo awkwardly smiled. Uncle Su Ko, why are you here? You Uncle Su Kai told me. I had someone watching the main roads into the city. When I saw this car, I came to check. It's really you guys. The kid who just ran away is Qin Huijing, right? Shan Danluo nodded proudly. Yes, that's my brother Huijing.
He's so amazing.
Su Xing gently stroked her head and glanced at the two people boarding the boat. His gaze shifted from Director Lin, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Your family's matter is related to Director Lin? Yes. Shan Danlu quickly complained. Uncle Su, this person is bad. He teamed up with others to steal from my brother. We heard that someone was waiting on a big boat in the middle of the river. Brother Huijing was about to swim to the boat. Uncle Su, I want to catch the bad guys myself. Please help me find a way. Su Xing hesitated for a moment and shook his head. There are no other boats on the river tonight. If a boat suddenly appears, it will alert them. Su Kai said your brother Huijing is very capable, so it should be fine. Of course, Huijing was capable, but Shan Danlu was upset because she couldn't personally go and catch the bad guys. However, Suda may also made a good point. A sudden appearance of a boat would definitely make the other side suspicious, which could interfere with Huijing's actions. Thinking of this, Shan Danlu calmed down and took out a telescope to carefully observe the big boat. As soon as she looked through the telescope, she was pleasantly surprised. The space equipment was indeed different. Everything was clear as if it were daytime.
It was so satisfying.
Su Xing saw her using the telescope and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought to himself, the Su family really was special. Such an important task was entrusted to two little kids. He shook his head and made a hand gesture to the back. Immediately, someone came over. Secretary Su? Contact the Water Transport Bureau and check the details of that boat. Yes. While listening to Su De Mei's arrangements, Shan Danlu carefully observed the situation on the river, mainly focusing on the big boat and Qin Huijing. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, and a wave of heat came from the river. If Su De Mei hadn't reacted quickly and protected her in her arms, she would have been blown away by the heat wave. Uncle Su, what's going on? Su Xing released her and brushed his wet hair from the river splashes, his face cold. Director Lin's boat exploded. What? Shan Danlu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked toward the middle of the river. Sure enough, the small boat with the black canopy had turned into wreckage. Her face changed, and she immediately raised the telescope to look at the big boat. Huijing was still quite far from it, so it was clear he couldn't catch up. Just as Shan Danlu was gnashing her teeth in frustration, someone came out of the big boat's cabin. A tall, long-legged man in a suit was staring grimly at the explosion site of the black canopy boat, clearly unhappy about the failed plan. But that's not the main point. The main point is the man's face. Looking at that face, Shan Danlu almost couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, "Am I seeing ghosts?" Su Xing heard this and looked down at her with suspicion. Seeing ghosts? What did you see? Shan Donlu didn't answer. Seeing her silence, Su Xing said, "Hand me the telescope, I want to see." Shan Donlu suddenly snapped out of her daze, handed him the telescope, and he took it. He looked through it and nodded. "It's just a boat that's about to escape." He looked down, still suspicious. "What exactly did you see?" Shan Donlu frowned, unable to believe it. "I saw Zhang Lauer." Su Xing was also surprised, but not because he saw something. He saw nothing at all. He raised the telescope again, looked left and right, but all he saw was a blurry big boat. His eyes couldn't be that bad, could they? Even Su Depeo was starting to doubt himself. Seeing Su Depeo fiddling with a telescope, Shan Donlu felt a bit speechless. "Uncle Su, didn't you hear me? There was a man on that boat who looked exactly like the man pretending to be my second uncle, Zhang Lauer." Su Xing remained calm. "Just because your family is twins doesn't mean others can't have twins too. I will have someone detain Jiang Huaisheng and Zhang Lauer separately. If they dare to up Director Lin of the Pigeon Association, I am really curious about who they are." He stood up, holding the telescope in his hand. "Your family situation is unusual. I need to report to the relevant authorities. It's best to call your elders over." He raised the telescope. "I'm taking this first. I'll return it to you later." Then he led his men toward the burning boat. Shan Donlu. A few minutes later, Qin Huaijing returned, soaked and looking gloomy. "Donlu, I'm sorry I didn't catch up." "It's okay," Shan Donlu said worriedly. "When the explosion happened, Xiaolu is still on the boat, right? Is she okay?" Although she was afraid of snakes, Xiaolu was a hero. In a way, she was also Qin Darren's other pair of eyes. She really hoped nothing would happen to her. Qin Huaijing nodded. "She was a little hurt, but she'll be fine." Shan Donlu felt relieved. What happened on the boat? Why did it explode? Qin Huaijing thought for a moment and said, "Director Lin wanted to check on the child's condition, so he lifted the cloth and found that the child's head was carved from wood." This led to an argument with the man. During their fight, the old boatman lit the explosives. Shan Donluo was furious. He's so ruthless even to his own people. People with that kind of face are worse than animals, just a bunch of dogs. Qin Huaijing looked confused. What kind of face? Thinking of the face he saw earlier, Shan Donluo's voice was icy. "It's exactly the same as Zhang Lauer's face." "What? How is that possible?" Even the calm and steady Qin Huaijing was shocked by this answer. "Donluo, are you sure you saw it right?" "Absolutely sure," Shan Donluo said seriously. "But that man looks more impressive than Zhang Lauer. His family background must be extraordinary." Qin Huaijing frowned. "We need to tell Uncle Shan about this quickly." "Yes, that's what I think too." Shan Donluo nodded. "But Uncle Su just said he plans to move Jiang Huaisheng and the others somewhere else. I want to try and find out something before they're transferred." Qin Huaijing nodded.
All right.
"I'll go with you." They waited until Uncle Su finished calculating Qin Huaijing's return time. When he came to arrange for someone to take the children back to rest, he found that no one was there anymore. He thought for a moment and realized what the kids were up to. He shook his head helplessly. They really know how to cause trouble. He called someone over. "Go, call the hospital and tell them to tighten security at the infectious disease ward." "Yes." When Shan Donluo and Qin Huaijing sneaked into the hospital smoothly, they found the security at the infectious disease ward surprisingly lax. For some unknown reason, there were many more guards than before, but they still managed to slip in easily. The two children looked at each other, wondering if their skills had improved.
But there was no time to think about that now.
They quickly found Jiang Huaisheng and Zhang Lauer, who were already asleep. However, they were sleeping restlessly. Jiang Huaisheng was startled awake, and Zhang Lauer was muttering in his sleep. The whole ward was lively. Shan Donluo and Qin Huaijing exchanged glances. With tacit understanding, they took the ropes they had brought and tied the two to the beds. Then they stuffed two stinky cloths into Jiang Huaisheng's and Zhang Lauer's mouths. After finishing, Qin Huaijing picked up a bamboo stick and struck Jiang Huaisheng hard. Ugh 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 ugh. In his sleep, Jiang Huaisheng was suddenly awakened by intense pain. He tried to shout, but a cloth was pressed over his mouth, and he cried out in pain. Shen Danluo turned on several lights, illuminating the room as bright as daytime. Then she picked up another bamboo stick and struck him hard. Jiang Huaisheng widened his eyes in disbelief. He stared at Shen Danluo and said, no.
Grandpa?
Shen Danluo's face was cold. She struck him again with the bamboo stick, her young face full of hatred. The other son you secretly had outside caused my brother's death. Today, I want you to pay with your life. Hearing this, Jiang Huaisheng's eyes showed surprise and shock, then fleeting fear. This brief fear disappeared quickly, but Shen Danluo and Qin Huaijing saw it. The man who looked almost exactly like Jiang Lao was definitely connected to Jiang Huaisheng. It was very likely, just as Sudame said, that Jiang Lao also had a twin brother. And this twin brother had taken the place of a powerful person's son. Thinking about how the other person had been secretly trying to steal old Shen's son, the identity of that powerful person was obvious. That person was probably their resurrected great-grandfather. Although it was unclear why he had remained safe all these years, recently Jiang Lao's twin brother had targeted old Shen's child. It was obvious that this wouldn't lead to anything good. Their faces grew cold with anger. They had underestimated this old man. They thought his previous evil deeds were the worst, but he had secretly hidden something even bigger. Qin Huaijing stepped forward, glaring coldly at Jiang Huaisheng. You deliberately cut Wang Zhuang's tongue before, probably because you were afraid he would reveal this, right? At this point, Jiang Huaisheng had shrunk back into fear, looking at them with a worried and confused expression. This old man really had strong mental resilience.
Shen Danluo's near it.
Wang Zhuang didn't die, you know. Maybe you don't realize that people don't speak through their tongues. Even if his tongue was cut, he could still talk. Seeing Jiang Huaisheng's eyes suddenly widen, Shen Danluo's smile grew brighter. Grandpa, I will take good care of you until the end. Don't worry. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Su Xing's handsome face. He saw Qin Huaijing's protective stance and chuckled softly with interest. Hearing the familiar laugh, Shen Danlu curiously leaned out her head and saw it was the handsome Su. She was surprised and called out, Uncle Su? Yes. Su Xing nodded at her and looked at Qin Huaijing, who still looked a bit wet. You must be Qin Huaijing. I am Su Xing, the older brother of Su Kai. Hearing this, Qin Huaijing's guard slowly eased, and he obediently greeted, Hello, Uncle Su. Su Xing nodded. You two little ones get in the car. I'll take you home.
Huh.
Shen Danlu shook her head. No, that's too troublesome. It takes a long time to go back and forth. Uncle Su, can you help us find a place to sleep? Qin Huaijing and I can go back by ourselves tomorrow, or we can wait for Uncle Su Kai to come and give us a ride. Su Xing smiled. He won't be coming. I'm just giving you a ride on the way. Does the handsome Su need to go to Wuxian? He shouldn't stay in the city to investigate Director Lin? But never mind that. Hearing this, Shen Danlu immediately pulled Qin Huaijing into the car. Haha, a big shot personally sending a ride. Who would refuse such a golden opportunity? But once inside, the two kids noticed the interior of the car looked quite familiar. Shen Danlu looked at Su with suspicion. Uncle Su, this car seems to belong to those two bad guys, right? Yes, it used to be theirs. Now we've taken it over, Su Xing said calmly, then signaled the driver to start driving. Qin Huaijing, hearing this, tugged lightly at Shen Danlu and whispered, Danlu, didn't you say Uncle Su Kai's older brother is a secretary? Why does it seem like something's not quite right? It seems his authority surpasses even the secretaries her grandfather mentioned. Shen Danlu blinked, feeling something was off too. Earlier at the dock, she was too tense to think clearly, but now, thanks to Brother Huaijing's reminder, she remembered. At the dock, Su Xing seemed to have brought quite a few people along. He spoke very little, only giving a few hand signals, and those people understood immediately and looked trained. Plus, he was waiting precisely at the hospital entrance to pick them up, which showed he knew their whereabouts very well. Looking at all this, it seemed that what Su Xing did tonight was not quite what a secretary would normally do. She blinked and scooted closer to the empty space between the driver and passenger seats. Uncle Sue, are you really just a secretary? I think you're very, very capable. Many people listen to you. You're super impressive. Su Xing tilted his head and glanced at her, smiling. It seems like you really want to get me to talk. Your words are so sweet. Shen Donlu. Sigh. Uncle Sue is still as hard to read as ever. Shen Donlu didn't get discouraged. She blinked again. Uncle Sue, do you want to know the news we heard from that bad guy? Su Xing continued to smile. Are you trying to say that Jiang Huaisheng has another son, and that son is the one who set up the trap to steal your brother? Shen Donlu. How do you know everything? Su Xing raised an eyebrow. Why do you think the father and son, are in the same hospital room? Do you think the guards outside are just for show? You probably believe no one is watching inside after you entered the room, right? He asked 3 questions in a row, directly hitting the 2 kids' heads. Shen Donlu. Qin Huaijing. They used to think they had become powerful, but it turns out it was just because those people let their guard down. Both kids fell silent. Seeing the 2 kids look so dejected, Su Xing chuckled softly. But today you made a big contribution. Not only did you uncover Director Lin from the Pigeon Committee, but you also managed to get Jiang Huaisheng to reveal some information in a different way. The authorities will reward you. Don't worry, Jiang Huaisheng's identity and motives are highly suspicious. The relevant departments have already started investigating him. Moreover, after tonight's events, the man who looks like old Jiang probably won't dare to act again. Your family's crisis is temporarily over. Hearing this, Shen Donlu became nervous. Uncle Sue, can we find out who that man is? Su Xing's expression grew slightly serious. There are no useful clues yet. The Water Transport Bureau's data had been tampered with, and much of the ship's information was fake. When their people intercepted that ship, several crew members were already missing, and when asked, they knew nothing. This person can mobilize so many people to do his bidding, which is truly formidable. Thinking of Director Lin, who was blown up, and old Yang, who was killed with a single stab, Su Xing was even more eager to catch that person. Otherwise, more comrades might become corrupted. Shen Donlu frowned, hesitating whether to mention that the man might have the surname Hua, because Uncle Sue is so clever that she was afraid she might accidentally reveal her own secrets. While she hesitated, Qin Huaijing also leaned over and looked at Su Xing. Uncle Sue, are you really a secretary? Su Xing tilted his head to look at him, his eyes full of interest. He smiled and said, Yes, I am indeed a secretary right now. As soon as the words were spoken, several military jeeps turned into the street corner from the side, one after another, orderly following their car. Shen Danluo and Qin Huijing widened their eyes, about to comment on how strange these vehicles looked, when the driver of the car said to Su Xingdao, Boss, they're here. Su Xing nodded lightly. Yes, accelerate and go forward.
Got it.
Then he stepped on the gas, and the car instantly sped up more than twice as fast. The sudden acceleration caused Shen Danluo to accidentally fall behind, and Qin Huijing looked on with a speechless expression. Cheater. Looking at the proud and mighty jeeps behind, Shen Danluo swallowed hard, feeling very lucky that she still hadn't tricked Su Depeo, or she would have fallen into a trap. Qin Huijing, however, seemed to be lost in thought, staring at Su Xing's back, unsure of what he was thinking. After a busy day, Shen Danluo and Qin Huijing were exhausted. Although the car was driving fast, it was very steady, and their heads nodded as they fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Su Xing signaled the driver to stop the car, then went around to the back to help Qin Huijing take off his slightly damp clothes, covered him with his coat, and adjusted the sleeping positions of the 2 children. Only then did he return to the front seat and signal to continue. The convoy drove all the way to the county police station entrance before stopping. Su Kai heard the noise and came out, surprised to see that the leader was his own older brother. He froze for a moment. Brother, why are you here? I need to go to Shishui village to see the people you caught and check the situation, Su Xing said, suspiciously eyeing Su Kai's face. Why is your face red in some places and pale in others? He then frowned. And you're even trying to imitate female officers with makeup? Su Kai. He was so angry he rolled his eyes. It's those two little brats, don't know what they put on my face. No matter how much I wash, I can't get it off. Thinking of the commotion he caused when he entered the bureau and the strange looks from colleagues, Sukai really wanted to hang Qin Huijing and Shin Danluo up and spank them. Su Xing chuckled maliciously. Oh, you look pretty angry. The two of them are sleeping in the car right now. Do you want to go deal with them? Sukai. Deal with those two little troublemakers? No way, he only dared to think about it in his mind. These two kids, one clever and mischievous, the other with incredible fighting skills, made him think of the snake he saw earlier guiding him. Sukai shivered, realizing he was foolish to attract trouble onto himself. He quickly changed the subject, pulling Su Xing aside to a quiet place. Brother, I suspect there's a traitor in our bureau. I can't leave right now. You go to Shishui village by yourself. This way, the credit won't be his anymore. He's really clever. However, Su Xing quickly broke his fantasy, saying, if that's the case, you must come with me. I brought so many people this time, and it will definitely attract that person's attention. When you leave, they will act. Don't worry, I'll pick 2 people to help you catch him. Also, I have some details I need to discuss with you. You were too vague on the phone earlier.
Wookie.
He clenched his jaw and said, Brother, honestly, are you trying to get a promotion again? Su Xing faintly raised an eyebrow. It's okay, I leave it to fate. I don't force it. Su Kai, that I don't believe you. You're obsessed with promotions. Su Xing snorted coldly. If I hadn't been promoted quickly, would you still want to be the director? And that time before, you lost out because your authority was lower than his. Su Kai's eyes lit up. Brother, did you find the person who tricked me and Qin Huijing?
Who is he?
Su Xing's cold gaze said, it's the team leader from the last operation.
Wow.
It's him. I knew I didn't like him for a reason. He's definitely not a good person. But, Su Kai frowned, I didn't provoke him. Why is he treating me like this? Why is he sending people to hunt me down? He's not the one hunting you. He doesn't have that power. He's just responsible for making you and Qin Huijing leave the team. As for why, Su Xing's expression was complicated, maybe because you got too close to the old Shin family, which interfered with some people's plans.
Guki Frovned.
He's not stupid and quickly understood the main point. You mean I got too close to the old Shin family, and that disrupted their plans? So they want to get rid of me or even kill me. That makes it easier for them to attack the old Shin family. Exactly, Su Xing nodded. When you were in trouble, someone went to the hospital to harm Shan Heping's widow, trying to cause her to have an early delivery, aiming to take the baby.
What?
Su Kai had never heard of this before. He had been so busy lately that he was almost bald. This was the first time he learned that stealing a child wasn't the first time. Thinking of this, Su Kai sneered coldly, haha, it seems I interfered with many of their plans. They probably want to kill me mainly because I wouldn't let go of Jiang Huixing's family. That old guy Jiang Huixing is not simple. Brother, I must find a way to peel his skin. Did that tell anyone who ordered him to do this? Su Xing shook his head and said, that person only said he had a handle on someone else and that the other person used it to threaten him. He had no choice but to do as told. But he doesn't know who the other person is, since they only communicated through a single line. My earlier guess was just my speculation, but after what happened tonight, I believe this guess is very likely. Su Kai was surprised. What guess? Old Jiang's second probably has a twin brother. The person trying to steal old Shin's child is that brother. I haven't seen him myself, only Shin Danluo, that clever little girl, saw him. But she managed to trick Jiang Huixing into revealing that Jiang's second really has a twin brother.
What?
Su Kai was shocked. Jiang Huixing is hiding a son? What is he really trying to do? Su Xing's eyes turned cold. He swapped 2 children and the other child, besides Jiang's second, can almost be called a swap prince. That person has already caused the deaths of many, including several high-ranking officials. Director Lin from the Pigeon Committee was also blown up today, showing how powerful he is. I need to find him as soon as possible and stop this chaos that threatens the country. Su Kai's face also darkened with seriousness. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Since Jiang Huaixing's son is so eager to steal Shin's son, could it be related to the person who was swapped and the Shin family?
Wait.
Brother, wait for me. After saying that, Su Kai hurried to the bureau. About 5 minutes later, he rushed out again and handed Su Xing a piece of paper. On the paper was a drawing of a pocket watch, the same one Shun Laotai and Shin Danluo wanted him to investigate. Originally, this was a private matter of the Shin family, and he shouldn't have interfered. But now, the situation was different. His brother didn't say it clearly, but it was obvious that the Shin family's involvement was more than just a child swap. It might involve hidden factions within the country. In the face of national security, personal matters had to be put aside.
And Wuke Frovned.
This is the pocket watch Jiang Huaixing hid. We suspect he got it while helping Shan Heping handle his affairs. Since it's from Haisher, I asked some old comrades to help me check. But they found nothing. They say no one has ever sold this kind of watch in Haisher. He had been so confident before, saying he would get results soon, but now there was no news. He felt a bit embarrassed. Su Xing took the paper and examined it carefully in the faint light. This should be a custom-made watch. I happen to know someone who is very knowledgeable about this kind of thing. Who? Su Kai thought about his brother's contacts. Could it be that talented brother Ming you often mention, who is disabled but very smart? That's him, Su Xing said, then glared at Su Kai. Why didn't you bring up this clue earlier? Su Kai replied, we hadn't reached this point before. Besides, I told you so much, but I never said to get involved with old Shin's family. Su Xing said, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. So, Su Kai was dragged into the car. With nowhere to sit, he had to hold the small Shindanlu and squeezed all the way to Shishui village. By the time they arrived, it was late at night. Usually quiet, the village was surprisingly lively tonight. Because today, not only had someone set fire to old Shin's child, but someone also tried to steal old Shin's daughter. It was terrifying. They all wanted to see who was so bold. Tomorrow, they planned to send wreaths to these brave families. Even if they looked like big pandas from staying up late, no one wanted to sleep. Everyone crowded at the village committee to see the troublemakers' true faces. Shun Jianjun was about to explode with anger. You all are just here to watch the fun and cause trouble. Do you still want to go to work tomorrow? What's it to you? Watching the chaos so happily? The villagers listened and shrank back, but they refused to leave. Until several cars drove into the village and stopped at the village committee entrance. Shen Donlu rubbed her eyes, got out of the car, then opened her big eyes and looked up quietly. Someone shouted, "Oh my gosh, old Shin's little tigress is back."
Run.
The villagers immediately turned and ran, disappearing quickly, faster than rabbits. Shun Jianjun.
Wuke.
Su Xing. Su Xing couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Shen Donlu. What's so funny? And those guys calling me a little tigress right to my face? They must be crazy. Humph, they're just teasing me. Ignoring Su Xing and Su Kai's teasing looks, Shen Donlu stomped over to Shen Jianjun. Captain Uncle, have they caught everyone? Shen Jianjun was a bit annoyed. His throat was sore from shouting, but the villagers didn't listen. This little girl's glance scared them away, undermining his authority as captain. Despite feeling uneasy, he nodded softly and said, "We caught everyone. Not a single one escaped. They're all being held at the main office." "That's good." Shen Danluo nodded happily, then waved at Shin Jianjun and Yen Mingli. "Uncle Squad Leader, Uncle Yen, come here. Let me introduce Uncle Su. He's very capable and expert." Su Xing quickly stepped forward and interrupted Shin Danluo. "Hello, comrades. I am Su Kai's older brother." Shin Danluo shot him a sidelong glance, smiling mockingly. "Haha, just wait. I'll uncover your disguise someday." Qin Huijing finished dressing from the car, handed his coat to Su Xing, and said, "Thanks, Uncle Su." Then he turned to find Shin Danluo. "Danluo, let's go back to your house to check on things. Grandma Shen and the others must be worried." Shun Jianjun also said, "Yes, you go ahead. Your fourth uncle just left. If you hurry, you might catch up." Shin Danluo looked at Yan Mingli. Yan nodded. Go ahead. I'll stay here. When the results are out, I'll notify you at your home. Hearing this, Shin Danluo turned and ran off. Shun Jianjun sighed. Today, Yan doesn't seem to like me much. I was the one pulled into old Shin's family by Xiao Danluo, but now she seems to trust Yan more. Humph. Yan Mingli raised his chin proudly, feeling confident. Besides, they shared some secrets that couldn't be told. Su Xing quietly observed the interaction between the two men and Shin Danluo. Considering how the villagers reacted when she got out of the car, he gained a deeper understanding of old Shin's family status in Shishui village. Thinking of this, he signaled Su Kai. Su Kai understood immediately. Captain, Secretary Yan, we need to interrogate those people tonight. Could you help us clear a few rooms? Seeing the large group behind them, Shun Jianjun felt that old Shin's family might have gotten into serious trouble this time. It made sense. Stealing a child and causing such a commotion meant those people probably had a complicated background. Captain Shun was politically aware enough to sense the danger and felt uneasy, but nodded firmly. All right, no problem. I'll get things ready. He then winked at Yan Mingli. Old Yan, you stay with them. You're clever. Hurry up and find out some news. Yan Mingli sighed inwardly. This guy, winking at people in front of everyone. Is everyone blind? Su Xing ignored their little rivalry and went straight to the room where the 5 men in black were held. Shin Danluo and Qin Huijing hurriedly caught up with old Shin Si on the way home. The 3 of them walked together back to their house. At home, only Su Qiushui, Sanhua, Anbao, and the little children Sanju and others, who were too weak from childbirth, had fallen asleep. Everyone else was still awake, waiting for Shin Danluo and the others to return. Seeing Shin Danluo return safe and sound, old Madam Shin patted her chest and said, Thank goodness. Thank heaven. Who is that person anyway? Shun Jiao Jiao also sighed in relief and came over to hug Shin Danluo. Danluo, I was so worried when you didn't come back. Luckily you're safe. Next time I'll go instead. I will train hard with your father to become strong enough to protect everyone. Shin Danluo. Enough. You're already quite fierce. If you keep training, I worry you won't find a good husband. Second brother Shin staggered over, gently touching Shin Danluo and Qin Huijing's heads with a look of satisfaction. Pi Shin, who couldn't come, just smiled and said, It's good that you're back. Third brother Shin and his wife also nodded with relief. We should avoid doing dangerous things like that in the future. We've all been worried. Shin Danluo waved her hand. It's okay. I'm quite capable. Besides, Brother Huijing is here to protect me. Qin Huijing puffed out his chest proudly. Yes, don't worry. No matter where I am, I will protect Sister Danluo. Good child. Old Madam Shin smiled warmly and handed over 2 boiled eggs. Eat some to boost your strength. You must be hungry. Old Fourth Shin.
Why don't you look at me?
I'm tired too. Everyone. Sorry, you're too invisible. So the family repeated the scene, but this time with Old Fourth Shin as the main character. 5 minutes later, Old Fourth Shin happily squatted by the wall, munching on an egg. He chuckled. Boiled eggs are really delicious. Shin Danluo called everyone together for a meeting because she couldn't decide on something and needed everyone's opinion. Brother Huijing, please tell everyone what happened. Qin Huijing nodded and recounted the events. When the Shin family heard about the boat explosion, they quickly became scared and hugged Shin Danluo tightly. Old Madam Shin was also very frightened. An explosion, such a terrible thing. How could it be connected to their Shin family? Pi Shin's face was cold and serious. Even if the Pigeon Committee director wanted to kill, he would do it. With just their Shin family strength, this matter might not be resolved easily. After comforting his family, Shin Danluo said, That's not the most important thing. The most important issue is that Jiang Huixing has a child, and that child wants to steal our Shin family's children. Yes, Qin Huijing also nodded. I heard they call that person Huisi. Shin Danlu was shocked and widened her eyes. What? When did you hear that? Why didn't you tell me? Shen Donlu thought all night about how to make up a story, even considering bringing up the Hor family, but Qin Daly's one sentence made her forget everything. She was speechless. Seeing her eyes wide with surprise, Qin Huijing scratched his head and looked a bit embarrassed. I was shocked in the river and forgot to mention it. I just remembered now. Shen Donlu. She immediately felt guilty. Qin Huijing was only 10 years old, but had done things that even adults couldn't manage. She quickly said, "It's okay, Brother Huijing. Are you feeling unwell now?" The others looked at Qin Huijing nervously. Qin Huijing shook his head.
Just a nap, and I'll be fine.
Shan Heping advised, "Go home and ask Grandpa Wang to check your pulse." Qin Huijing nodded, then looked worried at Shan Heping. Uncle Shen, Uncle Su Kai's brother is not an ordinary person. He will definitely suspect something behind this. What do you think? Shan Heping smiled calmly. I think he's coming soon. Just as he finished speaking, the front door was knocked loudly. Please open the door. All the members of the old Shan family looked at Shan Heping. Qin Huijing's eyes shone brightly. Uncle Shen is so amazing. He predicted it just like that. Old Lady Shan looked a bit nervous, eager to hide her son immediately. What should we do? Should the eldest go hide in my room? Shan Heping shook his head. Comrade Su's brother probably already knows I exist. Hiding won't help. I want to meet him. Someone trusted by Donlu should also be trustworthy to me. Besides, if someone personally delivers help, there's no reason to push them away. The father and daughter were very in sync about bringing people onto the boat. Shen Donlu immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Uncle Su Xing is a bit too clever, but he's a good person. He even saved me today, so I trust him. Shan Heping patted his daughter's head. Good. That's why I want to meet him and thank him in person. Okay. Shen Donlu smiled and nodded. Dad, I'll go open the door. Go ahead. Shen Donlu hurriedly ran to open the door. Since Shan Heping had spoken, the old Shan family members naturally had no objections. Grandmother Shan saw that the father and daughter seemed to want to win over brother Su Kai. Since they couldn't do nothing, she thought, if the whole family worked together, they might succeed faster. Having decided on the main plan to win over Comrade Su Xing, the next step was to figure out how to do it. Grandmother Shan thought, they don't have many skills, just stuttering a little, which they can handle. That's something they can do. Recalling how they managed to win over Officer Su Gong during a meal last time, Grandmother Shan suddenly felt very motivated. She immediately waved to Chen Liqing and spoke confidently about winning people's hearts. Third family, I'll need you to work a bit harder. We're going to prepare a late-night snack for Comrades Su and the others. They worked hard to help us catch the criminal, so we can't let them go hungry. Chen Liqing nodded immediately in agreement. Grandmother Shan was very pleased and then looked at Qin Huijing. Huijing, how many people did Uncle Su and the others bring? Qin Huijing counted, 21. Captain Uncle and Uncle Yen are busy up front, so that makes 23. Wow, so many people? Grandmother Shan, who is usually stingy, suddenly felt distressed. That's a lot of food to feed. Seeing everyone staring at her, Grandmother Shan cleared her throat and tried to save face. I mean, the cured meats at home aren't enough to fill their teeth. We finally invited them for a meal, so we shouldn't be stingy, right? Oh, Grandma Shan was in a tough spot and needed a solution. Qin Huijing said, Grandma Shan, I'll go catch some wild chickens. Very soon. After saying that, he turned and ran toward the back door. Hey. Grandmother Shan wanted to stop him but couldn't, feeling both annoyed and amused. This kid, rushing around like he's in a hurry. Where's he going to catch wild chickens at night? Fourth, go call him back quickly. Fourth brother Shen's eyes lit up. Catch wild chickens? They really are silly. There's more than just wild chickens to catch at night. With Huijing around, they might have a big harvest tonight. Thinking of this, he quickly turned over 2 bamboo baskets and chased after him. Grandmother Shan. She told him to find the kids. But why is he carrying so many bamboo baskets? She didn't have time to worry about them. If they kept delaying, the late-night snack might turn into breakfast. She waved her hand decisively. With so many mouths waiting to eat, just the two of us aren't enough. Come on, everyone who isn't tired, go help in the kitchen. By the way, we don't have many vegetables at home, so second and third siblings, go pick some from the field. The second and third siblings obediently went to pick vegetables. Shan Jiao rolled up her sleeves to go into the kitchen, but was stopped by grandmother Shan. Jiao, don't come here. The dishes you make aren't presentable. Just serve tea and water outside, and wash some vegetables while you're at it. Don't think about ruining her food. Shan Jiao, who was disliked by her mother, was instantly discouraged. She huffed softly. Who says my cooking isn't good enough? Last time, Suda was eager to try my dishes. You just don't appreciate good food. Su Xing, who had just entered the yard with Shun Danluo, looked confused. No, I didn't. Su Kai stared at his older brother with a surprised look. Big brother, are you losing your taste? Su Xing remained silent. No, that's not right, Su Kai said nervously. Why are you so familiar with her? She even gave you a nickname? Su Xing just smirked. Old Madam Shen hadn't seen them yet. When she heard her daughter speak, she hesitated. She wondered if Su An's older brother had a normal appetite. There are so many people in the world, and some situations are special. After all, her family still has a ghost living with them. So old Madam Shen suggested, how about you make a dish that brother Su likes? Sure. Shun Jiao replied confidently, then looked a bit disappointed. Today, I don't have all the ingredients. I can't make the green bean tofu salad. I'll see if I can come up with some new dishes. Su Xing looked on. Seeing Su Da's handsome face turn green with frustration, Shun Danluo, who was secretly giggling, hurriedly stepped forward. Grandma, no need. Uncle Su was just being polite last time. She wanted to make an alliance with Suda, not make enemies. Old Madam Shen immediately understood. She glared at her unreliable yet overly confident daughter. Go somewhere cooler or go pick vegetables with your second and third brothers. Don't cause trouble here. Shin Jiao felt frustrated. She looked at Shin Danluo, then at Suda, who was silently beside her. Comrade Su, am I really a bad cook? Everyone looked at Su Xing. Su Xing felt overwhelmed. He suspected that if he tried to be polite, given the stubborn nature of the Shin family, Shin Jiao might end up cooking herself. For his stomach's sake, he quickly clarified, it's not that it's bad. Shin Jiao is just very creative. My stomach hasn't been good lately. After eating her food last time, I took medicine for 3 days. Shin Jiao immediately felt speechless. She silently followed the men to do men's work. Su Xing sighed in relief, then realized something was wrong. Aunt Shun, don't worry. We have rules. We can't eat the food from ordinary people. Old Madam Shin didn't listen. If I don't eat my own family's food, how can I get on my boat? You have your rules, and our old Shin family has our own traditions. We can't let anyone come to help go home hungry. By the way, Comrade Su, do you like spicy food? Do you prefer light or strong flavors? Su Xing hadn't spoken yet when Su Kai jumped in first. My brother eats everything. He's very easy to take care of. Grandma Shen, just cook whatever you like. Su Xing was confused. Did he hear that right? Grandma Shen? Then he saw his silly younger brother happily lead Grandma Shen into the kitchen, come out smiling, and pat his shoulder cheerfully. Brother, don't be polite with Grandma Shen. I get along with her just like family. Su Xing thought. Family? What is this silly brother really trying to do? Su Kai didn't notice his older brother's annoyed look. He was secretly thinking about trying to truly become part of the Shin family, so he couldn't let his brother hold him back. Just earlier, he thought his older brother might have some connection with that fierce woman, Shin Jiao, which surprised him. If there's a kitchen assassin as a sister-in-law, what fun is left in life? He quietly whispered to his brother, Big brother, don't worry. I'll find you a wife who's good at cooking. Don't think about Shin Jiao, that fierce woman. Su Xing sighed deeply, feeling too tired to say anything. He was here to investigate a case, which was a serious matter. The Shin family members should be serious and respectful. Why was the atmosphere so strange? And his silly brother made it even stranger, to the point that they seemed to forget why they came here. Su Xing was about to bring his brother back to focus when he caught a glimpse of the brightly lit main hall. A handsome man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes was leaning against a special armchair, watching him. Su Xing raised an eyebrow and immediately abandoned his silly brother. He strode into the hall, sat across from the man, and looked him over carefully. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the late head of the Shan family, Shan Heping." Shan Heping also looked at Su Xing with a scrutinizing gaze. He sensed a similar aura from him. Su Xing felt the same. The two men stared at each other silently for a long time. It was so long that Su Kai, who entered a bit late, thought they were about to fight. Just as he worried about whom to help, both men suddenly extended their hands at the same time. "Hello, I am Shan Heping. Nice to meet you." "Hello, I am Su Xing. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Kai was surprised. Was this too much of a warm greeting? Were they acting? Then, the two of them smiled happily and turned to look at him. Su Xing smiled and said, "Hey Kai, you go out first. Comrade Shan Heping and I need to talk." Shan Heping also smiled and said, "Yes, Su. Please help us close the door when you leave."
Okay.
So, after worrying so much, I end up being the unnecessary one, right? Su Kai was then asked to leave. He looked worriedly at the tightly closed main hall door. Seeing Shen Donlu calmly eating sunflower seeds, he asked suspiciously, "Aren't you worried about your dad?" Shen Donlu rolled her eyes. She thought, old fox talking to an old fox, I'm not on their level, so why should I worry? She reached out her small hand and patted Su Kai, saying, "Uncle Su, smart people should handle their own problems. Let's not make ourselves so tired." "That's true, but wait," Su Kai said suspiciously, "why do I get the feeling that you think I'm not very smart?" Shen Donlu chuckled, "Hee, be confident. Drop the part about seems." Inside the main hall, after the door was closed, Shan Heping and Su Xing's faces grew serious. Su Xing asked coldly, "What happened to your injuries? Also, why did you lie about being sacrificed? Is it related to that second Jiang guy?" "Being sacrificed isn't a lie. Someone didn't want me to come back alive. If it weren't for Huijing's luck in finding me, I would have already been sacrificed." Shan Heping sighed deeply. "Comrade Su, we're old friends. I won't hide from you. I was seriously injured because someone harmed me." Su Xing frowned and asked, "Can you tell me more clearly?" Shan Heping nodded. "This all started a few months ago when General Qin Liang from the Haixing military district was seriously ill." Su Xing frowned and said, "Old General Qin? He's an old friend of my grandfather. I've met him a few times. Is he involved in this?" Hearing the words old friend, Shan Heping immediately understood that Su's family background was not simple. He then spoke more sincerely and openly. "Yes, when General Qin was critically ill, he asked me to protect someone. But soon after, someone started targeting me. Not long after, I was forcibly sent on a mission I shouldn't have taken. At that time, I had already taken a long leave, planning to return to see my wife and daughter. But the mission came suddenly. Although I sensed something was wrong, I had to obey military orders and carry it out. During the mission, they attacked me." Su Xing's beautiful face was full of icy coldness. "Do you know who attacked you?" Thinking back to the night, I was almost killed and nearly died. Shan Heping clenched the armrest of his chair. "All the members of the small team." "What?" Su Xing sat upright, frowning as he looked at Shan Heping. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Shan Heping replied calmly. "After the incident, I reviewed everything that happened every day. I am certain I am not mistaken." He looked up at Su Xing. "It was a joint operation. The team I was with had 6 members, all transferred from other military districts, and they were all called by code names. I don't know which district they came from, but I observed them carefully. They are very skilled at naval combat, and they have a slight Southern Province accent." Southern Province accent and excellent at naval combat? Could they be from the Southern Province military district? Su Xing frowned. But that district used to be under Commander Hua. He was very strict in his military discipline. Even after he retired, his successors followed his strict rules. "It's unlikely." Shan Heping's pupils shrank. What? Seeing his reaction, Su Xing asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" Shan Heping nodded. "I have an older uncle. When he was young, he joined the revolution. His family thought he was dead. But not long ago, we received news that he is still alive and possibly in the military. We suspect those people want to steal our Shun family's children, and it might be related to my uncle." Su Xing was surprised. "That's unbelievable." Then he frowned again. "But if your uncle is alive, why hasn't he contacted his family? Could he have lost his memory?" Shan Heping nodded. "My uncle was badly injured when he was young. He had major surgery on his face and lost his memory after waking up. He didn't choose not to come back. He probably just doesn't know how to return."
Su Xing nodded that.
"That makes sense. But why were you so surprised when you heard the surname Hui just now?" Shan Heping's face turned serious. "Because yesterday, when Dan Luo and Huai Jing were following those two people, they overheard their conversation. They called each other Huisi."
Huisi?
"The fourth Hua?" Su Xing was surprised. "Are you sure?" Seeing how strongly he reacted, a surge of excitement rose in Shan Heping's heart. "I'm sure. The children heard it with their own ears. They wouldn't lie." "Comrade Su, do you know who Huisi is?" Su Xing shook his head. "I don't know him personally, but my grandfather told me that General Hua has a grandson named Hua Jianping, nicknamed Huisi." Shan Heping was stunned. "Grandson? How old is General Hua?" "He's over 80 years old." "Over 80? Shan Heping frowned. "Could all my previous guesses be wrong?" Su Xing asked him, "What did you guess?" Shan Heping replied, "I think Jiang Huixing exchanged his own child for my uncle's child. But because he looks very different from the Shun family members, maybe it raised suspicion for my uncle or someone else. That's why he hurried to find a child to prove his blood relation with my uncle. You saw it too. Our Shin family, especially the boys, all look very similar." Hearing this, Su Xing thought of his close friend. "By the way, I also have a friend who looks very much like your family, and he's about your age." Shan Heping was surprised. "Really? Could he be the child swapped with my uncle?" Su Xing looked serious. "It seems I should arrange for you to meet him soon. Also, about your earlier guess, it's not impossible. Old General Hua's grandchildren all died in battle so many years ago. One of his daughter's sons was adopted into the Hua family. Since he was called C4 in his original family after being adopted, he was called Huisi." Shan Heping was stunned. "Who did old General Hua's daughter marry?" "Vice Commander of the Capital Military District, Qiao Xingtian." "Qiao Xingtian? That name." "Comrade Su," Shan Heping tried to stay calm. "My uncle's original name was Shan Tian. The person who saved him didn't know his surname, only that he called him a Tian. Do you think this Vice Commander Qiao might be my uncle?"
Su Xing pondered carefully.
"Although your idea is a bit far-fetched, it's not impossible. Because Vice Commander Qiao isn't actually Old Master Qiao's biological son. He's an adopted son of the Qiao family. But whether he's really your uncle, as you say, I need to check further. If he truly is your uncle and hasn't betrayed anyone." Su Xing reached out and patted Shan Heping's shoulder. "Then your problem is easier to solve. Of course, that depends on whether he has betrayed anyone." Hearing him mention betrayal twice, Shan Heping's joy disappeared. He understood well what betrayal meant for soldiers, especially in this turbulent era. If any rumors of betrayal spread, it would be disastrous. And based on how Huisi acts, it's clear there's more to his identity than just being General Hua's grandson. If someone with bad intentions uses this, or if Huisi deliberately bites back, Shan Heping doesn't want his hard-earned uncle to suffer innocent trouble. If things go badly, it could even involve the old Shin family. He quickly grabbed Su Xing's hand and said, "Comrade Su, can we not startle the snake now?" "Wait until I am ready." Su Xing squinted and asked, "Wait until you're ready? Can anyone heal your injuries?" Honestly, the Shin family members are not at all resigned or discouraged by their weak and sickly conditions. Instead, everyone is full of energy and hope. This seems unusual. If it were his family with 4 men and 2 disabled, he definitely wouldn't be smiling.
"So,
Su Xing looked closely and asked, "Is there someone in Shishui village who can heal your injuries?" Shan Heping hesitated but then said, "Since my family's affairs are settled, selling one more thing isn't a big deal. It can strengthen our connection, and right now I can't move easily." "You don't seem like an ordinary person, Su. The matter of Hai Lao involves my eldest uncle, and it's better for him to handle the investigation. That way, we can protect our Shin family and my uncle from getting caught up in this mess." Without hesitation, Shan Heping sold Hai Lao. "Yes, there is a divine doctor named Hai in the barn. He's the person General Tsun asked me to protect. He also saved my eldest uncle and performed surgery for him." Seeing Su Xing's face change slightly, Shan Heping continued to reveal everything. Before the turmoil started years ago, Hai Lao's family had an accident. Someone wanted to harm him by any means. Recently, someone came to investigate Shishui village, led by Secretary Lin of the commune. I suspect it might be the work of Sima Hua, but I haven't figured out why, after so many years, he suddenly wants to kill Hai Lao. I'll leave the investigation to you, Comrade Su. Su Xing was silent. This Shan Heping was a master of schemes, always finding a way out. But he wasn't concerned about that. He cared about Hai Lao's medical skills. Is Hai Lao really that skilled in medicine? Seeing his unusual reaction, Shan Heping thought for a moment and said, "You saw my injury and my second brother's. The doctor said my second brother couldn't be cured, but Hai Lao said he could. The only problem is that he lives in the barn without proper tools or medicines. If those issues are resolved, he can perform surgery anytime." Su Xing was very pleased. "Can Hai Lao treat both internal and external conditions?" Shan Heping nodded. "He is skilled in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. My second brother's condition requires both approaches." Su Xing suddenly called out in a very gentle and kind voice, "Old Shin, I will help you solve the problem of equipment and herbs. Can you persuade old Hai to help me save someone?" If Xindan Luo were here, she would definitely widen her eyes and exclaim excitedly, "They even jumped into my bowl on their own." Can he still slip away? No, he absolutely cannot. So, as expected from a father-daughter pair with the same bloodline, Shan Heping's first reaction to this was that such a good thing must not be allowed to slip away. He sincerely said, "Old Su, don't worry. You and I are like Boya and Ziki. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do my best to help you." The two of them spent a long time analyzing in the main hall until Xindan Luo came to knock and call them for dinner. Only then did they stop, still feeling reluctant. When they came out, everyone saw them talking and laughing happily, as close as brothers. Even younger brother Su Kai felt a bit jealous. What's going on? Why didn't they fight? Instead, they got along so well like one person. Is something wrong here? Old Shinsi, who loved to remember past grievances and liked to stir up trouble, went over to provoke. "Don't worry, Su and gang. The more you envy, the more you'll get used to it." Su Kai. Xindan Luo felt both envy and jealousy. She had schemed against Su Decoming many times, but never succeeded in winning him over. Yet, her father's words made everything turn out like this in just a moment. Her father was truly a master manipulator. Old Shen Lao also thought her older brother was really good at fooling people. Look, in just one meal, he had convinced everyone so thoroughly. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have needed to cook at all. But since she had already cooked, how could she not eat? Wouldn't it be good to strengthen the family bonds? She aimed to make these two brothers wholeheartedly loyal to Old Shin's family. So, Old Shin Lao warmly stepped forward. "Oh, Comrade Su, you've been sitting so long and must be tired. Sit down and rest, have some food to recharge." Old Shin Si, who had worked all night and hadn't even received a caring look from his mother, suddenly felt jealous and sour. Su Kai chuckled. "It's okay, Old Shin Si. The more you envy, the more you'll get used to it." Old Shin Si. Shun Jiao heard everyone was here and immediately helped her sister-in-law bring out the dishes. Dishes were served one after another. Seeing the table full of food, Su Xing was stunned. Where was the simple meal he expected? Potato chicken stew, braised rabbit, spicy eel, scallion stir-fried small river shrimp, braised Christian carp. All kinds of flying, swimming, and running creatures filled the table. Is this a simple meal? Su Xing suddenly couldn't look directly at the words simple meal. After finishing eating, he suddenly understood why his silly younger brother was so close to old Shin's family. It's because he also wanted to live with old Shin's family, but it wasn't proper or appropriate.